Chapter 1, We're going to have a baby when we meet.
I'm 27 years old, 1.71 meters tall, with fair skin, beautiful looks, and long legs.
My husband lost his fertility due to an accident.
To inherit the family business, I'm looking for a healthy and upright man to fulfill my mother's dream.
A generous reward of 500,000 yuan. Serious buyers only.
A man posted a small advertisement on a telephone pole, but suddenly exclaimed,
"Oh my god, what's going on? Isn't this the aloof female CEO of Tianlong Group?" The man was so scared that he quickly pulled his accomplice aside and said, Hey, will we get into trouble if we do this?
I heard that this woman is the most beautiful, rich and beautiful woman in Huacheng. She's very aloof and powerful, and not someone you want to mess with.
Hey, what are we?
We're liars.
His companion didn't take it seriously. If you're afraid of getting into trouble, then don't do this job. Go home and raise pigs.
Su Qingyan is so beautiful, only a fool can be fooled with her photo.
Understand?
The man nodded, and when he saw the look of the beautiful woman in the advertisement, he shuddered.
After the two left, Ling Yun walked dejectedly to the telephone pole. Thinking of the doctor's words, he sighed deeply.
Ling Yun, both of your mother's kidneys are in very bad condition. Severe stones and signs of failure. Surgery is necessary immediately, otherwise there will be danger to life.
The medical bill is 500,000 yuan, you should prepare it.
2 years ago, he made a serious mistake in the north and was expelled from the team. His household registration file was blacklisted and no such person was found in the world. As an illegal immigrant, he couldn't find a job at all and could only work hard to earn some extra money.
Where the hell am I going to find 500,000 yuan?
Ling Yun was very frustrated and punched the telephone pole hard. The pole swayed slightly. A small advertisement faltered before him, and his eyes met Su Qingyan's. So beautiful. Ling Yun shuddered slightly. The cold and beautiful woman's starry eyes pierced his heart.
A large sum of money for a child?
After watching the advertisement, Ling Yun held his chin and fell into deep thought. The next moment, he called Yaoling and asked how much he would be rewarded for helping to destroy the fraud gang.
The highest result is 50,000. Too little. But it's better than nothing. If we can destroy a few fraud gangs, 500,000 come? What if this advertisement is true? If a rich and beautiful woman really paid him money to help her conceive a child, would he agree? Or?
Ling Yun almost had wild thoughts and quickly shook his head to clear his mind.
At this point, we can only try our best to save the situation. Ling Yun dialed the number in the advertisement. Hello, are you asking for a large sum of money to have a child? A delicate voice came from the other end. Yes. May I ask your name, sir? Education, height, weight. Ling Yun, high school, 1.83 meters tall, 78 kilograms. Well, Mr. Ling, you perfectly meet my requirements. So, to prove your sincerity, can you pay a 3,000 yuan deposit first? 3,000 yuan? Are you lying right away? Ling Yun was amused, but pretended to be dumbfounded. Why do I have to pay a deposit?
Of course. I'm overseas, and flying back to see you would be a waste of time and money. Based on my income, the total cost would be around 100,000 yuan.
Is 3,000 yuan a reasonable payment to prove your sincerity?
Besides, this money is for third-party notarization. Ling Yun could only laugh when the other party said this. I don't have any money, how about you withhold the 500,000 yuan reward?
Sir, this won't do. Then let's meet and I'll give it to you, okay? Ling Yun's goal is to destroy the fraud gang, and he plans to meet the people first. Okay.
Then let's meet at Starbucks table 6 at 12 noon tomorrow. The woman's tone changed suddenly, and she hung up the phone after giving a random location.
Nonsense. Where could she find the woman in the advertisement to meet Ling Yun? You stinky loser has no money and still wants to go against the rules? Go to hell.
Ling Yun thought that the other party had some other tricks up his sleeve, so he tore down the flyer and decided to meet the other party tomorrow.
Arrest people, call the police, and get rewards at any time.
On the other side, Yunhai Bay Manor Villa. A maid walked into a room with her head bowed, trembling. Miss, the old lady said she arranged a blind date for you and asked you to go to Starbucks tomorrow. Before he could finish his words, the eldest daughter of the Su family shot out a cold gaze like a sharp blade, as if to cut him in half alive.
So scary.
The maid was so frightened that she trembled all over. She quickly shut up, bowed and left.
The young lady is so cold, which man would dare to go on a blind date with her?
Su Qingyan slammed the door in frustration and sat on the bed with a helpless look on her face.
Qingyan, the Su family has no men, and sooner or later they will fail in the business world.
You must find me a grandson-in-law right now and give birth to a baby boy to inherit the family business.
Do you understand? Grandma's words echoed in my ears again.
But she just wouldn't listen. She has been the female president of Tianlong Group for 3 years, and the group's market value has doubled.
What else does she need men for? Lay eggs?
But Grandma has already said that if she dares not go on the blind date, she will not recognize her as her granddaughter.
There is really no way.
The next day, Ling Yun arrived outside Starbucks on time.
This is a spacious 2-story building, magnificent and beautiful. The first floor is the general area and the second floor is the VIP seats. The liar should be here by now, right?
Ling Yun planned to go in and take a look. If there was anyone at table 6, he would go and fight the scammer.
If not, he would turn around and leave. Without a doubt, no one.
Just as he was about to leave, he accidentally glanced at the upper VIP area and froze in place. Sitting at the VIP table number 6 was a super white, rich and beautiful lady. Long black hair, oval face, small and straight nose, and natural red lips. To put it simply, fair skin, beautiful face, long legs, absolutely impeccable. His expression was cold and he looked like he was keeping people at a distance.
What is going on?
She is such a beauty in the photo.
Could she be referring to VIP table 6?
Ling Yun was at a loss for words.
Could it be true that she was paying a huge sum of money to have a child?
Sir, please show me your VIP number. Hey, sir.
The waiter couldn't stop Ling Yun.
Ling Yun came directly in front of Su Qingyan and sat down. Face to face, looking into each other's eyes.
The atmosphere suddenly froze.
The waiter took a look and realized that the man was here for a date with Miss Su. Even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to do anything about it.
Hello, I'm here.
Ling Yun took the initiative to reach out to Su Qingyan. Su Qingyan didn't shake hands with him, her face was cold and impatient.
I know, I'm in a hurry, let's make it quick.
A quick decision? Ling Yun was stunned again.
Looking at the surroundings, I wondered if creating a human being could be done so quickly here?
Although he wanted to get the 500,000 yuan quickly, he couldn't be shameless and violate public morals.
Oh, I understand.
Ling Yun suddenly thought of something and shouted to Su Qingyan, Mom. This is the fastest way to fulfill her mother's dream.
What?
Su Qingyan shuddered and choked out the coffee she had just drunk. She widened her starry eyes, staring at the idiot in front of her, and fireworks rose.
What did you just yell? If you dare, try yelling again? Chapter 2, The Blind Date Turned Out to Be a Pervert.
Su Qingyan is naturally beautiful, and has been approached hundreds of times since she was a child. But this kind of reckless pickup tactics was the first time she had ever encountered one. Ling Yun saw this and realized that his cleverness was wrong. He was so embarrassed that he dug out 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms on the spot and quickly changed the subject.
Ahem, I didn't call you anything. Why don't we get to know each other first?
Oh. Su Qingyan sneered and continued playing with her phone, not even bothering to look at him. Ling Yun breathed a sigh of relief and said directly, My name is Ling Yun, I'm 28 years old.
I'm in good health.
Oh, and here's my physical examination report this year. As he spoke, he opened his cell phone, took out the electronic physical examination report, and handed it to Su Qingyan.
Su Qingyan was stunned. What was going on? This guy has a lot of tricks. Show off your good health on a blind date? It's different from those rich second-generation routines.
Ling Yun didn't care what she was thinking.
He put down his phone and said, My genes are excellent. There is no doubt that the child I give birth to will definitely be strong. I guarantee you will be satisfied. Stop.
Su Qingyan felt that he had really gone far away, so she casually called his broken phone back. Are you overthinking it?
You want to have a baby with me so soon? Well, it's not far.
Ling Yun looked puzzled. Aren't we meeting today just to have a baby?
I feel dizzy. Shameless. Su Qingyan finally couldn't help it and looked at the shameless man in front of her with curiosity.
It's all street goods, but it looks clean and refreshing.
His facial features are also very heroic.
I don't know where Grandma found this top-notch item.
She thought it belonged to some rich young man. Did Grandma tell him about having a child to inherit the family business? This is too anxious. Are you sure that you will like him? Okay, so what are your hobbies? Although Su Qingyan thought this man was strange, he was not too annoying at all. For her grandmother's sake, she decided to learn a few more things about him. Hobbies? Ling Yun was also puzzled. You are the one who paid a huge sum of money to have a child, and you still need to know all this? Are you worried that interests and hobbies can be inherited? There's something wrong. But when his employer asked him about it, he answered honestly, I like sports, reading, and martial arts. Oh, you also practice martial arts? Su Qingyan became more and more curious about him. Where did her grandma find this top-notch product? It wouldn't be as ridiculous as some of the current popular dramas where a master brings a marriage certificate down the mountain, right? Are you planning to throw a marriage certificate in her face later? Yeah, so my body is definitely great, just look. Ling Yun just wanted to finish the task quickly, so he lifted up his clothes and revealed his six-pack abs. Oh my god. Su Qingyan was so embarrassed that she picked her feet. Isn't this too shameless? Why do you always show off your body when you go on a blind date? Perverted, right? Stop. Stop. Su Qingyan hurriedly called out, fearing that this top-notch guy would take off all his clothes, and quickly changed the subject. Then tell me about your financial situation. You need to understand this too? Ling Yun was even more puzzled. Is this a huge sum of money to have a child or a blind date? If I had money, would I still come to give birth to your child? This woman must be sick. Of course. How can I hand myself over to you if I don't understand you clearly? Su Qingyan couldn't help laughing again. This man is actually not very good. In her eyes, it even looked a little silly. If she were to recruit an employee, she would definitely look down on such a man, but as a husband, being a little stupid is not actually a disadvantage, lest he covet the Su family's property. All right. Ling Yun sighed and revealed his shortcomings. I have no house, no car, and no savings. My ex-girlfriend's father is sick, and I still have to take out a small loan of tens of thousands. My girlfriend just broke up with me, and I still have to pay off the debt. Hearing his words, Su Qingyan was petrified on the spot. He is actually a poor and stupid man. Grandma found this kind of top-notch stuff for her? What is going on? However, the dumber this man was, the more he piqued her interest. If it were any other man, he wouldn't have the courage to introduce himself like this in front of her. So she said with a smile, I didn't expect you to be so frank. That's not necessary, is it? Ling Yun smiled bitterly, don't you require a man of good character? Okay, let me ask you one last important question. Su Qingyan suddenly remembered her grandmother's advice, if we give birth to a boy in the future, would you mind if he has my last name? This is used to inherit the family business, so the surname must be Su. She was also worried that Ling Yun would not agree. Unexpectedly, Ling Yun was stunned for a moment, then said as if it was a matter of course I don't mind. Besides, he has to have your last name. Isn't that nonsense? You paid a huge price to have a child, but does that mean your son has to take my last name? Su Qingyan was stunned again. This man doesn't have any male chauvinism at all? This is a matter of principle for men to pass on their family line. Are you sure your family would agree? Su Qingyan asked in surprise. Ling Yun's face suddenly turned gloomy. My father passed away, and I failed to take good care of my mother and sister. My mother is still lying in the hospital, and I urgently need 500,000 yuan in handling fees. Otherwise, I will never accept your huge sum of money to have a child. Paying a large sum of money to have a child? This? Su Qingyan was petrified for the nth time. Grandma actually paid him to help her give birth to a child? Wait. It must not be like this. After all, Su Qingyan holds 2 doctorates from Harvard and is extremely intelligent. She has guessed that there must be something wrong. At this moment, she glanced and saw a man in high-end formal attire walking towards her. The second young master of the Tang family in Huacheng, Tang Lufeng. Su Qingyan suddenly realized. This turned out to be Grandma's ultimate move. It's just that Grandma doesn't understand Tang Lufeng, but Su Qingyan knows him very well. This is the famous playboy in Huacheng. Rumor has it that he had affairs with at least 20 women, and some even gave birth to multiple children for him. Looking at Tang Lufeng again, his face was as pale as wax and he walked lightly. Compared with Ling Yun in front of him, he looked extremely weak. Want her to go on a blind date and marry this kind of man? Don't even think about it. Okay, I'm quite satisfied with you. Why don't we talk somewhere else? Su Qingyan suddenly stood up and gently took Ling Yun's arm.
A burst of fragrance rushed into Ling Yun's nose, making him a little distracted.
Isn't this beautiful, rich and beautiful girl too proactive? Qingyan. What's going on?
Tang Lufeng was stunned when he saw this, and in excitement he grabbed Su Qingyan's wrist. He tried his best to act and speak well in front of old Madame Su, and finally got this blind date opportunity. Who would have thought that when he arrived, he would see the goddess leaving with a man's arm around her? How embarrassed would he, the second young master of the Tang family, feel? Chapter 3, The trick of paying a large sum of money to have a child is good.
Let go.
Su Qingyan shouted coldly, her aura bursting out. Even the young master of the Tang family is not worthy of touching her. Tang Lufeng shuddered slightly, but still gritted his teeth and asked, "Who is this wild dog?" Ling Yun frowned immediately.
Doesn't this guy even understand the most basic respect between people? No manners. My boyfriend. Su Qingyan said coldly. Your boyfriend? How come I didn't know you had a boyfriend?
Tang Lufeng didn't believe it at all. Everyone in Huacheng knows that Miss Su has a mild misogyny, doesn't like strangers and has always been single.
How could she suddenly have a boyfriend? What a joke. Do I have to report to you that I have a boyfriend? Su Qingyan sneered even more.
Tang Lufeng was so angry that he grabbed her wrist tightly.
No. You must be looking for an excuse because you don't want to go on a blind date with me, right? Please, find someone decent if you're going to find one.
Look at him, he looks like a real person, but he's not a real person, just a country bumpkin. He found this kind of trash to fill the role.
Do you think I will believe him? Su Qingyan was in great pain, her brows furrowed tightly. How dare the Tang guy do this? Is he tired of living?
But before she could do anything, a big hand suddenly grabbed Tang Liufeng's wrist. It was Tang Liufeng's turn when he suddenly felt severe pain, as if he was being tightly gripped and twisted by a mechanical arm. He screamed "ah" on the spot and let go of Su Qingyan.
Don't touch my woman. Understand?
Ling Yun threw a punch with full momentum.
Tang Lufeng flew backwards several meters. Oh my god. The waiters around gasped, as if they had witnessed something earth-shattering. If I'm trash, then the people I knocked down are worse than trash, aren't they?
Ling Yun looked down at Tang Lufeng with a disdainful smile. Also, I'm not a straw boat, don't use your cheap shots on me, otherwise the consequences will be serious. After saying that, he took Su Qingyan's hand domineeringly.
Miss Su, shall we go?
Su Qingyan was actually slightly startled and looked at him in surprise.
How can this silly man be so domineering? Doesn't he know how terrifying the Tang family's power is? How dare he deal with Tang Lufeng without saying a word?
Just based on this point, few men in Huacheng can do it. Only after leaving Starbucks did Ling Yun let go of Su Qingyan.
Miss Su, where are we going now? Where do you think we should go now?
Su Qingyan deliberately fished and tested, drawing a charming arc. She was quite confident in her personal charm, and since this idiot had misunderstood that she was paying a huge sum of money to have a child, he would definitely have had some unpleasant thoughts. If he dares to mess around, she will slap him, then reveal her cards and leave. Not only did it ruin the blind date, but it also got rid of the idiot.
What a perfect ending! But as soon as Ling Yun opened his mouth, she was stunned. Miss Su, you are actually here for a blind date, right? Ha! You didn't think I was paying a huge price to have a child?
That was how it started, but then I figured it out.
It must be a scammer who stole your photo. You're so pretty after all.
Ling Yun smiled frankly and handed the advertisement offering a large sum of money for having a child to Su Qingyan.
Su Qingyan was very pleased with the compliment. After a while, she was surprised and asked back, "So you don't know who I am?" "If I had known you, I wouldn't have come here."
Ling Yun casually spread his hands and said, "I came here to catch the scammer, but the scammer didn't show up. You decide whether to call the police or not.
Goodbye."
After saying that, he turned around gracefully.
Su Qingyan stood there in a daze.
She had just thought he was a complete idiot, but she didn't expect him to be quite smart. As a fair, wealthy and beautiful woman, she has had countless suitors since she was a child. Almost every man would be fascinated by her when they see her, but there was not a trace of infatuation in the eyes of that man just now. Not only that, he served as her shield for free and left without asking for anything in return, which made Su Qingyan doubt for the first time whether her charm had failed.
Does he really need money to save his mother? Su Qingyan couldn't help but feel curious about this loser.
The next moment, she drove and secretly followed the other person.
As soon as she left, a man in sunglasses quietly reported via mobile phone. Report to the old lady, young Master Tang is late.
The eldest lady went on a blind date with a strange man today and is now following him in her car.
What? Is there such a thing? Who is that man?
It seems like the advertisement was torn off, and the misunderstanding was that the young lady came to pay a large sum of money to have a child. The old lady on the other side was not disappointed when she heard this, but was a little surprised.
Her granddaughter was actually curious about a man? Even stalking him? Oh my god. Even a tiny bit would be a major breakthrough.
As someone who has been through this, the old lady knows very well that once a woman becomes curious about a man, it might be the beginning of her fall. The old lady is 70 years old.
Money is no longer that important to her and the Su family.
She just wants someone to take care of her granddaughter and a son to inherit the family business. The idea of paying a large sum of money to have a child is a good one.
Why didn't she think of spending a large sum of money to help her granddaughter have a child?
If the Su family can have a boy, let alone 500,000, even 50 million or 500 million, the old lady would be willing to spend it.
I want all the information about that man within 5 minutes.
Yes, old lady. On the other side, Ling Yan failed to catch the scammer and went to the hospital to visit his mother. A Porsche suddenly stopped in front of him. The car window opened, revealing a beautiful oval face.
Huaji? Ling Yan's expression suddenly changed in a complicated way.
After his eyes lit up slightly, they dimmed in an instant, and then looked a little painful.
Ex-girlfriend Shin Huaji was sitting in the passenger seat.
In the driver's seat was a man in his 30s, wearing a light blue suit, with a trendy hairstyle and glasses. He looked at Ling Yan with a half smile.
Brother son, give me 100,000.
Shin Huaji looked at Ling Yan and reached out to the man. The man readily placed a large stack of banknotes in her hand. Shin Huaji got out of the car, and her pair of white and slender legs under her short skirt created a charming scene. Many men have said that if they were allowed to touch these legs, they would be willing to shorten their lives by 3 years.
Looking at the huge stack of cash in front of him, Ling Yan's expression turned bitter. Huaji, what does this mean?
Shin Huaji had a blank expression on her face. Thank you for the loan you gave me for my dad's medical treatment.
Now that your mom is in the hospital, don't you need money?
Ling Yan didn't take the money, but excitedly shook her hand. Huaji,
you still care about me? You actually still like me, right? I promise. On your birthday next year, I'll definitely give you a nice gift. Let's not break up, okay?
His mother's greatest wish was to see him get married before she died. And his only hope to get married is Shin Huaji. So even if there is a 1 in 10,000 chance, Ling Yan still wants to keep this childhood sweetheart who has waited for him to return for 6 years. Unfortunately, Shin Huaji ruthlessly shook off his hand.
Ling Yan, don't be silly. We're over. Why? Hearing this again, Ling Yan couldn't help but feel heartbroken. When I went to the army, you waited for me to come back. Why do you have to break up now?
Ling Yan, people will change. In stark contrast to Ling Yan's excitement, Shin Huaji was terrifyingly calm. As she spoke, she unbuttoned her collar on the spot.
Chapter 4: Regret and No Regret.
Ling Yan froze on the spot, staring at the sparkling diamond necklace on her snow-white neck. He will always remember that she said she wanted this necklace on her birthday last year.
But he really couldn't afford it.
A few days ago, it was Shin Huaji's birthday, and he disappointed her again, so she broke up on the spot.
I used to be young and could afford to waste time. But after brother's son gave me this birthday gift, I realized that you really are not worthy of me. I'm tired of having to eat budget meals with you, shopping in high-end shopping districts where I can only look but not buy, and having to borrow money everywhere when my parents are sick. Brother Sun is the general manager of Tianlong Group.
With him, I don't have to worry about the troubles I had before.
Ling Yan, I really regret wasting my time with you, but now, I've come to my senses.
While I'm still young and beautiful, I must find someone with good financial conditions. There's no need to waste my time on you.
Ling Yan, accept this reality.
This society is divided into different classes.
There are some things you can't get no matter how hard you try. If you can't even be filial to your mother, how can you bring happiness to a woman? A man like you doesn't deserve a wife. This money is my breakup fee. Goodbye.
Shin Huaji's words were like ruthless hammers, hammering Ling Yan's heart into pieces. Because of poverty, it is justified for my girlfriend to fall in love with someone else. Because he was poor, he was looked down upon and considered unworthy of having a wife. In the Maserati not far away, Su Qingyan watched this scene quietly. She was also a little bit surprised that she would be interested in other people's feelings. The next moment, Ling Yun roared, shocking her again. Shan Huaji. You regret waiting for me, but I never regret giving you everything. I don't need your repayment, and I don't need your pity. I will definitely live a good life and find a wife to show you. Ling Yun's emotions exploded, and he threw the cash back directly, hitting the Porsche's rear-view mirror. So awesome. Su Qingyan was surprised again. With this man's skills, he couldn't be doing so badly, right? Also, couldn't he just hit the woman in the face? Ling Yun, I've already returned the money to you. It's up to you whether you want to take it or not. Shin Huaji casually took the money and hit the car window mercilessly. Porsche leaves. When the wind blows, the banknotes on the ground fly like waste paper. Wow! Money dropped. Come and pick up the money. A group of people rushed over like crazy to pick up the money. Ling Yun's indifference contrasts sharply with the fanaticism of these people. After an unknown amount of time, a cool and pleasant voice came from behind. Well done. Don't bow your head, or your crown will fall off. Don't cry, or the bitch will laugh. Ling Yun turned around and saw Su Qingyan's face. That was a disaster to the country and the people again. I'm actually looking forward to seeing you make that gold digger regret it again. Su Qingyan smiled coldly and took out a bank card and handed it to him. What does this mean? Ling Yun was at a loss. This card has 500,000 yuan. Use it to pay for your mother's surgery. Consider it your reward for helping me out, or consider it as a good deed. Anyway, I, Su Qingyan, never owe anyone a favor. Su Qingyan stuffed the card into his hand and turned away. Ling Yun reacted and quickly shouted, Hey, Miss Su, wait. Leave me your contact information. No reward without merit, so how could he accept 500,000 yuan from others for no reason? This money is a loan, he will definitely pay it back later. But before he could run up, Su Qingyan had already driven away. A strange man wants her contact information? What are you thinking about? She thought she could easily get rid of Ling Yun, but she found that this man kept running after her car, even attracting onlookers and making a fuss. Are you sick? Su Qingyan glanced at the rearview mirror and was stunned. This is the first time I've encountered someone chasing her car and asking for her contact information. Humph, it depends on whether you can catch up. Su Qingyan looked proud and a little playful. She stepped on the accelerator and the Maserati sped away. Miss Su. Ling Yun is also a cat. He was very sure that Su Qingyan knew that he was chasing her, but instead of stopping, he sped up. Who was he kidding? Just when Su Qingyan thought she had gotten rid of the man for the second time, Ling Yun suddenly ran out from the side, climbed over the high guardrail with one hand, landed in front of her, and opened his arms. Move quickly and look fearless. Su Qingyan was shocked. This man is still haunting her? After she reacted, she still didn't slow down. It depends on how courageous this man is. Do you have the guts to try not to dodge? Getting closer. Closer. Su Qingyan has never lost in a battle of wits and courage with the enemy, and she has a very strong competitive spirit. But this time, she lost. At the last moment, she slammed on the brakes, and the wheels made a sharp sound, like a sharp knife cutting through iron. The front of the car stopped right next to Ling Yun. This scene stunned all the passers-by around. Is this an idol drama or an action movie? This is crazy. Are you crazy? If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Get out of here now. Su Qingyan has always been known as an iceberg beauty who rarely shows emotions, but today she couldn't help but get furious with Ling Yun. If she had just slowed down a little or applied the brakes a little more gently, she could have sent this man to meet Steve Jobs. Is this a stubborn idiot? How can there be such a man in the world? Ling Yun remained calm, ran to her car window and knocked on it. Miss Su, please leave me your contact information. I will definitely pay you back later. Su Qingyan smiled. So funny. She rolled down the window a little, her eyes filled with surprise and anger. You risked your life to stop a car, just to pay back the money? Ling Yun nodded seriously. All right. You're awesome. Su Qingyan emotionally gave him a thumbs up and showed him the WeChat QR code as a reward. Drop. Ling Yan scanned it quickly, but before he could even send the application, the woman had already stepped on the accelerator and sped away.
There is something wrong.
Ling Yan frowned slightly, he really couldn't figure out this woman's temper.
Su Qingyan couldn't even figure out his temper. Who would have thought that this guy was pursuing her relentlessly to get her money back? Even debt collectors are not as reckless as him, okay? What a fool. I met the best today. Forget it, don't be angry, I won't see him again anyway.
Ling Yan didn't care what Su Qingyan thought and hurried back to the hospital to pay for his mother's surgery. Su Qingyan really didn't lie to him, there really was 500,000 in the card.
Who is that woman? Looks pretty rich. Isn't this some scam? It doesn't seem like it.
Ling Yan was still obsessed with Su Qingyan and had forgotten about Shin Huaji.
Excuse me, are you Mr. Ling Yan?
The next day, Ling Yan was waiting outside the operating room when a woman suddenly came to him.
He looked to be in his 30s or 40s, wearing a black suit, and had a dashing and neat air.
Ling Yan was slightly startled and nodded.
Please follow me. The woman left after saying this.
Ling Yan frowned slightly, wondering if this was a hospital staff member.
What did they want from him? He followed the other person and came to a large room. I looked up and saw the words Dean's office clearly written on it.
Ling Yan was even more puzzled.
What was going on? Who wanted to see him?
Chapter 5, It really costs a lot of money to have a child. Ling Yan entered the office and saw an old lady sitting in front of him. Despite her age, she wore a dark cheongsam with golden flowers and her thick hair was combed back, which made her look very noble.
Old lady, are you looking for me?
Ling Yan frowned slightly. He didn't know the other person, and he didn't look like someone from the hospital.
Why would he be waiting for him in the dean's office?
The old lady gave a look and everyone else immediately cleared the area.
Young man, your last name is Ling? That's right.
The other party had a good attitude, Ling Yan nodded.
Then do you know Ling Wuchen? Hearing this name, Ling Yan trembled slightly. That's my late father. Do you know him? Oh, I see.
The old lady looked a little strange and did not answer his question. More than 30 years ago, it was Ling Wuchen who used his miraculous medical skills to bring old Master Su back to life, which led to the Su family's current success.
Now the descendants of the two families have met each other in a confused way. This is fate.
However, the old lady did not mention the past.
Instead, she asked with a smile, young man, how do you feel about Qingyan? Qingyan? Ling Yan suddenly realized that it was the elder of that arrogant girl? Are you her mother? Or mother-in-law? He knew almost nothing about Su Qingyan, only her name.
Because of the preconceived notion about the advertisement about paying a large sum of money to have a child, he always believed that she had a husband who was infertile.
Now even her mother-in-law came to help her?
Hearing him say this, the old lady immediately smiled happily.
It turned out that in his eyes, she was still so young? Don't worry about who I am. Answer me quickly, do you like Qingyan?
The old lady continued to question.
To be honest, she had a very good first impression of this man.
He has a straight body and a soldier's heroic spirit between his brows, which is what the old man likes most. If a man like this becomes your grandson-in-law, you don't have to worry about him plotting against the Su family's assets.
Why should I like her? Doesn't she have a husband?
Ling Yan also answered frankly, besides, he's cold and incompatible. The old lady was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. That's right, Qingyan's personality is so unpleasant.
No man would dislike meeting her granddaughter.
And this man is the first one who said in front of her that he doesn't like her granddaughter.
It's good to not like it.
The old lady saw that Ling Yan was a little impatient, so she quickly got straight to the point. Actually, I'm here to ask for a son for a large sum of money.
I want you to help Qingyan give birth to a boy. Are you serious? Ling Yan was startled and stared at the old lady in surprise. So, you were the one who placed the advertisement on the telephone pole?
The old lady smiled and nodded, generously taking the blame for the scammer.
What do you think? Are you interested?
As long as you can help Qingyan give birth to a boy within a year, the reward will be 100 million.
If it's a girl, it will be less, 50 million. This kind of good thing doesn't happen to everyone. It's a typical combination of wealth and beauty.
Many men are envious.
You must seize the opportunity. Puff.
Ling Yan almost spat out a mouthful of blood on the screen. He thought that after borrowing 500,000 yuan, the matter would be over, but who could have imagined that it was just the beginning? He looked at the old lady in front of him suspiciously and asked cautiously, "Is this some new scam?" "Ha, are you scared?" The old lady is old but has changed her ways. She even turned around and provoked others. "What am I afraid of?" Ling Yun laughed, "As long as I'm poor enough, no matter how tricky you are, you won't be able to cheat me." After a pause, he added, "At most, I'll get a stab wound to the kidney." The old lady was amused by his words again. She was becoming more and more interested in this young man. No wonder Qin Yan was curious about him. He was indeed different from those men who only knew how to curry favor with the powerful. "So, you agreed?" "No, I won't agree." Ling Yun refused decisively. "This is unethical and even illegal. I had no choice before to save my mother, and now the surgery has been scheduled. I won't do it again. Please find someone else. Goodbye. Just leave after you're done, and kill the old lady." "Madam Su, do you want to bring him back?" The woman just now came in and asked for instructions. No one in Huacheng dares to disrespect old Madam Su like this. Forget it, if both sides force it, this won't work. Old Mrs. Su was a very wise person. Although she felt very sorry, she had no choice but to give up. She can force Su Qingyan, but she can't force Ling Yun. Ling Yun returned to the operating room and found that the operation was completed and his mother Chen Yuting had been sent back to the original ward. He hurried back and was about to push the door open, but heard a conversation inside. "Alas, I will never be able to rest in peace if I don't see your brother get married. Mom, in that case, when my brother comes, I'll urge him to propose to Sister Huaji." It turned out that my sister had also arrived. When the two of them were talking, Ling Yun's nose suddenly felt sore and his eyes turned slightly red. "If my mother knew that Shin Huaji broke up with him, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to bear the blow." "Hey, brother, you're here?" Feeling movement outside the door, Ling Xiaoyan suddenly turned around. Ling Yun pretended not to hear anything and forced a smile. "Xiaoyan, you're here? I hope mommy is okay." "Brother, I have something to tell you." Ling Xiaoyan pulled Ling Yun out to the corridor. "Brother, the doctor said that one of mom's kidneys has been removed, and the other is also showing signs of kidney failure. Her life is in danger at any time. You are such a good doctor, you must know more than me." Hearing Ling Xiaoyan's words, Ling Yun sighed and nodded silently. "Brother, can you propose to Sister Huaji right away and fulfill mom's greatest wish?" This. Ling Yun's expression suddenly became extremely painful, and he didn't dare to tell the truth to his sister. "Just go, okay? Don't let me look down on you." Ling Xiaoyan used both soft and hard tactics. Ling Yun could only nod helplessly. "Got it." After saying that, he turned around upset and left his sister's sight, wanting to be alone. Unexpectedly, as soon as I walked outside, I met old Mrs. Su who was about to leave. "What's the matter, young man? You seem to be worried." Old Mrs. Su took the initiative to strike up a conversation again. This young man has the integrity and heroism of a soldier, which, in her eyes, is more important than talent, knowledge, or money. "Old lady, that." Ling Yun hesitated, but ultimately found it difficult to speak. He waved his hand and said, "Forget it, it's okay." The old lady seemed to see through his thoughts and smiled smugly. "Did you misunderstand that Qin Yan was married? If she was single, would you like to help the old lady and let her give birth to a boy?" This. Ling Yan's eyes suddenly widened, and his mood became extremely complicated. "If you're willing, I'll let her get married to you. Some good things are gone if you miss them. Think about it carefully." The old lady smiled and played hard to get. She clearly told the other person to think about it carefully, but she turned around and left without leaving any contact information. "Old lady." Ling Yun really called her out quickly. Thinking of his mother's health and her greatest lifelong wish, he, who had always blamed himself for being unfilial, finally gritted his teeth and said, I do." "Ah, it's done." The old lady was also quite proud. In this case, how can her granddaughter avoid getting married and having children? The Su family cannot be without men, and even more so, cannot be without descendants. "Hey young man, here's my contact information. Please wait at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning." The old lady left a message, as if she was afraid that Ling Yun would go back on his word, and quickly slipped away. Chapter 6, Marry Me and You Will Regret It. Early in the morning, Ling Yun was waiting at the door of the Civil Affairs Bureau. "I feel very nervous." My hands are always doing unnecessary movements, and I even feel like they are redundant.
So where do they usually go?
I never dreamed that I would get married with a strange woman. Apart from her name, he knew nothing about Su Qingyan. All this is just to fulfill my mother's greatest wish. A Maserati suddenly stopped in front of him, and the woman who brought disaster to the country and the people appeared again. Wearing a pure white slim fit suit, paired with Armani sunglasses, red lips, and a turned-up nose, she is so cool that she can harvest lives.
As soon as he took off his sunglasses, Su Qingyan's cold eyes made Ling Yan tremble uncontrollably. What's going on? As if looking at an enemy?
Ling Yan forced himself to calm down and smiled. Su Xiao.
Shut up. Su Qingyan was obviously in a bad mood and stared at him intently. Yesterday I thought I would never see you again, but I didn't expect to see you the next day. Of course, you're a man with one trick after another. I'm curious, how did you brainwash my grandma to force me to get the marriage certificate? Su Xiao. Shut up. Did I give you permission to talk? Su Qingyan shouted coldly again.
In front of this cold girl, Ling Yan didn't even have the chance to speak. I don't care what your intentions are or how well you pretend, but don't be complacent.
This is definitely not the good thing you imagined. If you dare to marry me, I guarantee you will regret it.
After Su Qingyan finished speaking, she deliberately raised her red lips, like a blooming ice flower, but it instantly made people feel cold and gave off goosebumps.
Su Xiao.
Ling Yan was really anxious, but before he could say anything, Su Qingyan had already stepped in.
Your sister. How could there be such an unreasonable woman in the world?
He said he was curious, but he didn't give him a chance to speak.
What did he want?
Just be self-righteous. Ling Yan also walked in angrily, and the feeling of guilt in his heart suddenly disappeared, and he was filled with anger instead.
Okay. Let us see who will regret it.
The staff of the Civil Affairs Bureau had received advance notice from the Su family and was specially responsible for issuing the certificate for them, but they felt something was wrong when they saw the expressions of the two people.
Why are they all so stinky? The people next door who are getting divorced are not as fierce as you, right?
In less than 10 minutes, the two of them got the certificate. When we go out, we go our separate ways, just like we each walk on half of the road.
Then,
Su Qingyan deliberately waited until he walked a distance away before suddenly throwing a bunch of keys at him. My grandmother instructed that after you get married, you can live in the house she arranged for you, right in Tianlong Garden.
As for whether I will go and live with you? Ha, guess it yourself.
Also, we're having a secret marriage, so don't spread the word.
If you make me unhappy, I could kill you at any time.
He gave Ling Yan another terrifying look before turning away coldly. Ling Yan was about to curse when the woman suddenly turned around, scaring him.
If you dare to trick me into marrying you, I promise you'll die a very rhythmic death. In a month at most, you'll be unable to bear it and initiate a divorce. She now believes that Ling Yan did it on purpose. The upright and honest character he displayed yesterday was just an act. He was a little liar who was trying to defraud marriage. Sooner or later, she would expose his true colors. Bang! This time, she didn't wait for her to walk away. A big hand suddenly grabbed her wrist and pulled her over domineeringly. Su Qingyan was shocked. It was not until he bumped into a strong chest that he looked up in surprise. When I saw Ling Yan's dark face, my heart beat faster for no reason. Miss Su, are you done talking? I'm trying to trick you? I think you've been trying to trick me the whole time. It was your grandmother who paid a huge sum of money to have a child and asked me to marry you. Otherwise, do you think I would take the initiative to marry you, an ice sculpture? What are you thinking? Who wants to look at your sour face all day long? But it doesn't matter. I have no money, no house, no car, and I'm just a living hell. Even if I get scammed, the most I'll get is a beating from you guys. It depends on whether you have the guts to do it. Anyway, just come on. These words stunned Su Qingyan. Her beautiful eyes widened, as if petrified. This man actually said that she was tricking him? What is this called? Put the blame on someone else. After Ling Yan finished speaking, he turned away. On the contrary, Su Qingyan, who had just been in a hurry to leave, was stunned on the spot, taking a few quick breaths, and 1,000 words converged into 2 words: you are sick. Soon, the servants brought the news to the Su family villa. Report to the old lady, the eldest lady and Ling Yan have obtained their marriage certificate. Ha, that's great. The old lady happily put down the blue and white porcelain teacup, smiling from ear to ear.
I was worried that those two people wouldn't be able to get the certificate, but unexpectedly it went smoothly.
But her personal attendant Song Sanyang didn't think so. The eldest lady and the guy named Ling Yin almost had a fight.
Wanting these two people to give birth to a baby for the Su family is probably as difficult as the old man starting from scratch back then.
Sanyang. Madam, what are your instructions?
Since we've already obtained the marriage certificate, please help me prepare some dowry and send it to the Ling family.
Yes, old lady. Song Sanyang nodded immediately and arranged it casually.
On the other hand, Shen Yuding was still dying just one day after the operation, but she insisted on being discharged from the hospital to save money.
Ling Yin couldn't persuade her and had to take her back home. Huachang is a rapidly developing city in Longhua.
It has just been promoted from a third-tier city to a second-tier city. Some areas are already very developed and prosperous, but there are still many urban villages around it.
Ling Yin's family lives in Yunlu urban village.
When Ling Yin took Shen Yuding home, Ling Xiaoyan, who had just graduated from high school, also came back from doing odd jobs.
Ling Yun, you're already 28. When are you going to get married? Shen Yuding couldn't wait to speak as soon as she sat down.
Ling Xiaoyan, who was pouring tea, also secretly glanced at her brother. She had discussed this topic with her brother last night. Her brother had said yesterday that he would get married today.
She wondered if it was just a temper tantrum.
Mom, I'm married. As soon as Ling Yin opened his mouth, the mother and daughter were shocked on the spot. Ling Xiaoyan even poured boiling water on the back of her hand, causing her to shiver from the burn.
What? When did this happen? You're not lying to me, are you?
Shen Yuding was surprised and happy, and held her son's hand tightly. Ling Xiaoyan didn't care about the pain in her hand and hurried over. Seeing the twinkling eyes of his mother and sister, Ling Yin felt a little sour in his heart.
He forced a smile and said, "We got the certificate this morning." Great. May the ancestors of the Ling family bless you.
You and the daughter of the Shin family have finally achieved your goal. Shen Yuding suddenly clasped her hands together, closed her eyes and prayed. Before Ling Yun could explain things to them, someone suddenly knocked on the door and walked in. Shen Huaji's mother Zhou Qiuyan came with her son Shen Ziguei.
Yuding, you're discharged from the hospital? Congratulations.
Zhou Qiuyan said congratulations, but her expression was quite arrogant.
Shen Yuding didn't care. Zhou Qiuyan was always superior to her anyway. Yes, mother-in-law, what do you want from me? What mother-in-law? Don't yell like that.
When Zhou Qiuyan heard this, she interrupted angrily.
Shen Yuding was stunned with embarrassment on the spot.
The smile on her face did not have time to fade away and became extremely stiff. When Ling Xiaoyan saw that the Shin family mother and son still had a red invitation in their hands, she immediately had a bad feeling and secretly glanced at her brother.
Chapter 7, Bride Price or Dowry? Mother-in-law, I'm sorry.
Shen Yuding, with a humble attitude, forced herself to stand up, regardless of her weak body, and smiled apologetically at Zhou Qiuyan. It's my health that's not up to par. My son is getting married, and as a mother, I'm supposed to propose on his behalf.
I was rude, so you have reason to be angry. What's the betrothal offer? What should or shouldn't I do? Zhou Qiuyan added, there's absolutely no way I can deal with Shen Yuding. Ling Xiaoyan looked at her brother in even greater panic, always feeling that something was fishy. Could it be that my brother has been lying to them all along? My daughter is getting married. Here's the invitation.
On the first day of next month, remember to come to the wedding banquet at the Tianlong Hotel.
Zhou Qiuyan proudly threw the red bomb into Shen Yuding's hands. Shen Yuding was trembling all over. What wedding banquet? Her son just said that he got married. Could it be that his son had deceived him? Ling Yun, didn't you just say you were already married? Why would Huaji marry someone else now? Mom, listen to me.
Ling Yun knew his mother's physical condition, and seeing how excited she was, he quickly came over to support her.
Ling Yun, you're just lying to your mother like this? You're such a filial son. Ha ha. Shen Ziguei suddenly laughed out loud. He has always looked down on Ling Yun.
Why should he marry his sister, who was a school belle, when he was a poor guy who joined the army after graduating from high school? But his sister had been waiting for him for 6 years, which really pissed him and his mother off. If he had such a poor brother-in-law, he would definitely be looked down upon when he went out. Now, my sister has finally found her way into the arms of a big executive and dumped that poor guy. He can also rely on his brother-in-law to make a fortune in the future.
Mom, I didn't lie to you.
Ling Yan quickly explained to Chen Yuding, I did get married, but the bride was not Hua Ji.
She broke up with me.
Seeing that he lacked confidence, Chen Yuding was half believing and half doubting, and her body suddenly collapsed.
Ling Xiaoyan couldn't help but burst into tears.
She felt that her brother made up the story to lie to them in order to reassure their mother.
You're really getting married? Who's the bride? How much do you give her as a betrothal gift? And when will the wedding be held?
Seeing that he was still trying to be stubborn, Shen Zigui decided to expose his mistake.
How can such a poor guy get married? Stop joking.
Even if it is possible, the bride will either be extremely ugly or disabled.
What does the amount of the betrothal gift have to do with you?
Ling Yan really couldn't stand Shen Zigui and directly confronted him. He knew very well that this mother and son had played an indispensable role in Shen Huaji's breakup with him. The Shen family favors boys over girls, and they are always thinking about using Shen Huaji's betrothal gift to buy a car, a house, and a wife for their son. That's why Shen Huaji is under so much pressure and finally decides to break up with him.
It's really none of our business.
We're just worried that you'll bring shame to our village.
Shen Zigui continued to mock him without mercy. When will your wedding banquet be held?
Oh, I forgot to tell you, the bonus brother son gave my family was 880,000.
880,000? Upon hearing this number, Chen Yuding and Ling Xiaoyan both gasped. This is definitely not something their family can afford. That's not all.
When Zhou Qiuyan mentioned this, she also became excited. The Sun family also wants to give my family 3 golds. Their family will cover all the expenses for the wedding banquets on both sides.
We just need to accept the gifts,
Seeing the smug faces of the mother and son, Ling Yun was very angry.
Chen Yuding was devastated and felt as humble as a beggar.
Her son couldn't find a wife, and it was all because of her being a useless mother.
Ling Xiaoyan's tears fell to the ground.
If only she were a few years older, she could get married and use the betrothal money to marry her brother. At this moment, the voices of other villagers suddenly came from outside the door.
Wow, whose dowry or betrothal gift is this?
It's too luxurious. When Shen Zigui heard this, he jumped up even more excitedly. It must be the Sun family's betrothal gift.
Mom, let's go and collect it.
Zhou Qiuyan was a little surprised, but still followed him out happily.
Ling Yun, please help me out and take a look.
Ling Yan actually didn't want to go out, for fear of sadness and being ridiculed, but his mother insisted on going, so he had no choice. When I went out to the open space in the village, I saw so many dazzling gifts displayed there that they would dazzle my eyes.
Oh my, the Shen family is so powerful. Is this Shen Huaji's betrothal gift?
I heard that after she broke up with Ling Yun, she immediately found a very rich boyfriend. I was wondering why she and Ling Yun broke up so suddenly.
So that's it. If it were me, I would have split up long ago. Are you waiting until Chinese New Year?
The gossip around him reached Ling Yun's ears, and it was another round of hurt. He could still be strong, but Ling Xiaoyan cried all his tears for him.
Chen Yuding felt heartbroken, dizzy, and almost fainted.
On the other hand, Shen Zigui and Zhou Qiuyan, listening to everyone's envious and jealous voices, were as proud as a victorious rooster.
Oh my! There's a big bed. There's high-end furniture. There's 3 golds. And there's a Porsche. Mom, did you see that? A Porsche. It's a Porsche.
When Shen Zigui saw the Porsche, he was so excited that he almost fainted.
Ling Yun, luckily my sister is not with you, otherwise how could my family get these?
Shen Zigui walked up to Ling Yun and showed off for a while before rushing in front of the pile of lavish gifts.
He couldn't believe this was true. I walked around the Porsche again and again, with my hands raised in the air and shaking restlessly. I really wanted to test drive the car as soon as possible. Excuse me, are you from the Ling family?
Just when Shen Zigui was about to open the door of the Porsche and Zhou Qiuyan was about to pick up the 3 golds, Song Sanyang suddenly stopped them and asked.
Ling family? Zhou Qiuyan and Shen Zigui were stunned. It was like someone pouring a basin of cold water on a piece of hot iron.
The villagers looked at each other in bewilderment.
This plot was completely beyond their expectations. Isn't this the dowry for the Shen family?
Ling Xiaoyan and Chen Yuding were also very surprised.
Could this be a gift for their family? They are the only family in Yunlu village with the surname Ling. We are the Ling family. Ling Yun just came out at this time. He had already guessed who had sent it. Who is Su Qingyan? Is her family so rich? Hello, Mr. Ling. This is the dowry sent by the Su family. Please accept it. Song Sanyang immediately walked over and said. Now, the villagers are furious. After all this fuss, it turns out this isn't a betrothal gift to the Shin family, but a dowry to the Ling family. Just like that, who would offer a betrothal gift and also give a car? That's not in line with custom. If that's the case, then giving 3 golds as a dowry doesn't conform to our customs. Ha, look at Shin Zigui's expression, it's making me laugh to death. The surrounding villagers were talking and pointing at Shin Zigui. Shin Zigui's face suddenly turned red and he was stunned, as if he had been cast under a spell by Monkey King and could not move for more than a minute. He felt like a fucking clown. When he was laughing at Ling Yin just now, he looked more like a naked monkey, stealing the owner's things and making a fool of himself in public. It was so embarrassing. Chapter 8, Rented for Acting. Then what about those who say that the 3 golds are not given as a dowry? Rich people like to be willful, so what can't be given as a dowry? But when did Ling Yin marry a rich woman? Ha, the bride is so rich, can't she just marry her and hold a 60th birthday party for her? The villagers' discussion completely turned to the Ling family. Shin Zigui couldn't listen anymore. Unable to bear the injustice, he screamed and ran back home like crazy. Sister! Sister! Come out here. He must find out what is going on. How come Ling Yin just broke up with his sister and then hooked up with a rich woman in the blink of an eye? How did a poor guy like him get the contact information of a rich woman? Xiaogui, what's wrong? Shin Huaji had not left the house just now, and only came out when she heard her brother crying. She is a school beauty, and now she always keeps her makeup on, which makes her look even more radiant and charming. Sister! What's going on? Ling Yun is getting married? Shin Zigui excitedly yelled in front of her, Portia. The dowry people gave to his family was a sports car worth millions. Sister! I don't care, I want a Porsche too. I want a Porsche. What Porsche? Shin Huaji's body also trembled violently, with a look of disbelief on her face. Yeah, Huaji, what's going on? Zhou Qiuyan also ran back, and suddenly felt that receiving 880,000 yuan in betrothal gifts was not so attractive anymore. Compared with Ling Yun's dowry, her family's betrothal gift is so shabby. Impossible, no one knows Ling Yun better than me. Shin Huaji's beautiful eyes shone with wisdom, he has always liked me and just broke up with me. How could he find a new partner so soon? Not to mention getting married. After hearing this, Shin Zigui clapped his hands vigorously, that's right. That man was dumped by my sister, and he must be afraid of losing face, so he deliberately rented some people and props to come to the village to perform. Zhou Qiuyan also suddenly realized, so that's how it is. Shin Huaji felt that this was the case, and she had to go to the Ling family specifically to find out the truth. At this time, Song Sanyang had someone move the dowry to the door of the Ling family. The surrounding villagers gradually dispersed. Sister, please take back the dowry. Ling Yun did not let the dowry enter his shabby house. No matter what kind of scam this is, there is no way he will accept this dowry. Oh, why? Song Sanyang was quite surprised. Seeing that the Ling family's living conditions were very poor, as long as she accepted the dowry, she could work less for decades. Why not? Ling Yun showed a bitter smile, I didn't even give the Su family a betrothal gift, why should the Su family give me a dowry? Besides, I'm also worried that this is some kind of scam. What if this is a rented prop from somewhere? I can't afford to pay for it if it gets dirty or damaged. This. Song Sanyang shuddered slightly, then couldn't help but burst out laughing. This man is quite real. He is completely different from the vain and superficial man just now. Well, since you don't want it, I'll take it back. Let's just consider it a show. Song Sanyang didn't hesitate. If Ling Yun refused now, he would regret it later. See? Did you see that? It's really just acting. Shin Zigui and his family of 3 arrived at the Ling family's door and happened to see what had just happened. As soon as Song Sanyang took her people away, Shin Zigui shouted triumphantly. Damn it! Ling Yun is such a stubborn guy, he's really only caring about his reputation. Wait till I get over there and taunt him. Of course Shin Zigui was angry. How could he not be angry? It was a very glorious thing for his family to receive a betrothal gift of 880,000 yuan. Now Ling Yun hired someone to act and outshone him. Of course, he had to expose him and embarrass him. Xiaogui, forget it. You guys go back first. Shin Huaji pulled him, her expression a little complicated. Sister, didn't you break up with him? Why are you still protecting him? Shin Zigui was a little dissatisfied. Shin Huaji didn't explain. Considering that she was about to marry a rich man, the mother and son listened to her and turned back home. Ling Yun also looked in her direction. Shin Huaji subconsciously avoided it. But the next moment, she took the initiative to look at Ling Yun again. It was Ling Yun's turn to avoid it, but after a moment, he looked at the other person openly. At this time, Ling Xiaoyan saw Shin Huaji and ran out of the house excitedly. Sister Huaji. Are you here? Coming to Shin Huaji, she asked breathlessly, why? Why did you break up with my brother? No one knows better than her how much Shin Huaji loved her brother in the past. Her brother was in the army for 6 years, and countless men pursued her, but she refused to agree to anyone and insisted on waiting for her brother to come back. But after waiting for her brother to come back with great difficulty, she wants to break up with him? Ling Xiaoyan really couldn't understand it. Xiaoyan, you are still young, you will understand later. Shin Huaji smiled coldly at Ling Xiaoyan. Society is a big melting pot. People will change sooner or later, including you. You will definitely not look down on men like your brother in the future. Ling Xiaoyan's weak body trembled slightly, and she looked at Shin Huaji in front of her, feeling very unfamiliar. Ling Yun, I didn't know you were so naive before. Shin Huaji suddenly looked at Ling Yun again, her red lips curled up in contempt. To prove that you can find a wife, you paid someone to act in your play? If you have this money, you might as well use it to live a good life and take care of your family. Ling Yun's heart was stabbed again, and he couldn't help but get excited. Huaji. I am indeed married. And, my wife is prettier than you. After saying it, he felt a little regretful. He had never been one to show off before, but at this moment he just couldn't help it. As expected, Shin Huaji sneered, her tone full of suspicion. Okay, since you said you are married, can you bring her back to the village for the wedding banquet? Or maybe you can bring her to my and brother's son's engagement party early next month? I'd like to see if she's really prettier than me. Ling Xiaoyan was sandwiched in the middle, sometimes looking at Shin Huaji, sometimes looking at her brother. She really didn't understand why two people who clearly loved each other before would suddenly become enemies. Okay. As you wish. Ling Yun clenched his fists, and his whole body seemed to be condensed with a terrifying power, but his expression was so calm that it was frightening. Shin Huaji smiled and walked away. Ling Yun, are you lying to us in Huaji, or are you really married? At this time, Chen Yuding came out limping with a cane and asked anxiously. Chapter 9, did you make a fake certificate? Mom, I'm not lying to you, I'm really married. Ling Yun got married just to fulfill his mother's wish. Worried that she wouldn't believe it, he took out his marriage certificate directly. But after seeing the marriage certificate, Chen Yuding was even more unconvinced. Brother, are you making a false certificate? Ling Xiaoyan's words directly broke Ling Yun's defense, and he almost stumbled and fell to the ground. Xiaoyan, when have I ever given a false certificate? I wouldn't even do that. Ling Yun looked a little angry. How could even the two women closest to him not believe him? This is actually true? Chen Yuding took the marriage certificate, looked at it again and again, touched it again and again, and almost shed tears on it. The daughter-in-law on the marriage certificate is incredibly beautiful, but she looks a little fierce? How could such a beautiful girl marry you like this? Chen Yuding's heartfelt words once again struck Ling Yun's heart. He felt like he was about to vomit 9 pounds of blood. Complaints from your own mother are the most deadly. It turns out that what is sharper than Shin Huaji is my mother's mouth. Ling Yun, have you proposed? Now that we have the marriage certificate, we should hold a wedding banquet to entertain relatives and friends. What Chen Yuding said was also Ling Yun's pain. He just wanted to get married and fulfill his mother's wish, but he had to play the whole role. Now that he had started, he had to finish it. Mom, the betrothal gift hasn't been given yet. There's no rush for these things. That woman doesn't care. Ling Yun spoke the truth, but Chen Yuding looked anxious. No rush? How can there be no rush for something like this? The girl has already married you, but you haven't given her anything. You should at least offer a betrothal gift and hold a banquet to give her a legitimate status, right?
She finally understood why the girl was so fierce when taking the photo for the marriage certificate.
Anyone would be fierce too. Ling Yun sighed secretly.
He also knew the customs of the village. A wedding without a banquet was like getting married in vain.
But where would he get the money for the wedding banquet?
More importantly, it would be strange if that cold-hearted Su Qingyan was willing to hold a wedding with him.
Unless the sun rises from the west. Ling Yun, there's still over 10,000 yuan in my card. Do you think it's enough for a simple wedding banquet? Just invite some relatives and friends for a simple meal.
Chen Yuding suddenly took out a card and handed it to Ling Yun tremblingly. Ling Yun, who had never shed tears even when bleeding on the battlefield, now felt his tear glands aching so much that they were about to collapse. My mother was unwilling to spend money on her treatment when she was sick, and she might even have thought of leaving this little money to her siblings as an inheritance after her death. But now she is willing to spend it all on his wedding banquet. In her heart, she would rather die than help her son find a wife.
Brother, I earn a little from odd jobs. It's not much, but you can take it too. Ling Xiaoyan also took out a bank card.
Ling Yan's tears were about to fall, so she quickly turned around and wiped them away before pushing the card back and pretending to be angry.
Who are you looking down on? I'm the pillar of the Ling family. I can handle the marriage myself.
Chen Yuding wanted to insist, but Ling Xiaoyan held her back. She knew that her brother's self-esteem was exploding, and as his closest relative, she had to give him the last bit of decency and dignity.
With so many things happening, Ling Yun couldn't sleep all night and secretly made up his mind. No matter what method I use tomorrow, I must find Su Qingyan and make her cooperate with me to play this wedding game well. The next morning, he drove his electric car to Tianlong Garden. In fact, this was not his first time in this community. His job was to do hard labor, and delivering bottled water was his regular job. He had delivered water here before. But he didn't bring any water today, so the security guard stopped him directly. Yo, check it, what are you doing here, guy?
One of the security guards was quite trendy. He seemed to be recording a rap video and was speaking to him in a rap tone.
I'm the owner of this place. Ling Yun directly took out the key that Su Qingyan gave him yesterday. But he didn't have an access card. The gate of Tianlong Garden could be opened by facial recognition, but his face couldn't be used to open it. Hearing that he was the owner, the security guard actually rapped directly into the phone, "Yo." The idiot said he was the owner, but he couldn't open the door. Yo, Brother G needs to teach the owner a lesson.
Ling Yun was very dissatisfied with the security guard's attitude, but he still suppressed his temper and explained, "The house belongs to my wife.
She just gave me the key yesterday. My Facebook information hasn't been entered yet. Please let me in first."
The security guard looked Ling Yun up and down again, and suddenly sang a rap with a smile.
"Hey, you idiot, you said you have a wife. You must be sleepwalking. Wake up, you don't have a wife. If you want to find a wife, you should go to the kindergarten and make a reservation in advance. Your sister."
No matter how good Ling Yun's temper was, he couldn't stand this idiot.
He immediately frowned and said, "If you do this again, I'm going to complain to you." "Ha, you idiot said I want to eat complaints?" The security guard unexpectedly changed his rap style and rapped proudly to Ling Yun, "Do you know who I am, Brother G? The property management is my dad, the developer is my uncle, and I am the president of the security office." "Yeah, time. Too arrogant."
Seeing him not working properly and dancing and rapping in the video, Ling Yun clenched his fists.
Seeing this, another security guard hurried over and said, "You said your wife is the owner of this place?
Then give her a call and ask her to tell us.
We all know the owners here, especially the women.
The women who can live in Tianlong Garden are either rich or beautiful. Their security guards rank the women by appearance when they have nothing to do.
Which female owner doesn't T know them? Okay, wait a minute."
Ling Yun quickly sent a message to Su Qingyan, and was glad that he had stopped a car to ask for WeChat the day before yesterday, otherwise he really wouldn't be able to enter the community today. But after waiting for a long time, no one replied to the message. Seeing the security guard's mocking look, Ling Yun simply made a video call.
At this time, Su Qingyan was in a meeting at Tianlong Group.
The huge conference room was quiet and serious. President Su was speaking, and no one else dared to make a sound.
Suddenly, a bell rang.
Everyone was stunned for a moment, their expressions gradually became very excited, and some people even trembled.
All the executives present knew that the female president of Tianlong Group was very demanding, ruthless, and ruthless.
Countless big bosses and executives had died at her hands. And her first order of business in meetings is that cell phones must be silenced. Now, someone's cell phone rang while President Su was giving a speech.
That guy has entered the countdown to unemployment. But unexpectedly, Su Qingyan rarely exploded and even glanced at the desktop. Ha!
Everyone then realized that it was Mr. Su's phone ringing. Everyone in the conference room suddenly looked strange, but no one dared to say a word.
Han Yun is Su Qingyan's special assistant. She always stands behind Su Qingyan during meetings.
She looks incredible when she sees this scene. President Su never adds strangers to her WeChat account, and no one dares to call her directly without her consent, especially during working hours.
Who is this guy with the online name carrying the burden and moving forward with lofty ambitions?
Su Qingyan's brows were furrowed, and a hint of doubt flashed in the depths of her beautiful eyes. The next moment, she hung up, deleted, and blocked the call.
Smooth and easy, just like a familiar route. Let's continue.
After doing all this, Su Qingyan directly handed the phone to Han Yun and spoke to the Tianlong Group executives as if nothing had happened.
Chapter 10. You are my grandpa. What the hell?
In front of the gate of Tianlong Garden, Ling Yun reacted and quickly reissued the video request.
Still fantasizing that the woman wouldn't press the wrong button?
But after seeing the notification on my phone, I suddenly felt terrible. The security guard nicknamed Brother Chicken also came over to take a look and burst into laughter on the spot.
The other party refused to accept your friend request?
When the other security guard saw it, his expression was also quite interesting. Seeing Ling Yun so angry that he couldn't move, he even felt like sympathizing with Ling Yun.
Didn't you say your wife? What happened? Did your wife block you? Are you divorced? Ha ha.
Brother G gloated and continued singing and dancing. Ling Yun no longer cared what he was mocking. After standing there like a stone man for a while, he suddenly remembered the phone number the old lady had left for him.
Call quickly.
Mr. Ling, please wait a moment, I will help you right away.
Song San Yang's reply was concise and to the point.
Fool, why don't you leave?
This is Tianlong Garden, not a mental hospital or a kindergarten. Your wife is not here. If you don't leave, I will teach you a lesson, oh yeah.
Brother G started singing rap again and drove Ling Yun away viciously. But the next moment, the security captain called him.
Ah, is there a Mr. Ling at the door, about to enter Tianlong Garden? Ah.
Yes, Captain.
Brother G responded, and when he looked at Ling Yun again, there was no longer a hint of ridicule in his eyes, but instead a hint of panic. Let him in quickly. He's Madame Su's relative. If he offends us, we'll all die. Ah. What? This. G was so frightened that he didn't know how to respond. Your sister. Relatives of Mrs. Su? Old Mrs. Su was the investor of Tianlong Garden. In the entire Yunqing, who doesn't know how powerful old lady Su is?
Not to mention firing him as a small security guard, even if a company is bankrupt, it only takes a word, and it will definitely not be delayed until the next day.
What? Mr. Ling left? No.
I'll invite him into the community right now, huh?
Brother G reacted quickly. After hanging up the phone and shuddering violently, he quickly put on a friendly smile, bent down to Ling Yun and asked, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Ling?"
His companions didn't know what the captain had said to him. When they saw Brother G's sudden expression, they frowned in confusion.
"Isn't Brother G learning rap live streaming recently? Why are you suddenly learning Sichuan opera face changing?" "That's right."
Ling Yun looked at Brother G coldly.
"Ha, uncle. Sorry, I didn't know you were here. Please come in quickly."
Brother G also does what he says. He just sang that the developer is his uncle, so Ling Yun is his uncle.
"What are you yelling about? Who is your uncle?"
Ling Yun scolded him harshly. Brother G didn't dare to refute at all, his head almost touching the ground, nodding and bowing hurriedly.
"Ah. That's right, you are not my uncle, you are my grandpa. I will open the door for you, dear grandpa. Please come in." Ling Yun suddenly.
Although he looked down on people like him, but seeing that this guy was so nice, he didn't bother with this grandson and walked straight into the community.
"Brother G, are you possessed by evil spirits?"
After Ling Yun went in, the colleague quickly approached Brother G and asked in a low voice.
"Hit your sister. That man might really be Mr. Su's husband." The captain just told me that he's a relative of old lady Sue. What? The security guard was indeed shocked for a moment. Old Mrs. Sue is so noble, she can be said to be a person at the top of the pyramid in Huacheng. How could she have such a low-level relative? It's unscientific. On the other side, after Su Qingyan finished her meeting, Han Yun hurried behind her to report, "Boss Su, the old lady just called you." Su Qingyan nodded, not connecting the video call with her grandmother at all, and called back directly. "Grandma, I just had a meeting. What's going on?" "Humph, what's the matter?" "Qingyan, are you very dissatisfied with Grandma?" "Grandma, what did you say?" Su Qingyan's brows suddenly furrowed. She knew very well that her grandmother had been strict with her since she was a child, and it was for her own good. Moreover, her grandmother valued her very much, so she handed the Tianlong group over to her to manage. Usually, the relationship between the two is very harmonious and they have deep affection. So her grandmother forced her to go on a blind date, and she even forced her to marry a man she had only met once on the condition of inheriting the Tianlong group, and she did it. Now, what does Grandma want to do? What are you asking Grandma about? If you don't want the husband Grandma introduced to you, just say so. How could you deliberately leave him at the gate of Tianlong Garden and even block him? This. Su Qingyan suddenly realized and remembered that the day before yesterday Ling Yan rushed to stop a car and desperately wanted her WeChat. It turns out that the idiot who just made a video call to her was that guy. Go back to Tianlong Garden now and explain things to them. But Grandma, I still have things to do. What's more important than having a baby? If you don't give birth to a big, fat white baby for my Su family within a year, you don't have to do anything else. It's meaningless. Grandmother. Go quickly. Don't even think about living back in the Su family villa until you get pregnant. The old lady is serious. Su Qingyan also hung up the phone with anger. Han Yun accidentally got close to her and was almost frostbitten by the icy breath emanating from her body. It's terrible. It's terrible. Who made President Su so angry? Yun, cancel all my remaining schedules for today. I want to leave the company now. Ah? Han Yun was shocked, but she still bravely asked, "Boss Su, we have other important matters on the agenda today." "What is it that you have?" "Don't mention it." Su Qingyan sighed and vented her grievances to her trusted assistant. "Grandma arranged a husband for me." "What? Husband?" Han Yun really seemed to be struck by lightning, and her mouth couldn't close for a long time. This is the headline news of the year in Flower City. The popular Mr. Su unexpectedly got married in a flash? Boss Su, who is he? To be favored by the old lady, he must be a great hero, right? Oh. Facing Han Yun's question, Su Qingyan instinctively sneered, "He's just a liar who's very good at pretending. And he's a top-notch one." Thinking of Ling Yun's previous performance, Su Qingyan could only define him this way. Otherwise, how could a stinky loser impress her grandmother? Fraud? Han Yun was shocked again and quickly reminded, "Are you here for your Su family's huge fortune?" Su Qingyan was unsure when this was mentioned, and frowned slightly. "He doesn't seem to know who I am, let alone how rich I am." "That's good, there's still time." As Su Qingyan's special assistant, Han Yun often gave Su Qingyan advice and immediately whispered something in her ear. After hearing this, Su Qingyan looked surprised. "You want me to pretend to be poor?" "Yes." Han Yun said with a hint of pride. "Aren't scammers after money? As long as you have no money and a bad temper, he will definitely get fed up with you sooner or later and take the initiative to divorce you." Su Qingyan thought it made sense, and this was the ending she wanted. The problem is, how can she, a young lady who was born with a silver spoon in her mouth, pretend to be poor? Chapter 11, Wealth Limits Imagination. Boss Su, I hope you can listen to me on this matter. Although Han Yun is Su Qingyan's subordinate, she has been her good friend for 3 years. After learning more about it, he offered a suggestion. Just say that the Maserati he saw earlier was rented. Or borrowed, and now he's returned it. Su Qingyan frowned. "So I can only drive a BMW or Audi in front of him from now on?" Han Yun. She thought she had a good idea just now, but in the blink of an eye she felt that she had come up with a bad idea. It's really difficult for the eldest daughter of the Su family to pretend to be poor. "I can't even drive an Audi, a Civic will be enough. Also, the clothes you're wearing cost around $100,000, so you'll need to change them when you get back. Those LV bags worth hundreds of thousands of yuan, those expensive jewelry worth millions or even tens of millions, can't be used or worn in front of him."
Han Yun listed various important matters in one breath.
Su Qingyan's head hurt after hearing this. This price is too high. So from now on, when I'm around him, I can only use bags worth a few thousand yuan? Wear clothes worth a few thousand yuan? And can only drive a car worth hundreds of thousands of yuan? Han Yun again. After a while, she excitedly said, Boss Su, please be serious. Bags worth thousands of dollars, clothes worth thousands of dollars, is this what you call pretending to be poor? Su Qingyan couldn't help but get excited. Isn't this poor enough? I think no matter how poor it is, it can only be this poor, right? Really, Longwei is about to become the world's #1 economy, so why are there still so many poor people? In fact, Han Yun didn't think as deeply as she did. Too much is as bad as too little. If you pretend too much, it will be too fake. As long as the man is not mentally retarded, he will see through it at a glance, right?
Han Yun was so anxious that she kept shaking her head, thinking that she had come up with the worst idea ever. Being rich has long limited Mr. Su's imagination. How could he come up with such a stupid idea as to ask Mr. Su, who has a net worth of hundreds of billions, to pretend to be poor? Forget it, Mr. Su, please do as you please. Just pretend I didn't say anything. As usual, Han Yun called a driver for Su Qingyan and took her back to Tianlong Garden. Su Qingyan, who said she would pretend to be poor, is still sitting in the Bentley. Her beauty is as cold as ice. She really couldn't understand why her grandmother would fall for that man and force her to have a child with him. Anyway, no matter what Grandma's plan is, it's doomed to fail. No matter what, she would not let the man touch her. Not only that, she also wants to force the man to leave in the shortest possible time. At this moment, she suddenly glanced at the rearview mirror and hurriedly ordered, "Stop the car." When Xiao Wang heard the command, he parked the car safely on the roadside within 3 seconds like an intelligent robot. He has been Su Qingyan's driver for 3 years and is quite familiar with Mr. Su, but he doesn't understand why Mr. Su parked in such a place. He secretly looked at Su Qingyan and was surprised to find that President Su seemed to be secretly looking at a man in a drinking water store. Not only that, President Su's red lips rarely curled up in a conspiratorial arc. No way? Mr. Su likes this type? That man turns out to be the water delivery worker here. Su Qingyan stared at Ling Yun, who was carrying water, and a ruthless cold light flashed in the depths of her beautiful eyes. Dare you trick me into marrying you? Just look at how I tease you. Ling Yun, who was moving things in the store, did not notice his wife passing by outside. He worked hard, his mind full of thoughts on how to make money for the wedding banquet and how to pay back Su Qingyan 500,000. Not long after, the boss suddenly ordered him, Ling Yun, immediately deliver these 12 buckets of water to the 17th floor of Tianlong Garden. Ling Yun couldn't help but be stunned. 12 barrels? That many? Very few customers want 12 buckets of water at once. There is no water outage notice, so who will buy drinking water to take a shower? They said, everything must be delivered to 1701 within 30 minutes. If you can do it, you'll get a tip. If you can't, I'll fire you. The boss suddenly said something harsh. Ling Yun was suddenly puzzled. Because he is an illegal immigrant, it is difficult for him to find a job, so he has been working as a laborer here and is very familiar with the boss. Although this boss is usually a bit stingy, he is still nice to him. Today is the first time he has threatened to fire him. What is going on? Okay, I'll send it over right away. Ling Yun was quite excited. After all, he was in a hurry to make money. He hurriedly put 12 buckets of water on a cart and pushed it out without even using an electric cart. The water store is about 1 kilometer away from Tianlong Garden. He had just entered Tianlong Garden, but couldn't find the bridal chamber because the key Su Qingyan gave him had Bohemia Building written on it, but didn't tell him the floor. At first, Ling Yun thought that Zijing was a single-family villa, but after entering, he found that it had more than 20 floors. How could he find it? Moreover, Ling Yun went to Tianlong Garden to discuss terms with Su Qingyan. She was probably at work at this time, so he went out to work first and planned to find Su Qingyan in the evening. When he came to the door again, Brother Ji smiled flatteringly when he saw him. Hey, Grandpa, why did you bring so many buckets of water at once? Are you using it for a bath? No, this is my job. I deliver water. Please open the door for me. Okay. Brother Ji opened the door with a smile and invited Ling Yun into the community. A colleague next to him asked in confusion, Brother Ji, why do you have to be so nice to this guy? He's just a laborer, after all. Go. You don't know, he might be Miss Su's man. Brother G whispered in his colleague's ear.
How is this possible? Miss Sue would be interested in such a lowly laborer? Is she just greedy for his physical strength? Anything is possible. Your vision is not as good as mine.
Online novels are all written like this: either the domineering CEO falls in love with Cinderella, or the cold female CEO marries a migrant worker.
This is normal.
My colleague was speechless. Brother G, you've been playing TikTok too much, you must be crazy.
Brother G also snorted, full of confidence. Want to bet?
If you don't believe me, just wait for a slap in the face.
Who would have thought that just as he finished speaking, the security office called? After answering the phone, Brother G was dumbfounded.
It turned out that Miss Sue asked the security captain to instruct him to stop the elevator of the Bohemia building so that the water delivery person could not get up.
Brother G, do you still want to make a bet? My colleague immediately laughed. Would a wife deliberately embarrass her husband like this? How cold-blooded and heartless that would be.
Brother G also thinks it's impossible.
Who is the wife that Ling Yun mentioned this morning?
At this time, Ling Yun was already sweating all over when he arrived at the Bohemia building.
When he saw the elevator, he was completely dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? Temporary suspension of service?
Ling Yun pressed the button without giving up, then slapped the wall in frustration.
Looking at the time, only 10 minutes had passed.
If the elevator hadn't broken down, he could have delivered the water within 30 minutes.
But what should I do now?
At this moment, the cell phone suddenly rang.
Ling Yun, did you deliver it? Boss, this elevator is stopped, there's nothing I can do. No way? I don't care. If you can't deliver it, just get your salary and leave.
The boss values money like his life. A customer said that if he can deliver the goods on time, he will give him a tip of 10,000 yuan, otherwise he will never patronize his shop again. The most important thing is that he can't afford to offend that big client.
Hey, boss, listen to me. Beep.
Ling Yun listened to the disconnected sound and his face turned red with anger.
That guy should give up, right?
Brother G and others stared at the surveillance screen to watch the fun.
How did this water delivery worker offend Miss Sue? Miss Sue is too cruel.
Who would have thought that the next moment, Ling Yun didn't say a word, picked up 4 buckets of water at once and rushed to the stairs.
Damn! The security guards were stunned. Brother, this is a delivery to the 17th floor.
If it were them, they wouldn't be able to carry 4 buckets of water at the same time, let alone go to the 17th floor.
Is this water delivery worker trying to kill himself? Chapter 12, Cold-Blooded Wife, Bleeding Husband. They don't know that Ling Yun has no choice. Who would risk their life if they don't have a heavy burden on their shoulders?
If I lose this job, not only will I have to worry about getting married and paying off my debts, I won't even have a source of income. A penny can kill a hero, so he can only grit his teeth and fight. 6 years of hard training in the north came in handy at this moment.
20 minutes later. On the 17th floor, Su Qingyan looked at herself in the mirror with a hint of satisfaction.
She agreed with Han Yun to pretend to be poor. Before coming back, she took off all her expensive jewelry, changed into a set of casual home clothes, and took the time to do a facial mask. Black hot pants, white tank top, even cheap civilian clothes, still look great on her. Revealing the charming collarbone and outlining the slender waist, the sculpture-like curves are fascinating. If a man is dressed like this, he won't be able to tell that he is rich, right?
Su Qingyan smiled slightly with satisfaction. There is still no movement outside the door, so that stinky coolie must be desperate, right? Bang, bang, bang.
The sudden knock on the door startled her. As the female president of Tianlong Group, she was actually frightened by the rough knock on the door, which made her a little angry.
Who wouldn't ring the doorbell and knock on the door like this?
The knocks on the door grew louder, and she decided to open it without even having time to put on her coat.
When I opened the door, I was stunned. What's going on? Is this man a beast? He actually carried 12 buckets of water up to the 17th floor? It's you?
Outside the door, Ling Yun was also quite surprised. His tiger eyes widened as he looked at the tall, graceful woman in front of him.
His physical condition has always been much worse than before.
This time he carried 12 buckets of water up and ran back and forth 3 times.
My physical strength declined during the last round, and because I ran too fast, I accidentally fell at the stairs.
My knees and palms are still bleeding.
He was quite annoyed and wanted to know who wanted the 12 buckets of water. Are you so anxious that you have to have it delivered within 30 minutes? Who would have thought that when he opened the door, the person inside was his legal wife? He worked so hard to make money just to have a wedding banquet with her and to pay her back, but she deliberately spent money to trick him like this? The anger in my heart suddenly exploded with a bang. What do you want to do?
The dignified female president of Tianlong subconsciously stepped back when she saw Ling Yun's angry eyes.
What do I want to do? What do you want to do? Why are you bullying me like this?
Ling Yun roared, stepped closer and stepped into the house. He was bleeding, his eyes were bloodshot, and the murderous aura all over his body was not something that ordinary people could bear.
But Su Qingyan is not an ordinary person. Coming back to her senses, she also exuded a cold aura and sneered, I bullied you? You deserve it. It's also your honor. High and mighty, cold and ruthless.
Ling Yun was so angry that he gasped for breath and seemed to be losing control at any moment.
Have you forgotten?
I told you when we got the marriage certificate that you will definitely regret it.
Do you really think marrying me is a good thing? Get ready to cry. Su Qingyan was confident and righteous.
She deliberately put on this attitude so that the man would give up and not have any room for imagination.
You've gone too far.
Ling Yun suddenly pounced on him like a tiger pouncing on its prey.
Su Qingyan was startled and fell backwards quickly. This man is so bold. Boom!
The most beautiful, rich and beautiful girl in Flower City was pinned against the wall by a water delivery worker. Fortunately, there were no audiences watching this scene, otherwise it would definitely shock everyone.
What do you want to do?
Su Qingyan was like a helpless little rabbit, staring at the ferocious beast in front of her with her beautiful eyes wide open. Her extremely strong cold aura failed at this moment and was completely ineffective against this man. The water from her facial mask had not yet dried up, and it dripped down her oval face, slowly sliding across her towering and tender career line.
How tempting it could be.
If this man loses control and does something to her, she will be helpless.
Especially since he is her legal husband. What do I want to do? How dare you ask me what I want to do?
Ling Yun, however, had no time to admire her perfect figure.
He was furious and roared to the sky. Are you sick, rich woman? Don't you know how hard it is for others to earn money? Don't you know how difficult it is for others to live? Do you think that just because you have money, you can have fun at the expense of others suffering? This. Su Qingyan really wanted to refute. It only takes a few buckets of water, and you think I'm a rich woman? But before she could speak, Ling Yun interrupted again, even if you don't know, that's no reason for you to tease others. Does it feel good to trample on me with money? Does it feel good to watch me fight and bleed to keep my job? Will you be happy if you kill me?
A series of rhetorical questions, like a bead curtain of cannonballs, left Su Qingyan with no power to fight back. This is the coercive technique she is best at in negotiations. Unexpectedly, the man now used this trick to suppress her. It's not that her eloquence and wisdom are not as good as Ling Yun's, it's that the other party has occupied the moral high ground. It took her a while to come to her senses and she tried to push the man away. When her delicate hand touched his chest, it felt like an electric shock.
Why is it so strong? I can't push it at all. Bang, she bounced back against the wall. How could I have known you were so stupid?
I thought you'd give up, but you foolishly carried all 12 buckets of water.
Can you blame me for that? She's not lying either.
Even if she didn't tell him which floor the bridal chamber was on, this idiot would have known with just a little asking. Who would have thought that he didn't know she lived here, and still insisted on completing the task? He was lucky that he didn't die from the fall. Seeing that she was still so cold-blooded and ruthless, Ling Yun could no longer tolerate it and grabbed her and pulled her. Unexpectedly, he failed to control his strength well, and one of the shoulder straps of Su Qingyan's camisole broke, causing half of her vest to slip off.
Wow, that beautiful scene is more charming than heaven and more captivating than the devil.
Ling Yun was stunned for a moment, his blood vessels expanded vigorously, and a heat wave rushed up.
The huge gap in strength left Su Qingyan with no power to resist.
Her delicate body was pulled over and pressed tightly against the man's arms. Their eyes met, their lips almost touching. The temperature rises suddenly. The fair, rich, and beautiful woman's soft body, charming body fragrance, and soft chest. Not to mention the steel straight men, even the diamond straight men would be melted by her. The air suddenly became quiet.
The scene was awkward and charming. Have you seen enough?
After a while, Su Qingyan asked coldly, her face turned from panic to red, but she did not panic like an ordinary woman.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean it.
Ling Yan quickly apologized, his face instantly turning from angry to red.
Of course Su Qingyan knew that he didn't mean it.
The man who dared to take advantage of her deliberately had not been born yet. Fortunately, at this moment, the owner of the water shop suddenly called. Su Qingyan then snorted coldly and kicked him away fiercely, not caring whether he bleeds or dies.
Lang Ling tidied up her messy hair and put on a coat before answering the phone. Well, the water is delivered, I'll give you the tip. Thank you, miss. Need not.
After briefly replying to the boss, Su Qingyan looked at the fool in front of her, sweating blood, and finally felt pity. I'll give you 100% more tip, and then reward the employee who brought you the water. After a pause, he stared at Ling Yan intently, seemingly praising him but actually criticizing him. It's hard to find such hard-working employees. If one of them dies one day, they'll be gone.
Yes, thank you, boss.
As long as the water shop owner has money, he can be flattered in various ways.
Su Qingyan hung up the call directly and transferred 20,000 yuan to the other party. It's just such a small amount of money, earned with blood and sweat. This man shouldn't think she is rich, right? Ding dong.
The owner of the water shop was a good person and transferred 10,000 yuan to Ling Yun in no time. Seeing so much money, Ling Yun was extremely shocked.
This woman surnamed Su is not completely cold-blooded, right? Who is she?
I just casually lent him 500,000 yuan, and now I just casually gave him another 10,000 yuan tip. This woman is such a rich guy. But this arrogant woman's way of giving a slap and then giving a candy is really too bullying.
Chapter 13, this woman actually has some warmth. Hey, where are you going?
Seeing Su Qingyan turning around to leave, Ling Yan quickly called out to her.
He came here to take her back for the wedding, how could he let her go so easily?
Su Qingyan turned around coldly, her eyes looking up, and she didn't intend to answer his question.
Instead, she raised 3 jade fingers. 3 things. First, there's a medical kit in this house. You can get some medicine to treat your wounds. As for where it is, you can find it yourself.
Secondly, the smell of your blood and sweat is so strong, you're responsible for cleaning it up. Oh, and by the way, you can use those 12 buckets of water outside to shower or wash the floor if you don't mind, it's up to you. Third, since this house was arranged by my grandmother as our wedding house, you can live here as you please.
But if you dare to reveal our identities, I will kill you.
That fierce look and that cold attitude made Ling Yan quite disgusted. How could I have thought of bringing this woman to prove myself in front of Shin Huaji? She is 100 times more cold-blooded and ruthless than Shin Huaji.
Bang!
Just as Su Qingyan was about to walk out the door, Ling Yan grabbed her wrist again.
What a courage! Coming again?
Su Qingyan was slightly startled, then she bit her teeth lightly. Let go, or don't blame me for being rude.
You are my legal wife, so what if I hold my wife's hand?
Ling Yun was not afraid of her at all.
This surprised Su Qingyan. Ordinary people would tremble when they felt her aura. Who would dare to be so rude to her? Who is this man? Is it because he succeeded in pretending to be poor that he is so unscrupulous?
Listen to me, first of all, I want to thank you for your 10,000 reward.
Oh. When Su Qingyan heard this, she couldn't help laughing. What a man who lives off his wife. He accepts money from his wife as a thank you and still has to act so domineering? Secondly, I'll be living here in the future. You have no say in why, but I'll give you 3,000 yuan a month as rent. And I'll definitely find a way to pay you back the 500,000 yuan I owe you within a year. 3,000 in rent is the housing price level in Flower City.
He knew that Su Qingyan would never go home with him to live, so he had to move out, otherwise the marriage would soon be exposed in front of his mother. He actually regretted getting married in such a hurry. In order to make one lie come true, he had to prepare 1,000 lies. But now, he is in a difficult situation.
Su Qingyan scoffed at his words. Are you really that concerned about your reputation, you coolie? Whatever you think, I mean it.
Ling Yun did not argue with her and said firmly. This made Su Qingyan look at him with a higher opinion, and she felt that this stinky coolie still had some backbone. Third, and most importantly, since you've gotten married to me, whether you're just trying to please your grandmother or have other ulterior motives, I only have one condition.
What conditions?
Su Qingyan asked subconsciously, only to find that this man didn't seem to be able to cope with it as she had imagined.
Come back with me to prepare for the wedding.
Ling Yan's eyes were calm and serious.
Phew.
However, Su Qingyan smiled unkindly, with a hint of ridicule in her eyes, thinking that this man was really overestimating his own abilities.
Why are you laughing?
Ling Yun was a little angry.
You really don't know who I am? Do you think I might go back with you to have a wedding banquet? Su Qingyan asked with a smile.
Ling Yun shook his head. Anyway, we are just acting.
You have your purpose, I have mine. We each get what we need. There is no need to investigate so thoroughly, right?
No wonder.
Su Qingyan suddenly felt a little frustrated.
She thought she was very famous, but she didn't expect to meet someone who didn't know her and dared to be so rude to her.
Okay, I've heard what you said. Su Qingyan turned around and left.
This is her habit. Listening to reports from subordinates is one thing, and agreeing or not is another. But this time, she couldn't leave without a clear answer. Ling Yun still held her wrist tightly.
Miss Su, you haven't replied to me yet.
Ling Yun's serious look really made Su Qingyan a little impatient, and she shook his hand away forcefully.
Don't dream. I won't go back with you to have a banquet. Don't you think we're trying to trick you? Would I be so stupid as to go meet your relatives?
These words hit Ling Yun's pain points.
Yeah, why am I so stupid?
Knowing that this was a scam, he still fell into it without hesitation, and even told Shin Huaji with confidence that he had already married.
Who gave me the courage? Su Qingyan finally slammed the door and left. It was so cold.
Ling Yun sighed and leaned against the wall a little weakly. At this time, the cell phone rang.
Hello, Mom? Ling Yun, have you discussed it with Qingyan? When will we return to Yunlu village for the wedding banquet?
Mom, that woman, she. Ling Yun hesitated. Outside, Su Qingyan was about to leave, but suddenly she heard her cell phone ringing and subconsciously stopped. She just happened to hear this idiot talking on the phone through the door.
Ling Yun.
Hurry up and tell me, your sister and I have already prepared the invitations and are ready to send them out anytime.
Hearing her mother's happy and anxious voice, Ling Yun finally couldn't hold back the tears she had been holding back yesterday.
Men don't shed tears easily, but they do when they are sad. My mother's health was getting worse day by day. Her only wish was to see him get married, but he couldn't even bring his wife home.
Mom, Qingyan is a little busy recently.
I'll discuss it with her and reply to you as soon as possible. Ling Yun could only use the tactic of procrastination and hung up directly after replying. I'm afraid that if I'm even half a second late, my marriage will be exposed. Then, he walked to the balcony and looked up at the sky with melancholy.
I am in a dilemma. What should I do now? If Su Qingyan refused to hold a wedding banquet, how would he face his family's eager expectations? And how could he stand up to Shin Huaji? When the villagers find out, they will surely laugh at me without hesitation, right? Hey, you don't want to soar into the sky, do you?
After an unknown amount of time, a cold voice suddenly came from behind. Ling Yun looked back with a surprised expression.
The cold-blooded woman actually came back again. You're still bleeding.
I'm afraid you'll bleed to death in my house.
It's so smelly. Su Qingyan spoke coldly and cruelly, but kindly handed over a medicine box. Seeing that Ling Yun didn't answer, she looked impatient. What? You still want me to bandage you? If not, I'll throw it away. Thanks.
Ling Yun was a little flattered. Although this woman had a sharp tongue, she was not as cold-blooded and ruthless as he had imagined. In fact, if you think about it, if she didn't have a kind and compassionate heart, how could she casually lend him 500,000 yuan to save her mother? Seeing that he looked like he had been crying, Su Qingyan couldn't help but look down on him.
Really? What's the point of crying here if you can't get your wife to come home?
With just one sentence, Ling Yun was so angry that he wanted to stamp his feet.
Is this woman a pervert? Either you slap someone and then give them a candy, or you give them a candy and then slap them again. Isn't that fun?
At this moment, it was Su Qingyan's turn to have her phone ring.
Han Yun, is there something wrong? Su Qingyan answered the call while walking. Boss Su, I'm sorry. There's something I didn't do well.
Han Yun's tone was very anxious, because something big had just happened.
Chapter 14, Can you do it? Thin dog.
Fuxing Company has always owed Tianlong Group a huge balance, but the company recently declared bankruptcy, turning this amount of money into a bad debt. But Han Yun found out that Liang Dongqi, the son of the boss of Fuxing Company, had a net worth of over 1 billion and also opened a Dongxing enterprise. The Liang family made their fortune by relying on such rogue tactics as defaulting on debts and transferring assets. She had just ordered Tianlong Legal to collect the debt, but not only did she fail, she was also severely humiliated by Liang Dongqi. The other party even threatened that anyone who dared to ask him for money would have their entire family killed. Has the lawyer's letter been sent? After listening to this, Su Qingyan asked directly. I have, but the law can't do anything to this kind of professional deadbeat. Even if we successfully sue him and put his father in jail, he will never pay back the money. Han Yun was a little helpless. I've investigated Liang Dongqi, and he's basically connected to the Huaqing debt collection gang. Even if we pay someone to collect the debt, I'm afraid it won't work. I just don't believe that there's no way to deal with this shameless deadbeat. Su Qingyan was also a little overwhelmed by what she heard, and her snow-white face turned slightly red. How much is this money? Ling Yan suddenly appeared and spoke. Su Qingyan turned around and looked at him in surprise. After a while, she sneered, What? You're not going to say you're going to help me get it back, are you? Ling Yan nodded and asked again. I said, how much is it in total? Seeing his serious expression, Su Qingyan suddenly thought of something and smiled mysteriously. 118 million. If this money cannot be recovered, the funding for our branch's next project may be in trouble. I'll help you with that. Ling Yan said directly. You? Su Qingyan recalled the enthusiasm with which this guy had pursued her for her WeChat ID. She feared that even debt collectors wouldn't be as persistent as him. Perhaps it would actually work. However, she was deliberately provoking him. How can you, a laborer like you, do this? Her demeanor is very similar to the heroine in the popular meme Thin Dog. Can you do it? The provocation effect is doubled. Don't underestimate me. If I recover the money for you, you should be able to get a promotion and a raise, right? Ling Yan asked seriously, which made Su Qingyan laugh. This idiot really thought she was a working-class person? Although the housing prices in Tianlong Garden are expensive, most corporate executives can afford it. It is normal that he doesn't know that she is the eldest daughter of the Su family with a net worth of tens of billions. It also proves that her pretending to be poor is still useful. Okay, if you can get it back, I'll give you a 20% commission. Su Qingyan was also unambiguous. 20%, that's more than 20 million. However, the debt cannot be recovered, so no matter how much it is just a meaningless number, and a reward of 20 million is deserved. I don't want commission, I want you. Ling Yan's words made Su Qingyan feel like she was being electrocuted. This idiot, is he overthinking it again? 20 million can be exchanged for her Su Qingyan? What are you thinking? If I get the money back for you, you will come back with me to have a wedding banquet. Ling Yan's eyes were burning as he spoke loudly. Phew. Seeing his unaware yet serious look, Su Qingyan couldn't help laughing again. Are you going to agree or not? Ling Yun was a little angry and approached her. Su Qingyan finally stopped smiling and couldn't help but feel a little curious. Are you wanting to marry me just because you want my body, or do you have some other purpose? Who cares about your body? Ling Yun's straightforward answer made Su Qingyan clench her fist lightly. Countless men dream of kissing her, and some even say that they are willing to give their lives and everything for it. However, this man was dismissive. How could she not be angry? Okay. Wait. Sooner or later, I will expose your true colors. I just hope you can come back with me, marry me, slap my ex-girlfriend in the face, and deal with my family. Don't let them down. Just have a simple fake wedding banquet. Ling Yun also told the truth, his eyes twinkling. Oh, that's interesting. Now you're not afraid that I'm a professional marriage scammer? Su Qingyan suddenly became interested and deliberately teased him back. As long as I can fulfill my mother's wish and prevent Shen Huaji from looking down on me, I'll cheat. Even if you cut my kidney after the deed is done, I'll accept it. Ling Yun replied through gritted teeth. Su Qingyan couldn't help laughing again. Teasing this fool actually made her experience an unprecedented pleasure. Okay, then it depends on whether you can fight hard enough. Just work hard and try to get a chance to be chopped in the waist by me. But if you fail, get out of here. Stop pestering me with your wishful thinking. Su Qingyan just wanted to find a reason to kick him out, so she deliberately provoked him just now. Okay, deal. Ling Yan gritted his teeth and agreed, and the bet was established. Su Qingyan curled her red lips slightly and left with satisfaction, thinking that it was too easy to get rid of this stupid man. Left alone, Ling Yan stared at the address he searched on his mobile phone, feeling a little worried.
Dongxing, Liang Dongqi.
In order to bring that woman home to get married, Haikao boasted all the time, and now he feels melancholy. He couldn't even find out what Liang Dongqi looked like, so how could he help that woman collect the debt?
Forget it, ask my best friend for help. Hey, Chen Pingon, are you free tonight? I have something to ask you. Barbecue and beer, it's on me. Okay, where's the money? AA, 8 p.m. Chen Pingon didn't want to take advantage of him either.
It was because he knew that Ling Yun was one of the few extremely poor people in Huacheng who was even poorer than him.
Okay, see you then.
Ling Yun hung up the phone, took some time to treat the wound he had just fallen, and hurried to the appointment without even eating dinner. Chen Pingon is from the same village as Chen Yuding, and they were classmates from Ling Yun Primary School to Junior High School. After returning from the front line, Ling Yun became his best friend and they often drank and ate skewers together in the evening.
Chen Pingon is a trainee auxiliary police officer. Although he has not yet been appointed to the official post, he has access to some systems.
Most importantly, he has lived in Huacheng for a long time, so his network of contacts and knowledge are definitely more extensive than Ling Yun's.
Ling Yun, why did I hear some people in Yunlu village say that you and Shin Huaji are getting married, but the bride and groom aren't each other? What the hell are you guys up to?
As soon as Chen Pingon sat down, he spoke excitedly.
How could he not be strange?
Last week Ling Yun and Shin Huaji were a couple, but a week later, they each got married separately.
Is this a joke?
Ling Yun sighed and briefly explained the situation to his best friend.
After hearing this, Chen Pingon became even more excited and shouted, "What? Paying a huge sum of money to have a child? Are you crazy? You believe this kind of idiotic trick?"
The sound was so loud that it attracted the attention of the surrounding diners.
Many people pointed at Ling Yun and even laughed at him. There are indeed too many fools, not enough liars. Don't be so excited.
Ling Yun quickly pulled him down and whispered, "This scheme of paying a large sum of money to have a child is different from those on the internet.
I think there's a real chance, and that woman looks like she'd bring disaster to the country and the people." Really? How much harm has it done to the country and the people? Do you have any photos? I'll help you identify them.
Chen Pingon also became interested all of a sudden. It's normal for a man to have trouble with beautiful women.
Which man wouldn't he be tempted by the good thing of having both money and beauty?
Ling Yun said, "I don't have any photos."
Damn it. Without pictures, there's no truth.
I'm afraid you'll be fooled and end up getting screwed, brother.
Chen Pingon patted Ling Yun's shoulder vigorously. She lent me 500,000 yuan so my mother could have the surgery.
If she can still cooperate with me in getting married and fulfilling my mother's dream, I'll accept it even if I get my kidneys choked. Ling Yun said through gritted teeth.
500,000?
Chen Pingon's eyes widened immediately, and after thinking about it, he nodded. That's right, even if the kidneys are cut in the end, the market value is only about 500,000, so this wave is not a loss at all.
So I asked you to come here to help me.
Only then did Ling Yun tell Su Qingyan about the agreement he had made with her.
What? Chasing Liang Dongqi for debt? Are you crazy? Are you really going to risk your life for that woman?
Chen Pingon was shocked again.
Chapter 15. Who would risk their life if they don't have a heavy burden? You really don't know who Liang Dongqi is? He's the #1 boss in the gray area of Huacheng.
He's surrounded by a bunch of desperate criminals, and he has a thug named Zhou Yitsong, who's famous for his murderous tactics in this area. He once single-handedly took down 21 thugs armed with weapons, earning him the nickname, the Ghost-Seeing Man. You're doomed to never return if you go to collect the debt. Chen Pingon was too excited and ignored the gazes of passers-by. He grabbed Ling Yun and tried to persuade him loudly.
I don't care. Even if I get hacked to death. Even if I get chopped into pieces. I'm going to go. I have no way out. Do you understand?
Ling Yun's expression became even more agitated, and he grabbed him and said, I promised my mother in Shaoyan that I would bring her home for the wedding banquet. Now my family has even prepared the invitations, and many relatives and friends know about it. If that woman doesn't come back with me, and the marriage is exposed, my mother will definitely collapse from the blow.
Do you understand? This. Chen Pingon also understood Ling Yun's situation and even felt the same way. He could only sigh helplessly. Alright then, I'm an auxiliary police officer after all.
I'll take you to Liang Dongqi tomorrow.
Damn it, debts must be paid back, that's only natural. Don't be afraid of him. What he said sounded very righteous and passionate.
But the next morning, when the two arrived at the gate of Dongxing, Chen Pingan trembled and pulled Ling Yun to persuade him.
Ling Yun, would you like to reconsider? You don't have to hire someone to act in your play, you don't have to hire that woman. You can find another girl. It's better to spend money than to lose your life, right? Ling Yun didn't listen at all. He and Su Qingyan's marriage certificate has been shown to his mother, so is it possible to change actors at the last minute?
But he also understood why Chen Pingan suddenly changed his mind.
Dongxing is a gray organization under the name of a company.
Not only is there someone guarding the door, but the people coming in and out are all scoundrel-looking tattooed men.
How can this be a legitimate business? Chen Pingan had no choice. He and Ling Yun were like brothers. Now he could only bite the bullet and sacrifice his life for the gentleman. The two of them were waiting in front of the gate, waiting for Liang Dongqi. Hey, why did a beautiful girl come in?
Across the street, the two of them were staring outside and feeling a little bored. Suddenly, they saw a slim girl, and Chen Pingan's eyes lit up. The girl looks very innocent, but her clothes are very seductive. The tight shorts show off her charming curves, and her hands and feet are white, slender, and tender. Ling Yun also saw the girl and felt strange. She didn't look like someone who came here to work at her age.
What was she doing in Dongxing building? Moreover, she has people protecting her in front and behind.
Not long after the girl entered, Chen Pingan suddenly excitedly pulled Ling Yun and lowered his voice. Look, Liang Dongqi. Ling Yun quickly looked over and saw a middle-aged man with stubble and a strong build.
He was wearing formal clothes, with 2 buttons of his shirt unbuttoned, revealing his hairy chest.
There was a hint of ferocity in his eyes, and he exuded a gangster-like aura. You could tell at first glance that he was not a good person.
No wonder that woman Su Qingyan couldn't do anything to him. This kind of person is good at both right and wrong.
As long as the law doesn't kill him, he will be invincible.
Let's go. Ling Yun took a step forward.
Chen Pingan quickly grabbed him, his whole body trembling. Ling Yun, why don't you think about it again? Even if you are not afraid of death, think about your family. If you die, they will collapse too. These words really hit Ling Yun's soft spot. But Ling Yun still closed his eyes, sighed, and looked determined. At this moment, there was a sudden loud noise in front of the Dongxing gate.
Damn it! Mr. Liang, give me back my money.
It turned out that other people came to Liang Dongqi to collect debts. No matter how aggressive they were, Liang Dongqi remained unmoved.
If the money can't be collected, both parties will resort to violence.
But before they could touch Liang Dongqi, a man with extraordinary skills jumped out and beat them so hard that they fell to the ground with blood all over their heads.
It is Dongxing's #1 thug, Zhou Yitsong. Click. Zhou Yitsong broke these men's arms one by one.
There was a scream at the scene, and the passers-by around were scared pale and fled in all directions.
Too cruel. How cruel. Bang.
Liang Dongqi then took advantage of the situation and stepped on the other person's wound, crushing it hard.
Ah.
Listening to the other party's heart-wrenching wails, he grinned mercilessly and slowly took out a cigarette from his pocket.
Zhou Yitsong quickly lit it for him.
Liang Dongqi took a slow puff and blew a smoke ring towards the poor ghost on the ground.
Don't bully an honest person. You were the ones who blocked my way and asked for money. I was just acting in self-defense. You're not going to send me another lawyer's letter, are you? Ha ha.
Chen Pingan was completely stunned, his whole body trembling.
As the saying goes, hooligans are not scary. What is scary is hooligans with culture. It's lawless. Ling Yun also clenched his fists and fell into deep thought. Seeing is believing, Liang Dongqi is even more ruthless than the legend. If I go to collect the debt directly, I'm afraid that it will be the same as these people and it will hardly be effective. What to do? At the same time, Tianlong Group. Su Qingyan was handling something in the president's office when someone suddenly broke in. Who is so bold?
Su Qingyan's eyebrows were raised, and her beautiful face exuded ruthless coldness.
But when he saw the old lady coming in with a stern face, he quickly stood up. Grandma, why are you here?
Ever since she took over as the president of Tianlong Group 3 years ago, the old lady almost never asked about the affairs of the group, big or small, because she believed that her granddaughter could definitely handle it. Today, it was the first time I broke into her office.
Qingyan, did you send someone to Dongxing to collect the debt?
The old lady, supported by Song Sanyang, came in and asked.
Having experienced countless storms, she was a little anxious and even uneasy at this moment. The Su family had killed Ling Wuchen back then, and now they must not kill his descendants. What about this? Su Qingyan sat down again, a little nonchalantly. Sun Shaokong volunteered for the 20 million commission. She never does things in a rigid way and will not try to do anything by herself. Not only was Ling Yun promised a commission of 20 million yesterday, but Han Yun was also asked to issue an announcement in the group. Anyway, she didn't believe that Ling Yun could succeed at all. In order to get commission, Sun Shaokong is the person in charge of the 118 million bad debt project. Regardless of public or private reasons, he has to help the company solve this bad debt. Why would I care about Sun Shaokong? The old lady's excited question made Su Qingyan stunned again. Looking at the angry grandma, I actually had a bad feeling. Did you deliberately let Ling Yun go to ask for this money? Grandma, this is an agreement between him and me, don't worry about it. Su Qingyan also became excited. He insisted that I go back and hold a wedding with him. Fine. Then I will give him a chance. But if he fails, get out. Don't force me to marry him anymore. The old lady clutched her chest and leaned hard on her cane. Don't you know how brutal Liang Dongqi is? He's the boss of the underground, his actions are half black and half white, and he's been implicated in several deaths. Several of his men are even in jail. If Ling Yun dies, are you prepared to be a widow for the rest of your life? Grandmother. Su Qingyan was angry and anxious. Why was Grandma so unreasonable? She doesn't look like she's joking. Let me tell you, the Su family's ancestral precepts say a Su woman will never marry again. Ling Yun is dying, so you will be a widow for the rest of your life. The old lady warned her granddaughter with an excited look and then left angrily. Hateful. Su Qingyan was so angry that she threw the thing in her hand onto the table, feeling upset. I really don't know what kind of magic potion Ling Yun fed to Grandma. For the benefit of the family, her grandmother forced her to marry the eldest son of a prominent family. Even if she was unwilling, at least she could understand it. But what right does that poor fool have? Even though she had to subtract 20 from her IQ to be barely defined as smart, she still couldn't figure it out. Chapter 16, Su Qingyan doesn't want to be a widow. At this time, in front of the Dongxing Gate. The debt collector has been dragged away, but the bloodstains on the ground are still shocking. Qin Pingon held Ling Yun tightly. Brother. Don't be impulsive. Marrying a wife is important, but your life is more important. Ling Yun didn't know whether he heard it or not. He just stood there motionless, not knowing what he was thinking. Suddenly, a Porsche stopped in front of us. When Qin Pingon rolled down the car window and saw the people in the car, he was surprised. Ling Yun, what are you doing here? Shin Huaji ignored Qin Pingon and only had eyes for Ling Yun. What's it to you? Ling Yun pretended to be indifferent. He felt very uncomfortable when he saw the man surnamed Sun holding Shin Huaji's hand tightly. Just showing some concern. After all, you are my ex-boyfriend. Shin Huaji's words immediately broke Ling Yun's defense. You've broken up, who are you mocking by saying this? He wanted to be angry. But he didn't. Shin Huaji's fiancée was also there, and he didn't want to lose. If he lost his temper, it would mean he admitted defeat. Then what are you doing here again? Qin Pingon quickly asked back on behalf of his best friend, but he never thought that he was actually helping the other party. Sun Shaokong's lips curled up slightly. Let's discuss a small project. If it's successful, I'll get a 20 million commission. I'll use it for my honeymoon with Huaji. I heard there's a romantic island perfect for couples to be intimate, and there's even a beach for bathing together. Puff. Qin Pingon really wanted to slap himself hard. You owe it. Let this grandson show off naturally. By the way, Ling Yun, I heard that you have been doing hard labor? If you don't mind, come see me tomorrow and I'll arrange a job for you. It doesn't require any skills, and it will definitely be better than your current one. Huaji followed me, so I should at least give you some compensation, right? Sun Shaokong deliberately looked Ling Yun up and down with a sarcastic look in his eyes. Ling Yun couldn't help but clench his fist. Brother Sun, your kindness is useless. Ling Yun doesn't have a household registration and can't find a normal job. Shin Huaji didn't deliberately laugh at him, but she attacked him seriously once again. Ling Yun, do you understand? This is the gap between you and Brother Sun. So, don't blame me for making such a choice. Oh, you have the right to choose. Ling Yun deliberately smiled, with a final stubbornness, but I still say that, I hope you won't regret it. Why would I regret it? Shenhuaji asked back seriously, leaving Ling Yun speechless. Yes, how can he make this woman regret it? Ling Yun, judging from your appearance, do you still like me? No, you're overthinking it. Ling Yun pretended to be disdainful. Who would have thought that when Shenhuaji saw him like this, she suddenly took the initiative to kiss Sun Shaokang in front of him? Ling Yun was immediately pierced through the heart by an arrow. Pain. It hurts. After so many years of dating, his relationship with Shenhuaji has only reached the point of holding hands. Now, she actually. Sun Shaokang was also slightly stunned. Obviously he didn't expect it. Because he wanted to kiss her many times, but she didn't give it to him. Ah. Qin Pingan was even more annoyed and held his head. He couldn't stand the scene of the Beauty and the Beast, the pig eating the cabbage, let alone Ling Yun. I feel sorry for my best friend. The damage of this critical strike is simply incalculable. The next moment, Sun Shaokang demanded even more like a madman, sticking out his tongue. Shenhuaji was being intimate with him, but her eyes were always fixed on Ling Yun. It took her a while to push Sun Shaokang away. Ling Yun, you haven't given me an answer yet. Will you come to my wedding with brother Sun? Ling Yun's fists were clenched so tightly that the joints were clearly visible and even trembling. You said you would walk down the aisle with me. Even though you won't be the one marrying me in the end, you will keep your promise. Right? Shenhuaji continued to ask. There was no trace of sarcasm in his expression, but Ling Yun felt it was extremely sarcastic. I will definitely go. Ling Yun feigned a cold sneer and said, I'll also bring my wife with me. I hope she won't steal your limelight. Ha ha. Sun Shaokang burst out laughing on the spot. Ling Yun, you're funnier than the funniest clown I've ever seen. You know what? Even Aku and Konyiji couldn't be as stubborn as you. I don't believe there would be a woman willing to marry a poor, incompetent illegal immigrant like you. Don't be so judgmental. Chen Pingan was so angry that he was fuming. He could no longer bear it and swung his fist to punch Sun Shaokang. Instead, Ling Yun pulled him back and sneered at Sun Shaokang. Maybe you know her. She is the most beautiful girl in Tianlong Group. Oh? Sun Shaokang was stunned again, and then laughed even more exaggeratedly. I almost laughed to tears. Haha, Ling Yun, are you trying to make me laugh to death as revenge? Your wife is the most beautiful lady in our Tianlong Group? Don't tell me, the most beautiful and rich girl in Huacheng is really in our Tianlong Group. Don't tell me she is your wife. Ling Yun did not answer. He didn't know whether it was Su Qingyan or not. But, a tree lives by its bark, and a person lives by his face. No matter what, he will fight for it this time. Well, it's a deal then. See you then. I'm waiting for you to bring your wife over to slap me in the face, ridicule me, and humiliate me. Shenhuaji found it funny, and acted as if she didn't even believe the punctuation marks Ling Yun said. She rolled down the car window and gradually left Ling Yun's sight. Chen Pingan immediately sighed. Ling Yun, what are you talking about? How can you say such big words that will break with a single poke? I'm not bragging. Seeing that even his best friend didn't believe him, Ling Yun lost control of his emotions and finally lost control. I'm not lying. I really didn't lie. My wife is a senior executive of the Tianlong Group. She and I are already married. As long as I complete this task, she will come home with me to hold a wedding. My mom's dream will come true. Chen Pingan looked at him in amazement. After knowing each other for so many years, this is the first time I see Ling Yun lose control of his emotions. He understood Ling Yun's mood and situation very well. If he were Ling Yun, he might have beaten up the couple. Hey, Ling Yun, where are you going? Where else can I go? Even if I die, I must complete this mission. If you're afraid, just wait for me at the door. Ling Yun didn't even turn his head, his eyes fixed on the gate of Dongxing. Either I die here today, or I recover the 118 million yuan debt for Su Qingyan, bring that woman home, and declare her my wife in front of my mother in Shenhuaji. Chen Pingan looked at Ling Yun's back, as if he saw a heavy burden on his shoulders. He couldn't help but close his eyes and grit his teeth. Damn it! Just die. We've been brothers for life, how can we not be loyal? I'm going to help my brother bring his wife home and get married no matter what. At this moment, Ling Yun's cell phone suddenly rang. Hey, idiot, where are you? Su Qingyan? Ling Yun was stunned. wondering what the cold-hearted woman wanted to do by calling him at this time. At the gate of Dongxing. Are you crazy? You really went there? Are you trying to kill yourself? Su Qingyan asked 3 questions in a row, obviously a little bit unbelievable. She was waiting for Ling Yun to give up so that she could ridicule him and make him leave on his own accord. But she never expected that he would actually do it. So you think I'm joking? I'm warning you, every word I say is true. Once this is done, you must not break your promise to me. Ling Yun in turn threatened Su Qingyan. Su Qingyan was really mad at him. She didn't care about his life or death, but her grandmother's words just now put her in a difficult position. That idiot is going to die. Grandma will really let her live as a widow for the rest of her life. Damn it! Stop right there, do you hear me? If you abandon the mission now, I won't ask you to pay back the 500,000, and I won't kick you out. It's too late. I mean what I said. I must take you back and get married. After Ling Yun responded excitedly, he hung up the phone. Beep, beep. Hearing the hang-up tone, Su Qingyan was a little confused and at a loss. What a stubborn idiot. At this time, Ling Yun and the other person had arrived at the gate of Dongxing and were undoubtedly stopped by the security guard at the gate. What do you do? These security guards are big and strong with fierce eyes. You can tell at a glance that they are gangsters who have changed their profession. We are Mr. Sun's men, and we are here to deliver documents to him. Ling Yun said quickly. Unexpectedly, it actually worked. The 2 security guards waved their hands and let them in. I guess just 2 of them wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Chapter 17, The arrogant ones are afraid of the stupid ones. You are so brave, you guy. After coming in, Chen Pingon couldn't help muttering. If my best friend sneaks in using this method and something serious happens, there's a high chance he'll die in there and no one will come to collect his body. Ling Yun, however, had a blank expression on his face, showing no fear at all. Chen Pingon could only sigh. His best friend had experienced the artillery fire on the front line and might not be afraid of death. But he was afraid. I was so scared that my legs went weak. But he still gritted his teeth and followed Ling Yun up. There was a map inside the building. Ling Yun took a look and roughly guessed where Liang Dongqi would be, but he did not rush to act. Chen Pingon followed him and hid on the floor. Sometimes he would pass through the corridor and deliberately go into the bathroom. After going around in circles, the 2 even saw Liang Dongqi face to face, but Ling Yun didn't take any action. He was so calm. Chen Pingon didn't know what his best friend was thinking. Sometimes he even found that Ling Yun would secretly look at the girl. The girl was alone in the room, and no one knew what she was doing. There were 2 big men guarding outside the door. Suddenly, a girl's excited scream was heard in the room. Chen Pingon looked in the direction of the sound and saw a slim figure coming out of the window. His face suddenly turned red and his mouth became dry. What on earth is she doing in the room? Isn't she alone? At this time, Ling Yun took advantage of the 2 people outside not paying attention and quickly sneaked in. Hello. Chen Pingon was scared. What did Ling Yun want to do? You don't suddenly want to pick up girls, do you? You are so brave. Hello, who are you? The girl was quite surprised when she saw Ling Yun. She looked about 15 or 16 years old, but was well developed, about 1.65 meters tall, dressed coolly, and was playing a VR horse riding game in the room. Because the play was too intense, the whole body was covered in sweat, and the slightly wet slender legs and small buttocks were very lethal. She was a bit straightforward, and when she saw Ling Yun, a stranger, suddenly break in, she was not scared at all, but her big eyes were filled with curiosity. I'm here to play games with you. Ling Yun said calmly. Ah. But I don't know you. The girl blinked at him, looking him over carefully. This man has a great figure and looks good too. Ling Yun didn't respond, but glanced at the girl's score and smiled confidently. I'll help you pass this level. Real? The girl just happened to have a level that she couldn't get through and was feeling frustrated. Now Ling Yun suddenly appeared, which was great. After a moment, the girl excitedly shouted, Wow, uncle! You are so awesome! Do you play this kind of game often? Ling Yun smiled casually. He actually has never played it before, but he has great athletic talent, so this kind of game is child's play for him. After gaining the girl's favor, Ling Yun guessed and asked, Are you Mr. Liang's daughter? Yeah. The girl nodded, then curiously asked, Who are you? How dare you barge in like that? Ling Yan was not afraid and continued to test. Is it because your father has offended many people and is worried about your safety that he keeps you like a canary? Yeah. The girl nodded again, looking a little depressed. Then do you want to be able to play freely outside like an ordinary girl? Ling Yan's question hit the girl's heart hard. The girl was immediately excited. Of course I do. I dream about it. But my dad won't let me. Ling Yan knew his speculation was completely correct, and continued, as long as your father turns over a new leaf and behaves well, you won't have to live in fear with him anymore. Is that possible? The girl sighed again, looking a little helpless. It's possible. Ling Yan's expression was firm. A prodigal son who returns is worth more than gold. It's never too late to turn over a new leaf. He was chatting leisurely with the girl, but he didn't know that Chen Pingan, who was hiding in the corner outside, was so anxious that he almost peed his pants. He just saw Sun Shaokan leaving Dongqing building with an unhappy look on his face. It seemed that the so-called project had fallen through. At this time, Liang Dongqi had brought a large number of people and came from the other end of the corridor, wanting to enter the room where the girl was. It's over, it's over. Chen Pingan was so anxious that he kept scratching his head, but he had no idea what to do. Who's in there? Liang Dongqi was indeed not an ordinary person. He had a very sharp sense of hearing. His subordinates had been standing outside and had not noticed the movement inside, but he heard it as soon as he walked over. Seeing that Mr. Liang had a dark frown on his face, his two subordinates also looked panicked. If something happened to Miss Bauer, they knew very well what would happen to them. Bang! The next moment, Liang Dongqi kicked the door open violently. Dad! Seeing Liang Dongqi, Liang Bauer immediately rushed over excitedly. Bauer! Are you okay? Liang Dongqi's eyes were full of tenderness, and he was completely different from just now. Bauer is fine. Liang Bauer shook her head obediently, looking deliberately puzzled. After confirming that his daughter was fine, Liang Dongqi's expression was obviously relaxed. He then stared at Ling Yan with a murderous look in his eyes. Who are you? Dad, didn't you send him to play with me? Liang Bauer pretended to be surprised. Liang Dongqi did not respond to his daughter, but shouted, Come here. His men immediately rushed in like a tide and surrounded Ling Yun. Outside, Chen Pingan was almost scared to death. He is just a small auxiliary police officer and has never experienced such a big scene. Why is he still hesitating whether to call the police? But if I call the police, I'm afraid Ling Yun's plan will be ruined. On the other hand, Ling Yun remained calm and walked slowly towards Liang Dongqi. Mr. Liang, I'm here to collect the debt. Debt collection? Liang Dongqi was quite surprised and said with a smile, Which company sent you? The thugs around also began to get ready, looking ferocious and vicious. A man dared to sneak into Dongqing to collect debts. He is so bold. At this time, night has fallen. A Bentley stopped outside the Dongqing gate and the bodyguard hurriedly opened the door. Su Qingyan stepped out with an anxious look on her face. Seeing the dried blood in front of the door, the icy female president couldn't help but bite her red lips. That idiot, isn't he dead? At this time, in the building. Ling Yan still shook his head at Liang Dongqi without fear, and told the truth. What company? Sorry, I don't know. As soon as he finished speaking, Liang Dongqi was stunned. His men looked at each other in bewilderment. Immediately, everyone burst into laughter. Ha, you don't even know what company it is, and you're working so hard to collect debts for your boss? Isn't this a fool? Liang Bauer also looked at Ling Yun in surprise, with a very complicated expression. How she wished Ling Yun could be her friend, but he was actually her father's enemy. I'm here to collect a debt on behalf of Su Qingyan. She said you owe her company 118 million. As for the debt note. Sorry, she didn't give it to me. Ling Yun said this again in a serious tone, and even Liang Dongqi couldn't help laughing. This was the dumbest and funniest person he had ever met in the more than 20 years he had been in Flower City. How dare you come to collect the debt from him without a receipt? But he dared not underestimate such a person. As the saying goes, the arrogant are afraid of the stupid. The man in front of you may very well be the legendary stupid man. But it is impossible to pay back the money. The Liang family made their fortune by this trick. It is impossible to pay back the money in this lifetime. Therefore, Liang Dongqi could only threaten coldly, if you get out now, I can still let you leave alive. If you dare to ask me for money again, your family will go to Qinghua River to salvage your body tomorrow, understand?
As soon as those words were spoken, the temperature at the scene suddenly dropped.
Murderous aura lingers. Chapter 18 Blood and Humanity.
Outside, Shin Pingon was trembling. He knew very well that Liang Dongqi was definitely a ruthless person who could do what he said. Once they take action, the consequences for Ling Yun and him will be disastrous.
Sorry, I don't know that.
Ling Yun, however, remained expressionless, staring coldly at Liang Dongqi. I only know that if you don't pay me back, today either you die or I die.
Damn.
As soon as these words were spoken, those who were still laughing at Ling Yun at the scene immediately shut up. People in their line of work are most afraid of and respect such men who are not afraid of death. It might be just empty talk, but Liang Dongqi could see that Ling Yun's eyes did not lie. This man was determined to fight to the death today.
Interesting.
Since you're so determined to die, I'll grant your wish. Liang Dongqi stopped pretending and started to speak harshly. The temperament of a gangster boss is fully displayed. The next moment, the two men drew their swords and slashed at Ling Yun. There was absolutely no sign, and there was no fair and upright confrontation at all. Outside, Shin Pingon was so frightened that he dared not move. Only then did he realize that Dongqing was even more terrifying than the rumors outside. Especially since this happened in their base camp, what couldn't they do? Fortunately, Ling Yun was no pushover. He dodged the machete and knocked the two men down with a shoulder collision. Seeing his skills, Liang Dongqi was secretly surprised, but not surprised. After all, anyone who dares to come to Dongqing alone to collect debts is definitely not an ordinary person. But no matter who he is, he will die today. Immediately, more men attacked Ling Yun with knives. However, the space was narrow and the advantage of having more people was not brought into play. With Ling Yun's mediation, they even injured their own people. Ah! A stream of blood splashed, scaring Liang Bauer so much that she jumped and retreated, covering her ears.
Bauer, don't be afraid, Daddy is here.
The cold-blooded Liang Dongqi treated his only daughter more tenderly than others and quickly hugged his daughter's petite body. Seeing that more than a dozen people were unable to defeat Ling Yun, Zhou Yitsong, who had been watching coldly, suddenly came forward with a knife. He danced the two machetes like sparkling pear blossoms, full of murderous intent.
Everyone was amazed and looked expectant.
Ling Yun also watched him dance silently, and even saw that this man should have some background in the war world, and used the swordsmanship of the war world.
Brother Song has taken action, this kid is dead.
That's right, there are really not many people in Huacheng who can withstand Brother Song's double swords.
See if this guy can continue to be so arrogant? Hearing these words, Shin Pingon's heart was in his throat, but he didn't know how to help Ling Yun.
The next moment, Zhou Yitsong's two swords slashed towards Ling Yun, like two deadly lightning bolts. Ling Yun's eyes were calm, he spotted the flaw and attacked immediately.
Whoosh! Catch the knife with bare hands.
Then take advantage of the situation and kick over Zhou Yi's warehouse. The whole audience was shocked. They were all petrified on the spot as if they had seen a ghost, unable to even blink.
How is this possible?
Zhou Yitsong fell to the ground, his mouth full of blood, staring at Ling Yun in disbelief. How did you see through the flaws in my swordsmanship at such a glance?
I don't know how to put it.
Ling Yun casually swung the knife, and the blade was embedded in the thick wall.
Even if I say I created this sword technique, you won't believe it. Of course Zhou Yitsong didn't believe it. How could this be a sword technique he created? This was left behind by a legendary figure in the world of war.
This set of swordsmanship consists of 17 moves in total. He only needs to learn 3 moves to roam around Huacheng and become famous.
If the guy in front of me was the founder, he would definitely be invincible. How could he be doing so badly now? Mr. Liang, can you pay me back now?
Ling Yun won a great victory and grabbed Liang Dongqi with a cold look in his eyes.
The group of fallen brothers gasped again.
Boss Liang has worked hard in the gray area to get to where he is today, and he is definitely not an easy person to deal with, but now he has no power to resist this man? As expected, Liang Dongqi was a deadbeat.
He sneered, I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't borrow money from Su Qingyan's company, let alone hers. It's useless even if you kill me.
Looking at his deadbeat face, Ling Yun picked up the game controller in the room and was about to smash it on his head. Liang Dongqi has been able to achieve what he has today because he is a ruthless man who has climbed up step by step with his head on his belt and has long been ready to die. He knew he couldn't beat Ling Yun, so he simply closed his eyes. He just gambles. Bet Ling Yun doesn't dare to kill him.
Don't even dare to hurt him. Dad. Don't hurt my dad.
Liang Bauer didn't have his composure and cried loudly behind him. Boo! The game handle was deliberately tilted and hit hard against the wall, shattering instantly. At the same time, a small chair also hit Ling Yun's back and broke with a loud noise. The person who hit him was none other than Liang Bauer. However, Ling Yun remained calm, while the girl hit her own hand and made it bleed. Liang Dongqi opened his eyes without any fear, and even curled his lips slightly, revealing his heroic nature. He knew that not everyone dared to kill or injure people in the city. Even if Ling Yun beat him to death, he would not get any money and would even go to jail, and his family would be buried with him. No one with a little common sense would do that. The era of gangs robbing each other is long gone. Now it comes down to whoever is more ruthless and stands firmer. What? Kill me if you dare. I'm not afraid to tell you, when I die, my estate will be inherited by my daughter. And you and your family will be buried with me. Liang Dongqi looked smug and laughed coldly. This was also what Ling Yun had guessed long ago. The deadbeat debtor was exchanging his life for money. But unexpectedly, the next moment Liang Bauer knelt down in front of him and Ling Yun with a plop, tears streaming down her face, "Dad, just give the money back to him." Liang Dongqi immediately stared at his daughter with an expression of disbelief. Liang Bauer didn't care about being afraid, she cried and screamed heartbreakingly. "Dad! I don't want your inheritance, I just want you to live well. What's the point of us getting so much dirty money? You could die at any moment, and I'm unhappy and lonely. If I had to choose, I would rather be a free and poor person." Every word his daughter said struck Liang Dongqi's heart, and even this Dongqing boss who was not afraid of death was moved. After staring at his daughter for a while, he suddenly grinned at Ling Yun. "Good fellow, what on earth did you just say to my daughter? You managed to brainwash her so quickly?" Ling Yun said seriously, "I didn't brainwash her. Everything she said came from her heart. If you don't believe me, just ask her." "Daddy, please." Liang Bauer continued to cry and beg, "I don't want you to die, and I don't want him to die. Can't we just not give up that little bit of money and live an upright life? That's enough." "Shut up!" Liang Dongqi shouted coldly, stopping his daughter from crying, then stared at Ling Yun with red eyes. Ling Yun's eyes remained calm, but he was deeply shocked. He knew very well that the person before him was not a reckless man, but a terrifying figure with both courage and strategy. Liang Dongqi has been in the martial arts world for 20 or 30 years, but he has rarely seen anyone who can be compared with this guy. Deep in Ling Yun's eyes, there is a mysterious confidence that is frightening. After a long while, Liang Dongqi suddenly raised his lips and said, "All right. Just because my daughter speaks for you, I'll definitely be your friend." After hearing these words, Ling Yun was finally moved. Chen Pingon, who was hiding outside the door, was so frightened that his scalp went numb. Could it be that his best friend really conquered the Dongqing boss all by himself? Chapter 19, Whose credit is it? "Mr. Liang, what did you just mean?" Ling Yun still frowned and asked for clarification. "He didn't come here today to make friends. I can return the money to you, but I have one condition." "What conditions?" "Be Boa's friend, because she loves playing with you," Liang Dongqi said with a serious expression. In fact, he was also afraid of death and didn't want to fight to the death with a ruthless person like Ling Yun just for the 100 million. For him, spending 100 million to make a friend like Ling Yun is definitely not a losing deal. He was convinced that Ling Yun was a formidable hidden dragon, and that if he could establish a good relationship with him, he would definitely benefit greatly in the future. Ling Yun looked at Liang Dongqi for a while before he said in a deep voice, "Okay." He had no aversion to the girl, even though she had just nearly blown his head off. Liang Bauer burst into laughter instantly, rushed over and hugged her father tightly, shouting excitedly, "Dad, thank you. Bauer loves you." After receiving his daughter's sweet kiss and seeing his baby daughter's excited smile, Liang Dongqi felt that the 118 million was worth it. At this time, at the gate of Dongxing, Su Qingyan was ready to charge forward with 2 cars of bodyguards behind him. Not for the 118 million debt, but to save one person. Her husband, Ling Yun. "Boss Su?" At this moment, a man suddenly walked out of the Dongxing gate and called out to her in surprise. "Sun Xiaokang?" Su Qingyan narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, showing no attitude. On the contrary, Sun Xiaokang, who was so high and mighty in front of others, quickly came forward with a smile, nodding and bowing. "Boss Su, why did you come here in person?" "It's none of your business, get out." Su Qingyan was very cold and even had a bad attitude towards the group boss. After all, this 118 million debt was paid out through this guy's hands, and he really caused a lot of harm.
Yes, President Su.
Sun Shaokan was unhappy, but he didn't even dare to fart.
He nodded repeatedly and left.
Shin Huaji had already returned from shopping alone and was sitting in a Porsche not far away. She just happened to see him and Su Qingyan talking. It was the first time she saw Brother Sun being so humble towards others.
Brother Sun, who is that beautiful woman? As soon as Sun Shaokang opened the car door, Shin Huaji couldn't help but ask.
To be honest, Su Qingyan was the first woman who made her feel a little ashamed of herself. Not only was her appearance not inferior to hers, but her temperament was also unmatched.
Compared with this kind of woman, even she, the school belle, is just a brick in front of a 1,000-year-old jade. You don't know her? Sun Shaokang was slightly surprised, and then he couldn't help but complain, Huaqing's most icy female CEO, Su Qingyan. She speaks coldly and is so arrogant. She's so hard to deal with.
Shin Huaji only focused on the first half of his sentence. It turns out that she is the most beautiful woman in Huaqing.
No wonder it's so extraordinary. Brother Sun, is the project finished?
Only after Sun Shaokang started the car did Shin Huaji ask with a smile.
That guy Liang Dongqi didn't give me a quick death. I'm afraid.
Sun Shaokang felt that he had failed. It was he who handled the business transaction with Fuxing, which allowed Liang Dongqi's father to take away 118 million yuan from Tianlong Group. He also promised to take a commission of 20 million yuan and split it 50-50 with the other party. He originally thought that Liang Dongqi would give him face and return the money, but he didn't expect that the bastard had such a big appetite and wanted to keep it all for himself, so now he is very embarrassed. But before he could finish his words, he suddenly saw Su Qingyan receive a call.
What? Liang Dongqi wants to pay back the money?
Su Qingyan exclaimed, her face full of disbelief.
Sun Shaokang was even more unbelievable. Then, a look of excitement.
Unexpectedly, Liang Dongqi still gave him this face.
Very good.
Now he not only gets a commission of 20 million, but can also enhance his prestige in the Tianlong Group. As soon as he thought of this, he placed one hand on Shin Huaji's snow-white legs and proudly promised, Huaji, after I get the 20 million commission, how about I give your family a Porsche as a betrothal gift?
Your brother would definitely want one.
Shin Huaji was stunned. She clearly wanted to push his hand away, but she let it wander over her fair legs, smiling and saying, thank you, Brother Sun.
You're welcome. After we get married, your brother is my brother.
Sun Shaokang smiled triumphantly and drove the car out of the city and onto a deserted suburban road. He agreed to give the Shin family a Porsche because he knew that the Shin family favored boys over girls and that Shin Huaji was a puppet who supported her brother, and he wanted to use this opportunity to win the favor of the beauty. Although this woman agreed to be his girlfriend, she insisted that they could only perform the Zhougong ceremony after they got married, otherwise he would not have to rush to propose marriage.
But, he really couldn't help it tonight. Brother Sun, I'm sorry. I have my period today.
Before he could do anything, Shin Huaji spoke in advance. Sun Shaokang could only force a fake smile and act like a gentleman. It's okay, I'll wait for you.
On the other side, Su Qingyan didn't care about Sun Shaokang and kept confirming on the phone, Ling Yun, are you kidding me? This incident shocked her so much. A coolie who delivered water actually managed to defeat Liang Dongqi, the boss of Dongqing? Is this an international joke? Who would believe this? Stop talking nonsense and tell me your account number.
Inside the building, Ling Yun looked impatient.
Who was this woman looking down on? He had already asked for her money back, but she still didn't trust him? Okay, if you don't receive the money soon, you're dead. Su Qingyan was still angry.
She felt that Ling Yun had come to Dongqing to ask Liang Dongqi for money. It was already impressive that he didn't get hacked to death.
How could he really get the money?
Just a moment later, her cell phone rang. The moment she received the repayment, Han Yun called her immediately, also excited and incredulous, Boss Su, Dongqing actually paid us back.
How did we do that?
Su Qingyan was also shocked.
That stupid idiot Ling Yun actually did it? How on earth did he do that?
However, she still pretended to be calm and responded to Han Yun, it's only natural to pay back your debts.
Why are you so excited? I have something else to do. I'm hanging up now.
You guys should go back first. Since the money had been received, Su Qingyan had no need to force her way into Dongqing. She simply waved her hand and asked the bodyguards in the two cars to leave. As soon as the bodyguard left, two men came out from the Dongxing gate, their arms around each other's shoulders, staggering out. Ling Yun, you are really a ruthless person who doesn't talk much. Chen Pingan now admires Ling Yun with all his heart.
This guy actually managed to deal with Liang Dongqi's daughter first and made her kneel down and beg Liang Dongqi to pay back the money. I really don't know how he did it.
Compared to his martial arts skills, this guy's mouth skills are the most awesome.
But no matter how he asked, Ling Yun just smiled and said nothing, not giving any details, leaving him helpless. Hey, idiot.
In the dim night, a cold and pleasant voice suddenly came. Ling Yun raised his eyes subconsciously. Shen Pingyan also looked around, and when he saw the beautiful woman standing not far away, his eyes widened instantly.
Only two words popped into my mind. Fairy.
A celestial being that brings disaster to the nation and its people.
Who is she? Who are you waiting for here? Is she calling out to the two of them? Chapter 20. I didn't see anything. Wife, is that you? Ling Yun didn't expect that Su Qingyan was waiting for him downstairs. Is she worried about herself? However, this thought only flashed through his mind and was quickly denied by Ling Yun. What the hell was he thinking about? Would such a cold-blooded woman worry about him?
This is more impossible than the sun rising from the west tomorrow.
Su Qingyan bit her red lips lightly, obviously very angry.
This stupid idiot, all he talks about is women, it's so ugly that it almost pierced her eardrums.
You, come back with me. Su Qingyan said this coldly, then turned and left. That aura simply doesn't allow anyone to disobey her will.
Ling Yun was naturally unhappy and didn't want to follow.
He was an egalitarian and didn't fall for women's tricks. Chen Pingan quickly asked, is this the wife you were talking about?
Ling Yun nodded. Chen Pingan was so shocked that he was burnt on the outside and tender on the inside, as if he had been struck by thunder.
And it was struck 4 or 5 times in a row. He was completely turned into charcoal by the lightning. Are you kidding me?
Why can his best friend who works as a coolie marry such a beautiful girl, while he, who works as an auxiliary police officer, is still a bachelor?
Is God so unfair?
Apart from not being as tall as Ling Yun, not as handsome as Ling Yun, not as good at fighting as him, and so on, it seems that there is nothing worse than him.
Hey, what's wrong?
Ling Yun thought he was very strange, and quickly opened his hands and waved them in front of him to call back his soul.
Forget it, your wife asked you to go home, so go back. But don't be a straight man. I won't be a light bulb for you anymore.
Although Chen Pingan was envious, he was still very tactful and quickly shook off Ling Yun and left first.
He always felt that he had seen Ling Yun's wife somewhere before.
But if I had met such a beautiful woman, there would be no reason not to recognize her. In fact, the light was too dim just now, and Chen Pingan only had a quick glimpse. He only remembered that Su Qingyan was very beautiful, but he didn't remember her specific appearance very clearly. Now I wanted to look back to consolidate my thoughts, but I found that Ling Yun and Su Qingyan had already gotten into the car.
Moreover, the car he drives is just an ordinary Civic, nothing special.
Forget it, maybe all pretty faces are alike, but interesting souls are rare.
Chen Pingyan didn't bother about it.
She wasn't his wife anyway, so it didn't matter how beautiful she was. The Civic rushed towards Tianlong Garden.
You idiot, are you two going to Liang Dongqi to collect a debt tonight?
It was the first time Su Qingyan drove a man, and she was asking questions emotionally while driving. On the other hand, Ling Yun was lying on the back seat. After all, he has been retired for 2 years and lacks tough training, so his physical fitness is not as good as before. Yesterday I carried 12 buckets of water back and forth 3 times to the 17th floor, and finally fell down today. I worked hard again, and was hit hard by Liang Yun.
My back is still bleeding. Even an Iron Man can't bear it.
He felt like his whole body was falling apart, he was tired and heavy.
Chen Pingan had to support him when he went downstairs just now.
He urgently needed a good rest. So when he heard Su Qingyan's question, he just lazily responded, I'll tell you when I have time.
I need to sleep first.
Hey! You're covered in blood and sweat, don't dirty my new car.
Did you hear me?
Be careful or I'll kill you. She accepted Han Yun's advice and pretended to be poor, so she bought this Civic today. But no matter how Su Qingyan threatened, Ling Yun still fell asleep while lying down, and even snored faintly, which almost pissed off the woman driving the car. She is the eldest daughter of the Su family. Who is so lucky to let her drive? No man dared to disobey her order. But this man didn't take her seriously at all and ignored her words. She really wanted to kill him. The Civic returned to the underground parking lot of Tianlong Garden like crazy.
Get down. Get out of the car now.
Su Qingyan got out of the car in a hurry and opened the back seat, only to find that the idiot was actually fast asleep. A salty and fishy smell rushed into her nostrils.
Vomit.
The eldest daughter of the Su family has a serious obsession with cleanliness. When she smelled this smell, her lower abdomen suddenly churned.
Hello?
Su Qingyan still held back and patted him gently with her jade hand.
Like a dead pig. Is this guy not going to die?
Seeing that he had no reaction and even his snoring had stopped, she couldn't help but bend down and reach out to feel his breath.
If you were going to die, don't die in your new car.
Unexpectedly, just as she bent down to get into the car, Ling and suddenly woke up and sat up, and their faces collided violently.
His lower lip hit her upper lip.
The two of them suddenly widened their eyes, and time seemed to freeze.
Asshole.
Su Qingyan screamed, and when she touched her lips, a warm feeling flowed out.
This is her first kiss. Moreover, she even had her lip broken by this idiot. It hurt so much. Nightmare memories of first kiss. Come out. You stinky bastard, get out here. I'm sorry. Miss Su, I didn't mean it.
Ling Yun was also reasonable.
He had bumped into someone accidentally and had no intention of stealing their kiss. It was no wonder that the cold-blooded woman was so angry.
But as soon as he got out of the car and saw Su Qingyan's gaze, he shuddered. This time, it was Su Qingyan's turn to suppress him with her gaze, like a flash of cold lightning, as if to split him into pieces. Su Qingyan was also a bit unreasonable and started beating him up. However, Ling Yun was as strong as a wild beast, and her little fists seemed to be tickling the other person.
Su Qingyan became more and more angry and kicked him in the thigh. Ah!
The wound Ling Yun had sustained from the fall yesterday reopened, and he collapsed in pain, pinning Su Qingyan tightly beneath him.
You! Su Qingyan was so angry that she almost exploded.
If she had a gun, she would definitely shoot that idiot to death without hesitation. Tonight, it is Brother G's turn to be on duty in the underground parking lot at Tianlong Garden. Just now, when he heard Su Qingyan's cry from a distance, Brother G suddenly became excited and ran over while filming a video and rapping.
Hey, is there a beautiful woman screaming over there? Brother G wants to be a hero and save the beauty.
A beauty deserves a hero.
The longer the night goes, the better the opportunity.
But when he shone the flashlight on the ground, he was so scared that he almost bit off his tongue.
What's going on? Isn't this the eldest daughter of the Su family? She and a man were rolling around in the underground parking lot? Because he was too panicked, he quickly put away the flashlight, fearing that Su Qingyan would be caught by him and kill him to silence him, so he turned around and left. He rapped as he walked, Yo, brother chicken, I didn't see anything. The parking lot was calm tonight, everyone was exercising at home, yeah. Before Su Qingyan could call out, Brother G had already run away. Another idiot.
Forget it, the eldest daughter of the Su family could only rely on herself and used all her strength to push Ling Yun, the seriously injured beast, off her body.
You bastard, die. Die.
Su Qingyan kicked Ling Yun several times without saying a word, showing no mercy at all and wishing she could kick him to death.
She was almost crushed to death by this idiot just now.
The security guard even misunderstood that they were flirting, and she couldn't stand this grievance. After venting her anger, Su Qingyan slammed the car door angrily, turned around and left the scene.
That woman is absolutely crazy.
Ling Yun was covered in dirt and in so much pain that he felt like he was falling apart. It was even difficult for him to get up.
After finally climbing up to the 17th floor, I found that the door could not be opened with the key. It turned out that someone had locked it from the inside. I'm going to rest here tonight, so don't even think about letting any weirdos in.
Su Qingyan's cold and ruthless voice came from inside.
Your sister.
Ling Yun gritted his teeth.
What a strange guy. He is her legal husband. Don't say it was an accident. Even if I really kissed you, what would be wrong? She actually wanted him, the number one injured person, to sleep on the floor outside? Especially since he had just helped her collect a 118 million yuan debt. Does this woman still have any humanity? Her blood is cold. If you won't let me in, I'll go in anyway.
Ling Yun also has a temper and will not let that woman get what she wants. Anyway, there is no lock in the world that can stump him.
Chapter 21, There is nothing they can do to each other. Su Qingyan didn't care what Ling Yun thought.
She was very merciful by not killing the man with her own hands. Back in the room, she carefully treated the wound, but when she looked in the mirror, there was still an obvious cut at the corner of her mouth.
Damn it! Is that idiot's sharp tongue? How can it be so sharp?
If this were to be discovered, not only would her reputation as an icy female CEO be ruined, but people would also suspect that she was injured during a passionate kiss. By then, it would be a sure thing that she would be on the headlines of watching news.
What to do? A moment later, Han Yun received a call and exclaimed in surprise, "What? President Su, you want to put a cat in your office? And right away?" "That's right. Something cute, and preferably one that doesn't shed."
After Su Qingyan finished giving her instructions, she hung up the phone with a hint of satisfaction. Han Yun was completely bewildered.
What on earth was wrong with Mr. Su? She had never liked keeping animals before, had she? But since President Su had given her an order, she dared not disobey. Done.
Su Qingyan clapped her hands and finally came up with a solution.
When others asked her about it, she would say it was a cat scratch.
Then she went to the bathroom and took a bath.
After about half an hour, he came out wearing a bath towel as usual.
But before she could wrap herself up tightly in the towel, she came out and discovered that there was a man in the house. Ling Yun has been waiting in Dongqing building at noon today.
He hasn't eaten a grain of rice yet and is starving.
He had just returned from buying some things when he heard a noise coming from the bathroom. He immediately turned around and said with a smug smile, "A broken lock can't stop me.
If you want to defend yourself against me, I suggest."
Before he could finish his words, he felt like he was electrocuted, his whole body trembled and he stood still.
The devil instantly took away the ability to blink from my eyes. After taking a shower, this woman didn't even put on any clothes. She just walked out like that.
The bath towel on her body couldn't cover her exquisite body, and her icy skin and bones were exposed to the air. Especially those long snow-white legs, which are like a hot white jade knife that reaps men's lives, making people forget to breathe. This woman obviously looked very thin, but unexpectedly, her big parts were not vague at all, and her shape was very beautiful. It made this man who was fearless on the battlefield feel at a loss for a moment.
Sorry, I didn't know you weren't dressed yet."
Ling Yun quickly turned around and found that his whole body was tense and his hands were shaking.
"The blood in my body is boiling inexplicably. So embarrassing. Ling Yun, how can you be so shameful? Didn't he just take one look at that woman? Didn't he have any resistance at all?" In contrast, Su Qingyan was much calmer than him. How could she have imagined that this bastard could still come in even though she had locked the door? But what could she do now? Scream molest? Once the matter is exposed, she will be the only one who gets hurt.
Even if she calls the police, this bastard is still her legal husband.
What can the police do? Can a husband be detained for looking at his wife's body?
She found that she had no way to do anything about this guy.
So, she could only stay calm. Terribly calm.
Ling Yun waited for more than a minute without any response, and couldn't help but look back secretly, worried that the woman would go into the kitchen and chop him with a knife.
But he found that Su Qingyan was still standing there, calmly adjusting the bath towel.
Although the key parts were wrapped tightly, she looked more ethereal, like the most beautiful work of art in the world.
Still peeking? Su Qingyan sneered coldly, "Have you forgotten what you said before? Your true colors have been revealed, right?"
Although she was angry, she was also a little proud. This man just said yesterday that he wasn't interested in her body.
See, his wolf nature is coming out, right? Now let's see how he can pretend.
Ling Yun was in the wrong and knew he couldn't win the argument with her on this point, so he quickly turned back and forcibly changed the subject. "I'm hungry.
I just went downstairs to buy some ingredients. You should be hungry too, right? I'll make something to eat." "I'm not hungry, you."
Su Qingyan wanted to continue the original topic of humiliating him, but her stomach betrayed her and made a gurgling sound.
"She hasn't had dinner yet." "Hey, you said you weren't hungry? If you want to argue, eat first." Ling Yun quickly took the ingredients into the kitchen.
Su Qingyan clenched her fists, looking angry but unable to vent.
She went back to her room to dry her hair, changed her clothes and came out, and Ling Yun actually brought out delicious food. "What's this?" Su Qingyan was curious. First of all, this man can actually cook? Aren't all men pigs? Secondly, what kind of dish did he make? It looked weird, but it smelled delicious.
Her stomach was rumbling even more.
Would you like to try it? Ling Yan tried to build a good relationship with this cold-blooded woman. After all, his ultimate mission was to bring her back and hold a wedding. A real man can bend and stretch. First, endure her bad temper and complete the task. Su Qingyan thought about it and decided that since she had been suffering losses at the hands of this stinky man, it would be a huge loss if she didn't make some money back. She simply sat down and took a careful bite. Why? Are you afraid that I'll poison you? Ling Yan found it funny to see her eating in small bites. How long would she finish eating like this? Su Qingyan didn't joke with him and glared at him directly, as if an ice knife was cutting him, forcing Ling Yan to shut up. It tastes pretty good. After Su Qingyan took a few bites, she couldn't stop eating with her chopsticks. Ling Yun soon regretted it. This woman was a bigger eater than he had imagined. He didn't make much to begin with, but she finished most of it in just a few bites. How could he possibly be full with the rest? You're not afraid of getting fat if you eat so much? What do you care? Su Qingyan took Ling Yun's words as the greatest compliment to herself and looked quite proud. By the way, how did you open the door? Want to learn? I'll teach you, but you have to pay tuition. It was Ling Yun's turn to be proud. Su Qingyan snorted coldly, I won't learn any such sneaky tricks. I'm warning you, if you dare to open my door again, I'll stab you to death. She wasn't worried about anything being lost at home. She had a hunch that this idiot didn't like money, but she was worried that he might covet her body. Who's going to open your door? Ling Yan explained seriously, if you hadn't done what you promised me, I wouldn't do this. Before bringing this woman home, he didn't dare go home to face his mother and sister. What's up? Su Qingyan pretended to have lost her memory and asked casually. What else do you want to ask? Ling Yan was indeed very excited. You said that if I helped you collect the money, you would come home with me to have a wedding banquet. Excuse me, are you suffering from Alzheimer's disease? Oh, this matter. Su Qingyan was deliberately trying to irritate him. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten about it. I'll tell you when I'm in a good mood. Miss Su, how could you do this? Ling Yun was really anxious, his face flushed. Aren't you a corporate executive? People like you should care about your reputation. You can't go back on your word. Just treat your words as farts. Who would have thought that Su Qingyan would suddenly smile triumphantly when she saw his angry and helpless expression? Finally got it back. Chapter 22, The wedding banquet will be held at the beginning of next month. Have I ever gone back on my word? So what if I promised you? It's still half a month away from the beginning of next month. Who knows what will happen in the meantime? Maybe we'll be divorced by then. Su Qingyan looked proud. She bet that Ling Yan would not be able to stand her and would divorce her within 3 months. I won't divorce you. Ling Yan suddenly said firmly. You, what did you say? Su Qingyan was a little surprised to see him like this. I won't divorce you, at least not for a while. Ling Yan said loudly again. He married Su Qingyan to fulfill his mother's greatest wish. As long as his mother was alive, he would never divorce. Otherwise, I'm afraid my mother won't be able to bear the blow. Su Qingyan couldn't help but laugh. You said before that you had no interest in my body, but now you refuse to divorce me? I don't understand, why did you choose to take the 20 million commission and find another woman to marry and serve you? Why do you have to cling to me? Don't think too much. Ling Yan responded to her smugness without mercy. I'm not divorcing you just because my mother saw our marriage certificate. Can I find another woman to take the blame? You actually said I think too much? Su Qingyan was angry again. This guy had so many lines, but he just refused to admit that he was greedy for her body, right? Good. You're a man who says one thing and means another. One day, I'll make you admit it. And then I'll slap you hard in the face. After eating, Su Qingyan returned to her room and locked the door. At the same time, a pair of sharp scissors was found on the bedside table. If that guy breaks into her room tonight, she will kill him with a knife. Grandma is really cruel. After knowing today that she sent Ling Yun to Liang Dongqi to collect the debt, she not only said that Ling Yun would die and she would be a widow, but also said that she had to live with Ling Yun until she got pregnant, forcing her to live with a wolf. How abominable. How on earth did that idiot brainwash Grandma? Also, when can that idiot take the initiative to divorce? Su Qingyan was really melancholy. Outside the room, Ling Yun certainly had no intention of opening her door. He would never do such a thing. Just as I finished cleaning up the dishes, Shen Yuding called again. Ling Yun, how's it going? Have you and your wife decided on a date? Shen Yuding was obsessed with this matter. If Ling Yun didn't reply to her for one day, she would be unable to sleep or eat. Well, it's confirmed. It'll be the first day of next month. Ling Yun gritted his teeth. Anyway, Su Qingyan didn't refuse, so it's her man who makes the decision. Real? Chen Yuding was indeed very happy, but then she said, doesn't that coincide with Huaxi's engagement party? I'm afraid people from the same village will go to her party, and it will be deserted here. She is still very self-aware. Shen Huaxi married a corporate executive and lived a glorious life. Her engagement party was also arranged in a big hotel. In comparison, her family can only hold a simple and shabby wedding banquet. Who would come to attend? Mom, don't worry. I'll try my best to show off a bit, and Xingyan's family is pretty good too. I believe the show won't be any worse than over there. Ling Yun subconsciously comforted his mother. Although he didn't know Su Qingyan's family background, seeing that this woman had driven a Maserati before, she must be no worse than Sun Xiaokong who drove a Porsche, right? Ling Yun is actually not a person who likes to compare with others, but on this matter, he doesn't want to lose to Shen Huaxi, otherwise he will never be able to hold his head up for the rest of his life. Yeah, Mom was just saying it casually. As long as you can get married, don't put pressure on yourself. Shen Yuding then turned around to comfort her son, fearing that her son would be too competitive and do something stupid. After hanging up the phone, Ling Yun went into the bathroom to take a shower and then returned to his room. Su Qingyan was worried that he would break into her room and do something bad, so she kept listening in the room, even overhearing his phone call with Chen Yuding. That idiot actually wants to show off his wealth and wealth? Su Qingyan couldn't help but laugh. However, although she was reluctant to hold a wedding banquet with Ling Yun, if it was destined to be held in the end, her wedding banquet certainly could not be worse than Shen Huaxi's. That's not her character. Ling Yun stayed quiet the whole night and did not open Su Qingyan's door. On the contrary, Su Qingyan was a little surprised and disappointed when she woke up in the morning. Did that man really have no feelings for her? When she came out of the room, she found that Ling Yun had actually prepared breakfast. Miss Su, would you like some milk, eggs, and ham? Ling Yun made 2 servings. What is this? Are you trying to please me? Are you afraid that I will leave you? Su Qingyan sneered. Whatever you think, if you don't want to eat it, I have no problem eating double. Ling Yun sat down and began to eat leisurely. Humph. Who wants to eat this? Su Qingyan had never eaten such a cheap breakfast before. Since she was not hungry anyway, she certainly would not eat it. But when she walked past Ling Yun, she smelled quite fragrant. Seeing that this guy was eating with great appetite, she couldn't help but pursed her lips slightly. Are all civilians like this? They eat like refugees from a 3-year famine. Gurgle. Su Qingyan, who was not hungry at first, saw how hungry he was, and her stomach betrayed her again without mercy. Seeing Ling Yun's gaze sweeping over her, she felt so embarrassed. What's going on? This has never happened before. Why did this happen twice in one day with this idiot? Is God kidding me? I'm full. If you don't eat, I'll throw it away soon. After Ling Yun finished speaking, he deliberately walked away. Humph, just fall down. Do you think I'll feel bad or be surprised? It's ridiculous. Su Qingyan gritted her teeth and looked at the eggs and ham as if she were an enemy. In the end, she chose to destroy the enemy. You know what, the food made by this stinky coolie is really delicious, whether it's a main course or breakfast. When Ling Yun came out after washing up, he saw that the breakfast on the table had been eaten, and Su Qingyan had already slipped away from the house. You always say no with your mouth, but your body is quite honest. Ling Yun couldn't help but smile. Beneath the beautiful appearance of that cold and arrogant woman, there was actually an interesting soul. When Su Qingyan left the community, a Bentley was already waiting outside the door. As the female president of Tianlong Group, she is almost always the first one to return to work. In her previous life, it was all work. That's why the old lady was always worried that she would not be able to get married. When Su Qingyan returned to the office and opened the door, she was startled by a Persian cat that suddenly jumped down. Damn it! Where did this fat, white thing come from? Su Qingyan suddenly shouted angrily. The next moment, Han Yun appeared from behind her, trembling, pushing up the frame of her glasses. Boss Su, this is what you ordered last night. Hiss. Su Qingyan immediately took a breath of cold air. How could she almost forget about this? Boss Su, what's wrong with you?
Han Yun glanced at Su Qingyan, pointed to her lips, and asked softly. Su Qingyan's face immediately turned red, but she forced herself to look cold and pointed at the Persian cat, saying, "This guy caught it."
Ah. Not only was Han Yun surprised, but the Persian cat also cried out as if in protest. This is so unfair. Chapter 23 Parents Meeting. Boss Su, Boss Sun, please email me and ask when the 20 million commission can be finalized?
Han Yun no longer dared to be curious about the small wound on Su Qingyan's mouth and quickly changed the subject.
Anyway, Mr. Su said it was scratched by a cat, so it was scratched by a cat. What's wrong with letting the Persian cat take the blame? What does the commission have to do with him? He seems quite enthusiastic. With just one word from Su Qingyan, Han Yun was completely defeated. After a while, she said in surprise, "But Mr. Sun said that he got the money back from Boss Liang." Oh. Su Qingyan sneered.
She wondered where Sun Shaokong got this misunderstanding from. He seemed quite confident. Han Yun, go investigate Sun Shaokong right now.
Thoroughly investigate all the projects he's been involved in. I suspect he's up to something. Ah. Yes, President Su.
Han Yun was quite surprised, but she just did as Mr. Su told her to do.
Su Qingyan also has great confidence in Han Yun's ability to do things.
Although this special assistant looks like a cute girl, she is a hacker genius, works carefully, and has first-class abilities.
Sure enough, not long after, Han Yun handed her a piece of secret information. After seeing the above details, Su Qingyan's expression suddenly became extremely cold.
Boss Su, the Dongxing project was guaranteed by a senior executive before he retired, and the funds were transferred to Dongxing. Now we found out that the executive is actually a relative of Sun Shaokong. He received a commission of 10 million yuan from the company for this project. Sun Shaokong has now volunteered to collect the debt again.
He must be going for the 20 million commission.
If they had communicated with each other in advance, they could have taken 30 million commission from Tianlong Group in just one round.
This is purely exploiting a loophole in the company's procedures. Su Qingyan nodded.
She was very clear about the trick and knew that there must be accomplices of Sun Shaokong within the group, otherwise this would not be so easy to accomplish. Sun Shaokong didn't know that Liang Dongqi had robbed him of his money. He still thinks that he really recovered the debt.
Ah. Mr. Su, isn't this what Sun Shaokong is trying to get back using the tacit understanding process? Han Yun was also surprised and couldn't help asking, who is so powerful? Su Qingyan smiled but said nothing.
She didn't want to tell anyone that it was her husband who helped her with this. Han Yun, go help me investigate the dealings between Sun Shaokong and Dongxing. When the opportunity arises, I will kill this parasite and make an example of him.
Yes, President Su. As soon as Han Yun left, old Mrs. Su called. Qingyan, is Ling Yun okay?
Hearing her grandmother's concern for the man, Su Qingyan said inexplicably angrily, "He's not dead."
That's good. I heard the money is coming back. How are you going to reward that man? You're going to give him the 20 million commission, right? Grandma, is he your grandson? Why are you so anxious to give him the Su family's money? Qingyan, look at what you said.
If it weren't for him, our Su family would have lost more than 100 million.
He helped our Su family, shouldn't we be grateful to him? Hearing this, Su Qingyan was very surprised and asked, Grandma, how did you know so clearly so quickly? Why don't you think that the money was taken back by someone else in the company? Grandma knows Liang Dongqi better than you do.
If he dares to default on his debt, then no one in our Tianlong group can do anything to him.
So this money must not have been obtained by anyone from the Tianlong group.
Su Qingyan also admired the wisdom of old lady Su, especially her ability to judge people, which was truly unique. How could she choose such a fool as her husband? All I can say is, people make mistakes and horses stumble. Grandma wanted to hold her great-grandson so badly that she was desperate and tried every possible means this time.
Grandma, that man is very noble, he doesn't want money. So what does he want? You?
Old Mrs. Su was indeed old but young at heart.
She guessed it immediately and Su Qingyan couldn't hide it. That's right. But he wants me to have a wedding banquet with him. How can I agree to this?
Why can't you agree to his request?
You're already his wife. I think he's smart and has a good vision. 20 million is nothing compared to a single hair of my granddaughter, huh?
The old lady smiled happily and kept praising Ling Yun.
Su Qingyan was speechless.
Before she could hang up, the old lady quickly ordered, "Now that you've gotten your marriage certificate, both parties should meet their parents. So, please arrange that for us."
Su Qingyan's lips twitched. Grandma was really looking for trouble. "Grandma, I need to see you as much as I can. I'm busy anyway." After dealing with her grandmother, Su Qingyan happened to see a company email asking for instructions on how to reward the heroes of the Dongqing incident.
Su Qingyan thought about it and deliberately typed directly, and the group replied, "The chairman of the group personally invites the heroes of this event to dinner." After replying to the request, she went about doing other things. When Sun Xiaokong saw this reply, he was as excited as if it were New Year's Day.
Not to mention the Tianlong group, even if you look at the entire Huacheng, who is qualified to have dinner with the old lady of the Su family?
This incident made him feel very proud.
For a while, even many people in the group came to congratulate him.
On the other side, Ling Yun soon received a call.
"Xiao Yunzi, are you free tonight?"
Ling Yun was on his way to deliver water when he suddenly picked up his cell phone and answered it.
When he heard the old lady's voice, he was suddenly horrified. "Are you kidding me? Which club is soliciting customers and calling me? Didn't you do market research? You don't have any money. And he calls himself Xiao Yunzi? It's like the Empress Dowager is calling a little eunuch." "Sorry, I'm not interested." Ling Yun replied and hung up.
The old lady over there exclaimed, "Ah," and quickly continued, "Did you know I was going to invite you to dinner?"
Eat?
Ling Yun then took the time to check the caller ID.
Wasn't this forcing Su Qingyan to marry his old lady?
"Oh, sorry.
I didn't know it was you. Are you going to have dinner with my mom?"
It's okay." Mrs. Su on the other side was also easygoing. She smiled and said, "Qingyan is marrying you, so I plan to arrange a meal for the two parents to meet each other first."
Of course I should.
Ling Yun quickly responded awkwardly, "I'm sorry, I'm so rude, this should be arranged by me." It was his first marriage and he had no experience. It was only when the old lady mentioned it that he realized how rude he had been.
"It's okay. I've made a restaurant reservation. I'll text you later. Remember to ask your elders to come over."
"Okay, sure."
Ling Yun quickly agreed. Not long after I hung up the phone, I received a message that the restaurant reservation was successful.
Ling Yun didn't have time to look at it carefully, so he quickly called Chen Yuding. When Chen Yuding heard this, she was of course very happy, as if all the pain and illness in her body were gone. She also said that she would prepare her appearance immediately and go to visit her daughter-in-law and her family tonight. That afternoon, Ling Yun also asked for a price from the boss and returned to Yunlu village early. When Ling Xiaoyan heard that she was going to have dinner with her sister-in-law's family, she took a leave of absence from her part-time job in the evening.
The family is dressed to the nines and ready to go. Unexpectedly, as soon as I left the house, I met the Shin family of 3. "Hey, Ling Yun. Your family is dressed up like a real gentleman? Are you going somewhere for a banquet or a free meal?" "Ha ha. A dog cannot spit out ivory." After hearing what Shin Zigui said, the good mood of the 3 members of the Ling family was immediately affected. Chapter 24. What a coincidence. We're going to meet our in-laws and have a meal. Chen Yuding is an easygoing and nice person.
Even if Shin Zigui is getting too arrogant, she still answers his questions honestly.
Shin Huaji immediately glanced at Ling Yun with a complicated look in her eyes. That's quite a coincidence.
Zhou Qiuyan also crossed her arms and puffed out her chest, saying proudly, "My future son-in-law is also going to treat us to a meal.
He just completed a big project for the company and got a 20 million commission. Wow, that's amazing."
Chen Yuding was praising sincerely.
Of course not.
Even the chairman of the group invited him to dinner, and it was at a 7-star restaurant.
Zhou Qiuyan became more and more proud.
Oh, it seems Huaji has really found her ideal husband.
Congratulations.
Chen Yuding has always regarded Shin Huaji as her future daughter-in-law. Even though she has broken up with her son now, she still hopes that he will have a good home. However, Zhou Qiuyan never considered Ling Yun as her son-in-law, and now she looks down on him as a poor guy.
No more talking. My daughter and son-in-law have already driven over to pick us up. Goodbye.
A Porsche drove up from the other side of the road, and Zhou Qiuyan and her son got into the car with a proud look on their faces. Shin Huaji didn't say a word to Ling Yun from beginning to end.
After getting in the car, she talked and laughed with Sun Xiaokang, and they seemed to be on good terms. Brother, let's go too. I'm so looking forward to seeing my sister-in-law. Her photo is just as good as Sister Ji's, and she must be even more beautiful in person. Ling Xiaoyan quickly spoke to her brother to divert his attention. Ling Yun just smiled. He actually didn't know whether the ice girl would come today. According to the reservation information, the family of 3 arrived at Tianfu restaurant, only to find that the restaurant was too luxurious. Wow, it's so beautiful. Is this also a 7-star restaurant? Ling Xiaoyan exclaimed excitedly. Humph, Shin Xiaogui thinks that only they can go to a 7-star restaurant to eat? Even at home. Ling Yun, this meal is very expensive, right? Should we contact my in-law's grandmother and ask them to change places? Shen Yuding was very nervous. According to custom, the first time 2 families dine together, the man must pay. How could her family afford the expenses here? Mom, now that we're here, let's talk it over when we meet. That old lady is quite easy to talk to. After Ling Yun finished speaking, he still pulled his mother into the restaurant. After entering, I found that this restaurant was even more magnificent than I had imagined, like an aristocratic palace. Chen Yuding and Ling Xiaoyan were extremely nervous. When one is nervous, he wants to go to the bathroom. So, the mother and daughter asked to go to the bathroom, and Ling Yun waited alone in the corridor. Suddenly I looked up and saw the mother and son from the Shin family again. Ling Yun? Why are you here? The mother and son had just come out of the bathroom, and when they saw Ling Yun they had a look of surprise on their faces. I don't need to report where I am to you too, right? Ling Yun felt uncomfortable when he saw their expressions, which looked down on others. Shin Zigui suddenly looked enlightened and held on to him tightly. Oh. I see. You must have followed us in, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to enter Tianfu restaurant without your reservation. Hearing her son's words, Zhou Qiuyan twisted her face into a stern expression, scorning him coldly. Ling Yun, I didn't expect you to be so vain. What? Just because I sneaked in, I can eat here? Haha, Mom. Then you don't understand. This guy might have wanted to sneak in, take a picture, and post it on WeChat Moments to trick people into thinking he'd been here and spent money. Oh, that's so shameless. The mother and son sang the same tune, self-righteous, and their faces were extremely hateful. Ling Yun, however, treated them as clowns and didn't bother to pay any attention to them. But the next moment, Shin Zigui saw the mother and daughter of the Ling family coming out of the women's bathroom and stared at them again. Wow. Wow. I didn't expect that your whole family is so shameless. You even followed us in to use the luxurious restroom? His voice was extremely harsh, and Ling Xiaoyan wasn't going to tolerate him. She immediately scolded him coldly. Shin Zigui, watch your mouth. Who followed you in? The loud quarrel between the 2 sides instantly attracted other customers in the restaurant and attracted onlookers. Upon seeing this, the manager immediately brought security over to maintain order. Everyone, what happened? The manager is a woman in her 30s, pretty and with a good temperament. Hey, beautiful manager, you're just in time. Is your restaurant open to just anyone? Shen Zigui acted like a big shot and deliberately said, if that's the case, we won't come here again. It's not cool at all. And this is called a 7-star hotel? This remark resonated with other customers. Who spends a lot of money to eat here, not to feel superior? If any poor person can come in, wouldn't that lower their status? Sir, please allow me to investigate thoroughly before you speak. Although the female manager was embarrassed, she did not immediately believe the words and drive Ling Yun and his family away. Instead, she patiently asked, Sir, do you have a reservation? Yes. Ling Yun answered firmly. Unexpectedly, Shin Xiaogui laughed immediately. Ah, he said he had a reservation. It's hilarious. I know who he is. How can a coolie like him get a reservation here? There was another uproar. Anyone who could afford to eat here knew how difficult it was to get a reservation at Tianfu restaurant. Aside from Huaqing's prestigious families, only representatives of large companies and corporations could make reservations. For those of them with a slightly lower status, it is extremely difficult to book a table, let alone a laborer. Seeing everyone's gazes, Chen Yuding and Ling Xiaoyan became even more panicked. Especially Ling Xiaoyan, who has always suspected that her brother was deceived into marriage. Could he also be fooled by a scammer? Sir, which table number did you book? The female manager continued to ask. Table number 8. Ling Yan answered firmly again.
Unexpectedly, as soon as he said this, the scene suddenly became quiet. Even the beautiful manager was startled and stared at him with suspicion.
Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. I'm dying of laughter.
Shin Zigui burst into laughter, his expression and movements were extremely exaggerated. Beautiful manager, now you know he's lying, right?
Room 8 is the room my brother-in-law booked, and he and my sister are still sitting in it.
Not to mention other guests, even the beautiful manager believed that Ling Yun was lying. Everyone knows that table number 8 is the most luxurious private room in Tianfu restaurant. Not to mention ordinary people, even rich people may not be able to open that private room.
How could such a shabby family like this book that box? You're dreaming. I'm not lying. This is my reservation information.
At the critical moment, Ling Yun took out his mobile phone and showed the location information to the manager. It didn't matter that she saw it, the beautiful manager's face suddenly changed and she was completely stunned.
Shin Zigui, however, raised his hands and said smugly, still acting?
I think you are crazy about wanting to be my brother-in-law, huh? Unexpectedly, before he could finish his words, the beautiful manager suddenly bent down 90 degrees and bowed to Ling Yun to apologize. Sir,
I'm sorry for wasting your time. I'll take you to box number 8 now. Oh my god. What is going on? Shin Zigui was caught off guard and almost bit his tongue. Chapter 25, The Clown is Actually Myself. The people around were also shocked. This loser actually has the ability to book box number 8? How is this possible? Chen Yuding and Ling Xiaoyan didn't know what was going on, but seeing the looks of the people around them, they knew that Ling Yan seemed to have done something earth-shattering. Hey, stop. That's the box my brother-in-law booked. You can't just bring them in. Shin Zigui reacted and ran over breathlessly.
Zhou Qiuyan did the same, opening her arms and standing in front of them.
Yes. You reminded me.
The beautiful manager suddenly thought of something and walked away to make a phone call. Shin Zigui finally breathed a sigh of relief, then raised his head and stared coldly at Ling Yun.
Ha, you've even learned how to forge reservation information? What a shame. It's useless. Fake things can't be real. The beautiful manager will definitely check it out. It's too late for you to escape now. Zhou Qiuyan echoed his words and threatened Chen Yuding. My son is right.
Sneaking in to take pictures and use the restroom is vanity at work, but forging hotel reservation information is a commercial crime.
You can expect to go to jail.
Chen Yuding had read few books, and her lips trembled as she looked at Ling Yun.
No. Brother would never do such a thing.
Ling Xiaoyan trusted Ling Yun, and immediately said with her eyes shining and in a firm tone.
Let's see if you can still say such things in a while.
Shin Zigui was too lazy to argue with Ling Xiaoyan.
Facts spoke louder than words anyway.
His brother-in-law and sister were still sitting inside, waiting for the chairman of the Tianlong group to come and reward them.
How could this be fake? What else was the Ling family doing?
The more they make trouble, the more embarrassed they will be. The beautiful manager quickly returned and ordered the security guards, you guys, kick this troublemaker out.
Yes. Manager.
Several security guards responded loudly and courageously.
Everyone saw it. This is the fate of scoundrels and liars, huh?
Before Shin Zigui could finish his proud words, he found that someone had grabbed both of his arms.
What is going on? Hey, you've got the wrong guy.
Seeing this, Zhou Qiuyan screamed.
You're right. But I almost forgot about you.
The beautiful manager smiled.
The next moment, 2 more security guards grabbed Zhou Qiuyan's arms. I'm dumbfounded.
The mother and son were completely dumbfounded.
The audience around them were also dumbfounded. How come this mother and son became the ones causing trouble? You want to die, don't you? Don't you know who my brother-in-law is?
He's Sun Xiaokong, the head of the sales department of Tianlong Technology Company.
He's in box number 8 right now.
Shen Zigui was still struggling desperately, roaring in frustration.
Everyone gasped when they heard this. The CEO of Tianlong Technology Company, that is incredible.
Moreover, Tianfu Restaurant and Tianlong Technology belong to the same Tianlong group, so the beautiful manager should give some face to Mr. Sun, right?
Don't worry, we haven't forgotten Mr. Sun.
The beautiful manager still smiled beautifully. Just when Shin Zigui and his mother were still fantasizing about a comeback, the next moment they saw Sun Xiaokong and Shen Huaji being invited out of box number 8.
What is going on here?
Shen Ziguei and his mother completely collapsed. The whole audience looked at each other in surprise.
Everyone was waiting for Ling Yan's family of 3 to be evicted, but why was it Mr. Sun and his girlfriend's family who were evicted in the end?
The scene has become 100,000 whys.
Mr. Sun, please come in.
You are not the protagonist today. The beautiful manager asked me to leave in person. Sun Xiaokong just said that it was him that old lady Su was inviting to a banquet tonight, and she actually believed it. But after seeing the information provided by Ling Yun, she realized that the hero that old lady Su had invited to the banquet was someone else. Sun Xiaokong's identity and position were there, so she was afraid of making a mistake, so she called Mrs. Su for instructions. Only after receiving personal orders from the chairman of the group did she dare to drive out Sun Xiaokong and the Shin family. At this time, Sun Xiaokong also realized that he had made a mistake, and his face looked very ugly. This not only made him lose face in front of his girlfriend's family, but also embarrassed him in public.
But there is no way. After all, who in Tianlong Group dares to disobey the chairman's orders? What is going on? Su Qingyan deliberately played a trick on him? Then who was the one who dealt with Liang Dongqi? It can't be Ling Yun, right? It was his family who made the fuss, which led the manager to check and find out that the hero was not his, right?
Sun Xiaokong was confused for a moment. He never dreamed that the one who dealt with Liang Dongqi was Ling Yun, the person he despised the most.
Shin Xiaogui, the bitch you just mentioned who followed in to eat and use the restroom, turned out to be you guys? Although Ling Xiaoyan didn't know what exactly happened, she would be stupid if she didn't seize the opportunity to take revenge now. Shin Xiaogui was so angry that he was raging, but what could he do? The mother and son always treated Ling Yun's family as clowns, but they didn't expect that in the end they would be the clowns themselves. Shin Huaji also looked at Ling Yun. Although she didn't say anything, her eyes were full of disbelief. She must figure out the mystery behind this. Mom, Xiaoyan, let's go.
Ling Yun ignored her and left the scene with his mother and sister. After the family of 3 entered the number 8 box, Chen Yuding and Ling Xiaoyan's weak hearts were shocked by the extravagant scene. No wonder those people looked so shocked when they heard that they had booked this box.
They really don't deserve to eat in a place like this. Ling Yun, hurry up. Contact them, let's eat somewhere else.
Chen Yuding turned pale with fright. If she eats a meal here, her family might not be able to afford the bill even if they sell their ancestral home.
It's okay, this meal is on my treat, old lady.
At this moment, a voice came from behind. The old lady looks very old, but she is still quite energetic. Behind her was only Song Sanyang, without any fanfare. However, Chen Yuding couldn't help but feel ashamed when she saw the other person's attire and outfit.
She looked at her son and asked tremblingly, "Who is this?" "Mom, let me introduce you. This is Qingyan's grandmother, and that should be her aunt, right?"
Ling Yan actually didn't know Song Sanyang's identity, but since she didn't look like Su Qingyan's sister and was so close to the old lady, he thought she was the old lady's daughter.
Song Sanyang just smiled and said nothing.
Ling Yan said she was the younger aunt, so she was the younger aunt.
"You are Ling Wuchen's wife and Ling Yun's biological mother, right? Nice to meet you."
Old Mrs. Su, who has always been aloof, was unusually enthusiastic today and actually took the initiative to shake Chen Yuding's hand. Although Chen Yuding didn't know that she was the chairman of Tianlong Group, she still felt flattered. She was afraid that her calloused hands would hurt the other person, so she quickly retracted them with a smile. "Ma'am, my mom says she's not used to eating in places like this.
Can we change to a less exaggerated venue?" Ling Yun also spoke frankly. Song Sanyang was about to refuse.
How could the head of the Su family just find a place to eat casually?
However, Mrs. Su spoke first. Of course. I think it's too expensive."
She could see that the Ling family was very simple. This isn't a business interaction, she just wants everyone to have a happy meal, chat about some things, and settle some issues. Moreover, she also knew that her granddaughter was pretending to be poor in front of Ling Yun, so she might as well cooperate with her. At this time, outside the restaurant. After being invited down, Shin Huaji still had some hope and said to Sun Xiaokong, "I still want to see who is having dinner at number 8 Tianzi tonight.
Can you think of a solution?" She just didn't believe that Ling Yan's family could eat at number 8 Tianzi. Why should they? Chapter 26 14,250 Dowry. Of course.
Sun Xiaokong lost face today, so of course he wanted to save face in front of his girlfriend's family. He made a phone call and someone from Tianfu restaurant took 2 photos for him. As a result, no one was dining in box number 8, while the Ling Yun family was dining outside with an old lady.
For some reason, the photo only captured Ling Yun's family, but not the old lady. For Shin Ziguei and his mother, that was not important. What was important was that the Ling family had not become prosperous, and it was just a chance to have a meal at Tianfu restaurant. Shin Huaji looked suspicious. Ling Yun said that he came to meet his in-laws. It seemed that his in-laws were quite powerful. So, who was his wife? He was not the only one who was suspicious. Sun Shaokan was also very depressed. He always thought that he had taken care of Liang Dongqi, and because the chairman wanted to treat him to dinner tonight, he brought his fiancée and her family to show off. Now that there has been a misunderstanding, who was it that dealt with Liang Dongqi? It can't be Ling Yun, right? His family didn't eat at number 8 Tianzi. I don't understand. The only thing he could be sure of was that Su Qingyan seemed to be deliberately playing tricks on him, but the gap in their status was too big and he had no way to stop it. At this time, in the restaurant, Mrs. Su offered tea to Chen Yuding. Mother-in-law, I'm sorry. Qingyan is busy with work and I'm afraid she can't come today. But don't worry, I know about the wedding. I will go back and arrange it for Qingyan. On the first day of next month, our 2 families will definitely be together forever. After hearing this, although Chen Yuding felt a little regretful that she couldn't meet her daughter-in-law today, she was still very happy to have tea with her. It doesn't matter. Young people nowadays are just busy. I hope that after they get married, they can find time to have a few children for us old people. Chen Yuding's words really touched Mrs. Su's heart. Isn't this her goal? Since the 2 old people had a common goal, they became more and more excited as they talked. The 2 old women, who were more than 10 years apart in age, almost became sworn sisters on the spot. Ling Yun rarely interrupted throughout the whole process, but he was also curious about who Su Qingyan's family was. This old lady looked very noble both times, but her personality was easygoing, and she didn't seem like a big shot from a big family. She can't really be playing a rich woman. Is there some new trick she uses to deceive people into getting married? But the same thing goes, he is poor enough anyway, so I don't think they can cheat him of anything. Now that his mother was so happy, he had no choice but to continue regardless of whether it was a scam or not. What? You still want to find a job? When Mrs. Su heard what Chen Yuding said, she suddenly became excited. Qin's mother was so old and in poor health, but she still had to go out to work? Yes, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, Grandma Qin. My family is not very well off, so we all have to work hard to make money. By the way. As Chen Yuding spoke, she suddenly took out a bank card and handed it to old Mrs. Su. What does this mean? Old Mrs. Su asked after a moment of surprise. This is the betrothal gift my family gave to Qingyan. Chen Yuding smiled at first, then looked worried. Sorry, there's only 14,250 in there. If it's not enough, we can always add more later. Just tell us. She tried her best to help her son marry this daughter-in-law. Song Sanyang suddenly chuckled and laughed unkindly. The eldest daughter of the Su family only accepted a betrothal gift of 14,250. If this were to get out, the whole of Huacheng would surely burst into laughter, right? Unexpectedly, Mrs. Su glared at her and told her to shut up. Aunt, I'm sorry, do you dislike my family being too poor? Chen Yuding looked gloomy and humble. No, no. Old Mrs. Su quickly smiled and waved her hand. This money is enough, then I will accept it. Chen Yuding then smiled happily and thanked her repeatedly. Thank you, Grandma-in-law. I promise you, Qingyan will marry my son and we will definitely treat her well. If Ling Yun dares to bully her even a little bit, I will punish him severely. Ling Yun suddenly. Mom doesn't know how badly her son was bullied by Su Qingyan, and she actually said such things. It's really child abuse. Okay. Mrs. Su laughed so hard that she couldn't stop. After a while, she continued the topic. By the way, you just mentioned looking for a job. What position are you looking for? This. Chen Yuding smiled awkwardly again. I'm 53 years old this year, almost reaching the legal retirement age. What kind of job can I choose? Being a cleaner is good enough. When Mrs. Su heard this, she immediately laughed and said, Isn't that a coincidence? I heard that the Tianlong Group branch is recruiting a cleaning supervisor. You can give it a try. Song Sanyang was stunned. It seemed that Tianlong Group was going to create a new cleaning supervisor position. Cleaning supervisor? Chen Yuding immediately waved her hand. Tianlong Group is such a large enterprise, the competition must be very fierce. I am old and in poor health, how can anyone be interested in me? Ha, if you don't try to find a job, how do you know it won't work? Just figure it out for yourself.
Old Mrs. Su stopped trying, otherwise it would be too obvious and the Ling family would soon know that she was the chairman of the Tianlong Group, which would be no fun. Afterwards, the two families chatted about family matters, but old Mrs. Su neither revealed her own identity nor Su Qingyan's background. When it came time to pay the bill, Ling Yun, as the man, took the initiative to pay. Fortunately, I earned 10,000 yuan in tips from delivering water before, otherwise I wouldn't be able to afford this meal. Unexpectedly, the beautiful manager took the initiative to say that the last digit of their receipt was exactly 3/8, so she waived their meal fee.
Xiao Yunzi, you are so lucky.
Old Madame Su laughed at Ling Yun and said, if my granddaughter marries you, she will definitely have good luck in the future.
Ling Yun smiled bitterly. He had never been so lucky before. Could it be that his luck changed after he got married?
On the other side, Sun Xiaokang felt unlucky and was driving Shen Huaji and her family back home. Although they went to a nice restaurant for dinner tonight, Zhou Qiuyan and Shen Zigui still felt uncomfortable all night, feeling that they had lost face in front of the Ling family today. Sun Xiaokang is the son-in-law of the Shen family after all, especially since Shen Huaji hasn't married him yet. He took the initiative to curry favor with her.
Brother-in-law, how is your work now? Are you satisfied?
When this was brought up, Shen Zigui, who was also a smart guy, immediately said, don't mention it.
My supervisor is always targeting me. I want to fire him. Does my brother-in-law have any work for me? Zhou Qiuyan's eyes suddenly lit up.
Her son was spoiled by her. He just graduated from a technical school and changed jobs several times in 3 months. He either didn't accept the arrangements made by his boss or he felt that the treatment was not good enough. If he continues like this, he will be unemployed sooner or later.
Is that so? Sun Xiaokang deliberately refused to agree.
After all, being too straightforward would not reflect his status. Sure enough, Shen Zigui immediately started flattering him. Brother-in-law, you and my sister are going to have a banquet in less than 2 weeks.
People will definitely ask what your brother-in-law does for a living. If he doesn't have some clothes, wouldn't it be embarrassing for you?
Yes, and me too.
Zhou Qiuyan was not willing to lag behind.
She is actually a lazy woman who doesn't want to go out to work, but she also wants money.
If her future son-in-law arranges a job for her now, the salary shouldn't be bad, right? With the boss's protection, no one in the company would dare to bully her, right? Okay, then I'll go back to Tianlong Group and see if there are any suitable positions for you too.
Only then did Sun Xiaokang agree.
Mom, sister, look. My brother-in-law is so awesome.
Shen Zigui flattered Sun Xiaokang again, which made Sun Xiaokang very happy.
On the contrary, Shen Huaji just smiled politely and didn't seem very happy. I wonder what she was thinking. Chapter 27. Are you sick? Take a shower without turning on the light. It was 10 o'clock in the evening when Ling Yun and his family returned home.
Tonight is the happiest meal Chen Yuding has had in all these years. Ling Xiaoyan was also in a very good mood.
Seeing his family's satisfied expressions, Ling Yun was also very happy.
In order to keep his mother's smile, he had to rack his brains to maintain this fake marriage with Su Qingyan.
Ling Yun, don't you need to go back and accompany Qingyan?
As soon as she entered the house,
Chen Yuding caught Ling Yun and asked. I chatted with old Mrs. Su tonight.
She already knew that the young couple was living together after marriage.
If Ling Yun doesn't go back, won't her daughter-in-law be alone at home at night? How can that be? Need not. Ling Yun just wanted to downplay the matter.
He didn't want to go back to face that cold woman. Her blood was cold, no matter how beautiful she was, it was useless.
No. Chen Yuding grabbed him and pushed him out. We just got married, how can you ignore her?
I promised Grandma Su that I would love her granddaughter well. Hurry up and pack up, go back and spend time with my daughter-in-law. Ling Yun could only sigh. There was no other way, so I just picked up some things, went out, turned on the battery and left. Ling Xiaoyan looked a little strange and couldn't help but poke her chin with her little finger. Why did it feel like the relationship between her brother and sister-in-law seemed so ordinary? Are they really lovers?
Shouldn't you be as inseparable as possible after getting married? On the other side, Su Qingyan was busy as usual and didn't get off work until almost 9 o'clock.
She didn't give any special instructions, and Xiao Wang drove her back to the Su family villa as usual. When they were almost at the door, Su Qingyan, who had been thinking about work in the car, suddenly shouted, "Stop!"
Ah, yes. Xiao Wang quickly stopped the car and turned around to ask, "Boss Su, do you have any instructions?"
Su Qingyan sighed, almost forgetting that she was married and what her grandmother had told her. She said helplessly, "Send me to Tianlong Garden."
Ah. Yes.
Xiao Wang quickly did as he was told. Su Qingyan had never told him about marriage, but he also realized that something was wrong.
Was Mr. Su living with someone in Tianlong Garden? But he didn't dare to ask.
Tonight, Brother Ji and another colleague are on duty at the gate of Tianlong Garden. According to international practice, Brother Ji spent the whole night filming videos of security room president and uploading them to those video websites to make extra money, leaving only one colleague guarding the door. When Ling Yun came back driving the electric car, Brother Ji was not in the security room. As soon as Ling Yun entered, Brother Ji was handing over his shift to his colleague, and it was his colleague's turn to be the Snake King and slack off.
Not long after, a Bentley was seen parked in front of the door.
Brother Ji hurried out and bowed to open the door for her.
Su Qingyan didn't let Xiao Wang drive the car in, but got out of the car herself and asked Ji Gu casually, "Is that guy back?"
Brother Ji shuddered slightly.
How could he dare to say he didn't know? If so, wouldn't Miss Su know that he was not on duty just now? He quickly glanced at the 17th floor of the Bohemia building.
It was completely dark, and immediately shook his head. "Miss, I was diligently on duty all night and didn't see that man come back."
Su Qingyan nodded and stepped straight in. Brother Ji finally breathed a sigh of relief, wondering if that stinky coolie had saved the Milky Way in his past life. Had he really married the eldest daughter of the Su family? Even though he had seen them rolling around on the basement floor, Brother Ji still couldn't believe it. How can a toad and a swan be a pair? At this time, Ling Yun had already returned to the house and found it dark and deserted. He knew that the woman had not returned home at all. But it's better this way. I don't have to see that cold face. I feel comfortable and at ease. Ling Yun has very good eyesight. Even without turning on the lights, he can see clearly with the help of the outside lights and moonlight. Because his family has always been poor, he is used to saving electricity and was too lazy to turn on the lights. He just grabbed his clothes and rushed to the bathroom. In my previous home, the bathroom only had one bottle of shower gel and one bottle of shampoo, and I could pick them up with my eyes closed. But in my new home, there are so many things in the bathroom that I accidentally knocked something over when I was trying to pick up the shower gel. Forget it, I'll pick it up later. Ling Yun lay in the bathtub, all the fatigue in his body disappeared instantly, and he was in a very happy mood. But after smelling an enchanting fragrance, he felt as if something was wrong, and his whole body felt so comfortable that it almost swelled up. Has Su Qingyan used this bathtub? Smelling the lingering body fragrance of the woman and thinking of the image of the woman lying in the same bathtub, he couldn't help but swallowing. Damn it! Why is it getting more and more powerful? As a member of the North, his willpower is unquestionable, and he has never had any evil thoughts about women. But at this moment he found that he could smell the fragrance of that woman, and after he couldn't help but imagine the scene in his mind, he actually felt something. Fortunately, the woman was not there tonight, otherwise if she was discovered, she would inevitably be ridiculed and looked down upon. Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly saw light coming through the crack in the bathroom door. The next moment, footsteps were heard coming towards the bathroom. No way? That woman is back? Ling Yun didn't dare to breathe deeply for a moment. He thought that the woman would not come back tonight, so he did not lock the bathroom door. It should still be in time to lock it now, right? But just as he was about to stand up, the bathroom door was pushed open. Oh my God! Women are women. Do they have to take a shower as soon as they get home? Ling Yun was still naked, and was so scared that he quickly squatted back into the bathtub. But Su Qingyan's perception ability was not as strong as his, because Brother Ji said that the man did not come back, so she believed it. At this moment, she casually took off her coat, revealing her snow-white shoulders, and prepared to take a nice and fragrant bath. Hey, hey! Ling Yun wanted to shout out, but found that at the critical moment, his throat was hoarse because he was too nervous. Su Qingyan also seemed to sense something and suddenly turned on the light. Click! The moment the lights came on, the two of them stared at each other, and the air in the bathroom seemed to freeze. No, it's like time has stopped. The two of them didn't move, but their eyes kept getting wider.
The next moment, the expressions of both of them changed drastically at the same time.
Ling Yan squatted back into the bathtub with a thud. So embarrassing.
His mother hasn't even seen his body when he grows up.
Kill me with one sword.
On the contrary, Su Qingyan remained calm. She clenched her fists tightly, closed her beautiful eyes, bit her teeth lightly, and sneered, "Are you sick?
Not only did you not turn on the light when taking a shower, but you even didn't close the door? It's terrible, it's terrible. Wouldn't it hurt to look at a man's body?"
Su Qingyan found that the scene just now lingered in her mind for a long time. She felt nauseous but couldn't help feeling curious.
Didn't I plan to save electricity? I never thought you'd come back so late.
Ling Yan also has reasons and evidence. Su Qingyan was really mad at him. He was so confident that he didn't close the door while taking a shower.
Did he have any shame?
Ling Yan saw that she closed her eyes, so he quickly stood up and planned to put on a bath towel first. Who would have thought that this woman would not play by the rules and suddenly opened her beautiful eyes?
Why are you like this?
Ling Yan was so scared that he quickly covered his body. Su Qingyan was obviously very angry, but when she saw him like this, she accidentally laughed.
Seriously, what's so good about a grown man's body? Why are you blocking it from view? Mean.
She originally wanted to take another look at his abs, but now she was afraid of getting sty, so she turned around and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, she stepped on something, suddenly slipped, and fell backwards.
Ah!
Su Qingyan subconsciously turned around and stepped on the ground to keep her balance, but the more she stepped, the more she slipped, and she crashed directly into Ling Yan's naked body. In an instant, Ling Yan finally understood what he had accidentally knocked over. It turned out to be the super smooth conditioner.
It's over now. Chapter 28 Contract Marriage. Boo!
The couple had a magnificent collision of the century. Su Qingyan felt her face touching the slippery and hot body of the man. She was so angry that she raised her head sharply, staring at Ling Yan with her icy eyes, as if she wanted to cut him in half.
Miss Su, I'm sorry. I just accidentally knocked over the conditioner. You actually set a trap for me?
Su Qingyan was so excited that she wanted to kill someone. But the next moment, her eyes suddenly went dark, her head shook and she fell down.
Hello? Hello?
Ling Yan didn't know what she was doing, so he quickly hugged her. I was worried that she would kill with her eyes again, but this woman didn't move a muscle.
What's going on? He actually fainted? Could it be that the violent collision just now hit his head?
Ling Yan knew medicine, and saving his wife was the most important thing at this time. He didn't care that she was not wearing clothes, and quickly carried her out of the bathroom and put her in the hall where the air was more ventilated. After flipping her eyelids and taking her pulse, he found that the woman had fainted due to sudden unstable blood pressure, which led to lack of blood oxygen in her brain. Fortunately, Ling Yan had served as a military doctor in the northern border and had rich experience in first aid. At this moment, he quickly put his hands on Su Qingyan's chest to increase her heart pressure. After increasing the pressure for a while, he pressed Su Qingyan's philtrum to help her breathe oxygen.
After 2 or 3 times, Su Qingyan's complexion improved significantly, otherwise he might have to give her artificial respiration.
Before the woman woke up, Ling Yan rushed back to the bathroom and put on his clothes.
When he came out of the bathroom, Su Qingyan had already woken up and was even sitting on the sofa.
A pair of cold eyes stared at Ling Yan. Ling Yan was a little overwhelmed for a moment. He scratched his head and said with an awkward smile, "You are awake?
This is no nonsense. Can I stare at you without waking up?"
Su Qingyan snorted in her heart, but asked coldly, "You saved me?"
Ling Yan nodded. Su Qingyan was a little surprised. This stinky coolie actually knew medicine?
Otherwise, if the ambulance came to rescue her, her life might be in danger.
Miss Su, do you have any special illness?
Ling Yan asked. It seems that if you get too emotional, your body will easily have problems.
Su Qingyan was surprised again.
This guy not only knew medicine, but was also quite powerful.
He actually discovered her weakness.
She is called the iceberg beauty, not because she deliberately pretends to be cold, but because she is born with a rare cold-blooded syndrome. When you are too excited, your heart will be overloaded, blood will stop flowing temporarily, your body will become cold, and you may experience symptoms such as dizziness or even fainting. Because of this, she has been very careful to control her emotions since she was a child, and generally does not show obvious joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness. Gradually, because she was good at controlling her emotions and her emotional threshold became higher, few people could impress her, and some even thought she was a cold and heartless beauty. But in fact, she was just a patient who controlled herself from getting sick. After getting to know Ling Yun, she was angered by this guy time and time again, and today she even fainted due to excessive emotion. Now that you know my secret, if you dare to make me angry next time, I will kill you. Su Qingyan threatened with a cold face. Miss Su, I didn't mean it. Ling Yun explained with a wry smile. If he dares to deliberately make her angry, and if she cannot be saved, it will be considered medical murder. Su Qingyan snorted coldly and returned to the room with a stern face. Ling Yun couldn't help but shudder. He thought that since this woman would not come home tonight, he would be free and at ease. He never expected it to turn out like this. He went back to the bathroom to finish what he had not done and clean the floor. When he came out again, Su Qingyan was sitting on the sofa again, with something and a pen on the table. Knock knock. She tapped the table with 2 jade fingers. Come here. Ling Yun was a little unhappy, but he still wiped his hands and walked up to her. Signed. Su Qingyan said again in a tone that could not be disobeyed. What? Ling Yun frowned slightly, thinking that this woman was really unpleasant and spoke as if there was no room for negotiation at all. But he still picked up the thing and took a closer look. Contract marriage clauses? When Ling Yun saw this title, he was stunned. Su Qingyan's red lips flashed with a cold arc. This is all to protect my safety. You must comply, otherwise I have the right to terminate this marriage. Ling Yun was a little scared when he heard about the termination of the marriage. Only today did he see his mother's happy smile and his sister's look of anticipation to meet his eldest sister-in-law, and he was actually worried that this marriage would suddenly die. He admitted that he was a loser and was caught by Su Qingyan at this time, so he hurried to read on. There are 4 major ones in total. First, Ling Yun and Su Qingyan are in a contractual marriage, not a real couple, and will never have sex. Ling Yun is also not allowed to invade Su Qingyan's privacy, let alone take the opportunity to peek. Secondly, a contract marriage is for both parties to satisfy their respective parents. Apart from family members, no one else can be told about it. Ling Yun has no right to publicly disclose his relationship with Su Qingyan. Third, the two acknowledge that contract marriages are not protected by law. After the contract marriage ends, the two will not share their property equally, whether before or after the marriage. Fourth, due to Su Qingyan's physical condition, the couple is not allowed to quarrel during the contract period. If they quarrel, Ling Yun must quickly admit his mistake and not make Su Qingyan faint from anger. After reading the terms, Ling Yun couldn't help but smile and gave a thumbs up. Miss Su is indeed a cultured person, a senior executive of a large enterprise, and she really has a sense of law. These rules and regulations protect her very well. Of course. Su Qingyan took his sarcasm as a compliment. Although I don't know how you managed to get my grandma, I will definitely not let you get me. Do you really want me to be your wife? Don't dream. Ling Yun was not angry, and continued to smile and said, I didn't have such a dream. Just as Miss Su wrote above, I am just trying to please the parents, so I will definitely sign this agreement. His attitude made Su Qingyan secretly angry again. She had already calculated that this man would be furious, even frustrated, and would never sign the agreement. If he signs this agreement, won't he have no chance to touch her? There is no way to get her property. Didn't he trick me into marrying him just to get both money and beauty? I hope Miss Su won't go back on her word and will just cooperate with me in holding the wedding banquet at the beginning of next month. Ling Yun said this and directly picked up the pen to sign his name on the agreement. Afterwards, he took the initiative to ask, Miss Su, do you want to be fingered? Su Qingyan was slightly stunned, then her red lips curled up slightly. Of course, don't you have any legal awareness? Ling Yun had no expression. The wound he had sustained the day before yesterday had not yet healed. He simply slid his finger across the wound and left a bloody fingerprint. This idiot. Su Qingyan took out the ink box and found it was too late. She couldn't help rolling her eyes. Is his blood so worthless? Miss Su, is this okay? Ling Yun put the documents back in front of him without any complaints or even any delay. Seeing how cooperative he was, Su Qingyan couldn't figure him out for a moment. Is this man really not a liar? Does he really have no desires for himself? Seeing that she didn't say anything, Ling Yun turned around. Etc. Su Qingyan then quickly called him. Chapter 29, Mr. Ling, please feel free to look for me. Miss Su, is there anything else? Ling Yan turned around and said directly, if you have any other requests, just write them down. As long as you come back with me on the first day of next month to hold a banquet, everything else is up to you.
Su Qingyan looked at his attitude and couldn't help but gnaw her teeth. After a while, she finally spoke through her teeth, don't you have any requirements for me? What I mean is, don't you need to add your rights to this agreement? Right? Ling Yan laughed, Miss Su is well educated and has a good sense of law. Once this contract is signed, I am destined to lose both your person and your money. What rights do I have left? Su Qingyan was also amused, if you can't get me, you can still get other women. I'm not an unreasonable person. Since our marriage is fake, I won't restrict you from finding other women. I'm just worried that you won't find one.
This woman was not deliberately mocking him, she was just trying to provoke him. She just hoped that Ling Yan would find another woman and divorce her as soon as possible.
Ling Yan felt insulted and his eyes became angry. Well, I'll add it for you.
Su Qingyan didn't care about his expression and directly wrote with a pen, during the contract period, Ling Yan can find other female companions, Su Qingyan has no right to interfere.
After she finished writing, she suddenly looked up and reminded him, oh, by the way, you can find a woman any way you want, but don't get sick.
If you get sick, I have the right to divorce you.
Ling Yan clenched his fists, his emotions boiling as he gritted his teeth and said, you wanted to add this, don't regret it later. Finally seeing him angry, Su Qingyan actually felt an inexplicable sense of relief. She said with a smile, what are you thinking? Will I regret it? I can't wait for you to find another woman. Mr. Ling, work hard to have an affair.
After saying that, he also signed and covered it with his finger.
Make 2 copies, give one to the man and keep one for yourself. Su Qingyan was very satisfied. Now she had another way to get rid of this man. When he finds another woman, grandma can't force herself to continue living with him, right?
Ling Yan took the agreement, turned his back on her and went back to the room.
He was very angry and confused.
He must not let his mother know about this arranged marriage. On the other hand, Shen Yuding didn't know that her son was in a contract marriage.
After returning from dinner, she was very happy and even couldn't sleep because of excitement. My son's lifelong event is finally coming to fruition. The next morning, she went out with the prepared invitation.
Ling Xiaoyan even took half a day off to be with her. After sending several relatives, the mother and daughter finally arrived at their aunt Chen Fengyi's house. Chen Fengyi was sitting in her son's car at the time and was about to go out. When she saw her sister coming with a red bomb, she was as scared as if she saw the god of plague.
People these days are like this, looking up instead of down.
They want to squeeze in when their bosses, or dignitaries have good things to do, even if they haven't been invited. But when it comes to the weddings of poor families, even close relatives don't want to go. Because it is not of much value, and you have to waste time and get a red envelope. In particular, the relationship between Chen Fengyi and Shen Yuding has not been very good since childhood. After a minor conflict many years ago, Chen Fengyi has not visited her sister for a long time. Shen Yuding had been ill for so long before, but she even pretended not to know.
Phone E. Phone E.
Seeing that her sister was about to roll up the car window and leave, Chen Yuding hurriedly and excitedly called out to her. Chen Fengyi never treated her as an elder sister, but she always treated Chen Fengyi as a younger sister. She had to inform her about such a big event as her son's marriage. Chen Fengyi had no choice but to roll down the car window again and said with a forced smile, "Sister, I'm sorry, I didn't see you coming."
It's okay, it's okay. I just came to give you an invitation. My son is getting married, and the banquet will be held on the first day of next month.
Shen Yuding said excitedly and handed the red invitation to her sister.
Chen Fengyi took it reluctantly. His son Huangshi was even more surprised. Shen Huaji is really going to marry Ling Yan?
He and Shen Huaji were once alumni, and she was their former school belle.
Even he wanted it, so how could his poor cousin marry such a woman? He's not marrying Huaji, the bride is someone else. Shen Yuding explained with a smile. Oh, I see.
Huangshi's expression changed instantly, and there was a deep contempt in his eyes.
He knew that Ling Yun would be dumped sooner or later. Who would marry a poor guy these days?
Shen Yuding didn't notice Huangshi's expression, but Ling Xiaoyan saw it and felt a little uncomfortable.
Okay, we'll see. We'll definitely send a big red envelope when we have time.
Chen Fengyi laughed casually, but actually she had no intention of going at all. Their family is considered to be well off and they know the art of socializing very well. They only care about interests and equal exchange and have long believed that it is meaningless to socialize with poor relatives.
Okay.
Shen Yuding and her sister were from different social classes, so she didn't understand the underlying meaning of her sister's words at all.
She even thought they were biological sisters, so she suddenly said, Fingy, are you financially well off? I'd like to borrow 20,000 yuan from you for the wedding banquet. Once I find a job, I'll definitely pay you back. What? 20,000? Here we come.
Poor relatives always ask for money when they meet.
Chen Fingy immediately exploded, Sister, how could I have that? To be honest, my son is paying for a sea view apartment. We as parents don't have the money to support him, so how can we have any spare money to lend to others?
While refusing, he still pretended to be cool.
Huangshe also looked quite proud.
He lives in a sea view house worth more than 2 million yuan and drives a car worth more than 300,000 yuan, but he still feels that he is not qualified to marry Xin Huaji.
Why does Ling Yan think so? The wife he marries now must be either ugly or disabled, right? Thinking of this, he suddenly interrupted, Aunt, do you have a photo of my cousin's wife? We want to see how beautiful she is. Chen Yuding smiled awkwardly, No, actually we haven't yet.
Before the honest woman could finish her words, Ling Xiaoyan pouted and interrupted, Cousin, why are you so curious?
She's not your wife. You'll definitely see her when you come to the wedding banquet.
She was much smarter than her mother. She had already seen that this relative did not want to give the red envelope.
Moreover, Huangshe's eyes were full of contempt. Didn't he think that his sister-in-law was an ugly thing?
If my mother said that they had never met my sister-in-law, this guy would definitely laugh at her.
Huangshe glanced at Ling Xiaoyan, but did not argue with this cute little cousin. Chen Fingy then continued the previous topic, Sister, I'm sorry. I can't lend you any money. Didn't you just talk about work? Do you have a job now? Shen Yuding was hospitalized a while ago.
It's one thing that she didn't visit her, but that doesn't mean she doesn't know her sister's background.
How can a woman like this still have a job? It's just a scam to borrow money.
If she is really stupid enough to lend money to such a sister, it will be like throwing meat buns at a dog, and it will never come back.
Not yet, but.
Shen Yuding was about to talk about the job her grandmother-in-law had introduced her to, but Chen Fingy interrupted her immediately.
Sister, I'm a little embarrassed that I don't have any money to lend you. How about this? How about I find you a job? Once you have a job, it will be easier to borrow money from anyone. Xiaoshi, isn't your company hiring a cleaning lady?
When Huangshe heard this, he subconsciously frowned, unable to hide his contempt for Chen Yuding. He would be embarrassed to tell others that he has an aunt who works as a cleaner.
Chapter 30, She has a strong background.
Mom, you're putting me in a difficult position.
Like mother, like son. Huangshe is also a very hypocritical person.
Even if he looks down on others in his heart, he will never say it openly to offend them.
Our company is just a partner of the Tianlong Group, not some top-tier enterprise. Our cleaning lady only makes 2,600 a month. It's dirty and tiring, not suitable for you, Auntie. We'd better let those young and ignorant girls do it.
Ling Xiaoyan almost got angry when she heard this. After all, she was a top student who had just been admitted to a key undergraduate program.
How could she not hear the hidden meaning in her cousin's words?
It's obvious that he looks down on her mother, saying that she is old, has a bad image, and can't even do a job with a monthly salary of 2,600.
It's okay.
Shen Yuding's education level was not as high as her daughter's, but she was a kind person who would never think the worst of others. She smiled and said, I'm also going to the Tianlong Group to interview for a cleaning supervisor today, so there's no need to trouble Xiaoshi for an introduction.
What? Tianlong Group?
Chen Fingy and her son were suddenly surprised, as if they had heard something incredible.
The director of Tianlong Group.
Not to mention Chen Fingy is willing to go, even Huangshe, who is the sales manager in the company, is willing to switch jobs there.
Who in Huaqing doesn't know that Tianlong Group is a leading enterprise and its treatment is better than other companies?
Being able to be a supervisor in Tianlong Group, even if it is a cleaning supervisor, will make relatives and friends envious.
Yeah, it's almost time. Can I take a ride with you?
Shen Yuding was so busy chatting with her sister that she almost forgot the time.
Chen Figgy laughed immediately, Sorry, sister, it's really not on my way.
You can take a taxi by yourself.
I'm afraid I'll be late and ruin your chances. When you pass the interview, I'll treat you to a meal to celebrate. Bye. After saying that, he let his son drive away. In fact, the place they were going to was near the Tianlong group. It was just that they thought Chen Yuding was too poor and didn't want her to get in the car. As for her sister, is she still thinking about successfully interviewing for the director of Tianlong Group? The mother and son could only say one word to her: stop daydreaming. Chen Yuding wasn't angry, and she said to her daughter, Xiaoyan, look, on the way here, you were worried about your aunt being difficult to talk to. She even wanted to treat me to a meal. Ling Xiaoyan could only laugh. How naive is my mother? She actually still believes my aunt. I can't even tell. Is my aunt mocking her? That woman is so worried that her mother can't find a job. To hold back her anger, Ling Xiaoyan simply took a leave of absence in the afternoon and accompanied her mother to the Tianlong Group for an interview. Tianlong Group is worthy of being the leading commercial enterprise in Flower City. Its towering commercial building has a gleaming facade and huge glass curtain walls reflecting light, making it look like a castle in the clouds. What's scary is that Tianlong Group has several commercial buildings like this one. The mother and daughter came to the Human Resources Department and were walking in the aisle outside the interview hall when they ran into two familiar faces. Hey! Why are you here? Zhou Qiuyan accompanied her son to the interview. Even though Sun Xiaokong had said that he had arranged everything for her son and that Shin Zigui would just go through the motions, she, who doted on her son madly, was still worried and accompanied her son to the interview. When she met Chen Yuding and Ling Xiaoyan at this time, the level of surprise on her face was no less than that of Chen Fingyi and her son just now. Ah! It's you! Chen Yuding was also surprised. Ling Xiaoyan was too lazy to greet the mother and son. Now she felt disgusted when she saw the Shin family. Ha, you don't want to come here to interview for a cleaning job, do you? Zhou Qiuyan's way of speaking was different from Chen Fingyi's. She simply sneered with her hands up in the air. How many tons of kohlrabi did you eat last night, and how many fish liang songs did you listen to have the courage to come here? This. At Chen Yuding's age, it is destined that no one can understand what she is saying. Shin Zigui laughed directly at him. How high are the requirements of the Tianlong Group? Do you really have no idea? A 50-year-old woman still wants to get in? The interviewer kicked you out after just one look. You're just asking for trouble. After hearing what he said, Chen Yuding also wanted to back out. When her grandmother-in-law introduced it to her last night, she had no idea that the Tianlong Group was so prestigious. When she arrived at the scene today, she also felt that it was impossible for a woman with poor health to be noticed by anyone. Xiaoyan, how about? Before she could finish her words, Ling Xiaoyan, who had guessed her mother's thoughts at the moment, immediately asked Shin Zigui and his mother, since you know that Tianlong Group has such high requirements, then what are you doing here? Forget about saying you're here for an interview. How can a second-rate person who hasn't worked for years, who graduated from a junior college and changes jobs more frequently than he changes his underwear, get into Tianlong Group? Oh, you sharp-tongued little girl. Zhou Qiuyan was really angry for a moment. You can scold her, but you can't scold her precious son. Shin Zigui was also excited for a moment and said proudly, why? Because my future brother-in-law is the boss of Tianlong Group. Ha, you can't envy me. Oh, so you got in through the back door. No wonder you're so confident. Ling Xiaoyan did this on purpose, shouting, I admire you. I admire you. Interpersonal relationships are truly the primary productive force. The power of her words was immense. There are people waiting for interviews everywhere outside, and they are all nervous. They have studied hard for 12 years just hoping to join the Tianlong Group and bring honor to their family. So if they hear someone using the back door, that person becomes their public enemy. In an instant, everyone started talking and cast sharp glances at the Shin family mother and son. Zhou Qiuyan panicked and quickly called out to her stupid son, it's fine if you just keep it to yourself. How can you tell anyone about it? And you have to say it in front of so many people. Isn't that courting death? Zhang Ting, the head of the Human Resources Department, was originally Sun Xiaokong's confidant in Tianlong Group. It was President Sun who promoted her to this position. Mr. Sun told her early in the morning that Shin Zigui would come for an interview today and arrange a job for him. Zhang Ting was still thinking about developing Shin Zigui well so that she and Mr. Sun would have a closer relationship in the future. But now she was sitting in the interview room and saw the scene outside, her heart sank. What a stupid teammate, I can't lead him. Why is it so lively today?
It happened that Su Qingyan came to inspect the branch today and heard some gossip. After returning to the office, she immediately asked Han Yun to investigate. After walking around, Han Yun quickly came to her and reported to her what was happening in the interview and recruitment.
What? Su Shaokang is so brave. After hearing this, Su Qingyan's pretty face turned pink and she was furious. How ridiculous.
A mere sales manager thinks the Tianlong Group belongs to him. Tell the HR department to reject all the connections.
Don't want any of them. So imposing. The domineering style reappears.
In the past, Han Yun would have directly passed on the president's oral instructions. At this moment, she trembled and said, "Boss Su, I'm afraid this won't work. There's another client with connections today, and he has a very strong backing."
Su Qingyan's body turned cold when she heard this.
She slammed her hand on the table and stood up.
Who?
I want to see if her backing can be stronger than this CEO's.
Chapter 31. Some are happy and some are sad.
Seeing Miss Su's angry look at the moment, Han Yun trembled even more. But she still pushed up her glasses and leaned over to whisper, "Boss Su, that relative is called Chen Yuding. Old Madam Su instructed the Human Resources Department to arrange for her to be the cleaning supervisor for the branch office."
Boom!
The awe-inspiring Su Qingyan was suddenly startled. She usually called the shots in the Tianlong Group, but today her words were of no use.
What kind of plane? Grandma has always hated people taking back doors, so why is she taking the lead this time? Check. Find out who Chen Yuding is.
Su Qingyan sat down again, with a cold face, determined to get to the bottom of this matter. A cleaning supervisor would not affect the business operations of Tianlong Group at all, but she just felt uncomfortable.
Boss Su, you're not kidding, are you? You really don't know her?
After hearing what she said, Han Yun not only did not go to check, but looked at her in surprise.
Su Qingyan was immediately puzzled, and a pair of ruthless, icy eyes swept towards her. What do you mean? Sweat.
Han Yun looked at her and realized she really didn't know Chen Yuding. She immediately said excitedly, "She is Ling Yun's biological mother, your mother-in-law."
Su Qingyan suddenly. I see. Could it be that we developed feelings for each other over dinner last night? The Ling Yun family is really amazing.
Each of them can coax her grandmother into submission.
Could it be that their family is coveting her Su family's entire Tianlong Group?
Even so, Su Qingyan had no choice but to turn a blind eye, pretending she knew nothing about it, and let it go.
The interview in the interview hall also ended quickly.
A large group of interviewees are still anxiously waiting for the interview results.
You haven't gone back yet?
Shin Zigui, with nothing better to do, walked up to Chen Yuding and her daughter and smugly teased, "Leave. Even though your time is worthless, don't waste it here."
The Tianlong Group's recruitment standards are well known throughout Huacheng.
They won't hire an old woman like you with poor health. This guy is just a shallow mama's boy, his words are blunt and very harsh.
Chen Yuding didn't have much confidence either, so she lowered her head and didn't dare to refute.
Ling Xiaoyan was very stubborn. Before the result came out, she would definitely not admit defeat to such a person.
She retorted coldly, "Maybe you are the ones wasting my time."
Shin Zigui was stunned for a moment, then, as if he had heard some ridiculous joke, he pointed at Ling Xiaoyan and laughed at Zhou Qiuyan. "Mom, did you hear that?
This woman is going to make me laugh to death. Does she mean that I will be eliminated?"
Zhou Qiuyan also sneered. Although his son shouldn't openly tell others about the backdoor deal, Sun Shaokang is the president of Tianlong Group, so it will definitely not be a problem for him to arrange a job for his future brother-in-law.
What Ling Xiaoyan said now shows that she has no IQ. It's so hilarious. Now, the admission results will be announced.
At this moment, Zhang Ting came out with an expressionless face and a list in her hand.
"Hey, let's wait and see who's wasting time fantasizing here for a long time." Shin Zigui didn't forget to wink at Ling Xiaoyan.
Ling Xiaoyan was filled with anger.
If this society was really that dark, she would be so disappointed.
Zhang Ting announced several admission lists in a row, but Shin Zigui was not on the list yet. Shin Zigui was not in a hurry, because his future brother-in-law had arranged everything for him, so he definitely couldn't escape it. On the other hand, Chen Yuding became anxious and felt that there was no hope. Chen Yuding has been accepted as the cleaning supervisor.
Please report to work on time at 9 o'clock tomorrow.
When Chen Yuding heard Zhang Ting say this, she couldn't believe her ears for a moment. Ling Xiaoyan was also stunned for a moment and didn't react. After a while, she held Chen Yuding's hand and jumped up excitedly.
Mom, congratulations. You made it. Yeah. That's great.
Chen Yuding was so excited that she almost cried. With this job, I can not only pay back your cousin, but also save money for your brother and make up for the betrothal gift to your sister-in-law. These were her subconscious words, and they were also the two things she desired most in her heart. During her illness and over the years, her family received a lot of favors from Ling Yun's married cousin, and she always wanted to repay her.
Of course, what she cares about most is the betrothal gift for her daughter-in-law. The betrothal gift of 14,250 is really shabby.
I must not lose my manners and make my daughter-in-law feel dissatisfied and keep it in her heart for the rest of her life. What she didn't know was that Su Qingyan had been paying attention to the recruitment here, and was also keeping an eye on her, the mother-in-law, through remote monitoring.
Hearing her words, Su Qingyan didn't know what to feel in her heart. She wanted to laugh but couldn't.
Seeing Chen Yuding's excitement, she suddenly felt a little reluctant to kick Ling Yun, the idiot, away.
Otherwise, how disappointed would his mother be? No. Su Qingyan quickly put on a ruthless face. As the president of a group, why should he care so much about the feelings of a cleaning lady who got into Tianlong Group through the back door? Unscientific. Tisk, you're really lucky. There must be some dirty and tiring job at their company, and they're waiting for you to come in and do it.
Shin Zigui couldn't help but sound a little sour when he saw how excited Chen Yuding and her daughter were. Who would have thought that the next moment, Zheng Ting announced, the others who were not hired do not meet the company's requirements.
Please find other opportunities. Ah. Shin Zigui and Zhou Qiuyan then cried out in surprise. Why is this happening? Shin Zigui rushed over excitedly and angrily, shouting excitedly, what are you doing? What about me?
Zheng Ting was almost knocked down by him. She became furious and asked the security guard to kick him out. No matter whether he is Sun Shaokan's brother-in-law or not, he is so stupid. Seeing this scene, the interviewees around felt very happy regardless of whether they were accepted or not.
Damn, you thought you were safe by using the back door? Now that's funny, isn't it? That's right. Tianlong Group is the leading enterprise in Huacheng, and they still want to get in through the back door? What are you thinking?
Many people also mocked the mother and son. Zhou Qiuyan was angry and annoyed, her face turned red with anxiety. She wanted to go back and ask her daughter to ask Sun Shaokan what was going on.
He was so confident last night, but isn't this guy making a fool of them, mother and son? Mom, call my aunt and ask her to treat me to dinner. Ling Xiaoyan hasn't forgotten this yet. How could she not see that Chen Fengyi looked down on people at that time? Now telling her that her mother was accepted with a monthly salary of over 10,000, wouldn't she be furious to death? No need for that, right? That was just a polite remark.
Chen Yuding knows her younger sister best. She sings nicely but actually does very little, and she has never thought of slapping anyone in the face.
No, that won't work.
It's such a happy occasion, so I have to make the call.
If you don't call, I will. Ling Xiaoyan is young and energetic, and she is quite persistent.
Chen Yuding couldn't persuade her, so she just let her do what she wanted. While her daughter was on the phone, she also wanted to go to the bathroom. But the Tianlong Group branch was too big, and she wandered around in circles, not knowing where to go, and couldn't find the bathroom.
Forget it, let's go down to the lobby and ask. Chen Yuding happened to walk to the elevator entrance and got in.
She originally wanted to go downstairs, but after getting in, she found that the elevator was going up.
Ding dong. The elevator stopped at the 10th floor.
At this time, Su Qingyan, who was about to go downstairs, also walked into the elevator with Han Yun.
Why is it her? When Su Qingyan saw Chen Yuding, she was slightly startled and turned away quickly in fright. Chapter 32, The First Meeting Between Mother-in-Law and Daughter-in-Law.
Han Yun was surprised to see President Su turn around quickly, but after seeing Chen Yuding in the elevator, she suddenly realized.
So you were afraid of being recognized by your mother-in-law? Hello.
Although Chen Yuding didn't know these two future colleagues, she still greeted the two beauties politely. Han Yun nodded at her. This was Mr. Su's mother-in-law, and she couldn't be neglected. Su Qingyan, however, kept her back to him and didn't react at all. She heard from the man in her family that his mother had seen the marriage certificate, so if she saw the front, she would definitely recognize her.
By then, wouldn't her identity be exposed?
Su Qingyan is actually very conflicted now, mainly because she can't figure out the motives of Ling Yun's family. On the one hand, she always felt that Ling Yun was here to cheat her into marriage, money, and sex, but she had no evidence. Secondly, that idiot pretended not to know her so well that she didn't feel it was fake. She was worried that he would refuse to leave after knowing she was rich, so she had to hide her identity and pretend to be poor.
The atmosphere was very awkward for a while. Just a dozen seconds seemed as long as a dozen days. Bite. As soon as the elevator door opened, Su Qingyan couldn't wait to step out.
But suddenly I felt a burning sensation on the soles of my feet and fell backwards with a cry of ouch.
Han Yun didn't react at all for a moment. Be careful.
Fortunately, Chen Yuding was standing behind her and supported her. Su Qingyan had no time to thank him, because she was wearing a pair of heelless flat shoes today. The soles were so soft and thin that they were almost negligible. Some stupid guy actually threw an unextinguished cigarette butt at the elevator door. She stepped on it and blisters instantly appeared on the soles of her feet. When the employee at the elevator door saw this scene, he was so scared that his face turned pale.
Who is so bold as to throw a cigarette butt and burn the aloof female CEO? Come, let me help you. Chen Yuding was a careful woman.
She immediately half knelt on the ground, took off her shoes for her, removed the cigarette butt, and took out wet tissues to slowly wipe her white feet. Girl, your skin is too tender, so it blisters when it's burned.
But don't worry, if you treat it promptly, it won't leave scars.
After Chen Yuding finished the work, she suddenly smiled subconsciously and looked up at Su Qingyan.
Su Qingyan quickly turned her head and said softly, "Thank you." Then he quickly put his shoes back on and walked out the door angrily and anxiously.
Just as Han Yun hurriedly caught up, her face was icy and ruthless, and she said, "Check the surveillance footage quickly.
Whoever threw the cigarette butt at the elevator door will be fired immediately.
And I guarantee that he won't be able to find a job in Huachin within 3 years."
Yes, yes. Han Yun nodded repeatedly. This incident shocked her greatly. Tianlong Group has well-qualified employees, and after President Su took office, he repeatedly issued orders prohibiting smoking in elevators. Who would be so bold as to do that? Soon, she found out. Boss Su, the person who threw the cigarette but was not an employee of our company, but an interviewee, Shin Zigue. It's him again? Su Qingyan remembered this name. Sun Xiaokong's future brother-in-law, right? Just wait. Sooner or later, I will make you pay.
Chen Yuding looked at her leaving back and felt a little dazed for a moment.
Why do I feel like I've seen that beautiful lady somewhere before? But I can't remember it for the moment. Gradually, the picture just now became blurred. Chen Yuding is not the kind of person who dwells on things, and she didn't delve into it.
If she had really seen it, there would be no reason for her not to remember it.
Su Qingyan quickly returned to Tianlong Garden.
When I walked in, Ling Yun had already set up a table full of dishes and was talking on the phone.
Mom, it's true. Congratulations. I heard the Tianlong Group is pretty impressive. I knew you could do it.
Ling Yun was also very happy for her mother. It was not easy for her mother to find a job with a monthly salary of over 10,000 yuan at her age.
Su Qingyan behind him snorted secretly, "If you hadn't used my grandmother's back door, would you have been able to do it?"
But she found that she didn't hate Chen Yuding, she just hated the idiot in front of her.
He clearly doesn't know anything, yet he's just being so happy. It's so infuriating. As expected, are idiots happier than normal people? Mom, it's good that you found a job, but you don't have to borrow money from me. Seriously.
I told you, I'll take care of the wedding banquet.
Did you hear me?
Ling Yun suddenly became a little excited while chatting. He really couldn't bear to see his mother, who was in such poor health, having to arrange his wedding banquet.
After hanging up the phone, he suddenly turned around and said in surprise, "Miss Su, you're back?"
Su Qingyan nodded and walked over casually to see what this idiot had done. Originally, she really wanted to just take a look and leave. After all, she would definitely not eat such a cheap meal again. But after walking over, she found that these cheap meals were quite delicious.
Eating together? I made 2 servings.
Ling Yun took the opportunity to invite him.
So, you plan to cook for me from now on?
Su Qingyan raised her eyes and asked.
Ling Yun nodded, "The house is yours, so I have to take care of the food, right? Since it's a marriage, we have to complement each other." Su Qingyan suddenly laughed, "You say that as if you have a lot of guts. Are you so sure that your cooking skills are acceptable to me? Don't forget that this is just a contract marriage. Eat it if you want.
Ling Yun rolled his eyes immediately and sat down to start eating. He had clearly eaten what he made before, so why was he acting so cool now?
Angry? No. I'm not angry, so why are you suddenly silent? Su Qingyan said as she sat down and took a bite of food with her chopsticks. What is this? Is this really edible? Special braised pork, a dish from my hometown.
Ling Yun answered casually without looking at her.
Su Qingyan carefully put it into her mouth. It was very crispy and tasted delicious. Then, pick up the second piece.
Ling Yun suddenly raised his eyes.
Don't get me wrong.
I have something to tell you, and I don't want to just sit there and watch you eat. I'll help you eat a little so it doesn't go to waste.
Su Qingyan turned her head and said. Ling Yun found it funny. Here it comes again, here it comes again.
It turns out that a woman's body is more honest than her mouth.
By the way, what do you want to tell me? It's about the wedding banquet. Aren't you going to talk to me about it and ask for my opinion? I'm your wife after all. Su Qingyan's eyes showed a little dissatisfaction.
Only after making eye contact with Ling Yun did she quickly add, wife in name only.
Ling Yun didn't argue with her and said directly, originally, the wedding banquet is supposed to be held separately for the bride and groom. It seems that you are not planning to hold a banquet on your side, so you also want to ask about how to set up my side? Of course. Su Qingyan said with a little excitement. She actually regretted why she agreed to make a bet with this man. She didn't expect that he was so lucky and actually got Liang Qidong. Now she doesn't want to hold a wedding banquet, but she can't go back on her word, so she is very passive. Even if it's the man's place, it's fine if he didn't discuss the time with the woman, but at least he should discuss the location with her, right? That's too disrespectful to his wife. Su Qingyan casually mentioned the word wife again, and quickly added, even if it's just a wife in the contract. Ling Yun secretly laughed, but remained calm on the surface. Then where do you want to hold the wedding? Let me tell you, I don't have much money. If you don't mind, we can hold an old-fashioned wedding in Yunlu village. I will try to make it as grand as possible. When Su Qingyan heard this, she immediately rolled her eyes. It sounds like a tacky wedding banquet. Even if it was just a game, she didn't want to be so casual and low. If this were to be known by her family members or the bigwigs in the business world, wouldn't Su Qingyan be laughing to death? Chapter 33, Encountering a Big Fire. Since you set the time, the location must be decided by me. Su Qingyan had a poker face, pretending to be strong and insisting on taking control of his wife's rights. But my family has already sent out the invitations, and the venue is set in Yunlu village. Ling Yun was also a little excited. Just send a car to pick them up when the time comes. How simple is that? Su Qingyan didn't take it seriously at all. Ling Yun sighed, okay, as long as you come and play this scene with me, I'll do whatever you want. In order to make his mother happy and save face in front of Shenhuaji, he could give in on anything else. Su Qingyan then smiled with satisfaction, and continued to eat some dishes, unable to stop for a while. First of all, I was really hungry. Secondly, this idiot is quite good at cooking. She had no resistance to his delicious food. Noticing Ling Yun's gaze fixed on her, Su Qingyan quickly coughed dryly, her pretty face slightly pink as she deliberately questioned, you didn't buy this dish from a restaurant and pretend you cooked it, did you? Ling Yun suddenly. Miss Su, do I really need to do this? And you think too highly of my financial resources, don't you? Restaurant food is several times more expensive than cooking it yourself. How can I afford it? Su Qingyan still deliberately pretended to be unconvinced. After eating a few more bites, she reluctantly put down her bowl and chopsticks. Why? Are you afraid that I'll say you can eat? Ling Yun laughed and teased, is this woman the type who can never gain weight? Su Qingyan glared at him, I'm afraid of fat, your meal is too unhealthy. Ling Yun shrugged disdainfully again, this woman is just a troublemaker. Unexpectedly, someone delivered a treadmill to the door at this moment. What's going on? Ling Yun said in surprise. I run on a treadmill for half an hour every morning and evening. Now that I've moved here, it's inconvenient to run outside, so I can only run at home. After Su Qingyan finished explaining, she realized that she had been talking too much. Why did she have to explain to this idiot? Ling Yun looked at her with a higher opinion. This woman looked spoiled, but she was actually quite self-disciplined. No wonder she maintained such a good figure. Hello? Ling Yun was about to leave when Su Qingyan stopped him. This treadmill can't be placed by the door.
I want to push it inside, but the dining table is blocking it.
Can you help me move it a little?
Although this woman spoke in a condescending tone, considering that she agreed to hold the wedding and called herself wife tonight, Ling Yan also put himself in the role of husband and helped her. But he didn't bother to move the dining table. Instead, he pushed the treadmill over and lifted it over with his hands over his head.
What is going on? Su Qingyan was stunned for a moment. This idiot was really strong. No wonder he was able to lift 12 buckets of water alive that day. Are you the reincarnation of the bull demon king?
Su Qingyan clearly admired this guy's strength and stamina, but her mouth was still as cold as a knife.
So are you Princess Iron Fan, or a vixen?
Ling Yan asked back a question, which made her angry again.
Get lost. I'm going to run. Ling Yun didn't bother with the woman.
Covered in oil smoke and sweat, he quickly went to take a shower. After coming out of the shower, he felt refreshed all over.
He saw Su Qingyan running in tight sportswear. Her long legs and sweet buttocks were very attractive at first glance.
It was not until Su Qingyan suddenly turned around that he reacted. He quickly coughed twice and fled back to the room. Because they were in such a hurry, there were tinkling sounds in the room, and it seemed that something was knocked over.
Oomph, let's see how long you can keep pretending. Su Qingyan smiled triumphantly again, but then quickly restrained her smile, feeling that she seemed to be getting more and more dangerous.
Oh, I feel so conflicted. I wanted the wolf to act quickly to prove my charm, but I was also worried that I would be eaten by the wolf.
Ling Yan still did not take any action that night.
The next morning, he drove his battery car to the water store to work as usual. Ling Yun, deliver these buckets of water to Xingtai Coast community. The boss gave orders when he saw him.
Oh, okay.
Ling Yun is now anxious to earn money for the wedding banquet, but no matter how hard he tries, he will not be able to earn enough money with just this little labor money in about 10 days. So he walked up to his boss and wanted to borrow some money, but the words were on the tip of his tongue and he couldn't open them. He hesitated and paced back and forth.
What's wrong?
The boss has a good relationship with him and has always admired his strength and character. Moreover, Ling Yan helped him earn 10,000 yuan in tips a few days ago, so of course he respects him.
Boss, I want to borrow some money from you.
Ling Yan still spoke awkwardly. The feeling of being killed by a penny was really unpleasant.
Oh, you want to treat your mother again? No, I'm going to have a wedding banquet. Oh my! What great news! You and Shin Huaji finally got married? You're so lucky. The boss also knew about him and Shin Huaji, and had even seen Shin Huaji. She was definitely a great beauty.
Even he, as a boss, couldn't marry such a beautiful wife. Youth and good physical strength are huge advantages.
Ha ha.
Faced with the boss's envious teasing, Ling Yan just smiled awkwardly and didn't explain too much. Once you tell others about your sudden marriage to a strange woman, you will inevitably be met with all kinds of looks and suspicion.
He already has experience in this. Okay, you deliver the water first, and when you come back I'll lend you 30,000 yuan. Is that enough? That's enough. Thank you, boss.
Ling Yan suddenly felt relieved. With this money, plus the more than 10,000 yuan he already had, he could throw a simple banquet. With this incentive, he delivered water very quickly. Under normal circumstances, it would take 12 minutes to get from the water store to Xingtai Coast community, but he only took 8 minutes to reach the door with the battery. He carried 4 buckets of water into the residential complex. In the past, many people would have looked at him, but today, no one even glanced at him.
Someone in front of him even ran while shouting, "Fire! Run!"
A group of people ran past Ling Yan frantically like a flock of fleeing sheep. Ling Yan also discovered that 2 or 3 houses in front were engulfed in flames.
The fire spread quickly and violently, devouring the building like a demon.
It looks like a huge fire caused by a sudden explosion of a large amount of flammable gas.
Hurry up and save him. There are 2 more girls in villa number 3.
Suddenly, panicked shouts from residents of the community were heard ahead. Human life was at stake. Ling Yan did not care about anything else and rushed over with 4 buckets of water, but found that the gate of the villa was locked, and there was no way for people outside to rush in and save people.
Woo woo, someone come and save me and my sister.
From inside, the little girl's sad and helpless cries were heard again. The flames blocked their escape. At the critical moment, Ling Yan shouted, "Who has wire or something like that?"
I have a paper clip. A female student was about to go to school.
When she heard Ling Yun's words, she quickly opened her school bag and handed him a paperclip.
Everyone is curious about what he will use it for?
Ling Yun didn't care about the gazes of the surrounding residents, he just straightened the paperclip and used it to open the lock.
It only took a dozen seconds. Oh my god.
The surrounding residents suddenly changed color and looked at each other in confusion. Ling Yun still ignored it and rushed into the front yard of the villa with 4 buckets of water and poured them towards the gate of the building. As soon as the fire was smaller, he rushed in without hesitation.
Chapter 34, Alumni Qin Yanran.
Big brother.
Save me. Save me quickly.
When the little girl saw Ling Yun, she seemed to have seen her savior, and she burst into laughter and screamed excitedly. Only then did Ling Yun realize that the little girl was sitting at the door of the villa's bathroom, and there was a young beauty next to her. The beauty must have given the wet towel to the little girl, so she herself was fainted by the thick smoke. Seeing this beauty, Ling Yun was slightly surprised.
Isn't this Qin Yanran, the school belle in high school?
Ling Yun and she were not in the same class, but she and Shin Huaji were best friends, so she knew her.
Didn't I hear she went abroad for college? So she's back? But now is not the time to think about these things.
Ling Yun quickly ran over, picked up one in each hand, and escaped with the 2 of them.
Luckily, we met this great god.
Otherwise, the Qin sisters would be finished today.
Yeah, a paperclip can easily open the locked iron door. What a magical skill. A group of residents praised Ling Yun.
Some are sincere, some are fake, and some are even wary.
Ling Yun didn't care about that. He went back after the ambulance arrived at the scene.
Water is used to save people, so he will definitely not be able to complete his mission of delivering water.
Ling Yun, there was a major fire on Qingtai Coast?
When he returned to the water shop, the boss took the initiative to speak to him when he saw him.
Yes.
Ling Yun nodded.
Yeah, but I received a customer complaint. You didn't deliver the water, did you? Sorry, boss. I'll send it over right away.
Ling Yun hurried to fetch water. But the boss stopped him and said, no need.
I'll settle your wages for this month. Now you can go. What?
Ling Yun was stunned on the spot, feeling terrible.
Boss, I used those 4 buckets of water to save someone. Can you give me a chance?
After a while, Ling Yun hurried over to explain.
Why?
The boss sighed and patted him on the shoulder gently. Ling Yun, don't blame me.
Do you remember the agreement we made when you came to work in my store?
Ling Yun was stunned again.
Of course he remembers.
Because his household registration was blacklisted in the north, he couldn't find a job when he returned. He begged the water shop owner desperately before he was allowed to stay here to deliver water. But it is illegal to employ an illegal immigrant. The boss said at the time that if he received a complaint or attracted attention, he would be fired immediately. Your performance was so eye-catching that it caught the attention of the residents of Qingtai community.
They said you could easily open someone's door with a paperclip.
It caused panic, and they called me one after another, asking who you were.
Ling Yun, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for saving people today.
The boss's words were like a sword piercing Ling Yun's heart. Ling Yun also knew that the boss had no choice but to do this, so he can only smile helplessly and sadly.
Boss, can you still lend me 30,000 yuan?
The boss shook his head again. He could lend his money to his employees, but not to people who had nothing to do with the water shop, especially since Ling Yun might end up in jail next. Ling Yun's smile became even more bitter, with a self-deprecating arc at the corner of his mouth.
I saved someone, but didn't get any reward. Instead, I received complaints and was fired. This is the reality.
The boss was also very sad to see his expression. He could only pat him on the shoulder and said, I'll double your salary this month.
Don't meddle in other people's business anymore. In this society, kindness doesn't always bring good rewards.
You'd better take care of yourself. This statement is too realistic and causes heartache and discomfort. Ling Yun did not respond, but turned around and left. Even if he lost his job, he did not regret saving people. Someone once told him that saving people might not always bring rewards, but you would definitely be able to smell the fragrance of flowers along the way.
He didn't know if he could smell the flowers, but what should he do now? There is not enough money for the wedding banquet.
Ling Yun could only look for a job everywhere, but just like before, it was useless to find one without a household registration, and even if he found one, it would be too late to make money.
Are you going to borrow illegal micro-loans again?
But after the last experience, he was already afraid. If he couldn't pay the money back in time, his mother and sister would also be affected. It was not until the afternoon that Ling Yun returned to Tianlong Garden with a somewhat dejected look on his face.
Time is running out.
If Su Qingyan had already chosen a location, but he said he didn't have money for a wedding banquet, I wonder how she would laugh at him. At this time, a Bentley was about to arrive at the entrance of Tianlong Garden.
Stop the car.
In the car, Su Qingyan found Ling Yun standing at the door and quickly called the driver Xiao Wang. If that man finds out that I'm driving a Bentley, he'll definitely know that I'm a rich woman. But just as she was about to get out of the car and walk back, a G-Class Mercedes-Benz drove past her and finally stopped at the gate of Tianlong Garden.
Ling Yun.
In the Mercedes-Benz, someone shouted to Ling Yun, who was about to walk in.
Ling Yun turned around.
Brother Ji, who was on duty, was stunned when he saw the beautiful woman getting out of the Mercedes-Benz. She was fair and graceful, and dressed very simply, with only a diamond necklace on her body, but it still could not conceal her elegant temperament. She looked straight ahead and gave Ling Yun a faint smile. The confidence and nobleness in her smile instantly conquered the two security guards in the security booth. A woman with a score of 98 or above. Brother Ji immediately gave his own rating. His colleague also nodded, agreeing with the rating and even considering increasing it. Su Qingyan, who was still sitting in the Bentley, suddenly clenched her fist slightly. Ling Yun, that idiot, is really awesome. Let him find a woman, and in just 2 days, he actually hooked up with such a beautiful beauty? I really underestimated him before.
Is it you?
Ling Yun didn't expect that Qin Yanran would find him so quickly.
Well, thank you for saving me and my sister.
I came here specifically to thank you. Qin Yanran smiled at him, looking incredibly beautiful. Even the chicken guy at the security booth feels like he's in love.
Did Ling Yun save the entire universe in his past life? Why is he so lucky in love?
You're welcome. Ling Yun was not in a good mood and wanted to go home after responding. Because of saving them, he even lost his job.
Who can he tell about this distress? Surprisingly, Qin Yanran already knew about his unemployment.
She warmly grabbed his hand and said with a smile, "I'm sorry, it was us who caused you to lose your job.
If you don't mind, can I introduce you to a new job?"
Seeing this scene, Su Qingyan in the car almost scratched the seat cushion. Xiao Wang saw Mr. Su's eyes through the rearview mirror and felt a little scared.
Is that man related to President Su? Why is Mr. Su secretly following him? You know everything?
Ling Yun said with a little surprise.
Well, as soon as I woke up I asked about everything and even went to the water store. That's when I found out you lived here.
Qin Yanran was clearly aristocratic, yet without the slightest hint of arrogance or pride. She invited him again. How about it?
Come with me? Now.
Of course Ling Yun wanted to find a job, otherwise it would be difficult for him to borrow money to get married without a job.
That's right, we happen to have a party tonight. Besides me, there are other people who want you to join us. Let's go. Qin Yanran enthusiastically pulled Ling Yun into the car as if she was trafficking people.
It wasn't until the Mercedes-Benz left that Su Qingyan angrily patted the cushion, her proud chest rising and falling rapidly, and she muttered to herself.
That man is really capable. Just after deceiving my Su family into marriage, he's hooking up with the Qin family's daughter in the blink of an eye? Humph, come back and see how I deal with you. Chapter 35 Liang Baoer's birthday party.
Ling Yun and the other man didn't notice Su Qingyan from beginning to end.
After getting in the car, he asked, "Miss Qin, who are the other people you are talking about?"
He knew the relationship between Qin Yanran and Shin Huaji, so he was worried that the person was Shin Huaji.
Don't worry, it's not Shin Huaji, it's a beautiful girl who really wants to be friends with you.
Qin Yanran really knew what he was thinking, but she kept it a secret on purpose.
You know everything about Huaji and me?
Ling Yun looked a little gloomy. Every time he mentioned that woman, it was like rubbing salt into his wounds. The most important thing is that he still can't figure out why Shin Huaji changed so quickly and so completely.
Okay. Qin Yanran nodded, it doesn't matter. There are many better women out there.
You are so beautiful, have such a great physique, and have a strong sense of justice.
You will definitely find someone better. Ling Yun smiled bitterly, wondering if Qin Yanran was being polite or serious.
However, he and Qin Yanran are not familiar with each other, they are from two completely different worlds. If he hadn't saved her today, this kind of woman probably wouldn't have had anything to do with him. so he didn't tell her that he was married. After the Mercedes-Benz stopped, Ling Yun realized that there was a Yisei KTV in front of him.
This is a well-known high-end nightclub in Yuncheng.
The consumption is quite expensive and ordinary people can't afford it at all.
Ling Yun was even more curious, who else was inside? Let's go.
Qin Yanran gently pulled his hand again, as if they were very familiar with each other.
Ling Yun didn't think much about it. He was her savior, so it was normal for her to be a little enthusiastic, right?
The two came to the largest box, which was decorated festively and hung with balloons.
Not only that, there were two men in black guarding the door. Ling Yun finally guessed who was inside and couldn't help but be even more surprised. How could Qin Yanran be related to that girl? Come in, today is Bauer's birthday. Qin Yanran finished speaking and pushed the door open. Many young men and women have gathered inside. Seeing Ling Yun, the birthday girl Liang Bauer jumped up excitedly and rushed towards him. Uncle, you are finally here?
Ling Yun smiled slightly awkwardly. Little girls under 10 years old know to call him big brother, but 16-year-old girls call him uncle all the time? The word uncle invisibly distanced him from the young people present.
Bauer, who is he?
Immediately, two men under the age of 20 stared at Ling Yun and asked.
The eyes are full of provocation.
Ling Yun had eaten 10 years longer than them, after all, and he could see that the hostility between these two little brats was caused by jealousy.
Liang Bauer said before that she had no friends? Now she even has a lot of admirers.
Sure enough, the more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie. Let me introduce you, this is my uncle, his last name is Ling.
He's really good at playing games. Liang Bauer gently took Ling Yun's arm and said proudly.
There were also a few fashionable girls in the box, looking at Ling Yun with admiration. The two boys were very angry and were eager to surpass Ling Yun and show off in front of the beauty. But they also knew that today was Liang Bauer's birthday party, which was not suitable for games, so they immediately came over with a bottle of white wine.
Hey, uncle. Are you good at VR games?
I wonder how good you are at rock, paper, scissors.
Yes, a man is good at drinking. That's what manliness is. How about we try it?
The two boys' expressions were not only provocative, but also looked like they needed to be punished.
The fathers of these two boys have some friendship with Liang Dongqi, and are also Liang Bauer's bootlickers.
But Liang Bauer doesn't like to be licked by dogs, so she doesn't like to play with them and would rather play alone. The other girls were her classmates. They hardly played together in normal times, so she invited them to her birthday party to warm up the party.
Bullying is not good, right?
Ling Yun said with a smile.
Ha, uncle, are you afraid of being bullied by us young people? How about you just admit you're a coward and we'll let you go?
The two boys laughed triumphantly and gave Ling Yun a thumbs-up gesture.
Ling Yun added, what I mean is, it's not good for me to bully the weak. What if you lose and cry? Damn.
After hearing this, the two boys became even more relentless and were determined to beat him down. He also claimed that there can only be one king in the KTV box. As a result, they were knocked down by Ling Yun in a short while, lying on the table and sofa, a little unconscious.
Bah, you can only drink so little and you're still acting so high and mighty. Rookie.
Liang Bauer came over and kicked the two guys a few times with contempt, showing her hot girl style. At the same time, the admiration for Ling Yun increased even more. Uncle, you're so good at drinking and playing rock, paper, scissors.
Why don't you be my personal bodyguard? Personal bodyguard? Ling Yun was surprised and couldn't help but look at Qin Yanran beside him. Qin Yanran then smiled brightly. This is the job I want to introduce to you.
Bauer is my cousin, and the salary her family offers is definitely several times higher than your previous job.
Liang Bauer also took his arm and said with a smile, Uncle, I've done some research.
Your basic salary for delivering water was only 2,000.
How about I give you a basic salary of 20,000? There are also other benefits and bonuses.
As he spoke, he glanced at Ling Yun. If the two boys were not drunk, they would definitely collapse on the spot when they saw the charming look in the beautiful girl's eyes. Even if they have to pay her, they are willing to be her personal bodyguards. Ling Yun, however, didn't understand the situation and pushed her away, saying, I'm sorry, I can't do it.
I won't fight anymore. He is in urgent need of money now, but there are some money he will not earn. This is his principle in life. This.
Qin Yanran felt a little embarrassed. After all, she was the one who brought Ling Yun here.
Liang Bauer looked extremely confused and even a little angry. The uncle had the guts to charge into the Dongqing building headquarters alone just to help the woman collect debts, and now he actually says he won't fight anymore? Humph. This is clearly looking down on her. She even took the trouble to convince her father to let her go out to KTV to celebrate her birthday today, just because her cousin made an appointment with Ling Yun for him. Humph, boring, I'm ignoring you. Liang Bauer is still a girl after all. She gets angry when she wants to. She leaves Ling Yun and goes to sing with several other girls. It wasn't long before the two boys came to their senses a little, and she asked them to go out to the dance floor with her. Snort! Before leaving the box, she deliberately glared at Ling Yun. She originally came here to make friends with Ling Yun tonight, but she didn't expect that the uncle would be so disrespectful to her, which made her completely angry. Ling Yun just smiled, without any change in expression. Qin Yanran looked at him with a higher opinion again. She always felt that this man had a story that was very attractive for women to get to know. No wonder Shen Huaji likes him. Ling Yun, Bauer is still young and has a bad temper. Don't bother with her. Qin Yanran took the initiative to sit next to him and chat with him. Ling Yun smiled casually. It's normal for her to be angry. You don't fight, is there any reason why? Qin Yanran continued to ask, her beautiful eyes seeming to see through Ling Yun. Ling Yun said casually, in a civilized society, fighting will result in detention and fines, so of course we can't fight. Qin Yanran was of course not satisfied with this answer. She guessed that there must be a deeper reason why this man didn't fight. At this moment, Liang Bauer's voice suddenly came from the dance floor outside. Ah! You rascal, why are you slapping my butt? Hearing this sound, Qin Yanran stood up immediately. Something must have happened outside. Chapter 36, A Man with a Story. Liang Bauer has a really good figure, with the fair and tender figure of a girl, and butterfly and flower tattoos on her thin arms and legs. The most important thing is that she is wearing hot shorts tonight, and her little butt is like a fairy peach. Any man who sees it will want to take a bite. Her companions and bodyguards immediately rushed forward and surrounded the bald man who was not aware of the danger. The DJ music also stopped instantly. Ling Yun followed Qin Yanran out and happened to see this scene. Ha, there are so many people on the dance floor, it's normal to have some physical contact while dancing. Don't make a fuss. The bald man didn't panic at all and didn't look like a good person. Of course, no kind person would dare to slap a girl but in public. Hurry up and apologize to Bauer. Yes, otherwise I won't be polite to you. The two boys were aggressive and looked like they would not let each other go. As Liang Bauer's lickers, they have no right to touch her. Why can this bald guy pat her butt? What? You want to fight? The bald man was the first to complain. Do you have any evidence? If not, be careful, I will sue you for slander. Where is the evidence for this? Who would put a camera against Bauer's butt and take pictures in advance? Go to hell. The two boys were so angry that they threw punches. They've been holding back a lot of energy tonight. Now's the time to let it out. Their punches are powerful. Full of anger. Bang, bang. After two punches, it was not the bald man who fell to the ground, but the two boys who overestimated their own abilities. Liang Bauer and other girls were stunned. Her bodyguards knew they were facing a tough opponent, so they quickly attacked with punches. But even they were knocked down by the bald man's two punches. Now, the girls were scared. He's a martial artist. Qin Yanran, like other girls, was secretly amazed. No wonder this guy dared to be so arrogant. What was even more unexpected was that the next moment a group of big men came shouting. What? Who bullied our eldest brother? You're looking for death. They were bare-chested, covered in tattoos, and looked like scoundrels. They pushed the crowd away without restraint, and in their eyes there was not only arrogance but also arrogance. Ling Yun discovered that they had actually been at the scene for a long time, but did not support Baldy immediately. Instead, they deliberately let things escalate before showing up. It was obvious that they had ulterior motives. This was a premeditated dance floor groping incident. Moreover, Qin Yanran is obviously more attractive than Liang Bauer. These men clearly saw Qin Yanran, but no one had any thoughts about her. They just set their sights on Liang Bauer. Everyone, what's going on? Please don't fight in my place, or I'm calling the police. The situation became more and more serious, and the manager of the KTV also came with security to deal with it. This bald guy touched Bauer's butt, he needs to apologize to Bauer. Some girls still had a sense of justice and loudly demanded on behalf of Liang Bauer. The bald man laughed triumphantly and shouted coldly, "Ha, you don't know who I am, do you? I am the boss of the Wulong Society, Du Ziting." "What?" "He is the boss of Wulong Society." Now Liang Bauer was also a little panicked. She had heard her father mention this faction, which was at odds with Dongxing. Their boss was a desperate criminal, a ruthless character who had been imprisoned for murder. Her father also reminded her not to get involved with the Wulong Club, because a big boss had recently hired them to collect debts from Dongxing. Unexpectedly, she ran into them just when she came out to dance. "Is it such a coincidence? Are you scared? I have plenty of money. Many beautiful women have thrown themselves at me, begging me to touch their butts, but I didn't even bother to touch them. You must kneel down and apologize to me for slandering me like this, and you must kiss my toes." The bald guy controlled the whole situation and arrogantly turned the tables. Liang Bauer and other girls were so angry. Everyone's face turned red. Especially Liang Bauer, who was taken advantage of by someone and had to kneel down and apologize to the other person. This breath is really suffocating. Might as well kill her with one sword. That's too much. You bully Bauer and insult our dignity. I, Xiaobing, will never kneel down even if you beat me to death. Come on, fight me. That's right. The same goes for me, Zhu Di. You can take my life, but you can't take away my dignity. Liang Bauer's two licking dogs got up again, wiped the blood from their noses, and shouted with gritted teeth. Although he is not good looking, he has some of the bloodiness and backbone of a young man. That's right, you are the ones who should apologize. If you want to fight, then fight. We will never compromise. Liang Bauer also shouted loudly, her emotions a little out of control. Young people are full of vigor and vitality, and are still full of beautiful fantasies about life. They can get hurt, shed blood and tears, but they are absolutely unwilling to lose their dignity and let others trample on their self-esteem. Ling Yun was somewhat moved by this scene. But he still didn't take any action, not even a word to help. Qin Yanran looked at the scene of the incident from time to time, and sometimes looked at Ling Yun. What was this man thinking? It's impossible for him to have no sense of justice, and it's even more impossible for him to be a coward. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rushed in to save her and her sister this morning in the blazing flames. Hey, then I'll give the manager some face. The bald man seemed to be waiting for these boys and girls to say this, and suddenly grinned smugly. "Take them away, we'll settle the matter after we get out." A group of big men immediately pushed and kicked these boys and girls who had not yet completed their development, and took them all out of the KTV like chickens. In this case, the manager couldn't call the police. After all, it was none of his business. If he continued to meddle in other people's business, he was afraid that Wu Long would retaliate. Ah! Let me go. Let me go now. After leaving the KTV, Liang Bauer realized that the bald man did not want to fight with them, but was just holding her and trying to get into the car. She was so scared that she struggled desperately and screamed. Her little friends were all in a difficult situation and could barely save themselves, so no one cared about her. Just as Liang Bauer was about to be forcibly taken away, a man with flying black hair suddenly strode over. As powerful as thunder. By the time the bald man noticed him, he had already punched the bald man in the head. Boom! The bald guy who had just been killing everyone didn't even have the ability to fight back. His eyes went black and he fell beside the car. Shocking. This scene made the arrogant men of Wulong society stunned for a moment, and they did not move at all. In their minds, the boss was such a powerful figure, yet now he was knocked down by a single punch? This man is simply a devil. Qin Yanran, who was standing at the door of the KTV, also had her beautiful eyes flashing. This man is so awesome. Who is he? What kind of story does he carry? Uncle! Liang Bauer, still in shock, immediately threw herself into the man's arms and cried, "I knew it! I knew it! Uncle will definitely save me!" Ling Yun didn't have time to talk to her because the other members of the Wulong society rushed over. He raised his legs and kicked two of them away with lightning speed. That momentum is like a god descending to earth. The remaining big men were all scared out of their wits. Who the hell would dare to step forward and fight with such a person? Just run away. Uncle, you are so handsome. I love you. Liang Bauer also wanted to raise her feet and give her hero a kiss as a reward. You just agreed not to fight, but in the end you fought to save yourself? Humph, you two-faced uncle.
Ling Yun, however, remained unmoved. He blocked her mouth with 2 fingers, pushed her away, and said, "Stop being so pretentious. The birthday party is over. Hurry up and call your dad to deal with it. This is a premeditated kidnapping." Chapter 37, Angry Wife. This. Liang Bauer pouted angrily again. "Uncle is too much. You keep people at a distance and don't give them any chance at all, huh?" Ling Yin didn't care about her expression and said directly, "I have something else to do, I'll leave first." Then, he really left. If it was just an ordinary fight, he might not help, but Wu Long had a grudge against Liang Dongqi and secretly kidnapped someone else's daughter. It was really despicable. He simply couldn't stand it. Cha Bing and Zhu Di, who had just been full of hostility towards Ling Yun, hurried to Liang Bauer's side and sided Ling Yun's back. "So cool. Yeah, is this the legendary person who is ruthless and doesn't talk much? I want to recognize him as my big brother. I wonder if he would accept me as a younger brother." Qin Yanran stood behind these young people, looking at Ling Yun with her beautiful eyes shining. Suddenly, a thought came to her mind: is Xin Huaji too blind? If it were her, she would definitely choose Ling Yun and would never choose a rich second generation like Sun Shaokang. Soon, Ling Yun returned to Tianlong community. I checked the time when I went upstairs. It was 10:21 p.m. Fortunately, it's not too late. After living with Su Qingyan for several days, he has already mastered the woman's daily routine and must turn off the lights and go to bed before 11 o'clock in the evening. Although they had no feelings for each other, they were still husband and wife, so he didn't want to disturb the woman's rest because of his late return. But he didn't expect that when he opened the door, Su Qingyan was sitting on the sofa in the hall, with her legs crossed, staring at him with her icy eyes. Ling Yun suddenly looked a little embarrassed, and smiled nervously and confusedly. "What? Did I upset you again? Mr. Ling, did you go out and have some fun with women?" Su Qingyan teased coldly. "I thought this man would be a little nervous, but he just sneered. Didn't you suggest I go find him?" "You." Su Qingyan was so angry that she was choked with anger. How shameless. As a husband, he actually spoke like this in front of his wife. She snorted coldly and didn't respond to his words. She pressed 2 jade fingers directly on the table in front of her and pushed a business card towards him. "This is for you." "What the hell?" Ling Yun still walked over with an awkward smile, picked it up and took a look. "Dr. Mei, a venereal disease specialist?" Ling Yun raised his eyes and stared at Su Qingyan, wondering, "What do you mean?" Su Qingyan smiled coldly. "Mr. Ling, you should go to her for a checkup tomorrow to see if you are infected. Once it is confirmed that you are infected, I will immediately cancel the wedding banquet and divorce you." "I believe Grandma will agree." "I'm sick?" Ling Yun was stunned for a moment, feeling angry and amused at the same time. "I think you are sick, aren't you?" Su Qingyan immediately put away all her smiles and gave him a cold look. Even though Ling Yun could kill the gangster leader in seconds like a god, he was instantly frozen by her gaze. Su Qingyan pointed to her chest. Ling Yun didn't react for a moment and realized what this meant. Did this woman want him to look at her breasts? Not bad. Women are fine, no big deal. His joke finally irritated this cold young lady, who picked up the teacup on the table and threw it at him. Oh my god. Ling Yun quickly caught it, wondering if this woman had gone crazy tonight. Su Qingyan pointed at his chest again. Ling Yun looked down and his expression suddenly changed. I see. Liang Bauer actually left a red lip mark on his white t-shirt. I was careless. I didn't expect that Miss Qin was quite bold. I guess she kissed you here and other places too, right? Mr. Ling, did you enjoy it? Su Qingyan's half smile made Ling Yun feel uncomfortable. No matter what, this woman is his legal wife. He didn't want to let the misunderstanding ferment. Miss Su, please listen to my explanation. There's nothing to explain. Su Qingyan didn't want to listen to him at all and interrupted him coldly. I admit that I underestimated your ability before. Qin Yanran is indeed quite good. I wish you a happy marriage soon. I said I would not interfere with you looking for women outside, and I will definitely keep my word. She clearly wanted to say this in a casual manner, but it sounded a bit sour. She herself didn't know why, but she didn't want to be discovered by this man, so she quickly turned around and went back to her room. Miss Su, don't misunderstand. Ling Yun was very surprised. How did she know that he and Qin Yanran went out? But now is not the time to figure it out. In a hurry, he grabbed her wrist and explained loudly, Qin Yanran and I are just friends, and she has never kissed me. Before she could finish her words, Su Qingyan turned around and gave him a killing look. That look seemed to cut him with a knife. Let go, you dirty man, don't touch me. How am I dirty? Before he could finish his words, Su Qingyan attacked with a crotch-kicking kick, scaring him so much that he had to let go and dodge. Su Qingyan snorted again, if it wasn't that woman Qin Yanran who kissed you, you should get checked out. Anyway, I will never hold a wedding banquet with you until you have a test report proving that you are not sick. After saying that, he locked the door with a bang. Ling Yun was so depressed that he scratched his hair. How could this woman get such a big handle on me? I am in the wrong now and feel so passive. There was no choice, Ling Yun had to come to the hospital for a checkup the next day. It's so frustrating to waste time and money on getting checked even though you know you're not sick. While waiting in line, Chen Yuding called him. Mom, I haven't settled the money issue yet, but I will definitely take care of it today. Hey, Ling Yun, I know you're filial, but don't be so stubborn. I'll find a way to get you this money. The owner of the water store called me yesterday and told me you've lost your job, so how are you going to make money? Hearing what his mother said, Ling Yun tightly grasped the phone. But he still insisted, Mom, you don't need to worry about the money. I will make sure it is done today. After saying that, he quickly hung up the phone. Hesitating, should I borrow money from Liang Bauer and Qin Yanran? Now the only two women who might lend money to him, an unemployed illegal immigrant. At this moment, outside the testing department, the Shin family mother and son also wanted to come in. Mom, I don't think I'm sick, am I? It's just a little itchy there. I've always taken precautions, so how could I possibly be infected? You're so nice, you've already found a girlfriend, so why are you still going to those places all day long? It's a waste of money and bad for your health. Don't go there anymore, understand? Alright, I can do it myself. Why did you have to follow me? Get lost. Even though Shin Zigui's attitude was very bad, Zhou Qiuyan didn't leave. The Shin family only has this one son. What if something happens to him? How could she trust him to come for the checkup alone? My son is only 23 years old. Hey, isn't that Ling Yun? As soon as Shin Zigui came in, he found Ling Yun standing in line in front of him making a phone call, and he couldn't help but be surprised. He. Wow, I didn't expect that. It turns out he is that kind of man. Ling Yun was on the phone asking Qin Yanran to borrow money and didn't pay attention to what was behind him. He looked a little happy at the moment. Thank you, Miss Qin. I will definitely pay you back as soon as possible. You're welcome. You don't have to pay me back. I promised you a job yesterday as a reward. Since I didn't get one, consider this 300,000 yuan as a reward. How can I be so embarrassed? If you don't accept it, does that mean you look down on me and my sister and think our lives are worthless? That's definitely not, okay, thanks. Ling Yun stopped nagging and accepted the 300,000 yuan with a smile. With this money, the wedding banquet was settled, and he couldn't help but smile with relief. Sure enough, on the way to save people, you can definitely smell the fragrance of flowers. Suddenly, a sarcastic voice came from behind. Ha, Ling Yun, I didn't expect it. So you're living off a woman? You look so happy, did you just ask that woman for money and get it? When I turned around, it was Shin Zigui again. Ling Yun's face couldn't help but darken on the spot. Chapter 38, let us see who is more seriously ill. None of your business. Ling Yun responded coldly, then walked to the counter and got the test tubes and other testing tools. Shin Zigui was very unhappy. When he saw that he was really here for the test, he immediately came forward and shouted. Oh my, I didn't expect that. People in our village always thought you were a virgin. Who would have thought that a virgin could be infected with a disease? Ha ha. His laughter drew whispers from the medical ladies around him. Some were even laughing. It's really funny that a virgin can also get the disease. Ling Yun rolled his eyes, thinking it was just a dog barking on the roadside and didn't bother to pay attention. If a dog barks at you, would you still fight back? Unscientific. However, Shin Zigui was even more convinced that he had guessed correctly, and he shouted to the medical staff who were giggling around him. This man was my sister's bootlicker, but unfortunately he never got her after almost 10 years, so my sister ruthlessly dumped him. He's going to entertain a rich woman now, right? Look at all the injuries on his body.
He must have been abused by the rich woman recently and even caught a disease. TSK, how miserable. Ha ha.
Ling Yun finally turned around and sneered. We don't even know who among us is sick.
Some people spend money to get sick, so how can they have the nerve to criticize others? This smile and this look instantly broke Shin Zigui's defense.
The young ladies around him also looked at him with contempt.
Shin Zigui couldn't help but scream, I'm not sick. I took safety measures, how could I be sick? Even if I am, it's definitely not as serious as yours.
Wow, it turns out he really is that kind of person. The women around him looked at him with even more contempt.
Okay, let's see who's sick and whose condition is more serious. We'll know who's the clown soon. Ling Yun didn't give in to him either. Why? He is not my brother-in-law. Okay, whoever loses will post it on their moments. Do you dare? Shin Zigui is just a big baby.
When he gets excited, he dares to say and do anything.
Zhou Qiuyan couldn't help but advise him, Xiaogui, isn't this too much? What are you afraid of?
Shin Zigui shook off her hand and sneered confidently, although I was a woman I spent money to play with, I could have taken safety measures and probably didn't get infected.
But he's different. He's with a rich woman. Will she let him take safety measures? He must have syphilis, smallpox, and gonorrhea. He might even be dying. Otherwise, why would he rush here so early in the morning for a checkup? Zhou Qiuyan also thought it made sense.
Her son was indeed smart and his analysis was thorough.
Ling Yun didn't bother to argue with him and sneered again, okay, it's a deal.
The young ladies and other patients around were all excited when they saw this scene.
This is so fun. They can't wait to see the results. There is always someone who has to expose himself in the circle of friends, right?
After waiting for a while, the results for both of them came out. Dr. May, whether he knew about the bet or it was just a coincidence, came out with their reports and read out their names, Ling Yun, Shin Zigui.
Arrive! Shin Zigui rushed in front of Ling Yun and asked anxiously, Doctor, am I sick?
I'll tell you later, let's talk about his first. Dr. May turned away from Shin Zigui and stared at Ling Yun with a bit of hostility.
Shin Zigui was amused now, and laughed heartily at the people watching the excitement. See? His condition must be more serious, so the doctor picked out the important points first. Everyone thinks so too.
Looking at Dr. May's expression, he looks very serious.
Are you Ling Yun?
That's right.
Ling Yun nodded. The doctor immediately got angry. Don't you have any idea whether you are sick or not? Why do you need to come for a checkup?
Seeing this, Shin Zigui couldn't help but burst out laughing. The condition must be too serious, the doctors can't save him.
It's useless to check or not. Everyone was also paying close attention, wondering why the doctor lost his temper. No matter how serious the illness is, it shouldn't be like this, right? Take it back.
The doctor threw Ling Yun's examination report directly into his hands and said angrily,
I've been in this business for 20 years, and I've never seen anyone disrupt things like you. You're perfectly healthy, with no chance of illness, yet you still come in for a full checkup. It's a complete waste of our resources and time. Even if you had money, you wouldn't mess around like this. It's so boring.
When Shin Zigui heard the doctor's complaint, his mouth opened wide.
Seriously healthy? There is no possibility of getting sick at all? It's over. Wouldn't that mean I'm doomed to lose? Feel sorry.
Ling Yun also scratched his head and said with an awkward smile.
The woman at home forced him to come, and he had no choice.
Dr. May then looked at Shin Zigui and frowned, saying, You're sick.
But fortunately, it's still in the early stages.
If you control your desires and take your medication on time, you can still recover.
Don't give up on treatment. Huh? What?
Shin Zigui's expression changed so drastically that he was frozen for a moment.
The people around were all covering their mouths and laughing.
This clown's performance was perfect. Shin Zigui, remember to post on your moments and let everyone remind you not to give up treatment.
Ling Yun also smiled at Shin Zigui. Mom. What should I do? What should I do now? Shin Zigui didn't care about Ling Yun at all.
When he saw the report, he immediately grabbed his mother's arm and cried.
Xiaogui, be good. Cooperate with the doctor's treatment. Don't worry about the money. I'll ask your sister for it. Be good.
After hearing Zhou Qiuyan's words and seeing the scene before them, everyone around felt a little disgusted.
Ling Yan almost felt sick.
From this point of view, breaking up with Shen Huaji is not entirely a bad thing.
But he couldn't help but feel a little sympathy for Shen Huaji.
The Shin family has always favored boys over girls, and it seems that all the money she earned from work was given to this younger brother.
Hey, Huaji, quickly transfer 50,000 yuan to me. Your brother needs medical treatment. Don't worry about your illness.
If it's not enough, ask Shao Kahn to borrow some.
After you get married, you won't have to pay it back.
Before Ling Yan left, he heard Zhou Qiuyan calling Shen Huaji from the corner. He couldn't help but shake his head again, and his mood became inexplicably heavy. But they have broken up, he won't take care and can't take charge of the Shin family's affairs. I hope Shen Huaji will just fend for herself. Because of the Shin family's affairs, Ling Yun was in no mood and for a moment forgot to tell his mother that he had raised the money. Although Chen Yuding does not spoil her son, her love for him is definitely no less than Zhou Qiuyan's. At this time, she had already arrived at the administrative department. Wearing a nervous and polite smile, he walked up to the supervisor.
Manager this is what's going on. My son is getting married and urgently needs money for the wedding banquet. I'd like to apply for an advance on my salary. Is that okay?
Manager he was a middle-aged man. Although he didn't know that she was arranged by the chairman, he had a nice personality.
He asked in a casual manner, how much advance do you want? Half a year, is that okay?
Chen Yuding gritted her teeth and spoke.
What? Half a year? That's impossible.
Manager he was straightforward, you can apply in a month, but forget it in 6 months. Chen Yuding also knew this and did not dare to continue to embarrass her supervisor.
But my monthly salary is only 10,000 yuan, which is probably not enough for a wedding banquet.
Manager he looked at her expression and, considering her hard work over the past 2 days, said kindly.
If you need money urgently, I can lend you 20,000 yuan privately. You can also wash cars for the executives at the company. You might get some tips. In short, I recommend any job that can make money.
I'm just worried that your body can't handle it.
Chapter 39, My wife and I are fighting over food. Thanks. Thank you, Director he.
Chen Yuding left the administration department with a happy smile on her face. Manager he is such a good person. She really followed his advice and went to the parking lot to wash the cars for the company executives. At the end of the day, I did receive some tips. But her body had not recovered and she could not bear the high-intensity labor. When she was washing a Porsche worth several million, she suddenly felt dizzy and fell down. Fortunately, she subconsciously grabbed something and did not fall to the ground, otherwise it would have been terrible. But before Chen Yuding could breathe a sigh of relief, she turned pale with fright when she saw the scene in front of her.
It's over. She completely broke the rearview mirror of someone's multi-million-dollar luxury car. What should I do now? I haven't earned enough money for the banquet yet, and now all the money I have is not enough to pay for the car repair. Chen Yuding wanted to die for a moment. She was really incapable of accomplishing anything and was only capable of causing trouble. Unexpectedly, a man came up from behind and asked excitedly, what happened? Who damaged my car?
When Chen Yuding turned around and took a look, she was even more shocked.
It was Sun Shaokang. Mr. Sun, I'm sorry. I wanted to help you wash your car, but I accidentally fell and damaged it. Chen Yuding quickly apologized. Car wash? Sun Shaokang immediately became angry. Did I ask you to wash it? Why did you touch my car? How are you going to compensate me?
I need to use the car now, and you have interfered with my official duties.
Can you afford the loss and responsibility?
After being scolded, Chen Yuding lowered her head in grievance and did not dare to speak at all. Sun Shaokang was so angry that his face turned red.
If he was not still in the company, he would really beat up this woman. This is totally nonsense. Pay me.
After scolding Chen Yuding for more than 10 minutes, Sun Shaokang finally got to the point. Either you pay me 200,000 yuan and I'll fix it myself, or you can drive the car for me and pay for the repairs, and you'll also cover the company's losses. Sun Shaokang directly threatened Chen Yuding. In fact, Mr. Su asked him to sign a contract today, but he was unwilling to go, so he deliberately kept delaying it. Now that Chen Yuding damaged his car, he has a legitimate excuse and can also find a scapegoat.
Then I'll fix it for you. I'm so sorry. Mr. Sun, I'm so sorry. Chen Yuding kept apologizing.
Sun Shaokong snorted again, straightened his collar and left.
Hey, what should I do now? Chen Yuding felt hopeless for a moment, holding the broken rearview mirror and standing at the scene. Not long after, Su Qingyan returned to Tianlong Garden.
When I entered the house, I saw Ling Yun, that idiot, cooking and talking on the phone at the same time.
Mom, don't cry. Don't worry. Everything can be solved.
I'll get your car repaired tomorrow morning.
Don't worry.
It'll cost at most 10,000 or 20,000 yuan, definitely not 100,000.
That man is deliberately trying to scam you. I've raised the money for the banquet. I told you not to worry. You're not feeling well, so get some rest tonight.
I'll take care of everything, don't worry.
Hearing this, Su Qingyan also guessed that Chen Yuding was in trouble.
This idiot may not look that great, but he is actually quite filial.
Also, he raised the money for the banquet so quickly? Humph, could it be that woman Qin Yanran helped him?
This shameless man and woman are having an affair. Qin Yanran has such good conditions, but she actually seduces a married man.
I wonder what she is thinking. Etc. Su Qingyan suddenly shook her head.
The woman probably didn't know that Ling Yun was married, so it was not her fault. But Ling Yun was obviously married, but he still went out to hook up with women.
It was really hateful. No. Su Qingyan suddenly frowned again.
It was she who allowed Ling Yun to go out and find women, so even if they really had an affair, it was none of her business.
No. Why do I have this kind of thinking? Su Qingyan was almost going crazy. What are you doing?
Ling Yun suddenly brought out the food and saw Su Qingyan standing there shaking her head.
He couldn't help but feel puzzled and surprised. Does this woman have this side to her? Humph, it's none of your business. Su Qingyan quickly put on a cold face.
Thinking of this guy hooking up with women outside, she couldn't help but get angry. Ling Yun was too lazy to argue with her.
He handed the dish in his hand to her and asked, "Would you like to have dinner together tonight?"
Unexpectedly, his warm welcome was met with a cold reception from Su Qingyan.
The woman actually looked disgusted. Why should I eat with you? You might have a contagious disease. Ling Yun finally couldn't bear it anymore, put down what he was holding, and suddenly approached her. What do you want to do? I'm warning you, don't come near me. Su Qingyan retreated while giving a cold warning with a fierce look in her eyes. She is an expert in all kinds of women's self-defense techniques.
Unfortunately, Ling Yun was not afraid of her. He suddenly pushed her against the wall with one hand and put the other hand into his pocket.
This guy. You don't want to be a hooligan, do you? Court death. Su Qingyan bit her teeth lightly, ready to give him a kick that would kill his offspring.
Unexpectedly, Ling Yun suddenly showed her several reports.
Ms. Su, this is the report from the checkup I went for today. The doctor said I'm extremely healthy. Can I be close to you now? And can we have the wedding banquet?
Ling Yun said forcefully.
Su Qingyan also quickly took it and took a few glances. It was indeed too healthy. Did he really not have affairs with women? Even if you have that disease, you can't spread it by eating. Anyway, I've prepared a portion of food for you. It's up to you whether you want to eat it or not.
Ling Yun then walked to the dining table, sat down and started eating with relish.
Su Qingyan snorted coldly and went over to sit down. She is not a god, how can she really not eat?
I saw you really liked the braised pork last time, so I made it again this time. Ling Yun kindly placed the plate of braised pork in front of her. Who would have thought that the woman would not appreciate it, and instead snorted coldly and pushed the meat back coldly.
Who told you that I like to eat meat? I like to eat vegetarian food. Take all the greasy food back.
After saying that, he picked up the dish of garlic-stirred cabbage.
She is the eldest daughter of the Su family. How could her thoughts be guessed so easily by a man?
She strictly controls her weight, how can she eat meat every day? Ling Yun looked at her poker face and held his breath. Black pimples appeared on his forehead and his lips twitched slightly.
What a jerk! You don't know how to appreciate kindness. Forget it if you don't want to eat it. Puff. Su Qingyan almost couldn't help laughing when she heard his complaints. Is this idiot really uneducated, or is he saying it wrong on purpose?
The way he said this, as a grown man who was being bullied, really tickled her funny bone. But when Ling Yun's gaze fell upon her, she quickly put on a cold face so that the man would not notice that she was smiling.
Ling Yun was too lazy to pay attention to this woman. If she didn't want to eat, he would eat it himself. Baji, Baji. The way Ling Yun ate meat with such appetite was really unbearable for Su Qingyan. I say, could you be more polite? You look like a starving ghost. The most important thing is that she felt a little greedy after seeing him enjoying his meal. She herself found it strange. As the eldest daughter of the Su family, she had tasted all kinds of delicacies. Why did she feel greedy when she saw him eating so appetizingly? Unscientific. We used to eat like this in the army. I can't chew my food as slowly as you do. I'd be laughed at in the army. After Ling Yun finished speaking, he picked up the chopsticks to pick up the last piece of meat, ready to wipe out the enemy and call it a day. Unexpectedly, another pair of chopsticks got there before him and grabbed the piece of meat. Ling Yun looked up in astonishment, looking at the woman who was competing with him for food, and asked, "What are you doing? Aren't you trying to lose weight?" Chapter 40, I don't want to kiss indirectly. You are not allowed to eat this piece of meat. Su Qingyan's tone was so cold that no one could disobey. Ling Yun had no choice but to let go of his chopsticks and compromise. Okay. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. I'll give you the last piece. I thought it was another scene where the mouth said no, but the body was quite honest. Who would have thought that Su Qingyan would actually pick up the piece of meat and throw it into the trash can beside her? What is going on? Ling Yun suddenly stood up with a bang, his eyes wide open, and he angrily asked, "Are you crazy, bitch?" For no reason, she threw away a piece of meat. Are you crazy? How dare you yell at me like that? Unexpectedly, Su Qingyan was not weak at all, but glared at him angrily. She actually wanted to eat the last piece, but she didn't expect Ling Yun's chopsticks to pick up the piece of meat at the same time as hers. Of course she couldn't give it to him. Her chopsticks had touched the meat. If she gave it to this man, wouldn't it be like letting him kiss her indirectly? Of course, she couldn't eat it either. She was a germaphobe and wouldn't eat anything stained with a man's saliva. So the best way is to throw it away. But she didn't expect Ling Yun to get so angry. Why can't I yell at you? Do you know how difficult it was to get a piece of meat when we were on the front line? What a luxury it was. My family has always wanted to eat some meat, but they have to save money. I made braised pork for you out of kindness. You can choose not to eat it, but you will be severely despised for wasting food like this. While scolding her, Ling Yun went to the trash can and dug out the piece of meat. What are you going to do? Su Qingyan was frightened by his actions. This idiot, he wouldn't still want to eat that piece of meat, right? Ling Yun glared at her before walking to the faucet, washing the meat and putting it directly into his mouth. You are too dirty, aren't you? Su Qingyan was really angry with him. Her snow-white face turned slightly red as she pointed at him, her jade fingers trembling slightly. Miss Su, you know who is the dirtiest among us. Ling Yun, however, looked at her righteously and spoke forcefully. Who knows that every grain of food on your plate is the product of hard work? Just because you have money is no excuse for wasting it. All food is produced with great effort. You. Su Qingyan was speechless for a moment after being confronted by him. She could only slam down her chopsticks in anger and go back to her room in a huff. Once, a nasty guy invited her to dinner, and she threw away the whole lobster and poured out the whole bottle of red wine without feeling any guilt at all. Why does throwing away a piece of braised pork today seem like a crime? That damn idiot is so mean-spirited. Snort. But she didn't know why, as the president of Tianlong Group, she couldn't defeat a fool tonight? There was no conversation that night, and the couple went out one after another early the next morning. Su Qingyan was about to go to Tianlong Technology Company, but she found that the idiot was actually driving an electric scooter and heading in the same direction as her. Stop the car. Stop the car now. After hearing Mr. Su's order, Xiao Wang quickly stopped and found that Mr. Su was staring at a man in front of him who was opening a battery. Him again? This is the third time Xiao Wang has seen Ling Yun. Why does President Su act like a mouse seeing a cat every time he sees this man? Who is that man? After waiting for a long time, until Jing Ling Yun had already walked away, Su Qingyan gave another order, open it. She thought Ling Yun just happened to be going in the same direction, but when the Bentley drove into the parking lot of Tianlong Technology Building, she saw the man again. It was no use for Su Qingyan to stop. Turning around and leaving the company at this time would only attract more attention. Fortunately, the idiot didn't notice her Bentley and was discussing something with a cleaning lady in the parking lot. So that's what happened.
Su Qingyan instantly connected several things together. Yesterday, Su Qingyan decided to give an order from Tianlong Technology to Company A, but Han Yun reported to her that Sun Xiaokong had already reached a cooperation agreement with Company B. Su Qingyan compared the conditions and profits of the two companies. No matter which aspect, it was more advantageous to cooperate with Company A. Why would Sun Xiaokong give the order to Company B? So she immediately asked Han Yun to investigate, and indeed found that Sun Xiaokong was suspected of taking kickbacks, so she forced him to sign a contract with Company A. Who would have thought that Han Yun would report back last night that Sun Xiaokong's car suddenly broke down, causing him to cancel his appointment with Company A. Now Company A is furious and wants to refuse to cooperate. Su Qingyan came to the branch today to deal with this matter. Now seeing this scene, I realized that Sun Xiaokong was not just talking big. It turned out that the one who damaged his car was Ling Yun's mother.
Ling Yun, what should I do now?
I was trying to earn money to host your wedding banquet, but I ended up making things worse.
Boss Sun said that I ruined his plan and he might ask the administration department to fire me.
Besides, where would we get the money to help him repair such an expensive car? Oh, it's Mom who's sorry for you. Chen Yuding was at a loss and looked guilty. Ling Yun felt distressed when he saw his expression, and he quickly comforted him. Don't worry, Mom, I'll take his car to get it repaired first. I'll deal with the company's matters when I get back. Soon, the mother and son got into the Porsche and drove to the repair shop without noticing the Bentley in the parking lot.
That idiot, he dared to drive on the road without a rearview mirror, isn't he afraid of death?
Su Qingyan watched the car leave and muttered to herself. When she saw Chen Yuding's expression just now, she couldn't help but feel a little sympathy. After all, Chen Yuding made this mistake in order to give her a decent wedding. Thinking of how Chen Yuding had knelt on the ground to help her treat the burns on her feet, she felt a little reluctant to let her bear all this. After returning to the office, she immediately arranged for Han Yun to help the mother and son of the Ling family. On the other side, Ling Yun quickly drove the Porsche to the repair shop.
What? Repairing a rearview mirror costs over 100,000 yuan?
After hearing the price quoted by the car shop, Chen Yuding almost fainted on the spot. Fortunately, Ling Yun supported her in time.
Yes, this Porsche is a modified car. The rearview mirror is connected to the circuit board.
It will cost at least 150,000 to restore it to its original state. If you don't believe me, go to another store and ask.
The boss insisted.
Only then did Ling Yun realize that the bastard Sun Xiaokong didn't ask for too much.
200,000 was actually about the same. Ling Yun, what should we do now? Why don't you just leave Mom alone and not fix the car?
Let him call the police and have Mom put in jail.
Our family's money is to be saved for your wedding banquet. You haven't even bought a ring for your wife yet, right?
Chen Yuding had secretly made up her mind that she would rather take the money and go to jail than let her son hold this wedding banquet.
Ling Yun frowned and said, Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? How could I ignore you? Didn't he get married just to fulfill his mother's dream and make her happy for the rest of her life? If his mother was arrested and sent to jail, what would be the point of having this wedding banquet? Is it just to slap Shin Huaji in the face? Ridiculous.
Just when Ling Yun was planning to use the 300,000 yuan saved for the wedding banquet to repair his car, an Audi suddenly stopped in front of the repair shop. A tall and beautiful office lady got out of the car and walked towards them.
Isn't this Secretary Han?
Chen Yuding had seen Han Yun before, so she was trembling all over.
She wondered what this popular person next to the beautiful CEO was doing here all of a sudden. Are you going to take me back to the company to take responsibility? Chapter 41. How could it be the same person? Manager Chen. Han Yun greeted Chen Yuding with a smile. Chen Yuding felt like she was electrocuted and trembled a little with fear.
In the company, everyone calls her Aunt Chen, or just cleaning lady.
Who has ever regarded her as a supervisor? Han. Secretary Han, are you here to see me? Okay.
Han Yun's attitude was very good, and her smile was even more beautiful. The president knows about your affairs. He said that you are serving the company, so the company should be responsible for the things you damaged.
You can apply for reimbursement. Really? Chen Yuding was a little bit unbelievable. Why was Tianlong Group so good to its employees?
Ling Yun frowned even more.
How could this be possible? Even if it can be reimbursed, as the president's secretary, does she need to come here specifically to talk about it? Well, if you don't know how to go through the reimbursement process, I'll help you this time. But next time, you have to be more careful. Han Yun's attitude is simply too good. Even the owner of the car shop wants to quit his job and work for their company. Okay, I will definitely pay attention and I promise there won't be a next time. Chen Yuting was extremely excited. A huge weight lifted off her shoulders, and her complexion instantly recovered a lot. There are still many good people in this world. While the car was being repaired, Chen Yuting kept sighing excitedly. Ling Yun also nodded. He never thought that Tianlong Group was so humane. It was worthy of being the leading enterprise in Huacheng. That's right. Chen Yuting suddenly seemed to think of something and clapped her hands, shouting, Ling Yun, isn't your wife's surname also Su? Do you think she could be the president of Tianlong Group? Otherwise, why would she be so nice to me? Hearing this, Han Yun was shocked. It's over. I was careless. I clearly didn't mention Mr. Su just now on purpose, and only said Mr. President. I didn't expect that Mr. Su's mother-in-law would still guess it? Puff. Ling Yun nearly spit out a mouthful of salt soda and said jokingly, Mom, do you think your son can marry the female president of Tianlong Group? That's true. Chen Yuting also felt that she was too fanciful. Marriage should be between equals. With a family like the Ling family, why should her son marry the super white, rich and beautiful girl in Huacheng? She also didn't want her daughter-in-law to be the female president of Tianlong, otherwise the class gap would be too big and the marriage would definitely not last long. She only hopes that her son's marriage will last a long time, and her daughter-in-law's status and wealth are not that important. Besides, Ling Yun must know his wife's background better than her. Since he said it's not her, then it must be not her. She just happens to have the surname Su. By the way, Mom, there are some things I must tell you first, so be mentally prepared. Ling Yun also took the opportunity to speak out. The woman I married has a very strange and bad temper. She is definitely not as humane as the CEO of Tianlong Group. You should be careful when interacting with her in the future. Would a normal woman deliberately ask her husband to carry 12 buckets of water to the 17th floor? Would a normal woman cold-bloodedly kick her husband a few times when he falls to the ground injured? Would a normal woman suddenly snatch away her husband's braised pork and throw it into the trash can in the blink of an eye? To be honest, he still felt that Su Qingyan was a bit psychotic. Anyway, he would never believe that Su Qingyan would be the humane female president of Tianlong Group. She hated him so much, how could she be so nice to his mother? Puff. When Han Yun heard what he said, she almost laughed out loud. But she quickly covered it up and didn't let the mother and son see through it. No wonder Mr. Su called this man a fool. He is really stupid and naive. After so many days, he doesn't even know his wife's identity. No, she must go back and tell President Su about this. The Porsche's dashcam happened to be on, so I copied the video and played it for Ms. Su. I wonder what her expression would be. Ling Yun, this is where you're wrong. Chen Yuting quickly taught her son, a wife is meant to be loved. If you treat her well, her temper will naturally improve. You must not be as stubborn as your father. Ling Yun didn't quarrel with his mother. Although he didn't make as much money as that woman, he took on all the housework and never took the initiative to provoke that woman. How was he bad to her? Anyway, that woman has a weird temper. Okay, I'll take care of this car, you guys should go back first. Han Yun let them leave only after she saw that the mother and son had stopped talking. Ling Yun didn't think much about it and left with his mother. Han Yun asked the car shop owner to back up the dashcam data, and then took the USB flash drive back to the company and played it for Su Qingyan. Su Qingyan was indeed very upset after hearing this. Well, you idiot, I helped you guys, and you still say I have a bad temper? I have a weird temper? Humph, wait, I'll blame you. Su Qingyan was so angry that she bit her teeth. Since she had a weird temper in that man's eyes, if she didn't act a little weird, wouldn't she be wronged in vain? Han Yun also chuckled, but she quickly spoke up for Chen Yuting. Boss Su, that idiot really doesn't know how to appreciate kindness, but Chen Yuting still speaks up for you. That's right. Su Qingyan had actually thought about her life after marriage. Like other women, what she hated most was getting along with her mother-in-law. After all, the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law is the most difficult problem in the world. But after several contacts with Chen Yuting, she felt that she was a mother-in-law who was easy to get along with. Bah, what are you thinking about? She didn't want to get along with Chen Yuting. She was sure that this marriage would fail within 3 months. Suddenly, Sun Xiaokong's voice came from the computer.
Don't worry, I've received your 2 million kickbacks, and I will definitely give you this order.
What the hell?
Han Yun was also suddenly startled, and then she realized that Su Qingyan's computer player was set to automatic loop. Just now, in order to let Su Qingyan listen to the conversation between Ling Yun and her son, she moved the progress bar to the end. Now it automatically jumped to the beginning after playing, and she actually heard the recording of son Xiaokong making a phone call in the car. Ha, Chen Yuding has done a great job this time. Su Qingyan's red lips curled up slightly, and a cold light flashed in the depths of her beautiful eyes. Now that she is the head of Tianlong Group, how can she tolerate such a black sheep in the group? She immediately instructed Han Yun to listen carefully to all the recordings and sort out some key information. Han Yun quickly pushed up her glasses and walked back into her office to report. Boss Su, not only is there evidence here of Su Xiaokong selling out the company's interests and taking kickbacks to sell orders, but there are also recordings of phone calls he made with clients using his private account. After listening to Han Yun's report, Su Qingyan's beautiful eyes flashed with a frightening cold light. I never thought that there would be such an executive in Tianlong Group. He's really good at taking on private jobs while being a traitor.
Han Yun, don't alert the enemy yet. Go ahead and secretly investigate this guy for me.
He's been able to enrich himself so much in the group, so he must have accomplices in the company. Su Qingyan suddenly stretched out her jade palm, twisting and grabbing with domineering force. I will use a week to catch all these guys in one fell swoop.
A week?
Han Yun was her confidant and immediately understood her thoughts.
She asked softly, Boss Su, that guy's wedding day is in a week. Do you want to? Su Qingyan smiled but said nothing. That day happened to be the day when she and that fool were having a banquet. Since Su Xiaokong has been acting in her company to make money, she must fight back and put on a good show for him, making his efforts go in vain and even sending him to work on a sewing machine and eat free meals. Chapter 42, I have such a weird temper.
So what? When Su Qingyan returned home tonight, she found that the food was already on the table and covered with a plate to keep it fresh.
What about that fool?
Su Qingyan's beautiful eyes scanned the large house with 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, and finally she discovered that Erlangzi was actually hanging clothes on the balcony.
Funny.
It was the first time she saw a grown man washing and hanging clothes, which was usually a woman's job.
Miss Su, are you back? Ling Yan suddenly caught her eye and asked casually, It's been so many days, why haven't I seen you change clothes? Don't you need to wash your clothes?
What do you care?
Su Qingyan responded coldly, put down her things, walked to the dining table and started eating. Damn it!
After only a week, she found herself getting used to eating such cheap meals. No, these clothes will get smelly if they're not washed for a long time.
How can you, a beautiful lady, be so dirty? Ling Yan continued to frown and said, If you're too lazy to wash and dry, I can help you. He initially thought that Su Qingyan's clothes were hanging somewhere else.
Before, he had to work and didn't care about this woman, but now he is unemployed. When he came home today, he had nothing to do anyway, so he wanted to see where she washed and hung her clothes, but he searched the whole house but couldn't find them.
You help me? Su Qingyan secretly took a small bite of the braised pork, then asked in surprise, You're not planning to do anything bad with my underwear, are you?
She didn't think so at first, but this idiot actually praised her as a great beauty.
Now her true colors are revealed, right? And you say you're not greedy for your own body?
Besides, she knew that many men had privately discussed what style her underwear would be, how much it would be worth, and what price it would fetch if it were put up for auction. Ling Yan suddenly glared at her angrily, Miss Su, I just don't want to mess up the air in the house by cleaning my moldy and smelly clothes.
You are insulting my dignity by saying that. You must apologize to me.
Seeing his serious look, Su Qingyan was stunned.
You don't feel guilty at all? He really didn't think so?
Humph, what do you care?
How could Su Qingyan possibly apologize to someone else?
She turned away proudly, directly ending the topic. In order to pretend to be poor, she asked someone to buy a lot of cheap clothes, wore them every day, and asked Han Yun to donate them the next day.
There is a changing room in the president's office of Tianlong Group.
Han Yun will take care of the clothes she wears in the company. There is no need for Miss Su to worry about such trivial matters. Although it is a waste to donate clothes after wearing them for only 1 day, her goal is to drive this man away within 3 months. This small amount of money is just a drop in the bucket for her, Miss Su.
What a strange temper. Ling Yan couldn't help but shook his head and walked back from the balcony.
His complaints were not loud, but Su Qingyan heard it.
You idiot, am I having a bad temper again? Is it what it means to have a good temper if I insist on asking you to wash my underwear? Okay. Since you say I'm weird, I'll show you how weird I am. As soon as Ling Yan sat down, Su Qingyan suddenly said, I've thought of a location for the wedding banquet. Let's go to the Tianlong Hotel. Tianlong Hotel? Ling Yun was suddenly shocked. Miss Su, that's a 7-star resort hotel. It would be very expensive to hold a banquet there. He thought that the 300,000 yuan from Qin Yanran would be enough for the banquet, but he didn't expect that this woman would not play by the rules. Didn't she want to keep it a secret? Why did she choose such a flashy place to hold her wedding banquet? What? Didn't we agree that I would choose the location? Do you want to go back on your word? Su Qingyan deliberately sneered, isn't your ex-girlfriend holding an engagement party at the Tianlong Hotel that day? It's a good opportunity to be together. I don't mind. What are you afraid of? Ling Yan gritted his teeth and realized that this woman was not just weird, she was simply perverted. Miss Su, my money may not be able to afford the cost there. Oh, that's quite sincere. If you don't have enough, I can help you make up for it. Su Qingyan is not stingy either. Instead, Ling Yan insisted, it's the man's side that's hosting the banquet, and asking the woman to pay for it is against the rules. So what do you want? Su Qingyan was a little angry, you clearly have no money, and you've already admitted it generously, yet you still want to be so noble? Miss Su, can we go somewhere else? Do we have to go there? It has to be, otherwise I won't do it. Su Qingyan raised her hands, as if there was no room for negotiation. Isn't this a weird temper? Otherwise, I will be unhappy if you wrongly accuse me. All right. Ling Yan had no choice but to bite the bullet and said, then I'll go to the Tianlong Hotel tomorrow to inquire and see how much it will cost. Su Qingyan snorted coldly and continued to work. The next morning, Chen Yuding learned the location chosen by her daughter-in-law for the banquet, and she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The Tianlong Hotel? I heard it's really expensive, but it's very grand. Chen Yuding was very understanding and even spoke up for her daughter-in-law. Marriage only happens once in a lifetime, so it's only natural for your wife to have some requests. Mom will work with you to find a solution. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yuding thought about it and decided to go to Shen's house. At that time, Ling Yun was still serving in the army and had not returned yet. The village was just carrying out land title confirmation. The Ling family was allocated a piece of land in the village and needed to register and confirm the title. Unexpectedly, there was a problem with Ling Yun's household registration and he could not be registered. Xiaoyan was not yet 18 years old at that time, so her name could not be registered. At that time, Xin Huaji was still waiting for Ling Yun to come back. Chen Yuding had already regarded her as her daughter-in-law, and after discussing with her, she put her name on the list. Since Xin Huaji is going to marry someone else now, she still has to get the land back and see if she can transfer it for some money to use for her son's banquet. What? You said you wanted that land back? Xin Huaji was not at home today. Zhou Qiuyan and her son got furious when they learned the purpose of Chen Yuding's visit. How can we possibly return it to you? We've already built a structure on it. Exactly. Do you have any shame? The land is registered in my sister's name. How can you say it's yours? Zhou Qiuyan and Shin Zigui are both more arrogant and domineering than the other. You can't be like this. Even the good-natured Chen Yuding was driven to despair by them. Everyone in the village knows that the land belongs to my Ling family. The village chief knows it too. Why don't we ask him to judge the matter? Comment if you want. Zhou Qiuyan wasn't afraid either. She put her hands on her waist and puffed out her chest as she said, a few years ago, that piece of land was only a few hundred yuan per square meter. When my daughter broke up with your son, she gave him 100,000 yuan as a breakup fee. We bought the land. This. Chen Yuding really didn't know about this. If Ling Yan really accepted 100,000 yuan from Xin Huaji, it would be difficult for her to get the land back. Get out of here. Shin Zigui pushed him hard and pushed him out of the house. Chen Yuding was in poor health and fell to the ground, covered in mud. However, Shin Zigui showed no sympathy for her and closed the door with a sneer. Mom, why are you like this? Not long after, Ling Yan drove back to his home in the village. Seeing Chen Yuding was dirty and looked very bad, he immediately asked nervously. After hearing what his mother said, Ling Yan's veins suddenly showed. He slammed his thigh in anger and said, how can this be? That bastard Shin Zigui dared to lay hands on you. I will never let him off. Chapter 43, Relatives Become Enemies. Ling Yun. Ling Yun.
Chen Yuding also wanted to persuade her son to mind his own business. After all, her son was an illegal immigrant, and once he was taken to the police station, he would be in much more trouble than an ordinary person.
But how could Ling Yun bear it? How can a son remain indifferent when his mother is bullied?
At this time, Shin Zigui was dressed up nicely and was about to go to Tianlong Hotel with his mother.
He heard that there was a swimsuit recording session for Miss Watching Tourism there today. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. Moreover, his sister will hold a banquet there in a few days. As his brother-in-law, he must borrow the help of his brother-in-law and go to the most upscale 7-star hotel in Yunqing to check out the place first. If you are familiar with the place, it will be easier to show off in front of relatives and friends. But just as he walked out the door, he saw Ling Yun walking towards him with a dark face. He was immediately frightened and wanted to hide back in the house. But seeing so many villagers at the door, and even the village chief playing chess under a tree not far away, Ling Yun didn't dare to do anything to him. So, he raised his head and chest and shouted to Ling Yun, "Why? You want to come too?" Before he could finish his words, Ling Yun pushed him to the ground. Oh my god! It rained in the morning and Shin Zigui almost swallowed a mouthful of yellow mud. His anger instantly exploded. He just bought this suit. It's all dirty in an instant. What is he going to wear to Tianlong Hotel? Damn Ling Yun! Ah! Son! As soon as Zhou Qiuyan walked out of the house, she saw Shin Zigui being pushed to the ground. She was so scared that she shouted, "Hurry up! Someone is bullying my son! What's wrong? What happened?" Led by the village chief, several villagers from Yunlu village quickly gathered around. Chen Yuding was walking slowly, but she was frightened when she saw this scene, so she quickly quickened her pace. He just pushed my mom over here, and I'm here to return the favor. Ling Yun was not afraid. After all, he knew that the village chief and the villagers were reasonable. Everyone just happened to see Chen Yuding walking over. Her whole body was dirty, and the mud on her body was exactly the same as Shin Zigui's. Needless to say, everyone knew they were the same type. You fart! Shin Zigui lied on the spot. It was your shameless mother who wanted to take our land. Of course we refused to give it to her. She left in a rage and accidentally fell. Ling Yun was not angry, nor did he argue with him. He just smiled coldly. You fell down just now. I didn't have time to help you up. I'm sorry. You. Shin Zigui immediately started cursing. You were the one who pushed me. If you hadn't pushed me, would I have fallen? Ling Yun also laughed and said the original words, if you didn't push my mother, would she fall? Anyway, there is no witness, no video, and no one has any teeth in their mouths. Who is afraid of whom? You bastard. Shin Zigui was so angry that he wanted to take action. Zhou Qiuyan quickly pulled him back and whispered, the village chief is here, and you can't beat him. Damn! This is so demoralizing. Shin Zigui was instantly deflated. Okay, it's just a small matter. No one's hurt. Just go back and change your clothes. It's better to resolve a feud than to create one. The village chief was an old man in his late 60s, and he also believed that it was better to have less trouble than more, so he immediately waved his hand and acted as a peacemaker. But when Shin Zigui heard this, he immediately yelled, don't you understand? Ling Yun, that bastard, was dumped by my sister, and he's upset, so he came to my house on purpose to cause trouble. As he spoke, he pointed at the tip of Ling Yun's nose and sneered, Ling Yun, take a piss and look at yourself. You're not worthy of my sister at all. It's your own fault that you got dumped. Don't blame society for being poor. If you mess around like this, the whole village will despise you. Everyone will know what a jerk you are. After yelling, he hurried back to the house and had to change his clothes before going out. After the Shin family returned home, the village chief sighed and kindly advised Ling Yun, if the Shin family insists on not returning the land, you won't be able to get it back. Even though we all know it's your ancestral land, it's registered in Shin Huaji's name. Ling Yun also knew that he had never actually thought about coming back. He did not regret everything he had done for Shin Huaji. He was just angry that Shin Zigui bullied his mother. Seeing that he was silent, the village chief sighed again, Ling Yun, let's be honest, we also hope that you and Shin Huaji will be together, but love can't be forced, you just have to accept the reality. Ling Yun found it funny. When had he failed to accept reality? Did the village chief really think he had been dumped and was deliberately messing with the Shin family? Yes, Ling Yun, we all heard that you rented the dowry for the play that day, didn't you? Actually, there's no need for that. Even if you can't get married, no one in the village will laugh at you. That's right. If you want to slap the Shin family in the face, you have to find a woman more beautiful than Shin Huaji. The surrounding villagers also started talking about it. Looking at their expressions, they didn't believe that Ling Yun was really getting married, and it was even more impossible that the bride could be prettier than Shin Huaji. After all, Shin Huaji is the recognized village beauty in Yunlu village, and she was also the school beauty when she was in school. Although Ling Yun was holding his breath, he still felt a little guilty because he and Su Qingyan were indeed just a contract couple. But Chen Yuding refused to accept this and said excitedly, "What nonsense are you talking about? My son really found a wife and got married, so how can it be so unbearable in your eyes? Our two families even had dinner together, and my daughter-in-law is no worse than Huaji." Really? The village chief's eyes immediately lit up. The other villagers were still skeptical, not believing that Ling Yun could find someone prettier than Shin Huaji, but they also knew that Chen Yuding would not lie. Of course it's true. My daughter-in-law requested that the banquet be held at the Tianlong Hotel, and we're going to confirm the venue today. Chen Yuding couldn't hide the truth. Her son was being looked down upon. As a mother, how could she not speak up for her son? Tianlong Hotel again? That would be fun. The villagers became excited. At first, they didn't believe that Ling Yun was really married, but now that things have come to this point, it doesn't seem fake, does it? Then we will see whether Shin Huaji is the better wife or Ling Yun is the better wife. Okay, then we'll definitely go to both of your weddings. Congratulations! The village chief also took the lead in congratulating. Chen Yuding smiled and exchanged pleasantries with them. Ling Yun couldn't be happy at all. What a joke! The news spread throughout the village so quickly even though the venue hadn't been decided yet. The pressure to get married is really getting greater and greater. Ling Yun quickly pulled his mother away to prevent her from talking too much. Chen Yuding had already started talking. She felt her mouth itchy while riding on the electric scooter and just wanted to find someone to talk to. Got it. Give my grandmother-in-law a call. The last time they had dinner, they exchanged numbers with each other. At this time, in the Su family manor villa, Su Qingyan took advantage of Saturday to go back home, but she didn't expect to see her grandmother's long face. "What are you doing back here?" Hearing this, Su Qingyan immediately held her breath. "Grandma, isn't this too cruel? Do you really treat yourself as your own granddaughter? Do I have to give a cold shoulder every time I go home?" The old lady ignored her and continued, "Didn't I tell you not to come back until you're pregnant? Could it be? You're pregnant? So soon?" He was very fierce in the last second, but suddenly smiled happily in the next second. Su Qingyan didn't say a word. Seeing her grandmother's expression change, she couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 44, Su Qingyan wants to give birth to 7 children? "Grandma, are you overthinking it? I didn't even let that man touch me," Su Qingyan said coldly. Unexpectedly, the old lady's face suddenly darkened. "Is this something to be proud of? Do you want me to appoint you as the head of the Su family's Jade Maidens? You're already 27, and you still want to be a virgin like an old aunt? When I was your age, your father was already born." The old lady is anxious. She is angry. She spent a huge sum of money to have a child, and used a 100 million bounty to tempt Ling Yun to get his granddaughter pregnant quickly, but his granddaughter refused to let her touch her. Wasn't she working in vain? Su Qingyan couldn't help but pout. That expression made Song Sanyan hold back her laughter. This grandmother and granddaughter acted so high and mighty in front of outsiders, as if they were sacred and inviolable, but their private chats were so interesting. The old lady wanted to continue to put pressure on her granddaughter to let her give away her worthless virginity as soon as possible. Fortunately, the phone rang suddenly and saved Su Qingyan. "Mother-in-law? What? You're going to arrange the wedding venue? That would be great." The old lady chatted with Chen Yuding with a happy face, as if she was talking to her own sister. Su Qingyan was jealous watching from the side. She is the female president of Tianlong Group, but her status in front of the old lady seems to be even lower than that of a cleaner? How embarrassing. Tianlong Hotel? Okay, it's actually not expensive. I heard they're having a promotion there, 300,000 will be fine. Well, let me give you a discount code. It just happened to be given to me by a friend a while ago. After listening to the old lady's talk, Song Sanyan knew that she had things to do again. If others want to hold their wedding banquet at the Tianlong Hotel, the venue fee alone will cost over 3 million. But the Ling family can do it with only 300,000, and the hotel can also provide various supporting services. That's right. Let's quickly arrange the wedding banquet, so that these two young people can give us 7 children and 8 grandchildren. The old lady continued to answer, smiling happily from ear to ear. Su Qingyan almost vomited a mouthful of pus and blood. 7 sons and 8 grandsons? Is grandma treating her like a sow? Song Sanyang looked at the eldest lady and smiled secretly with her hands covering her mouth. The scene of the most beautiful girl in Huacheng frantically holding 7 or 8 children was enough to drive the upper class of Huacheng crazy. On the other side, Ling Yun was also frowning as he listened to his mother talking on the phone sitting in the back. Wanting Su Qingyan to give birth to 7 sons for the Ling family, how could my mother come up with such an idea? Do you want to make a Chinese version of Calabash Brothers? It's good enough that the woman can lay an egg for him. This contract marriage is becoming more and more deceptive. He really doesn't know how it will end in the future? The mother and son had just stepped into the Tianlong Hotel when the Shin family's mother and son followed in. When Shin Zigui saw the backs of Ling Yun and his mother in front of him, he was stunned. If he hadn't seen them this morning, he would have thought he had recognized the wrong people. What's going on? How could that poor mother and son be able to enter the Tianlong Hotel? Ms. Zhou, Mr. Shin, hello. At this time, a woman in uniform walked up to them. Her name is Zhou Yushi, and she is a relative of Sun Xiaokong. It was Sun Xiaokong who introduced her to work as a receptionist here. Later, she was promoted to deputy reception manager with the help of Sun Xiaokong's connections. In front of her are Mr. Sun's future mother-in-law and brother-in-law. She has to please them and not neglect them. Beauty, what are that mother and son doing here? Shin Zigui asked as soon as he opened his mouth. Following his pointing, Zhou Yushi glanced at the backs of Ling Yun and his mother and immediately replied, "Oh, they're here to see our manager." Looking for your manager? The Shin family mother and son were immediately surprised and quickly asked, "What do they want the manager for?" Zhou Yushi smiled awkwardly and shook her head. She was only responsible for welcoming guests, so how could she know so much else? I don't even know why the manager agreed to receive them. The way I see it, Chen Yuding must be trying to introduce her son to work as a handyman or security guard here. Didn't Ling Yun just get fired by the water store owner? Zhou Qiuyan guessed immediately. Shin Zigui also suddenly realized and determined that this was the case. Damn it, Chen Yuding became the cleaning supervisor at Tianlong Technology and immediately got cocky, right? She even wants to introduce her son to work at the Tianlong Hotel? No way. After Shin Zigui cursed, he immediately leaned close to Zhou Yushi's ear, stole a glance at her chest, and whispered softly, "Miss, can you please do me a favor?" Of course Zhou Yushi agreed. She came here just to seek an opportunity to curry favor with Mr. Sun's future mother-in-law and brother-in-law. At this time, Ling Yun and Chen Yuding were taken to a small office to wait. They heard that the hotel was having a big event today and the manager was busy. The receptionist who brought them in had just left when Zhou Yushi came in the next moment. "You two, the manager is free to see you now, but you'll need to walk a little way." Ling Yun was also puzzled. Didn't the receptionist just say that the manager wouldn't be available until half an hour later? Could it be that his schedule had suddenly changed? Then let's go over there quickly. Chen Yuding didn't think too much and just stood up. But her health was still not very good, and she suddenly covered her kidney gently. "Mom, how are you?" Ling Yun quickly helped her sit down and took her pulse. Although his father Ling Wuchen did not pass on all his medical skills to him, his medical skills are not bad either. "I'm fine." Ling Yun, go with her to see the manager. Chen Yuding quickly reminded them that her son's wedding banquet was a top priority and it could not be ruined because of her poor health. "Okay, Mom, you rest here, I'll come back and tell you what's going on." After Ling Yun confirmed that his mother was not seriously injured, he followed Zhou Yushi. Tianlong Hotel is very big. There are not only several palace-like buildings inside, but also various entertainment facilities, and even a golf course and swimming pool. Ling Yun followed Zhou Yushi around for a long time before he was led into a building. Arriving at the door of a large room, Zhou Yushi gestured with a smile, "The manager is inside, please go in." Ling Yun couldn't help but frown, feeling something was strange.
All the rooms in the building have signs indicating where to stay, but why doesn't this door have one? But before he could ask any questions, Joe Yushi swiped his door card and turned around and left.
To enter or not to enter?
Ling Yun thought about it and decided to push the door open.
If he didn't find a wedding venue today, it would be too late.
The room was very large. After Ling Yun walked in, he realized that it didn't look like an office at all.
Why was the manager waiting for him here? Snap.
The door is an automatic door, and it locked automatically when it was suddenly closed. Ling Yun had no choice but to keep going forward. When he turned a corner and saw the scene in front of him, his eyes suddenly widened and his mouth opened slowly and involuntarily.
Oh my god. Where is the manager here?
This is clearly the women's locker room. A large group of tall women were changing clothes here. It looked like he had just been in the swimming pool, his hair was wet. They were talking and laughing, the atmosphere was cheerful, and some even poked each other's bodies for fun. Everyone was quite open-minded and didn't notice that a strange man suddenly broke into the back door of the room. Ling Yun was suddenly feasting his eyes and swallowed hard. Then he came to his senses and quickly turned around and tried to leave through the back door.
But at this moment, a woman suddenly screamed, "Ah! How could there be a man?" In an instant, countless gazes shot towards Ling Yun like sword blades.
It's over. Ling Yun suddenly smiled bitterly. I'm afraid I can't wash myself clean even if I jump into the Yellow River.
Chapter 45, Ex-Girlfriend Humiliated Again.
Zhou Yushi quickly walked back and came to Shin Ziguei. Without waiting for Shin Ziguei to ask, she made an okay gesture. Shin Ziguei immediately understood what he meant, revealed a sinister expression, turned around and ran towards the security room, shouting,
"Someone come! Someone come quickly!"
A pervert ran into the women's locker room and peeped at the tourist girls changing clothes.
What?
These words were like a cannonball, instantly bombarding the hotel security room. A large group of security guards rushed out instantly. They were just discussing how cool it would be if they could watch the Miss Tourism swimsuit recording live. Who would have thought that they hadn't even seen the swimsuits on site, but now they heard that a pervert broke into the locker room, looked at the bodies of a large number of tourist girls, and did things that they didn't dare to do.
I am so envious and jealous. So envious. Ugh. That's so shameless.
Brothers, follow me, catch that pervert and kill him. The security captain took the lead and ran towards the locker room. Shin Xiaogui felt extremely proud when he saw the crowd's outcry.
Couldn't he kill that bastard Ling Yun this time? Look, you have been bullying me.
Xiaogui, what happened? Shin Xiaogui was about to catch up when suddenly a soft and elegant voice came from the aisle ahead. It turned out to be Shin Huaji, who came to see the venue in advance with Sun Xiaokong.
Sister, brother-in-law. It's great to meet you.
I heard that a creepy guy sneaked into the women's locker room and peeped at the tourist girls changing clothes. When Shin Huaji heard her brother say this, her expression did not change at all. But Shin Xiaogui continued to shout, "It's that bastard Ling Yun."
What?
Shin Huaji, who has always been cool and elegant, suddenly screamed in surprise.
Even Sun Xiaokong was quite surprised.
He and Shin Huaji have been dating for more than half a month, and this is the first time he has seen his girlfriend look like this. In front of him, she always seemed to be very quiet. Although she often smiled, she obviously had no emotions.
Why did he suddenly get emotional towards Ling Yun? How is this possible? Why is Ling Yun here?
Shin Huaji didn't care about Sun Xiaokong and asked with a look of doubt.
Hey, sister. I can't lie to anyone but you. Just come with me and see for yourself.
Shin Ziguei took his sister and left. Shin Huaji lowered her head slightly, her eyes full of complexity. If you were to ask who in the world knows Ling Yun best, it would definitely be her, his childhood sweetheart. Although Ling Yun is poor, he is an upright person and would never do such a thing. At this time, in the locker room, Ling Yun was surrounded by a group of disheveled beautiful models. But he did not panic, instead he closed his eyes and explained.
Guys, I didn't mean it. I'm here to look for someone. Someone just tricked me into coming here and opened the back door.
I didn't know this was the women's locker room, so I just walked in.
Don't worry, I just took a quick look and didn't take any photos. If you don't believe me, you can check my phone. I will never expose your privacy.
Look at him, he is not embarrassed or nervous, and most importantly, he is handsome and has a good figure. The beautiful models around him don't intend to embarrass him. There were even some kind female models who took him out through the front door.
But when I opened the door, I found it was already crowded with people. Damn it, there really is a pervert sneaking in. The security captain first roared angrily, then frowned and cried, how could you do this? Why isn't he the one who can do this? Why isn't he the lucky one? Everyone felt that his speech was fine, but his expression was a little strange. It feels like something sour has been eaten. Like other security guards, Shin Zigui didn't bother to deal with Ling Yun first, and his eyes were looking around restlessly. Unfortunately, the models had already put on their clothes and even put on their coats, so they were destined not to have Ling Yun's good fortune. Shin Zigui also felt a little regretful. Treating Ling Yun in this way actually made him die of gluttony. Ling Yun. At this moment, an angry voice came from behind the crowd. Huaji? Seeing Shin Huaji's angry look, Ling Yun's subconscious mind trembled. Shin Huaji strode up to Ling Yun, her face icy cold as she spoke coldly. I always thought that you were just poor, but your character was still okay. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. You disappoint me so much. What you're doing only makes me feel that breaking up with you is the best thing to do in my life. Hearing her words and seeing her expression, the beautiful models around her lowered their heads and talked among themselves. Without 10 years of affection, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to make such a disappointed expression, right? Sun Shaokang also frowned tightly. If someone didn't know, they might think that Shin Huaji was Ling Yun's woman. How outrageous! Huaji, you misunderstood, I didn't mean to barge in. Ling Yun still had to explain, not only to Shin Huaji, but also to everyone. But Shin Huaji didn't give him a chance and slapped him directly. This is the man she has been waiting for 6 years. Is he so dirty? Bang! Ling Yun held her wrist and stared into her eyes calmly and intently. If this woman doesn't want to listen, then she won't listen. Why should she hit him? Her wife's name is Su Qingyan, not Shin Huaji. Let go. You dirty little bastard. Shin Huaji quickly shook him off and turned away coldly. Sun Shaokan quickly put his arm around her slender waist and glared at Ling Yun with a smile, full of joking. Ling Yun also felt bad. Alright, beat him up and send him to the police station. Only then did Zhou Yushi raise her hands and give instructions to the hotel security. It would have been fine if she didn't say anything, but upon hearing the voice, Ling Yun immediately stared at her with anger. It's you! You deliberately opened the door and lied to me that the manager was inside. Why are you trying to hurt me? Seeing the man's eyes, Zhou Yushi was slightly startled, but then she looked indifferent. This is the Tianlong Hotel. How can a loser like that mess with him? I don't know what you're talking about. Are you suffering from paranoia? Who do you think you are? Ah, Kuan? Are you worth me harming and slandering you? Hearing her words and seeing her expression, Ling Yun was furious. He must clarify the truth and clear his name. But Zhou Yushi and a group of security guards obviously didn't intend to give him a chance. They rushed up to him and wanted to beat him up. Those beautiful models also felt that Ling Yun did not seem to be lying and could not help but sympathize with him. How could he, alone, be a match for so many people? Stop! Stop it! At the critical moment, a panicked voice came from behind. Manager? Zhou Yushi looked back, her face full of surprise. It turned out to be the manager rushing over with sweat all over his face. She didn't know that behind her were Mrs. Su, the chairman of Tianlong Group, and Song Sanyang. When the old lady heard that Chen Yuding was planning to book the Tianlong Hotel for her wedding, she came specially because it was her granddaughter's wedding banquet. I didn't expect to see this scene. She absolutely believed in the character of Ling Wuchen's son, and even more so in her own judgment. How outrageous! How dare someone wrongly accuse her grandson-in-law on her territory? It's simply courting death. She has instructed the manager to clear Ling Yun's name. Chapter 46, A Dramatic Reversal. Manager, you're here just in time. When Zhou Yushi saw the manager coming angrily, her first reaction was that he heard a pervert peeping and came to teach the pervert a lesson. This filthy guy sneaked into the women's locker room and got caught red-handed. We were about to give him a good beating and send him to the police station. After saying this, he looked extremely proud. Since I have done a great job in catching the pervert this time, will the manager give me a promotion and a raise? If Mr. Sun says a few good words to the manager, it is not impossible for me to be promoted to reception manager. Zhou Yushi felt a little excited just thinking about it. The manager was so angry that he was gasping for air. But Zhou Yushi was shorter than the manager and didn't notice who he was looking at.
She subconsciously moved closer to the manager and tried her best to show her courtesy.
Manager, if a fight breaks out soon, I'm afraid you'll get hurt. You're in such a high position and so fragile, how can you be on the front line?
When the manager heard this, he became as angry as a boiling kettle.
Your sister.
The chairman of the group is watching from behind. How dare you speak like that?
What if the chairman misunderstands that I am arrogant in the hotel and take the salary but do nothing? This woman is cheating him. You guys, why don't you take action?
Zhou Yushi still didn't look at the manager and continued to act arrogantly, bossing the security guards around.
Originally, as a deputy reception manager, she couldn't give orders to the security captain, but who made her have a manager standing behind her?
The security captain didn't know who the manager was so angry about, but when he heard Zhou Yushi's order, he rolled up his sleeves and prepared to deal with Ling Yun.
Unexpectedly, I suddenly heard a roar. I'm gonna touch your sister. Boom!
Zhou Yushi was suddenly kicked in the lower back and flew out like a rocket, lying on the ground like a dog that had eaten shit.
It hurts.
Zhou Yushi was in so much pain that tears came to her eyes.
Who kicked me?
The next moment, she jumped up like a spring and screamed angrily.
I.
The manager shouted in a deep voice.
Manager?
This.
Zhou Yushi was stunned. Could it be that the manager has a gloomy face and is angry with himself? Why?
The manager didn't care about her expression.
He quickly came to Ling Yun respectfully and asked with concern, Mr. Ling, are you okay? You? Are you kidding me? Everyone around was stunned.
Zhou Yushi and Shin Zigui were stunned.
Did they hear it wrong? Ling Yun didn't know what the manager was doing. Was he afraid that the matter would get out of hand and bring shame to the hotel? Since the manager was so polite, he didn't hesitate either.
He said in a deep voice, I'm fine, but one of your employees has sinister intentions.
He just said he'd bring me to see you, but he secretly opened the back door of the locker room, tricked me in, and then locked the door, accusing me of peeping.
You must deal with this matter seriously.
As soon as the words fell, everyone was in an uproar. Especially the female models, all of them stared at Zhou Yushi with hostility.
This woman has such sinister intentions.
Manager,
listen to me, he's talking nonsense.
Shut up.
Seeing that Zhou Yushi was still trying to quibble, the manager just shouted at her.
Who is talking nonsense? Don't I know it?
The manager angrily grabbed her collar and yelled, Mr. Ling came to see me.
This is his first time at the Tianlong Hotel. How did he know where the women's locker room is? If someone didn't open the door for him, where did he get the access card?
These words directly scolded Zhou Yushi and made him speechless. If someone else had said these words, she could still argue and distort the truth, but since the manager said it himself, she had no way and no courage to argue.
Roll.
The manager pushed Zhou Yushi to the ground again, straightened his collar, and came to Ling Yun.
Mr. Ling, I will definitely deal with this matter seriously. Please follow me. Good.
Although Ling Yun was a little puzzled, he thought that Tianlong Group was the leading enterprise in Huacheng, and its corporate culture and management philosophy must be first class.
It was normal for it to handle the matter so impartially, right?
Shin Zigui was also depressed and helpless.
He was almost able to kill Ling Yun, but why did he inexplicably lose the upper hand at the last moment? This lousy manager showed up at the wrong time. What was even more confusing to him was what Ling Yun wanted to talk to the manager about.
Shen Yuding is just a cleaning supervisor, there is no reason for her to have such a big face.
Could it be that they also want to hold their wedding banquet at Tianlong Hotel? Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Shin Zigui quickly denied his idea and wondered why he was so stupid to have such a thought.
Holding a banquet at the Tianlong Hotel would cost at least 3 million. Even if Ling Yun's entire family was sold out, it wouldn't be worth that much money.
It seems that this poor manager is too upright and has ruined his plans.
Soon, Ling Yun and his mother were discussing business with the manager in the office. What? 300,000 yuan is really enough to hold a wedding banquet here? Both mother and son were a little bit unbelievable.
Even if they haven't eaten pork, they have seen pigs run. They all heard that a banquet at Tianlong Hotel costs at least 3 million.
That's right. This discount code is a promise we made when Tianlong Group opened its doors.
No matter who uses this discount code to make a purchase, everyone will get a 10% discount.
And there are also related supporting services. This is a promise made by our boss.
The manager was talking nonsense in a serious tone.
This isn't just a 10% discount, it's a complete 50% discount.
Ling Yun, this is great, we finally don't have to embarrass ourselves. Chen Yuting was so excited that she almost jumped up. Her biggest wish was to help her son find a wife, and she was worried that she would be embarrassed in front of relatives and friends.
Now she finally has an explanation to her dead husband.
Seeing his mother's excited and happy expression, Ling Yun also laughed. His biggest wish is to make his mother happy and fulfill her wishes. The mother and son had just agreed on a wedding venue when they met the old lady of the Su family on their way back.
Mother-in-law, how is it going? Have you decided on a wedding venue?
Old Mrs. Su's acting skills are also top-notch, which made Song Sanyang behind her secretly amazed. It turns out that old Ginger is still wise.
Ha, it's confirmed.
Let's hold the wedding banquet here on the first day of next month. Chen Yuting also warmly shook the old lady's hand and said with a smile, although this is the wedding banquet hosted by my husband, please invite all your relatives and friends from the bride's side to attend.
Ah, definitely.
Old Mrs. Su smiled from ear to ear. I dare not say all of them, but we will definitely have a lot of relatives and friends coming over.
Then I will trouble my mother-in-law to take care of it. No, this is what we should do.
The two old men chatted with each other and enjoyed themselves very much. In the end, of course, the issue of having children was inevitable, and the two happily reached an agreement. After the wedding banquet, the two wives must give them 7 sons and 8 daughters. Ling Yun felt goosebumps all over his head after hearing this. If Su Qingyan gave birth to a boy as promised by the old lady, she would get a reward of 100 million, and a girl would get 50 million.
By this calculation, wouldn't she be able to get a total of 1.1 billion in bonuses if she gave birth to 7 or 8 boys? If he goes home and makes babies with his wife every day, can he become a wealthy man in Huacheng? It's a little inspiring to think about it.
Unfortunately, Ling Yun would never believe that what the old lady said was true, but he still had that belief. Anyway, he was poor enough, so he just wanted to see what the old lady could cheat him out of through this marriage.
Chapter 47. Who was bragging?
Sun Shaokan left the Tianlong Hotel, and he was always wondering,
why did the cost of booking a wedding banquet suddenly increase?
He always felt that the Tianlong group seemed to be targeting him recently, especially Su Qingyan, who always forced him to do things he didn't want to do. I thought it was an illusion, but when I got home today and turned on my computer, I received a reminder email.
Su Qingyan has caught you. If you don't want to go to jail, run away.
When Sun Shaokong saw this anonymous email, he felt a chill run down his spine.
What evidence did Su Jiabing's woman have on me?
Then he found that he received many business emails even on Saturdays.
Company B actually demanded the kickbacks from him because Tianlong Technology Group ultimately did not sign a contract with their company.
Not only that, his performance commission and bonus for last quarter were frozen.
Thinking about it, Sun Shaokong gritted his teeth and cursed, that bitch Su Qingyan, is she really going to do something to me?
The next day, Ling Yun was called home by his mother. Ling Yun, we're going to hold the banquet at the Tianlong Hotel instead.
We need to notify everyone, right?
It turns out that the invitations sent out were for a home meeting. Now they didn't expect things to go so smoothly. They can even hold a banquet at the Tianlong Hotel.
This is a very glorious thing. Good. Ling Yun also agreed.
The family of 3 decided to take advantage of the weekend to inform all relatives and friends about this matter. Ling Yun was told by his sister that he must go and talk to the Shin family in person.
Humph, it's not just the Shin family that can hold the wedding banquet at the Tianlong Hotel when they marry their daughter. Her brother can also marry a wife.
Unable to bear his sister's nagging, Ling Yun had to go to Shin's house in person, but found that Sun Shaokan was also a guest at Shin's house today.
The Shin family even prepared a table full of dishes to entertain him.
When Ling Yun walked in, Sun Shaokong and Shin Zigui's family had drunk a lot of wine and their faces were red. Seeing Ling Yun, he immediately grinned smugly and put his arms around Shin Huaji's slender waist. Huaji, I have good news to announce to you.
Oh? Brother-in-law, what's the good news?
Shin Zigui immediately cooperated and shouted excitedly.
As soon as my brother-in-law saw Ling Yun, he wanted to announce the good news. He must be trying to deliberately provoke this poor guy, right? Zhou Qiuyan and his wife also look forward to it. That's right.
Sun Shaokong didn't keep the secret and said with a smile, Huaji said before that she hopes to live in a large sea view villa after marriage. There were no suitable properties before, so I didn't take action.
But now I heard that the sea view villas in Huahai Bay are about to go on sale. What? Shin Zigui immediately jumped up excitedly, with a look of disbelief on his face. Brother-in-law, are you thinking of buying the Seaview Villa in Huahai Bay? Sun Shaokong nodded proudly. Shin Huaji was also secretly surprised. She was somewhat aware of Sun Shaokong's financial resources. Although he was middle class, it would still be difficult for him to buy a villa there, right? Zhou Qiuyan and his wife also gasped, with surprise written all over their faces. Oh my! My brother-in-law is awesome. Shin Zigui was so excited that he almost exploded. He shouted, but I heard that many wealthy people are vying for those properties. The prices are so high now. Even villas in the outskirts of the city are probably not available for less than 25 million. Sun Shaokong also laughed and said, yes, it is indeed quite expensive. But who can blame me for making a lot of money in the US stock market recently? What? Brother-in-law, you can trade US stocks? Oh my, that's terrible. Shin Zigui deliberately glared at Ling Yun, who had just come in, and flattered Sun Shaokong fiercely. My brother-in-law has such a big vision. He's not like some men who only do hard labor and spend their whole lives working at the bottom. Now I heard he's even unemployed. Any woman who marries him would be unlucky for the rest of her life. Ha ha. Ling Yun rarely bothered with this guy, but he was wondering what Sun Shaokong was up to. I always feel that he has ulterior motives. Ha, I have a friend who works in this business, and he has inside information. I just invested 10 million for fun before, and now it's increased to over 30 million. Sun Shaokong laughed triumphantly. It's just right to sell it and use the money to buy a Seaview villa. The house will be too big by then. If you don't mind, you can live together. When Zhou Qiuyan's family heard this, they were so excited that they started to flatter him. Wow! My brother-in-law is awesome. I love you. Shaokong, you are really young and promising. Being able to live in a large Seaview villa will not only bring honor to your family, but will also give you face in front of relatives, friends and villagers in the future. They are almost floating in anticipation of the future. While enjoying the flattery, Sun Shaokong took out his cell phone and called his friend directly. What? If I sell it after a while, it will double in value? After hearing what Sun Shaokong said, Zhou Qiuyan and Shin Zigui both felt itchy. This fucking capital game is so fun. You invest your money, then sit back and collect the money. You can live a life of luxury without having to work. Huaji, should I sell my stocks? I don't want you to suffer after we get married and not even have a decent wedding house. Sun Shaokong deliberately did not hang up the phone and asked Shin Huaji for her opinion. A look of deep affection. No. Brother-in-law. Before Shin Huaji could speak, Shin Zigui shouted, his face full of greed, if you hold on to the stock for a while longer, it will double in value. By then, you'll have enough money to buy the largest villa in the central area. Not only that, he also desperately shook Zhou Qiuyan. Mom, how much money do we have left? Return all the betrothal gifts we received before to my brother-in-law and let him help us buy stocks. When the money doubles, we can buy a villa and a Porsche. Zhou Qiuyan also knew that her son had recently fallen in love with a woman from a petty bourgeois family, but unfortunately the woman despised her son for having no money. If her son could afford a Seaview villa and a Porsche, wouldn't that woman take the initiative to pay for her son? Okay, my dear son, whatever you say, Mom will support you. Zhou Qiuyan had already planned to not only give out the prize money, but also to use all her private money saved over the years, and even sell her land to invest in the company. The value of this stock can double in a few months, so of course you should invest as much as you can. Huaji, be careful. Ling Yun finally couldn't help but speak. I've never heard of any stocks that are guaranteed to make money. The guy surnamed Sun might be bragging. Shin Huaji looked at his serious expression, and there was a hint of emotion in the depths of her beautiful eyes. Does this man still care about himself now? But before she could respond, Shin Zigui came over excitedly and pushed her. Country bumpkin, what do you know? If you knew how to trade stocks, the rich one now wouldn't be my brother-in-law, but you. Zhou Qiuyan also squinted at Ling Yun, twisted her mouth and deliberately fanned her nose with her hand. That's right. Poor people always talk sourly. What are you doing in my house? I wanted to come and inform you that my wedding banquet will be held at the Tianlong Hotel in a few days. Ling Yun also directly stated his purpose. Who would have thought that as soon as the words fell, Zhou Qiuyan and her son were stunned for a moment, and then they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha, I was saying I haven't seen any cows grazing on the ground lately, but you were exaggerating. Exactly, and you're so shameless as to say my son-in-law is a braggart? You're the one bragging. As a result, Zhou Qiuyan and her son ignored Ling Yun's reminder.
Even Shin Huaji suddenly frowned, stood up, and walked coldly in front of Ling Yun.
Chapter 48. Su Qingyan is not convinced.
Ling Yun looked at Shin Huaji's expression at this moment, and his heart ached a little. In fact, when he saw Shin Huaji, his mind still couldn't help but recall the past.
The two of them always walked together on the sunny road to school. He was brave and drove away the hooligans for her time and time again.
She is quiet and often brings him lunchboxes, which makes others envious. He was good at math, physics, and chemistry, and would teach her how to do exercises, so she always accompanied him in learning foreign languages.
If their families weren't poor, they would have agreed to go to the same university.
But in the end, he joined the army and was gone for 6 years. She remained single and waited silently for his return. In Ling Yun's heart, he had already regarded this woman as his life partner. Back when he was in the army, he would mention her to his comrades, saying that in the distant Flower City, there was a woman waiting for him to return, so no matter how dangerous or difficult it was, he had to return alive.
But now. Ling Yun, you look ridiculous right now, do you know that? As soon as Shin Huaji opened her mouth, she broke Ling Yun's defense. Brother Sun is so rich, does he still need to lie to us? My family's money basically comes from Brother Sunday. Even if I give it all to him, what will happen?
Besides, we are already legally married.
Boom.
Even though he knew the outcome, Ling Yun was still struck by lightning when he heard Shin Huaji's words.
After a moment, he was a little distraught, and said with a bitter smile, "Got the marriage certificate? Aren't you still not engaged?" "Yes, I got it. I got the certificate today."
Shin Huaji nodded expressionlessly. Brother Sun loves me and can't wait, so he got the marriage certificate in advance and changed the engagement party into a wedding banquet. Ling Yun's facial muscles suddenly seemed to be stuck with cement, and it became extremely difficult to make any expression.
After a while, he managed to smile again. "Then, should I congratulate you?" "Whatever."
Shin Huaji raised her eyes slightly and looked at him. "We are over.
Let me say it again, accept the reality and stop being unreasonable. And don't be sour here anymore. Give up on me, you are not worthy of me. Cold. Ruthless. No, it's heartless."
Only at this moment did Ling Yun realize that Shin Huaji was 1,000 times more cold-blooded than that woman Su Qingyan. How could she be so determined and relentless in hurting a man who liked her and whom she had also liked for many years?
"Well, then I wish you happiness. I hope you'll never regret the decision you made."
Ling Yun finally smiled and turned to leave. He didn't know why he said that. Anyway, everyone in the Shin family heard that he was jealous.
He just wants to save a little bit of face. Shin Zigui even laughed loudly at his back. "Regret? Do you think reality is like those brain-dead novels? What about after a breakup, after a divorce, with your ex-girlfriend or ex-wife crying in front of me, kneeling down and begging for reconciliation? Ha ha ha, this is killing me. Poor Toad just loves those brainless plots. Are you the Dragon King or a super-rich second generation who's out to experience life? Only fantasy can soothe your pitiful hearts, right?"
Ling Yun was no longer interested in dealing with Shin Zigui. He used to take Shin Zigui seriously because he had not completely let go of Shin Huaji.
Now that I have decided to completely break up with Shin Huaji, who is Shin Zigui? Even if the Shin family was cheated out of everything by Sun Shaokong, even if they had to go out begging, what did it have to do with him, Ling Yun? In the evening, Su Qingyan, who had enjoyed 2 days in the manor villa, was once again driven back to Tianlong Garden by the old lady. She had to continue to squeeze into this 200 square meter snail house with that man. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Ling Yun bringing out a dish. "Miss Su, are you back?" Su Qingyan always felt that there was something wrong with this voice. There seemed to be some sadness in the depths of Erlangzi's eyes. What is this?
She heard from her grandmother that his family had just found a venue for the wedding banquet.
Shouldn't he be very excited and happy to be able to marry Su Qingyan, even if it's just for show? What about a sad face? How outrageous. Su Qingyan snorted coldly as a greeting to him. Ling Yun didn't care. No matter how cold this iceberg girl was, in his eyes she was not even 1,000th as good as Shin Huaji. He was about to turn around and go into the kitchen again, but suddenly heard the cold woman behind him suddenly spit. What the hell? Why is it so disgusting?
Ling Yun turned around and found that the woman took a bite of the food he cooked and spit it directly into the trash can.
Ling Yun didn't know what she was doing.
He walked over with a frown, took a bite, and forced himself to swallow it.
What's going on? Are you stopping the show so soon? Su Qingyan raised her hands.
She was not very big originally, but with this posture she looked very imposing.
Mr. Ling, we haven't even had our wedding banquet yet. You should at least cook some good food for a few more days so I can keep a good impression of you, right? Did you forget to go to the restaurant to buy food today?
Faced with the teasing, Ling Yin did not respond, turned around and was about to go back into the kitchen, as if it was up to you to eat it or not.
Stop. His behavior completely irritated Su Qingyan. What? Did you see your old flame again?
When asked this, Ling Yin trembled slightly and looked at the woman with a guilty conscience.
She was really smart. She guessed all this? Miss Su, didn't we sign an agreement?
You said you wouldn't care if I looked for other women outside.
Ling Yun finally responded. Humph, you can find anyone. But not that woman. Why? Ling Yun looked at the angry woman in front of him with curiosity. Are you stupid?
Su Qingyan said coldly, if you want to find a new love for some novelty, then I definitely won't care about you. But you married me because she dumped you.
And now you're cooking these dishes because you're sad for her? What do you think of me then? Don't I, Su Qingyan, have any dignity? Isn't your performance proving to everyone that I am not as good as Shin Huaji? It's so bullying.
Ling Yun also came to his senses. He had just thought that this woman was going to be unreasonable again, but now he knew that he was indeed wrong.
I've already agreed to host a banquet with you, what else do you want? Shouldn't you be making good use of me and giving your ex-girlfriend a good slap in the face? In what way am I inferior to her? Su Qingyan asked back coldly. Ling Yun looked the woman in front of him up and down again.
Indeed, from the inside out, there is no way she is inferior to Shin Huaji. If I have to say, the only thing that can't be compared is the relationship between the two of them.
Ms. Su, I understand. Sorry, I'll do it again.
Ling Yun gritted his teeth and decided to adopt the woman's advice.
Since Shin Huaji is so heartless and ungrateful, why should he talk about morality with the Shin family? Su Qingyan is willing to cooperate with him in acting.
If he still backs down, he would be so sorry for this woman. Seeing that his eyes had regained their fighting spirit, Su Qingyan snorted coldly and sat down with satisfaction.
Unexpectedly, Ling Yun suddenly turned around, patted his head and asked, by the way, Miss Su, do you like to be jealous? Su Qingyan was stunned. Jealous? Does this man think she likes to be jealous of him? God, how could he have such a ridiculous illusion? Chapter 49, I will never be jealous. If I say you're stupid, you're stupid. Su Qingyan rolled her eyes at him and snorted disdainfully, I never get jealous. The person who can make me jealous hasn't been born yet. So cool.
Ling Yun knew she had misunderstood his meaning, but he just refused to accept it.
You're not jealous, are you? I'll see if you're jealous or not.
20 minutes later, a fragrant sweet and sour fish was placed in front of Su Qingyan. She was so scared that she quickly put down her phone.
It smells so good.
Looking at the golden sauce and smelling the aroma of onions, green peppers, and glutinous rice wine, the hungry Su Qingyan almost drooled. She carefully picked up a piece of fish with her chopsticks and dipped it in the sauce.
It's crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, sweet and sour, and really delicious. Not bad, you've recovered. Su Qingyan commented and picked up another piece.
She didn't know when it started, but she got used to eating the food cooked by this man.
Now you don't doubt my ability?
Ling Yun was also quite proud, and the sadness brought back by the Shin family was instantly swept away.
I'll reserve my opinion for now. Who knows if you bought the dishes at the restaurant? Otherwise, how could the quality be so different from the previous two dishes?
Su Qingyan was stubborn and refused to say a single nice word to this man.
Ling Yun was a little angry, but then he smiled smugly. Someone just said he wouldn't be jealous of me? Now why is he eating me mouthful after mouthful? Do you know what it feels like to be jealous? Well, only then did Su Qingyan understand his intention in making this dish. What a sinister man!
I almost forgot that he is a liar who is trying to get married.
Humph, I eat fish, not vinegar. Su Qingyan was not embarrassed and continued to eat the fish.
At worst, she would just not add vinegar. Ling Yun had no good way to deal with this woman.
Look at her skin, it's so tender and fair, why is she so thick-skinned? By the way, what happened in the past 2 days? Su Qingyan actually took the initiative to speak.
Ling Yun was a little surprised.
This woman was interested in his affairs? He didn't know that Su Qingyan wanted to know about the peeping incident at the Tianlong Hotel, so he blurted out what happened at the Shin family. Su Qingyan frowned at first, but when she heard about Sun Shaokong speculating in US stocks, she became more curious than the peeping incident. That bastard even cheated the Shin family out of their money. Is he planning to run away with the money? Unexpectedly, Ling Yun, this fool, accidentally hit the mark and provided her with important clues. Just wait, Sun Shaokong. No matter how much Tianlong group food you've eaten, I'll make you spit it all out. Su Qingyan said secretly in her heart. The next day, Su Qingyan returned to the group headquarters. After a meeting, she returned to the president's office and found someone waiting for her inside. Within Huacheng, there are definitely no more than 5 people who can wait for Su Qingyan inside when she is not in the office. This woman is one of them. She has long black hair and wears a black slim-fitting business suit. Her long, toned legs, which are the result of her long-term exercise, are wrapped in black stockings. Her white shirt seems unable to cover her open-minded heart. Wearing a pair of black framed glasses, she looks intellectual, and there is a beauty mole under her charming left eye. Her whole body exudes the aura of a mature queen. Qingyan, that guy Sun Shaokong wants to cook the books again today, aren't you going to take action against him? When the woman saw Su Qingyan, she walked up excitedly. Cousin, don't be impatient. Su Qingyan slowly walked back to her seat, with a confident look on her face. If God wishes for his destruction, he will surely drive him mad. He's at the peak of his madness right now, so he must have many flaws. Let's get more concrete evidence and crush him in one fell swoop. Also, I think there's a mole inside the group helping him, and I want to find him. Hearing Su Qingyan say this, Su Yunqi immediately walked to her desk and pressed down with both hands a pair of heavy things that were about to burst through her shirt. Qingyan, aren't you afraid that he will run away at any time? Cousin, aren't you here? Su Qingyan glanced at Su Yunqi meaningfully, then said with a smile, which man in the world would be willing to leave my cousin? Everyone says that Su Qingyan is the most beautiful woman in Huacheng. Su Qingyan can't guarantee whether it is true or not, but if she asks who is the most feminine in her heart, it must be this cousin who is 1 year older than her. The 4 words natural-born beauty are simply words tailor-made for this woman. Su Yunqi's beauty is beyond words, but her IQ is average, and she is terrible at math, physics, and chemistry. However, her EQ is extremely high, and she is best at playing with men. She is 27 years old and has had boyfriends in double digits. She can make men fall head over heels for her, but she has never slept with any of them. Who in Huacheng can match this control? Originally, Su Qingyan should be wary of such a woman, but she was on guard against other women in the family, but not against the sister who had the best relationship with her since childhood. Not only her, but no one else in the Su family would be on guard against Su Yunqi, not only because she is 100 times better to women than to men, but also because she was born with endometriosis. In other words, no matter how she has sex with a man, she will not get pregnant. Because of this, even though she should be the real eldest daughter of the Su family, the old lady never valued her, let alone thought of letting her inherit the Su family. Until now, Su Yunqi is only a vice president of Tianlong Technology. Among all the people in the Su family, her position is almost the lowest. So you're planning to use your cousin's nuclear weapon? Su Yunqi was very proud to receive Su Qingyan's praise and smiled charmingly. Su Qingyan also felt that if she were a man, she would definitely fall in love with a vixen like her cousin. Cousin, you should take the initiative to approach Sun Shaokong and learn about his movements. If nothing unexpected happens, he will make another fortune and flee. Oh, are you so sure? Su Yunqi has always admired Su Qingyan because her cousin's IQ has always surpassed hers since she was a child, especially after she became the president. The market value of Tianlong Group soared. No matter whether she or anyone else from the Su family were in charge, they would not be able to achieve such results. That idiot told me. Su Qingyan calmly analyzed. He said that Sun Shaokong was trying to defraud even his ex-girlfriend's family of their small sum of money, and they're having their wedding banquet this week. Sun Shaokong will definitely abscond before the wedding banquet, otherwise he won't be able to escape. You and your idiot seem to have more and more topics to talk about. Su Yunqi suddenly changed the subject and looked at her cousin with a half smile. I wonder if you and him will fall in love with each other over time? Whoosh! Suddenly, a cold chill came over her, making the hot woman feel like she was frozen, and she quickly shut her mouth. My cousin is like an iceberg, her power is getting stronger and stronger? I think you're more curious about him than I am. How about I ask Grandma to give him to you? Su Qingyan said coldly.
Ha, I don't like to steal things from other family members.
Xingyan, you can enjoy it slowly. Su Yunqi usually escapes by walking out of the office.
At the end, she suddenly turned back and said, "By the way, Xingyan, are you sure you don't want to inform the rest of the Su family about the wedding banquet in a few days?"
Chapter 50. This man responds to soft words but not hard ones? Su Qingyan shook her head.
Let the women in the family know that if they marry a man like this, there are only two outcomes. Or die of laughter. Or be despised to death. Anyway, the game was destined to end in divorce, and she didn't want other family members to get involved.
Can I participate then?
Su Yunqi bit her index finger lightly and gave Su Qingyan a flirtatious look with her eyes.
Unfortunately, Su Qingyan is a woman, so this trick doesn't work.
Feeling the cold and lightning-like gaze of President Su Yunqi shuddered slightly and quickly left with a smile.
Really? Do you really want to participate in this boring and time-wasting game?
Su Qingyan then stood up, picked up a few darts and looked at the target.
The president's office is very large and has all kinds of leisure props.
Darts are one of the compulsory self-defense courses for the daughters of wealthy families, but Su Qingyan hasn't practiced it for a long time.
Thinking of some people and things, she suddenly became interested.
Shinzigue, you dared to throw cigarette butts in my company and burn my feet. The score has not been settled yet.
Whoosh!
A dart flew out sharply and landed firmly on the 8 ring.
Sun Shaokong, you dare to do evil in my Tianlong group and enrich yourself? You are seeking death.
Whoosh! Another dart hit the 9th ring steadily, and was in line with the previous dart.
Shen Huaji?
When Su Qingyan pronounced the name, her eyes were filled with lightning. She should have no grudges against this woman, so why did a strange fire emerge in her heart?
Whoosh!
The dart in his hand shot out like a sharp arrow piercing the clouds and hit the center of the 10-ring bullseye steadily.
3 darts in a straight line.
Su Qingyan was too lazy to speak, as she was suddenly filled with anger.
She found that she was actually looking forward to the upcoming wedding banquet? How ridiculous.
Of course, the one who was more looking forward to this wedding banquet than her was Ling Yan's family. Because he was getting married, Ling Yan simply stopped looking for a job these days and was busy decorating the house with his mother during the day. Wash the floor, wipe the windows, clear the clutter, hang up double happiness patterns, and even change the light bulbs to festive colors. But no matter how hard they try, they can't compare to the Shin family in the same village.
Ah, so shabby.
Tomorrow is the beginning of the month.
Shinzigue deliberately walked past the Ling family today and laughed loudly at the 3 people of the Ling family. Is this the grand show?
If you didn't know, you would think your family was just playing house.
Some villagers from the surrounding area also came over to watch the fun. To be honest, the Ling family's decoration is acceptable.
Although it is not luxurious, it is very thoughtful. But, where there is comparison, there is harm. Compared to the Shin family's luxurious decorations with large lanterns hanging high, the Ling family's is indeed not good enough. I'm really curious, what kind of woman is so desperate to marry into a shabby family like yours?
Ling Yun, I've never seen your wife. Is she too ugly to even meet people? Shinzigue's ridicule also resonated with everyone.
They really have never seen Ling Yun's wife.
Chen Yuding felt a little uncomfortable after hearing these gossips.
Shen Xiaoyan was angry and immediately scolded Shinzigue, "My sister-in-law is not going to marry you, so why should I show it to you?
My brother and my mother have seen it and are satisfied.
If you want to see it, just give a red envelope and come to the wedding tomorrow." That being said, it is somewhat inconsistent with the customs of Yunlu village. The most important thing is that Chen Yuding has never met her daughter-in-law in person, so she has no confidence at all.
Ha, even if you provoke them like this, I'm afraid no one in the village will go to your side, and your Ling family will be left alone. Shinzigue laughed out loud. The gossipy women around were also curious and asked Chen Yuding, "Have you met your daughter-in-law?"
Chen Yuding also lowered her head and tried to explain for a long time but couldn't make sense. Even though Ling Xiaoyan still helped to fight back, Ling Yan felt bad when he saw his mother's look.
That night, he returned to Tianlong community. Su Qingyan went to work and came home as usual.
Seeing that this woman was getting married tomorrow but acted as if nothing had happened today, Ling Yan felt even more irritated. He felt that all the enthusiasm of his family was just one-sided and they were just trying to please someone else.
What? Who owes you money? You look so gloomy? Seeing his look, Su Qingyan was slightly startled, but snorted coldly. Anyway, she doesn't owe him anything. Miss Su, even though we're just acting, I've tried my best to cooperate with you. I've agreed to whatever you requested, including signing the agreement. But you? Ling Yan's questioning made Su Qingyan a little confused, and then she sneered. What's wrong with me? I live with you every day. Do you still want me to accompany you to perform the zhougong ceremony? I never thought of it that way. Ling Yan said seriously, but you didn't even meet my mother before you got married. Today the whole village is laughing at my family. So that's what it is. Su Qingyan smiled again, walked past him confidently, hung her bag on the wall, and then slowly sat down at the dining table. Why are you laughing? Ling Yan became even more angry when he saw her smile. Even the dignified Su Qingyan seemed a little afraid of this fool getting angry. Besides being her legal husband, this idiot is murderous when he's angry. I've seen her, and she's seen me. Su Qingyan then explained calmly. Seen it? I mean in person, not in photos. Ling Yan said excitedly again. Just meet in person. Su Qingyan rolled her eyes a little unhappily. Have you met in person? When? I won't tell you, but I won't lie to you. If Su Qingyan didn't explain to him, wouldn't he know her identity as the female president of Tianlong Group if she explained it clearly? Anyway, I will cooperate with you throughout the entire performance tomorrow, okay? Su Qingyan's words instantly dissipated the anger that Ling Yan had been holding in his stomach. Afterwards, he also felt that he seemed to have gone a little too far. It was clearly a contract marriage, and he shouldn't use the rules and regulations of a formal marriage to demand the other party. Miss Su, I'm sorry. Oh? Su Qingyan was surprised to hear him apologize, and felt a sense of relief as if she had unlocked an achievement. What are you apologizing for? I shouldn't ask too much of you. You're not really my wife. Ling Yun explained. Cut. Su Qingyan rolled her eyes at him and pretended to be angry. Since you know you are wrong, why don't you serve me the food quickly? I'm hungry. Good. Ling Yun hurried into the kitchen, thinking it was a reward for the woman for promising to act well. He must let out the anger his mother had been holding back tomorrow. Seeing his attentive figure from behind, Su Qingyan secretly laughed. It turned out that this fool was the type who would only respond to soft words and not to hard ones. I've found his weakness, but what can I do? There is no reason for her, the CEO of Su University, to act like a little bird to him when he gets angry in the future. She is not his real wife, so there is no need to be so understanding, right? After a night, the wedding day of the Ling, Su, Sun and Shin families finally arrived. Early in the morning, Zhou Qiuyan took her son to the ancestral tablet of the Shin family and knelt down. Chapter 51. Today's bride's surname is not Shen. May the ancestors of the Shin family bless Huaji and allow her to marry smoothly into the Sun family today. May she help her son Zigui achieve great success and prosperity. I kowtow to you. After praying devoutly, Zhou Qiuyan and her son kowtowed repeatedly. Shin Huaji was wearing a red cheongsam and standing behind the mother and son. Her eyebrows, like distant mountains in autumn water, couldn't help but frown slightly. It's true that my mother hopes my younger brother can become rich and powerful, but how can she pin all her hopes on others? Shin Huaji turned to leave, but couldn't help looking back and finally spoke. Mom, shouldn't we teach Zigui to do something so that he can be self-reliant in the future? The mother and son turned around immediately. Zhou Qiuyan's face suddenly became long. What did Zigui do to become so successful? Of course, he has to rely on the support of you, his sister and brother-in-law. Shin Huaji frowned even deeper, but one day, I will leave. Hey, the Sun family is so rich, you can just bring more things back from your husband's family to your parents' family. Zhou Qiuyan's indifferent expression formed a sharp contrast with the deep worry in Shin Huaji's eyes. Otherwise, why did your father and I raise you to this age and teach you to be so outstanding? Isn't it just so that you can help your brother? Shin Huaji smiled. She also knew that her parents originally wanted to name her Huazi because they wanted to have a son. God was merciful and within a few years they had another son, whom they named Zigui. In a mother's eyes, her son is the most precious. The whole world revolves around her son. Mom, I'll do my best. Shin Huaji still chose not to argue with her mother, and she had no confidence that she could win the argument. After putting on makeup, Shin Huaji walked out of the house and found that in addition to her parents and brother, there were many villagers gathered at the door. It seems that all the neighbors are going to attend her wedding with son Shaokong. Even if she didn't see it, she knew that Ling Yun's place should be very quiet now, right? The wedding party is here. Suddenly someone exclaimed. Everyone's spirits became even higher. Everyone knows that the Sun family is a wealthy family, so the wedding ceremony must be grand, right? Shinzigue even shouted louder, "Make way! Make way! There are a lot of cars, don't block the road. Line up one by one, I will arrange for you to get on the bus." However, he was quickly slapped in the face. Seeing that there was only one wedding car, and it was a small car parked in front of his house, Shinzigue was dumbfounded. Holy shit! What is going on? He also wants people to line up to get on the bus. Just one car to pick you up? Zhou Qiuyan's voice was also trembling as she looked at the driver who came down and asked. The villagers complained. They also wanted to go to the Tianlong Hotel to attend the wedding banquet in style, and then post it on their moments to show off. The greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. What? One car isn't enough? Do you have many brides? The driver's attitude was terrible. Sister, what's going on? Shinzigue felt embarrassed and simply quit, yelling at Xinhuaji, "Hurry up and call your brother-in-law to ask." Xinhuaji also felt strange. Sun Shaokan was a person who liked to show off. He would not arrange such a shabby ceremony, especially when he knew that she had many relatives and friends. But when she called Sun Shaokong, the call could not be connected. What is going on? Xinhuaji suddenly felt a little uneasy. Sun Shaokong said that according to custom, the groom cannot see the bride 3 days before the wedding, so he has never met her. How come he can't even contact her now? Hey, everyone, hurry up to the Ling family. They've got a bunch of big cars coming over, and they said they can take us to the Tianlong Hotel. Suddenly a villager shouted excitedly. When everyone heard this, they were all surprised and puzzled, and they all rushed to Ling Yun's house. The Shin family's store, which was bustling just now, was suddenly deserted. Who can bear this emotional gap? Shinzigue had a sad face and was about to cry. You clearly just want to show off, but now why is there no one to support you? Are you guys still getting in the car? The driver, growing impatient, yelled at the family, "Everyone's gone now, and there's only one car left for you and your family. If you don't get in, I'm leaving." Damn it! Shinzigue was so angry that he wanted to hit someone. Zhou Qiuyan quickly stopped him. In addition to wanting to go to the scene to question Sun Shaokong, the most important thing was that if they came to a fight, her son would not be able to beat the driver. Xinhuaji got into the car with a lonely look on her face. Before the car left, I couldn't help but look in the direction of the Ling family. Who is the woman Ling Yun is going to marry today? Why was his car able to take everyone to the Tianlong Hotel? Was it just a coincidence that it was on the way? The driver arranged by Sun Shaokong had a bad temper but was a good driver and quickly took them to the Tianlong Hotel. Hey, we're finally here. The car was going so slowly. Sister, you're going to have to question your brother-in-law later. How could he be so careless in making such arrangements for such a happy occasion? Shinzigue was still shouting and even complaining about the driver after getting off the car. How could the driver tolerate him? He directly retorted, "Just be happy that I didn't send you to hell. And you still complain that I drive too slowly? Hey, what's with your attitude? Do you believe I can complain to you? Let my brother-in-law teach you a lesson?" Shinzigue kept calling him brother-in-law. It was as if he couldn't breathe without his brother-in-law. The driver barely paid any attention to him and just drove away, blasting away his exhaust fumes. What an idiot! Damn it, I saw my brother-in-law. I want my brother-in-law to help me kill him. Shinzigue was so angry that he started cursing. Okay, Shaogue, let's go in and see your brother-in-law first. Shinguodong was also with Zhou Qiuyan this time and quickly called his son. Shinzigue then snorted coldly and walked towards the door with a swagger. Just wait, when I see my brother-in-law, I will definitely take back all the anger I suffered this morning. Just as he was thinking this, the hotel's valiant security guard suddenly reached out and stopped him. Excuse me, what are you doing here? Well, what the hell? Shin Shaogue, who was already furious, became even more furious and petrified on the spot. After a while, he finally burst into a curse. I am Shinzigue, Sun Shaokong's brother-in-law. My sister is getting married today, and you gate dogs dare to stop me? The leading security guard suddenly looked gloomy. Seeing this, Shin Guodong quickly pulled his son away and said with an apologetic smile, "Sorry, my son took the wrong medicine today. We are here to hold a wedding. This is my daughter, the bride, Shinhuaji." Shinhuaji? That's right, that's right. Jo Choyen also came over with a smile on her face and said, everything is fine. Let's go in first and talk about it. But the guard poured a bucket of cold water on them. There is indeed a wedding banquet here today, but the bride is not called Shin Hwaji. Have you come to the wrong place? Go away. Oh my god. What is going on? Shin Zigue was almost mad with anger on the spot. Jo Choyen also stared with her eyes wide open in shock. How could such a thing be wrong? She looked up and down again, then excitedly asked the security guard again, isn't this the Tianlong Hotel? Don't you understand what people are saying? The security captain lost his patience and started yelling, it's the Tianlong Hotel, but the bride's last name isn't Shun. Get out. Get out now. Chapter 52, The Original Words Rebound. A great shame and humiliation. Fuck you. How could Shin Zigue bear this gap? He had been waiting for a long time before finally seeing this day. He was waiting for his sister to become a phoenix so that he, as her brother-in-law, could also become successful. The guard dogs are so blind that they don't even let them in? He didn't care whether he could win or not, he just swung his fist. Hwaji, what's wrong? At this moment, a soft voice suddenly came from behind. Looking back, I saw a gentle beauty getting out of an elegant blue Maserati. Yenran, you're here. Shin Hwaji was not too surprised, she just felt it was a bit of a coincidence. Well, what happened? Why are you outside the door? Qin Yenran was there to attend her best friend's wedding banquet. When she saw the scene, she hurried over. Hello, Miss Qin. The security guards at the Tianlong Hotel naturally knew the daughter of the Qin family in Huacheng, and greeted her respectfully. Without waiting for Qin Yenran to respond, Shin Zigue burst into laughter. Now you know how powerful this is, right? The daughter of the Qin family is also here to attend my sister's wedding, and you guys are not going to let us in? Damn, a bunch of blind dogs. The security guard's face became even gloomier and he refused to move away. Why are you still stopping me? Qin Yenran also frowned and asked. She and Shin Hwaji became friends in high school. Even if they couldn't be said to be best friends who could talk about anything, they were definitely good friends with similar interests. Miss Qin, I'm sorry. According to the information we received, today's bride is not Miss Shin, so. The security guard also looked embarrassed. Hearing this, Qin Yenran also widened her eyes and looked at Shin Hwaji. Didn't Shi and son Xiaokong decide to get engaged today, and later even changed it to getting a marriage certificate? Did some misunderstanding happen along the way? Shin Hwaji also frowned, and her bad premonition became stronger and stronger. Even if the engagement was changed to a wedding at the last minute, son Xiaokong would have enough time to notify the hotel in a few days, so how could he say that she was not today's bride? Beep. Beep. At this moment, 2 buses came behind us. Not only that, there are also several black Mercedes-Benz, which are very grand and imposing. Did you see that? See? Shin Zigue gnashed his teeth and yelled again, looking very proud, a large group of my relatives are coming to kill us. If you continue to act recklessly, you will bear the consequences. The security captain ignored him. But of course he recognized that these cars were sent by the Tianlong Hotel to pick up guests. So they will definitely let in everyone who gets off the bus. Village chief, you are here? Please come in. Third aunt, I'm sorry for the poor hospitality. Please come in. Jo Choyen and Shin Zigue hurriedly wanted to bring the villagers of Yunlu village back to their side. Otherwise, what would happen if their wedding became a dull occasion? They were also worried that security would not let their guests in. Fortunately, the security guard did not stop us this time. Humph, you're quite sensible. That's right, otherwise we will definitely file a complaint against you and make you lose your job. Shin Zigue and Jo Choyen, mother and son, became arrogant again. It really is true that there is strength in numbers. Look at these guard dogs, they bully the weak and fear the strong? However, just when they were about to go in, the security captain reached out and stopped them. Sorry, you are not qualified to enter. The mother and son were stunned. The surrounding villagers were also stunned. What was going on? The guests have been let in, why doesn't the host get in? Damn it! Are you looking for death? My relatives and friends have all gone in to attend the wedding, and you're still trying to stop us? Shin Zigue was completely furious, his face flushed and he started cursing. You're mistaken, they're not coming to your wedding. The security captain was quite well-mannered.
Although he wanted to beat Shin Zigui until he could not take care of himself when he saw his arrogant look, he still remained calm and explained to him.
What? You're not coming to attend my wedding, then are you? Shin Guodong was more rational than his wife and son and guessed the truth immediately.
Shin Huaji's jade hands were also gently clenched, her delicate body trembled slightly, and her eyes were extremely complicated.
Sister Huaji, why haven't you guys gone in yet?
The next moment, Ling Xiaoyan and Chen Yuding also got out of the Mercedes-Benz and came to her. Shin Huaji didn't want to and didn't know how to respond to Ling Xiaoyan.
She felt her cheeks getting a little hot.
Xin Yanran, who was standing by, also felt that Ling Xiaoyan looked very friendly, but she didn't know who she was.
Wait a minute. At this moment, the security captain finally stopped the people who were entering and asked bluntly, "Whose wedding are you here to attend?" Well, the guests were a little dumbfounded. Is there anyone asking this question? Of course I'm here to attend the wedding banquet of Shin Huaji and young master son. Yeah. Me too.
A group of Shin family relatives and Yunlu villagers who were trying to curry favor with the powerful answered loudly.
His expression is a bit smug.
After all, being a relative of a wealthy family is much more prestigious than being a relative of the poor Ling family. Shin Zigui also raised his head and looked at Ling Xiaoyan and her daughter proudly. Chen Fengyi and her son Huangshi also came. They felt a little ashamed when they saw this scene. They have no relatives with the Shen family. Unexpectedly, the security captain immediately ordered, "Then all of you come out, you are not qualified to go in."
Damn! Shin Zigui widened his eyes again. What is going on?
Shin Huaji is much smarter than him and already knows exactly what is going on. Most of the villagers are smarter than Shin Zigui. Since they said that relatives of the Shin family are not allowed to enter, they should change their words quickly.
We are neighbors from the same village as the Ling family. Yes, I'm somewhat related to the Ling family. If you don't believe me, ask Yu Ting and the others. They are all lower class people, how could they be qualified to enter the Tianlong Hotel? Now, in order to get in and take advantage of the situation, no effort is spared. Okay, then go in.
The security guard waved again.
Shin Zigui was completely depressed.
The villagers around him also pointed at him and whispered about him. Just now he was complaining about his poor hospitality, but it turns out this place isn't his place at all.
How shameless. Fortunately, we are not his relatives. Who told you that Shin Zigui was not popular in the village?
Of course there were many people who teased him or even confronted him. They just can't stand his smug look. Soon, almost all the guests arrived. Even some relatives of the Shin family pretended to be neighbors of the Ling family.
Anyway, they could enter the venue by just saying a word, so who cares? Sister Huaji, do you want to go in? Let me go in with you. Ling Xiaoyan also gently held Shin Huaji's hand.
What she hated was Shin Zigui and his mother, but she didn't hate Shin Huaji very much. After all, she knew very well how Shin Huaji had treated her family in the past. At the same time, she was also angry.
Hasn't the Shin family always looked down on her brother? Now she wants to stand up for her brother.
Although Shin Huaji's cheeks were burning, she remained silent and prepared to follow in to find out the whole story.
What the hell is that guy Sun Xiaokang doing? Hey, sister, you go in, then we.
Shin Zigui was still shouting at the door, his face purple and blue. Ling Xiaoyan suddenly turned around and smiled smugly. You just said you were coming to attend my brother's wedding.
We are very generous. We are from the same village. It's not like we won't give you free food and drinks. Damn. What a shame and humiliation. Shin Zigui will definitely not forget this sentence he once said to the Ling family.
I didn't expect that the original words would rebound.
Chapter 53, Come Pick Up the Bride. Well, we are neighbors too, and we are here to attend the wedding. Shin Zigui had no choice. His sister had already gone in. Could his family just stay at the door and suffer the cold?
If you are not as strong as others, you have no choice but to bow your head.
Bah, so spineless.
Ling Xiaoyan rolled her eyes at him, not hiding her contempt at all. Some villagers also laughed at him. When someone hit him in the face, he still greeted them with a smile.
What a coward. Shin Zigui was so angry that his face twisted. He is a coward, but that doesn't mean he doesn't care about his reputation. Damn it, just wait. Once I find my brother-in-law, I'll definitely take the place back.
Shin Zigui muttered with a ferocious look in his eyes. At this time, in a large room in Tianlong Hotel, Han Yun walked behind Su Qingyan, who was putting on makeup.
Boss Su, the guests are coming in. How many people?
Su Qingyan had a blank expression on her face and was not in the mood to be a bride at all.
158 people. What? Why so many? Su Qingyan was finally moved and secretly shocked.
She just wanted to fulfill her promise and play a wedding game with Ling Yun.
She never thought that there would be so many people watching.
It seems like all the villagers from Yunlu village have come to participate. Many of them originally planned to participate in Sun Shaokan's event.
Han Yun quickly reported everything to her. What a hassle. Su Qingyan sighed at the fragrance.
But seeing her like this, Han Yun couldn't help but laugh. She has a good relationship with Su Qingyan, who is both her boss and her friend.
A bystander sees more clearly.
She usually sees that President Su often looks indifferent, and has always worried that her life will be boring.
Now that someone is playing the marriage game with her, it's not bad.
Boss Su, the wedding marathon has just begun, and there are still many troubles to come. Han Yun smiled and clapped her hands. The next moment, a group of young and beautiful bridesmaids walked in.
So many? Su Qingyan was secretly shocked again.
In order to keep the marriage secret, none of her relatives and friends were notified except the old lady. But it's a marriage after all, so the bride's side always has to have relatives, friends, and bridesmaids.
What to do? Just spend money to hire professional bridesmaids and professional fake relatives. Boss Su, don't worry. They are professionals and don't know who you are.
I set up their profile as saying that the bride is an ordinary female executive, and I am your good friend. I will never reveal your identity today. Han Yun leaned close to her ear and whispered softly.
Su Qingyan nodded.
She was quite confident in Han Yun's ability to do things.
I wonder if her Langzi will be exposed.
At this time, Ling Yun was also in a room in the hotel, nervously adjusting his clothes in front of the mirror.
Haha, Ling Yun, am I seeing right? You're shaking? A teasing voice suddenly came from behind. It was the only best man, Chen Pingan.
Poor people have few friends.
Ling Yun didn't have many friends to begin with.
Apart from some blood relatives, his only true friend was Chen Pingan. So it was natural for him to only have one best man to avoid the fake marriage being exposed.
I've been to the battlefield, so why would I be afraid of getting married?
Ling Yun is not only tough in body, but also tougher in words. He was so nervous that his body was stiff, but he refused to admit that he was nervous. Really, Chen Pingan's best friend is good in every way except that he loves to tell lies.
Let's go. There are a lot of people waiting for us outside to pick up the bride.
Chen Pingan pushed Ling Yun out, otherwise by the time the nervous groom left the house, the sun would probably have set. In order to keep the marriage secret, Su Qingyan specifically requested that the bride be picked up from the building on the west side of the hotel to the auditorium on the east side.
However, the Tianlong Hotel covers a very large area, and this distance is at least a kilometer away.
When he walked out of the room, Ling Yun discovered that in addition to the photography team, music team, makeup team, etiquette team, and so on provided by the hotel, some relatives and friends had also come here to go with him to pick up the bride.
Yellowstone is among them.
Although Ling Yun's family was trying to appear wealthy by holding the wedding banquet at the Tianlong Hotel, no one knew better than Huangsher how poor his cousin's family was. A few days ago, when he and his mother Chen Fingyi heard that the venue was changed to Tianlong Hotel, they were so surprised that they couldn't even blink. His family doesn't have the financial resources to hold a banquet at the Tianlong Hotel. But Chen Fingyi immediately asked Chen Yuding and found out that he got the discount through connections, and the 300,000 was his family's savings. What poor and stupid relatives! For the sake of a little face, do they have no plans to live in the future? So he wanted to see what kind of woman could be so stupid as to marry a poor and stupid man like his cousin.
Let's go pick up the bride.
Chen Pingan shouted loudly, and the huge wedding procession walked on the scenic road of the hotel.
Here it comes, here it comes. Soon, the bridesmaids on the east side were also excited.
If you get paid to play games, of course you have to work hard. They closed the door of the bride's room tightly and even blocked the door. A group of young and beautiful women were chatting and the atmosphere was really lively.
Even Han Yun was eager to try and enjoy it.
On the contrary, Su Qingyan was wearing a red cheongsam and sitting on a chair, as if this wedding had nothing to do with her.
Open the door, the groom is here to pick up the bride.
Outside, Chen Pingan's excited and festive shouts were heard.
Hey, you expect us to open the door with just one sentence? If you're not sincere, just go back to where you came from.
Yes, the bride won't go with you.
A group of bridesmaids laughed and said.
Su Qingyan actually hoped that the group of people outside the door could really go back to where they came from and the wedding would be cancelled.
But how could this little difficulty stump the wedding procession outside? Red envelopes. Stuff them in. Smash them.
Smash those women inside until they're soft. Chen Pingan was also extremely excited and shouted loudly. The men around immediately helped to stuff red envelopes, and the atmosphere was quite tense. A group of bridesmaids received red envelopes through the cracks in the door and windows, and dispersed happily. At this moment, a professional bridesmaid captain walked to the door and deliberately snorted, "Ha, just a red envelope, sincerity is not enough." Ling Yan outside the door smiled bitterly, not knowing what he felt in his heart, and he didn't know what the icy woman inside was feeling at the moment.
This scene is not easy to perform. So what do you want?
Chen Pingan quickly asked loudly on behalf of his best friend.
It's very simple. I have a declaration of love here. The groom just needs to read it out loud in front of everyone.
The bridesmaid captain said with a smile, and slipped a red love letter out from the crack of the door. Chen Pingan quickly gave it to his best friend.
Ling Yun originally thought it was nothing, wasn't it just reciting lines? Who's afraid of who? You can take it apart and take a look. Suddenly your sister. Is this a line a human can recite?
On the other side of the door, a group of bridesmaids had no idea what Su Qingyan's identity was, but they were doing their duty conscientiously. They pulled her up, surrounded her and brought her to the door, ready to let her listen to the groom's declaration of love.
Groom, you must recite it carefully and with all your heart. What if you fail to impress the bride and she doesn't open the door? There's nothing we can do.
The bridesmaid captain said with another chuckle.
Chapter 54, Su Qingyan couldn't stand this man's disgusting behavior. Ling Yun, what's wrong with you? Read faster. Behind me, I suddenly heard Chen Yuding's urging voice.
It turns out they were also anxious to see the bride and came to the scene specifically. To be honest, Ling Yun could say with a clear conscience that he really couldn't bring himself to say this declaration of love, but now that his mother and sister had come to supervise the battle in person, he couldn't be a deserter.
Just die.
Ling Yun closed his eyes and spoke through gritted teeth, "My dear, you are so perfect. You are a fairy from the ninth heaven who has come down to earth. I will give you 8 and spend Qixi festival with you forever. I will be by your side for 6 and love you wholeheartedly. I will never be fickle and will only love you for the rest of my life."
Oh my God. What the hell?
Su Qingyan, who was standing in front of Ling Yun through a door, suddenly felt that all her pores opened up and goosebumps fell all over the floor.
Family members, who understands? It's so scary when a man who argues with you every day suddenly says cheesy love words to you. Wow.
Inside and outside the scene, men and women were watching the fun and making trouble, and even cheering around. Su Qingyan felt cold all over, but her face was burning.
But this is not the end.
Ling Yun gritted his teeth and continued, "Although I'm naturally timid, my dear wife, I swear.
As soon as I see you, I will become extremely bold." Puff. Su Qingyan almost spit out a mouthful of salt soda. Who wrote this copy?
Other people get paid to write copy, but does she write copy that costs her life?
So bold and lustful? Does this man dare? She definitely cut off his weapon with one stroke. Ling Yun, what are you doing? Just study hard, why are you gritting your teeth?
Outside, Chen Yuding saw that her daughter-in-law had not opened the door yet, so she quickly instructed her son.
Seriously, this is a confession, not a declaration of surrender, why that expression? Ling Yun had no choice. Su Qingyan got goosebumps, and he even wanted to die. But why did he get married?
It just to fulfill my mother's wish.
Now I can only force a smile and continue reading. If you don't respond to this declaration, you're secretly in love with me. Answer me, and you're in love with me. If you want to change it, then you have to become one with me. You haven't opened the door yet, you're just shy. You want me to carry you home, you're shy. If you open the door. Enough. Enough is enough. Su Qingyan finally couldn't bear it anymore.
She was so angry that she opened the door and walked out with her long legs.
Are you sick? How can you recite these lines?
Su Qingyan snatched the document from Ling Yun's hand and stared at him, as if she wanted to torture him to death.
Ling Yun is also depressed. Do you think this is what I miss? Even if you are an actor, you need to cultivate yourself. Wow.
The surrounding exclamations, envious looks, and shocked expressions immediately made the couple stop.
Chen Pingan once again saw Su Qingyan's stunning beauty inside.
It turned out that he was not wrong last night.
His sister-in-law was really a beauty who could bring disaster to the country and the people.
The men around him had the same expression as him, or were even more surprised. When Ling Xiaoyan saw her sister-in-law, she was both surprised and a little ashamed.
"Mom, my sister-in-law is even more beautiful than in the photo. I've lived for so long and have never seen a woman as beautiful as my sister-in-law." Yeah. Shen Yuding's tears came out.
In fact, to this day, she still worries that her son's marriage certificate is fake and her daughter-in-law is also fake. Why would such a beautiful girl with such good conditions fall for his poor son? At this moment, the heavy stone in her heart can finally be put down. At this moment, if we were to say who has the ugliest expression among the people present, it would definitely be Huangshe.
As Ling Yun's cousin, his feelings towards Ling Yun change every 3 years.
When I was little, I thought my cousin had excellent physical fitness and could win any game he played. No one dared to bully him at school, so I admired him very much.
But when I grew up, I thought my cousin's family was poor. What's the point of being good at studying and sports? His parents said that people like him would only work for the rich second generation.
Later, Ling Yun came back from the army and worked as a water delivery man. He despised his cousin to the extreme. He didn't expect that his cousin was doing even worse than he thought. So every time they met, he would secretly mock his cousin.
But unexpectedly, my cousin was able to turn the tide in the end.
He had always thought that a woman willing to marry his cousin would be either ugly or disabled, but he never expected that she would be actually be this beautiful.
TSK, being able to marry such a beautiful wife makes you a winner in life, nothing else matters.
When Su Qingyan saw the scene, she realized that she had been careless for a moment and had walked out without a veil.
It's all the fault of that idiot Ling Yun.
She has been beautiful since she was a child. She can't be said to be extremely conceited about her beauty, but it is impossible for her to say that she doesn't know how beautiful she is. Especially since she dressed up carefully today, it is not surprising that she amazed everyone as soon as she appeared. She should have worn a veil the whole time to avoid being recognized, but it was Ling Yun's corny lines that made her unbearable.
Yan, you can't just go with him so easily.
Fortunately, Han Yun reacted quickly, ran out, and covered her face with a red veil.
None of the men present had time to take a photo of her. What a pity. Such a beautiful woman. Yes, it's not working yet. A group of bridesmaids also came out and surrounded the bride. How could it be so easy for the groom to take the bride away? No way?
Chen Pingan quickly shouted on behalf of the groom, "The red envelope has been received, the love declaration has been read, and the bride has come out on her own."
What else do you want?
Yes, what else? After seeing the beauty of the bride, the people on the groom's side became more excited. Ling Xiaoyan also stepped out to support her brother.
Well, we've heard the groom's intentions, so let's just go along with it. But we don't know what his physical strength is like. Will he be unable to do it?
The bridesmaid captain came out again to take the lead in causing trouble. Yes, men, the most frightening thing is that they have no power.
The group of bridesmaids also laughed and joked. Then how else do you want to test our groom?
Chen Pingan responded proudly. It's hard to say about other things, but as for physical strength, let me be frank, I'm afraid there is no one in this world who has better physical strength than Ling Yun.
It's simple. As a man, you have to have strong waists. I wonder if the groom can do 100 push-ups. That's so easy. Ling Yun just laughed.
Not to mention 100, he had received devilish training in the army and had to punch in 1,000 times every day. But before he could finish his words, the bridesmaid captain waved her finger and said with a smile, "I'm not talking about ordinary push-ups, I'm talking about the bride sitting on you, do 100.
What? Everyone screamed. Everyone was stunned. Isn't this too bullying? However, many men are willing to try it.
It would be difficult for them to do 100 push-ups, but with such a beautiful bride sitting on them, maybe their potential will be unleashed? Even if they can't do it, they are willing to let Su Qingyan sit on them for the rest of their lives. Huangshe was also envious and his mouth opened wide.
Why did the bridesmaids reward his cousin like this? Why? No, I won't sit on him even if you kill me.
Without waiting for Ling Yun to agree, Su Qingyan had already bitten her teeth to refuse.
Are you kidding me?
Forcing her to sit on a man in public would be worse than killing her with a sword.
Chapter 55, half of it is rainy and half of it is sunny. Bride, this won't do.
Unexpectedly, the bridesmaid captain leaned over to Su Qingyan and whispered, "Old Madam Su is also watching here. If you don't cooperate, it will be very difficult for me to handle this." Su Qingyan trembled all over and wanted to take off the veil and ask Han Yun what was going on.
Didn't she find the bridesmaids? How did it become Grandma's internal energy again?
Damn, the old ones are still the best.
Where was Grandma hiding to watch the scene? I'm afraid I'll break his back, so let's cancel it. Su Qingyan still refused to cooperate and found a more smooth excuse.
But it would have been better if she hadn't said that.
Saying that would make Ling Yun even more embarrassed.
This was clearly a provocation in public.
If Ling Yun admits his mistake, what will happen if everyone thinks he has a bad back? Come on, it won't break. Ling Yun just lay down.
When they were in the army, they used to carry stones and do push-ups.
Do you think they were kidding? Wow.
As a result, the atmosphere at the scene exploded again.
Sit on it. Sit on it. 100. 100.
The crowd started to make a fuss, and the consequences were serious.
Su Qingyan is in a dilemma. Bride, don't be shy, sit down. Surrounded by the bridesmaids, the eldest daughter of the Su family was forced to sit on Ling Yun.
TSK, that must be really cool. Even though Su Qingyan immediately changed to supporting her body with her hands and feet, they still envied the groom. The men at the scene were even more excited. Huanshi clenched his teeth inexplicably, finding it hard to accept. Why would such a beautiful woman marry his cousin whom he despised the most?
Why on earth? Also at the Tianlong Hotel, the Shin family's side was extremely deserted. Sister! What's going on? Didn't that bastard son Xiaokong reserve the Dragon and Phoenix banquet hall? Why isn't it open now? Shen Zigui was furious.
He used to call him brother-in-law, but now he called him bastard. Shin Huaji ignored him, her expression frighteningly cold. Xin Yanran had been with her all the time, and seeing Shin Huaji like this, she felt extremely cold, as if she had lost all life.
What happened to Shin Huaji?
Huaji, please contact Xiaokong. Zhou Qiuyan came over again, pinched her arm hard, and said angrily, "Look, all the villagers have gone to the Ling family.
All our relatives have left. How embarrassing."
Shin Huaji seemed to have no sense of pain and remained silent.
I can't swallow this. I really can't swallow it.
Zhou Qiuyan intensified her outburst, cursing furiously, "Everyone thought my daughter was going to rise to prominence, but if this ends like this, where will our Shin family be?"
It's fine if you're embarrassed, but what about your brother? Who's going to help him rise to prominence in the future? After hearing these words, Xin Yanran could no longer bear it. Has this family that favors boys over girls become so deformed? Mom, I know.
Without waiting for Xin Yanran to speak, Shin Huaji compromised and said, "I'll call brother son right now."
Humph, that's more like it. You'll have to dig 3 feet underground to find that man. Only then did Zhou Qiuyan let go. Xin Yanran discovered that Shin Huaji's arm was already bruised. So cruel. Our son's treasures and daughter's weeds? Xin Yanran didn't know how Shin Huaji grew up in such a family. Why didn't she resist? She really wants to know the truth.
But before she could open her mouth, Shin Huaji actually made the call this time.
Hey, brother son, where are you? Why aren't you here yet? So you wanted to give me a surprise? You're really mean. Just wait and see how I'll deal with you. Okay, I'll wait for you. Shin Huaji said a few words before hanging up the phone.
Seeing that she finally contacted son Xiaokong, the 3 members of the Shin family breathed a sigh of relief.
Zhou Qiuyan smiled at her happily again.
Mom, Xiaokong said that today's pomp and circumstance was deliberately arranged.
The main point is a contrast. Wait, you will understand in a moment.
Shin Huaji didn't make her words clear.
Shen Zigui suddenly understood and snapped his fingers. Ha, I get it. The wedding banquet here today was actually arranged by my brother-in-law on purpose, right? Will Ling Yun be kicked out soon?
Shen Huaji nodded expressionlessly. Her brother could imagine such a plot, which saved her the trouble of explaining.
Just like that, everything is so unreasonable.
Shin Zigui continued to shout, a wedding banquet at the Tianlong Hotel would cost at least several million.
Where did Ling Yun's poor family get the money? My brother-in-law must be playing a trick on him. We'll see some fun soon. Then let's go to the wedding banquet over there and figure things out. Our Shin family can't let this person down. Zhou Qiuyan was also ready to go and couldn't wait to rush to the Ling family's wedding banquet.
Mom, you guys go first, I'll put on some makeup and come back. Shin Huaji said expressionlessly.
Well, hurry up. Zhou Qiuyan ignored her and went straight over with her husband and son. Huaji, why did you lie to your family?
Xin Yanran always thought that she and Shin Huaji were good friends who could talk about anything, but at this moment, she felt that Shin Huaji was so unfamiliar.
Shin Huaji looked at her, and after a while, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, her smile cold and gloomy. You know everything? Xin Yanran nodded.
She had just clearly heard that the call could not be connected.
I don't want to tell you, just look for yourself. Shin Huaji smiled again and suddenly took out her cell phone to operate it. Xin Yanran didn't know what she meant until she saw an article she sent her.
Then her eyes widened and her mouth opened slightly. At this time, on the other side, Ling Yun had picked up the bride and arrived at the wedding banquet. It's not that Ling Yun couldn't do 100 push-ups, but he was afraid of scaring people, so the bridesmaid later agreed to change it to 20, and he just did 20 and that was it.
Even so, it shocked everyone.
No matter how slim the bride is, she still weighs at least 100 pounds.
The groom's waist is really awesome. Is it made of steel?
Although the bride was always wearing a veil, her beauty had already spread, and everyone at the scene wanted to know what kind of harm she had brought to the country and the people.
But there is no chance. Wow, how romantic.
Ling Xiaoyan suddenly exclaimed. The ceremony officially begins after the bride and groom arrive at the scene. The venue was about half the size of a football field, with banquet tables on both sides and a red carpet extending from the center. The lights suddenly came on, and a flowing passage appeared instantly.
Bang! Bang! As the salute sounded, petals fell from the sky.
Gorgeous lights, charming and romantic music, and the fragrance of flowers blooming in the air turned the scene into a true paradise on earth.
None of the guests present belonged to the upper class. How could they have ever seen such a shocking wedding scene? Everyone is immersed in it.
By the time they reacted, the table was instantly filled with all kinds of delicious food and fine wines. The aroma was overflowing, making people salivate. Huang Shi and Chen Fengyi, mother and son, suddenly felt unwell. No matter how much they despised the Ling family for their pretentiousness, having such a wedding in their life is definitely a regret-free experience. Zhou Qiuyan and her family of 3 also arrived at the scene at this most shocking moment. When they saw Ling Yun and a woman wearing a veil appear on the wedding banquet stage, they were completely defeated.
What's going on? How did the grand wedding banquet that Sun Shaokan spent millions on inexplicably fall on the heads of Ling Yun and his wife?
Chapter 56, The Truth is Revealed. It is better to destroy the heart than to kill.
Fraud.
There's a pair of big liars on stage. Hearing that everyone was blessing the newlyweds, Shen Zigui got so angry that he could no longer hold back his temper. He rushed into the scene, pointing at Ling Yun and the other man and yelling at them.
This isn't their wedding.
This is the wedding that my brother-in-law and my sister hosted.
They've fooled everyone.
This statement shocked the whole audience.
A bit earth-shattering. How can someone impersonate someone in such a situation?
Han Yun had no idea where this lunatic came from. He was such a real nuisance. Just as he was about to bring people over to drive them away, he passed by the bride and heard Su Qingyan's voice. Han Yun, let him make trouble. Just driving him away would be too easy for this scoundrel. If anyone dares to throw cigarette butts in her company and burn her feet, she will never let him off.
Killing is not scary, destroying one's heart is the most cruel. Su Qingyan decided to make Shen Zigui collapse in public.
Besides, she just treats this as a game and is not afraid of anyone ruining the atmosphere.
Ling Yun, you poor bastard, are you worthy of marrying a wife? Is your wife worthy of wearing such beautiful clothes? Take them off. Take off the bride and groom's clothes and get out.
Shen Zigui actually rushed straight to the wedding banquet stage.
The whole audience was stunned. What is going on?
The hotel manager was also scared.
Where did this lunatic come from? How dare he be rude to Miss Su?
Unfortunately, the manager was a bit far away from the bride, and it was too late to rush over with the security guards.
Shen Zigui, did you forget to take your medicine?
Fortunately, Ling Yun was protecting the bride and pushed Shen Zigui to the ground with a light push.
The difference in strength between the two is huge. Su Qingyan lifted the veil slightly and glanced at Ling Yun.
Although this guy was a little dull, he seemed quite safe sometimes.
Didn't he doing push-ups like that kill him? Damn it. Ling Yun, you're so arrogant. You can act as arrogant as you want. You'll know what cruelty is in a moment.
Shin Zigui fell to the ground, still shouting and cursing arrogantly. Zhou Qiuyan and his wife also came behind him to support him. They all firmly believed what Shin Huaji said, that the wedding banquet was actually arranged by Sun Shaokang.
Who are you? What do you want to do?
The manager finally rushed up with the security guard and shouted coldly. He is one of the few people who knows the identity of the bride. Fortunately, the groom is domineering, otherwise if this scoundrel offends Miss Su, he might lose his job as a manager. Manager, you're just in time. Shin Zigui was so frantic that he didn't realize the manager was targeting him. He shouted, "This wedding was arranged by my brother-in-law.
Get these people out of here." The manager was stunned. Your brother-in-law? Who is that? Why are you acting stupid?
Shin Zigui turned around and cursed at him. My brother-in-law is Sun Shaokang, the president of Tianlong Technology Company. He already booked the Tianlong Hotel to marry my sister.
Didn't you know that? Zhou Qiuyan also put her hands on her hips and said, yes.
You are the hotel manager, you should know it very well.
Puff. The manager almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Han Yun burst out laughing. Sun Shaokang? You're nothing in front of President Su. This silly mother and son, don't they know that Sun Shaokang has cheated them of their money and run away?
The guests around, especially the neighbors from Yunlu village, were all very curious. They were very clear about this matter. Both families said that they would hold a banquet at the Tianlong Hotel, and their words were so convincing that it didn't seem like they were false.
If one of them is fake, then they will definitely believe that the Ling family is the one.
So now that Shin Zigui said this, they were implicitly on his side.
Oh, you mean Sun Shaokang?
He cancelled his subscription a long time ago.
Didn't he tell you? Well, what? What did you say? Say it again.
After hearing what the manager said, the Shin family mother and son couldn't believe it. I said Sun Shaokang didn't have the money to pay the balance, so I cancelled my subscription.
Not only that, he also committed multiple commercial crimes and is under investigation. Don't you know that?
The manager's serious words were like thunderclaps that stunned the three members of the Shin family. The guests around suddenly burst into discussion.
I see, that explains everything today. Ha, this is hilarious.
Shin Zigui has been bragging about this every day for the past 2 weeks, but in the end, his family was fooled and left stunned.
He said his dear brother-in-law would bring his family wealth and prosperity. What about now? His family's money was swindled away by Sun Shaokang. He's the poorest in the village, right?
I guess the village chief will call on everyone to donate to them when he returns today. Hearing these voices, Shin Zigui and his family of 3 looked ashen and trembled all over.
Lie. You're lying.
I know, you guys teamed up to deceive us. Shin Zigui refused to accept this fact and even acted like a spoiled child at the scene.
If what the manager said is true, what should he do in the future? He still has to rely on his brother-in-law to make a fortune. This is exactly the effect Su Qingyan wants. She is the iceberg of Huacheng. She never shows mercy to people she hates. Son, don't do this, don't do this.
Seeing that her son was about to hit someone, Zhou Qiuyan quickly grabbed him.
As I said, it doesn't matter if my son can beat someone, the main thing is that he can't beat anyone.
Shin Guodong was also at a loss for a moment, but fortunately he glanced and saw his daughter walking in.
Huaji. You're here just in time. Didn't you just say that this was a wedding banquet hosted by Shaokang? Didn't you still talk to him on the phone? Tell everyone. But no matter what he said, Shin Huaji remained expressionless and silent.
She just looked at Ling Yun and the bride beside him silently.
I wonder who replaced her and became Ling Yun's woman. Sister? Are you mute? Speak quickly.
Huaji, you naughty girl, if you don't speak up, mommy will strangle you to death.
The mother and son looked ferocious towards Shin Huaji.
But Shin Huaji remained unmoved. Just as they were about to hit someone, 2 policemen walked in and scared them into stopping immediately.
Excuse me, who is Shin Huaji?
The 2 often asked.
I am.
Shin Huaji, who had been silent all this time, spoke frankly at this moment. Judging from her expression, it seemed as if she had guessed that this moment would come.
You are Sun Shaokang's wife, right?
The police questioned him on the spot.
Shin Huaji nodded. A police officer sighed immediately. We are here to inform you that Sun Shaokong is a commercial fraudster. He has been investigated and is being pursued. We need you to go back with us and cooperate with the investigation.
What? When Shin Zigui and his mother heard this, they immediately rushed over excitedly and shouted.
What about our money? He cheated us out of over 2 million. How are we going to get it back? You still want to take it back? One police officer jokingly said, not only do you have no awareness of fraud prevention, but you also don't understand the law?
These words choked the Shin family mother and son. Sun Shaokong has already transferred all his assets. Even if he can recover them, because Shin Huaji is his wife, and even if he can prove that Shin Huaji did not participate in the fraud, his money will be used first to repay the company and others' losses.
Do you understand? Well, what? Zhou Qiuyan couldn't bear the blow and fainted on the spot.
Not only did she end up with nothing, but she also had to lose the money she had saved for her son's marriage.
She didn't want to live anymore. Chapter 57. Why do you think I will always like you? No, impossible. How so? This is all fake. It's an illusion, it can't fool me.
Seeing his mother fainting on the spot and his father holding her in grief, Shin Zigui was at a loss and almost went crazy.
Who can bear this gap? Why did this happen?
Overnight, his wealthy brother-in-law became a fugitive, while his sister's ex-boyfriend married a beautiful wife in the Tianlong Hotel.
Isn't this definitely the plot of the popular topic in recent years, the Dragon King's son-in-law? Is it really happening in reality? I understand.
Thinking of this, Shin Zigui suddenly burst into laughter, excitedly rushed in front of Lingyun, and shouted.
Lingyun, you are some kind of dragon king, right? Or some god king? Or some 9-star general? Never mind, the title is not important. Show your true self now, you can't hide it.
All the guests were stunned. Dragon King novels have been all the rage in recent years, and many people present have read similar plots.
Could it be that Lingyun is really the Dragon King? But many people still sneered. Reality is not a novel. Besides, how could those fictional plots happen? In reality, there is no possibility of a Dragon King dominating the world. Shin Zigui, are you crazy? I'm not some Dragon King. Lingyun also found it funny and pushed him away.
Shin Zigui fell to the ground, but continued to crawl over like a dog, his expression sometimes flattering, sometimes excited.
Lingyun, didn't you serve in the army for 6 years? How is it possible that you haven't become the Dragon King yet? Impossible. He disappeared for 3 years and came back with all the power in the world. It's been 6 years for you. Shin Zigui's words made the whole audience laugh and cry.
What a guy who was poisoned by online novels. Su Qingyan, who was wearing a veil, rolled her eyes speechlessly. In just 3 years, he could go from a small soldier to a world ruler who holds all the power in the world.
Even a stupid online writer wouldn't dare to write such a story, right?
Lingyun, even if you're not the Dragon King, you're still some hidden super rich second generation, right?
Have you completed your training period? How many billions of assets have you unlocked? Otherwise, how would you have the money to hold a wedding banquet here? That's enough. Lingyun kicked Shin Zigui away. Is this idiot going to stop? Today is my big day, you guys go.
Lingyun glanced at Shin Huaji, turned away and said.
He and this woman are a thing of the past.
When I went to her house, I had already warned them not to trust Sun Shaokong. But they refused to listen, and Shin Huaji even humiliated him once again.
Now, he has nothing to say.
Shin Huaji kept looking at Lingyun. When she heard these words, a sour smile gradually appeared on her expressionless face. Seeing her expression, Ling Xiaoyan felt inexplicably heartbroken.
Hey, why is it like this?
Next to Ling Xiaoyan, a woman in her 30s also sighed with emotion. She is Ling Xiu, Lingyun's cousin who was 1 year older than her. She watched Lingyun and Shin Huaji grow up together as childhood sweethearts, and always thought that they would eventually get married. As a result, she guessed the beginning but not the ending.
The ending of the two was tragic.
Shin Huaji's smile now also pierced her heart.
Lingyun. No. Brother-in-law. Stop testing us. You've always liked my sister. I can see it. Please, spare us. We know we're wrong. Just kick this woman out and marry my sister.
Shin Zigui crawled over again, talking nonsense.
Han Yun, who was watching from the side, couldn't help laughing. This idiot had been getting the wrong direction. He actually thought Ling Yun was some rich second-generation dragon king. Little did they know that the host of this grand wedding banquet was actually the bride wearing a veil. Shin Zigui is so stupid, there is really no hope for him. Ling Yun couldn't help but pick him up and walk to a banquet table nearby. Everyone was wondering what he wanted to do. Splash it out.
Ling Yun picked up a full glass of wine and gave a cold order to Shin Zigui.
Shin Zigui was completely clueless. How could he know what he was going to do? He just threw the wine out in public. Now, if you can take it back, I will marry your sister. Go ahead and take it back.
Ling Yun pointed at the wine that had spilled on the ground and shouted at Shin Zigui. Shin Zigui was dumbfounded on the spot. All the water was absorbed by the floor.
Why did he take the wool back? Everyone suddenly realized.
It's hard to mend a broken mirror, but it's hard to undo what's spilled. That's right, I heard that it was Shin Huaji who dumped Ling Yun, so she deserves it now.
The whole family has humiliated Ling Yun countless times.
Especially Shin Zigui, who speaks ill of Ling Yun in the village every day.
How dare he still have the nerve to fawn over him now? He's such a jerk. After hearing the guest's introduction, Shin Zigui's face turned pale and he could no longer speak. Your sister and I are a thing of the past. I have a wife now.
What makes you think I will always love her? Ling Yun said this coldly, pushed Shin Zigui away again, walked to Su Qingyan, and forcefully held her hand.
What does this idiot want to do? Su Qingyan trembled slightly and could only follow the man forward. She has been treating today's wedding banquet as a game. To be honest, she felt pretty good.
Not only did she torture Shin Zigui to a pulp, but she also made Shin Huaji, the gold digger, regret it to death.
Although she didn't like Ling Yun, he was still her, Su Qingyan's, legal husband. How could she tolerate other women looking down on him? Huaji, let me introduce you, this is my wife. Her last name is Su.
Ling Yun said calmly.
Didn't Shin Huaji say that he was not worthy of marrying? He married.
However, Shin Huaji did not break down and cry like her family, or even kneel down to repent. Her tears fell silently from her eyes, but she smiled beautifully like a pear blossom. It's fine, Ling Yun.
It's fine.
You successfully smashed my face, and I just asked for humiliation. These words made Ling Yun feel his heart skip a beat. He kept reminding himself. Ling Yun, you must not feel sorry for her. It's all her own fault. If you sympathize with her and feel sorry for her, it would be unfair to your wife Su Qingyan. Although he knew that the one he loved in his heart was not Su Qingyan, the iceberg girl, but the iceberg girl had always been helping him, so he would definitely stand on Su Qingyan's side.
Goodbye, I wish you happiness.
Shin Huaji left a word, turned around and ran out, without even thinking about going back to the police station to cooperate with the investigation. At this moment, tears flowed down her cheeks as if a dam had broken.
Ling Yun can't see. Ling Shiyu and Ling Xiaoyan could see it.
Ling Xiaoyan was still young and had never experienced love between men and women, so she couldn't understand what was hidden in Shin Huaji's tearful smile. But Ling Shiyu understands. She always felt that Shin Huaji's expression was abnormal, and it seemed that she still loved Ling Yun.
So she couldn't help but walk over to Ling Yun and whispered, Ling Yun, do you want to go after Shin Huaji?
I'm afraid something might happen to her. Ling Yun gritted his teeth, hardened his resolve, and continued to stay on site to hold the wedding banquet. Su Qingyan also felt the strength and warmth from this idiot's palm, and her mood was extremely complicated.
She is angry. Because she knew that Ling Yun still liked Shin Huaji, so how could she be inferior to that commoner woman? But Ling Yun insisted on staying and marrying her. What did he think of her? If she is a substitute, then he should pursue Shin Huaji without hesitation. But he refused to chase her. Did he care more about his own feelings? So who does he actually care about the most? Chapter 58 The Truth. Huaji.
Shin Huaji ran to the hotel's flower bed, and suddenly a voice came from behind her. Xin Yanran caught up and grabbed her hand. Shin Huaji wiped her tears before turning back, forcing a deliberately indifferent smile.
Huaji, why haven't you told Ling Yun the truth yet?
Seeing Shin Huaji's attitude, Xin Yanran felt extremely sad and said excitedly, if he knew the truth, he would definitely marry you again.
She and Ling Yun were clearly in love, so why did it end like this? God is so cruel. I don't have much time left. Why should I cause him pain?
Shin Huaji smiled with satisfaction.
Isn't this good now?
He finally got married and found his own happiness. Besides, he will definitely forget me completely. Forget about me, this money-worshipping, shameless, brother-supporting demon. Having said this, she suddenly smiled, and her heart seemed to break, and blood flowed out from the corners of her mouth like water.
Huaji, you're so stupid. You're really so stupid. Xin Yanran hugged her tightly and cried, I'll take you to the hospital right away. You will definitely survive. Xin Yanran is the only one who knows the truth of everything.
A month ago, Shin Huaji began to feel unwell and developed some strange symptoms.
Frequent headaches, general weakness, and even difficulty breathing.
She secretly went to the hospital for a full body checkup and found out that she was suffering from a rare disease called spinocerebellar degeneration.
This is a terminal illness that cannot be cured by current medical technology.
The disease gradually damages the patient's brain and nervous system, eventually leading to death. After receiving the diagnosis and knowing that she only had a few dozen days to live, Shin Huaji was depressed for a long time. The doctor also said that if he was willing to spend a lot of money on treatment, he might be able to live for another year or two. But what good would it be to live 2 more years? She was never able to accompany Ling Yun for the rest of his life. She didn't want Ling Yun to know, because that man was the most loyal and righteous man. If he knew that she had a terminal illness, he would definitely do everything he could to cure her. Shin Huaji was born in a family that favors boys over girls. No matter how beautiful she is, in her mother's heart, she is just a grass that lives for her younger brother. Only when she was with Ling Yun could she feel the happiness that belonged to a woman being loved. More than a month ago, Zhou Qiuyan told her clearly that unless Ling Yun could give her family a betrothal gift of 500,000 yuan, she would never let her marry Ling Yun.
For this reason, Shin Huaji secretly cried all night. Given Ling Yun's financial situation, how could he afford to give her family a betrothal gift of 500,000 yuan?
So when she suddenly found out that she had a terminal illness, she felt a sense of relief. She no longer had to live for an incompetent and greedy brother, nor did she have to bear the accusation of being heartless and abandoning her mother's family. She chose Sun Shaokong, who was pursuing her, and then what happened next happened.
Now that Sun Shaokong has run away, Zhou Qiuyan and Shin Zigui have also paid the price for their greed. Ling Yun found his wife and forgot about her. For her, now is the best ending.
At the wedding banquet, Ling Yun still didn't know anything about Shin Huaji, and began to toast to all the relatives and friends with Su Qingyan. Old Mrs. Su was also present. Su Qingyan had no choice but to take off her veil and accompany Ling Yun to go through the process. Humph, this can be considered as some reward for this man staying with me and rejecting his ex-girlfriend.
TSK, she's so beautiful. When the two newlyweds came to toast, Chen Fengyi, who had always looked down on Chen Yuding's family, couldn't help but sigh in admiration. If only her son could marry such a beautiful wife. Huancher was also jealous to the point of being heartbroken. Moreover, he was different from the others present. He worked in the shopping mall outside and had a certain impression of the celebrities in the mall. He always felt that his cousin's wife looked like someone else. But I just can't remember. After all, Su Qingyan was wearing bridal makeup today, and she looked like a completely different person than usual. Moreover, Huancher could never have dreamed that his poor cousin would be related to the most beautiful woman in Huacheng, so the two lines in his mind could not connect no matter what. There were actually quite a few people present who had the same idea as him, but not a single poor relative of the Ling family could recognize Su Qingyan. Old Mrs. Su and Chen Yuding sat together, discussing the question of how many children they would have in the future if they had 2 children, and they couldn't stop laughing. At this moment, another beautiful woman suddenly rushed into the wedding banquet, ran to Ling Yun, and grabbed his hand. Ling Yun, come with me. Ms. Qin?
Ling Yun was also very surprised and astonished.
How did Qin Yanran suddenly break into his wedding banquet? No time to explain, just follow me. Qin Yanran pulled Ling Yun away, which was a bit unreasonable. She actually wanted to see clearly who the woman Ling Yun married was, but Shin Huaji was about to die, so she had to take Ling Yun to see her for the last time as soon as possible. Ling Yun also felt that Qin Yanran was unusual, and he was more aware of her relationship with Shin Huaji. She suddenly came to him in a hurry. Did something happen to Shin Huaji? Seeing Ling Yun being dragged away by Qin Yanran, Su Qingyan's face suddenly turned extremely cold. Everyone around me felt like they were about to get frostbite. It's over, it's over. Han Yun was terrified. Is Ling Yun really trying to kill himself? Doesn't he know Mr. Su's temper? President Su hates it most when others take her things away, especially in broad daylight. Miss Chin, what's going on?
Ling Yun still broke free from her hand. There was no reason for him to run away with a woman just because of one word at the wedding.
Ling Yun, Huaji Shi. Miss Chin, do you want to cause trouble in our territory?
Before Qin Yanran could finish her words, old lady Su suddenly appeared in front of her with a dark face. Even though Qin Yanran was the daughter of a wealthy family in Yunsheng, she was still suppressed by this powerful aura and immediately greeted him tremblingly.
Su. Madam Su. Seeing the scene, Ling Yun was secretly shocked. He knew a little about Qin Yanran's family background, so why was he so afraid of this old lady? Who is she? Roll.
Old Mrs. Su directly scolded him coldly. Qin Yanran had no choice but to clench her fists and turn away. Before leaving, he looked back to see clearly who Ling Yun married.
Could it be a woman from the Tianlong Su family? Impossible. It's not a good match. Unfortunately, Su Qingyan had already left the scene angrily.
She could only see the bride's back and could not recognize her.
Ha, Ling Yun, today is a big day, you can't run away. Old Mrs. Su's expression changed in a second.
She was fierce just now, but now she looked kind to Ling Yun. If Ling Yun hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that it was the same person before and after.
Ling Yun, what are you still doing here? Go and comfort your wife.
Chen Yuding also ran over hurriedly, stamping her feet to urge Ling Yun. Ling Yun then realized that the process had just begun, and Su Qingyan actually left the banquet hall's back door in a hurry. That woman just loves to make trouble. Ling Yun finally decided to jog to catch up with Su Qingyan instead of chasing Qin Yanran. But no one expected that after Su Qingyan left the house, she got directly into Han Yun's car and left the Tianlong Hotel.
Chapter 59, Married, but it seems like not married. No way?
Ling Yun watched the BMW drive away, feeling a little bit unbelievable.
That woman is really willful. Wedding scene. The house is full of guests. Not a word. Just go? The whole earth revolves around you, right?
Although he was angry, Ling Yun still called her quickly.
There is no doubt that the connection is blocked and I don't know if I have been blocked again. Ling Yun, how is it? Where's Qingyan?
When Ling Yun returned to the wedding banquet, Chen Yuding and Ling Xiaoyan hurried over.
Let's go. What? Gone?
The mother and daughter were shocked. The place is full of guests, and many relatives and friends are waiting for the bride to toast and give red envelopes.
She's leaving now?
Ling Yun was also very depressed.
He spread his hands and said, Mom, I told you a long time ago that woman has a weird temper. Don't expect too much. Ling Yun, can you still blame others?
Chen Yuding spoke up for Su Qingyan on the spot. Not only did you keep interrupting the wedding by having people come in for no apparent reason, but you even followed another woman out the door.
Any bride would be angry too. Well, didn't I run away in the end?
Ling Yun was also very excited. He had also read The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. Zhou Jiruo was angry because Zhang Wuji ran away with Zhao Min, but he didn't run away and had no intention of running away. Even if old lady Su hadn't stopped him, he had already broken free from Qin Yanran's hand.
Brother, I won't stand on your side this time.
Unexpectedly, Ling Xiaoyan also sided with her mother, and said with her hands on her hips, Anyway, you have to apologize to your sister-in-law and get her back quickly. Ling Yun was also speechless.
1 against 2, he was no match for them.
He could only succumb to the power of his mother and sister, and came to Mrs. Su with a somewhat dejected look.
Mrs. Su was also amused. Xiao Yunzi, I can't help you with this.
In my opinion, any contact information you ask for is useless.
My granddaughter has a very stubborn temper. You have to go and coax her in person to be effective.
Hearing this, Ling Yun became even more depressed.
There is no other way, just go. Without a bride, who is he marrying today? Han Yun quickly drove Su Qingyan back to Tianlong Garden. Boss Su, is it not good for you to leave the groom and the guests at the scene? When Su Qingyan got out of the car, Han Yun asked with a trembling voice.
It would be fine if there were only relatives from the Ling family, but old Madame Su was also there.
Su Qingyan didn't answer her, but gave her a look like lightning.
Han Yun quickly shut up and drove away angrily, thinking that since President Su had returned to Tianlong Garden, he should still leave some room for Ling Yun, that big pig's hoof, right? As for whether he can coax the bride back, that is hard to say. Anyway, Han Yun felt that it was suspenseful. Not long after Han Yun left, Ling Yun returned to Tianlong Garden. When Brother Ji at the door saw this, he exclaimed, "Holy crap!
What's going on? Grandpa, are you having a wedding banquet today?" Ling Yun was too lazy to answer his grandson and asked anxiously, "Is that woman back?" "That woman? Oh, Grandpa is talking about Grandma, right? She's back, she's back."
Brother Ji nodded repeatedly.
Ling Yun ran home. "No way?
It's really like putting flowers in cow dung." Brother Ji's colleagues couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Before, Brother Ji said that they were a couple, and they still had illusions.
They thought they were overthinking it.
After all, she is the most recognized white, rich and beautiful woman in Yuncheng. Why would a water delivery laborer think she is the best? But today I saw them wearing bridal and groom suits, so it seems there is no escape. The real-life version of the toad and the swan really appeared. This time, it was Brother Chicken who chuckled and said, "In my opinion, this cow dung may not be able to firmly plant this flower. If the bride runs back from the wedding scene, this marriage is likely to fail." Ling Yun also knew that everyone must be talking about him and Su Qingyan. But he didn't even care about Shin Huaxi, let alone anyone else, and hurried upstairs to open the door. When I saw that the woman's door was locked, I knew that she had really run back.
Knock knock. Ling Yun knocked on the door twice, his expression excited and helpless. "Hey, woman. What's wrong with you all of a sudden? The wedding banquet has just begun. Erlangzi, you're back too?" Inside, Su Qingyan wasn't angry at all, and instead teased him, "Yeah. Since the wedding banquet has just begun, what are you doing back? Are you sick?" Ling Yunjin was so angry that he laughed and said excitedly, "If you run away, who will I marry? Shin Huaxi, Xin Yanran, you actually have quite a lot of choices." Ling Yun suddenly. As the questions and answers went on, the woman inside was quite quick-witted and cheerful. "Stop messing around and open the door."
Ling Yun knocked on the door excitedly again.
Snap. Unexpectedly, the woman inside was really obedient this time and opened the door.
But when he saw that she had changed into an office lady outfit and quickly removed her bridal makeup, Ling Yun was stunned.
"What are you up to?"
Ling Yun excitedly held her wrist.
"Isn't it obvious? It's not even 2 p.m. yet and I need to get back to work." Su Qingyan shook off his hand and responded lightly. Ling Yun again. "Miss Su, you have some sense of contract, okay? You promised me that you would complete this wedding with me. It's done." Su Qingyan looked righteous and confident, staring at him and said, "I've helped you clean up the Shin family and slap your ex-girlfriend in the face. Hasn't my part been completed long ago? Besides, your groom has run off with another woman, and I won't leave. Is it embarrassing for me to stay here?" Ling Yun excitedly grasped her wrist again and pulled her in front of him. "Miss Su, let's be reasonable, okay? I didn't go with anyone. Am I not chasing you home now?" Su Qingyan sneered, "Mr. Ling, don't think I don't know. Xin Yanran is just a weak woman. If you don't want to go with her, can she pull you to the door?"
This one sentence immediately stunned Ling Yun.
Speechless.
In your heart, you must still be worried about Shin Huaxi, or you may like Qin Yanran, otherwise why would you follow her to the door before shaking her off? After Su Qingyan finished speaking, she coldly shook off Ling Yun's hand again and turned to leave.
Ling Yun was left standing there.
After Su Qingyan left, he kicked the trash can in frustration and sat down on the sofa helplessly.
That woman was right.
If he hadn't been worried about Shin Huaxi, he would never have followed Qin Yanran. Perhaps both my mother and sister could see it, so they stood firmly on Su Qingyan's side.
Ling Yun, you are so useless.
The Shin family and Shin Huaxi have both trampled you into the mud, why are you still worried about her?
Ling Yun sighed and lay down on the sofa.
Strangely enough, the wedding went on without the bride and groom. Anyway, everyone has paid their share, so let us eat and drink. They have no right to interfere with any conflicts between the bride and groom.
Didn't they see the elders from both families still maintaining order?
This proves that this marriage is still going strong. The next day, Ling Yun was summoned by his mother to an ordinary restaurant. When I arrived at the scene, I found that in addition to my mother and sister, there was also my cousin Ling Shiyu and her husband Li Huai. He was a middle-aged man wearing glasses, 34 years old, a small business owner who started his own business. He was tall but looked a bit gentle.
"How is it? Did Qin Yan forgive you?"
Seeing her son, Chen Yuding asked nervously. The other three also stared at him.
Ling Yun didn't know how to explain it for a moment. That woman is just acting like she's in a contractual marriage, so how can she forgive or not? Mom, I've already told you.
That woman has a weird temper, you don't have to worry about her.
The marriage is over anyway.
Hearing him say this, Jin Yuding frowned even more.
Ling Xiaoyan spoke bluntly, brother, what do you mean it's a marriage anyway? We feel like we haven't gotten married yet. Chapter 60, Sour Words. Ling Yun, what's going on? Ling Shiyu also spoke with concern, isn't your wife's temper a bit too bad? Even if she was angry, she should have finished the wedding banquet yesterday, went home and closed the door before settling the score with you, right? She really doesn't understand the overall situation.
Speaking of the overall situation, in the hearts of the Ling Yun family, Ling Shiyu understands it very well.
There were 3 brothers in Grandpa Ling Yun's generation. Because of the war, one of the brothers was separated.
After my father Ling Wuchen and my uncle Ling Wuwei passed away one after another, only 2 girls and 1 boy were left in the Ling family. Ling Shiyu really treats Ling Yun and Ling Xiaoyan as her own brothers and sisters. When Chen Yuding was hospitalized, she spent more than 30,000 yuan. She clearly didn't have much money, but when she heard that Ling Yun was going to have a wedding banquet, she donated another 10,000 yuan. Even half of Ling Xiaoyan's high school tuition was paid by her. So in the hearts of Ling Yun and Ling Xiaoyan, they respect this cousin very much. She just has a bit of a strange temper, but it's not like she doesn't understand the overall situation. Ling Yun smiled bitterly and tried to excuse Su Qingyan.
How could that woman not understand the overall situation? She did it on purpose. But he couldn't tell the truth to his family.
Seeing him say that, Li Huai suddenly spoke up, Ling Yun, I'm not trying to be mean to you, but have you ever thought about why your wife is willing to marry you when she's so beautiful? Although he did not attend the wedding banquet yesterday due to busy work, he heard from relatives and friends that Ling Yun's wife is very beautiful. Some even say that she is much more beautiful than his wife. Li Huai's thoughts were naturally the same as Huangshi's at the beginning. He felt that this was unlikely. Ling Yun's financial status meant he was lucky to have a woman willing to endure hardships with him. A woman this beautiful could find any man she wanted, but why did she have to find Ling Yun?
Li Huai, what do you mean?
Ling Shiyu immediately stared at her husband coldly. Her marriage with Li Huai is financially independent, so her status in the family will not be low. Now after hearing what her husband said, it was obvious that he looked down on her brother, so of course she was angry.
Shiyu, don't blame me for being blunt. I'm doing this for the good of your Ling family.
Li Huai subconsciously regarded Ling Yan's family as his wife's family, and said bluntly, I think that woman might be a marriage fraud.
What?
The 3 women looked more surprised than each other.
Li Huai continued, Shiyu, don't be so quick to scold me. Listen to my analysis first. First, I heard that only 2 or 3 relatives from the bride's side attended yesterday's wedding banquet. Who else would have so few relatives? Maybe they were paid actors.
Secondly, Ling Yun's wife married him a long time ago, but she has never returned to Yunlu village.
Why is that? Third, if you really want to marry Ling Yun, would you get angry and leave over such a small matter? Would you just say you won't come back and not come back? Think about it carefully, does she look like a marriage fraud? It does make some sense when you hear it this way. Mom, everyone, don't worry. That woman isn't a marriage scammer, she just has a weird temper. Believe me. Besides, my family is so poor, what good would it do me if she cheated me into marriage?
Ling Yun could only continue to speak like this. If I tell the truth, the Su family came to me because they paid a huge sum of money to have a child. My family must be more worried, and Li Huai would think the worst.
That's right, Li Huai, don't make random guesses.
Ling Shiyu refuted her husband again, you have no evidence, your random guesses will affect the relationship between my brother and sister-in-law. Li Huai took out a cigarette, took a puff, and said with a sullen face, I'm doing this for your own good.
If you think of me like this, then I won't say anything, okay?
Don't think she can't cheat you out of things just because she has no money. Once you get involved in a relationship, she'll ask you to shoulder the debt as her husband, or use you as a guarantor.
There are so many ways to cheat you. She might even cut your back. He clearly didn't want to say anything, but he kept talking. A bit sour.
Anyway, he is more powerful than Huangshi, so he doesn't believe that Ling Yun can marry a wife more beautiful than him with his conditions. This society is realistic, and this kind of fairy tale plot cannot happen in reality.
Sister, brother-in-law, thank you for your kindness.
Seeing his mother's worried look, Ling Yun quickly said, your opinions are all very useful, but I will be responsible for my marriage myself.
My wife is definitely not a marriage fraud.
Don't worry, time will prove everything. After hearing what he said, Shin Yuding felt a little relieved.
Li Huai stopped being jealous.
Ling Shiyu was still worried. Ling Yun, then you should take her home as soon as possible.
Your brother-in-law and I will talk to her then.
We will know if she is a marriage fraud after checking her out.
Yes, Ling Yun, when you have time, take her home and have a chat, okay?
Shen Yuding also pleaded, I haven't even had a good look at our daughter-in-law yet, the villagers will laugh at me.
Ling Yun is really helpless. If this goes on, when will it end? He really regretted getting married. But at this moment, he could only bite the bullet and say, okay, I get it. After agreeing, he kept wondering in his heart what method he should use next to bring the woman back to the village for a walk. This game is getting more and more difficult.
Next, the topic of conversation changed direction. After the dinner, Ling Shiyu signaled Li Huai to pay the bill.
Li Huai was a little reluctant. Why did marrying a wife seem like raising another family? Would all public expenses be his own? I'll pay the bill. Ling Yun stood up and quickly walked towards the service desk.
In the past, his family always benefited from Sister Shiyu's kindness, but this cannot continue in the future.
He wouldn't blame Li Huai for that attitude. After all, if another man were in his position, he might do the same.
But Ling Shiyu felt very uncomfortable and suddenly frowned at Li Huai. Her husband runs a small businessman. He is not rich, but he still earns hundreds of thousands of dollars a year on average. He is not even willing to treat her family to a meal.
How much can he love her? Li Huai didn't care about her.
No one's money came from the wind. His wife could use the money she earned to support her parents' family, but he would never use his money to support her parents' family. As soon as Ling Yun came back, Ling Shiyu said, Li Huai, my brother is unemployed right now.
Don't you have a wide network of contacts? Can you find him a job?
When Li Huai heard this, he felt very uncomfortable.
My wife's cousin is so old, but he can't even find a job. How can anyone respect him when he lives like this? But a man like this really thinks he is qualified to marry a beautiful, rich and beautiful woman? If this isn't stupid, what is? Sister Shiyu, no need. I can find it myself.
Ling Yun could see that Li Huai was not very happy about it, and he didn't want to force it. But Ling Shiyu insisted, Ling Yun, relatives should help each other, don't be polite. Then, he turned to Li Huai and said, just tell me whether you will help or not.
Help.
Of course. Li Huai was very unhappy, but he didn't dare to make his wife angry, so he could only pretend to smile and say, there happens to be a business reception tomorrow night, and many big bosses will be in attendance. I'll take your brother there to see the world. As for whether he can find a good job, that depends on his willingness and ability.
Chapter 61 I really don't want to be a gigolo. All right.
Ling Shiyu was actually not very satisfied with Li Huai's arrangement, but there was nothing else she could do.
Ling Yun also didn't want to owe Li Huai such a favor. If he couldn't find a job, he might even be despised by him.
But he didn't want to make the relationship too awkward and put Sister Shiyu in a difficult position, so he didn't refuse. Returning to Tianlong Garden in the evening, Ling Yun prepared dinner as usual. When Su Qingyan came back, she sat down at the table as usual and didn't bother to be polite with him. Before starting, she suddenly took out a bank card and handed it to Ling Yun.
What's this for?
Ling Yun looked at her in confusion.
Here's your food money.
Su Qingyan said calmly, there's 100,000 yuan in it. If you don't mind, I'll transfer 100,000 yuan into it every month. You can use it to buy groceries and cook. If it's not enough, you can ask me for more, but don't ask me for too much. Based on her average meal consumption level in the past, if she goes home for dinner at night, 100,000 yuan a month would be about right. But Ling Yun looked at her in disbelief.
Is this woman sick? Without any warning or reason, he flaunted his wealth to himself?
Li Huai just said today that she wanted to cheat in marriage.
Is it necessary for a woman like this to cheat in marriage?
After being partners for a while, it wasn't a loss for him to have his kidneys stabbed by her.
Why? You really think it's too little?
Seeing that he didn't take it, Su Qingyan suddenly became a little angry. I can give you an additional 100,000 at most, don't even think about more.
No, can you speak humanely?
Ling Yun was really irritated by her and said excitedly, if you think my cooking is too cheap and you can't eat it, just tell me and I'll buy more expensive ingredients.
But 100,000 is really unnecessary. 10,000 a month is enough to make you die.
Su Qingyan immediately widened her beautiful eyes.
This idiot doesn't even want the money? Others are so happy that they can't even wait. Is he acting, or is he really stunned? Okay, no haggling, just 100,000, including your labor costs.
Su Qingyan threw the card directly in front of him, too lazy to continue arguing with him.
Ling and Shin was a little amused and said self-deprecatingly, "Why do I look like a gigolo? With 100,000 yuan a month, why would he go out and look for a job? I can't find it anyway. Does it smell good?" Su Qingyan asked with a smile. "It smells pretty good."
Ling Yan nodded and replied frankly, "But I really don't need your money.
If you want to eat something fancy, tell me in advance and I'll buy it with your card. Otherwise, I'll still be responsible for the meals. I really don't want to be a freeloader."
Su Qingyan stared at him with her beautiful eyes.
This man looks serious, and doesn't seem to be insincere. Okay, it depends on how long you can act. Su Qingyan also said it clearly. Ling Yun didn't mind.
As long as this woman accompanied him to act, he would act with her forever.
Anyway, he has boarded the pirate ship and can't get off. Just when Ling Yun was still thinking about how to start the conversation and asked to take her home, Su Qingyan took the initiative to speak. "By the way, can you drive?" "Yes, what's wrong?" "Drive me to a Chamber of Commerce banquet tomorrow night." Su Qingyan lowered her head and picked up some food, speaking casually.
"Originally, I wanted to ask Xiao Wang to drive me there, but Xiao Wang's wife is giving birth, so he has asked for leave tomorrow night." Thinking that this man was idle anyway, it was a good opportunity to make use of him.
Ling Yun was also slightly stunned. "Is it the one held by the Qin family?" "You really know?" Su Qingyan's beautiful eyes suddenly narrowed slightly, and she felt a little angry for some reason. "Qin Yanran told you, right?" "What? She invited you?" "Miss Su, are you jealous? Or are you overthinking it?" Ling Yun didn't dare to think that this woman would be jealous of him, but she was really too sensitive, right? "Qin Yanran didn't invite me, my brother-in-law did."
Ling Yan briefly talked about what happened at lunch, including the fact that his brother-in-law suspected her of marriage fraud. Anyway, this woman also suspected that she was a marriage fraud, so why shouldn't they suspect her? After hearing this, Su Qingyan couldn't help but smile. It took a while before his whole body began to emanate an icy aura. Although she had never met Ling Yan's brother-in-law, he didn't sound like a good person. "You look down on her husband, don't you? You suspect she's a marriage fraud, right? Okay, I'll teach you a lesson sooner or later." When Ling Yan saw the woman's reaction, he couldn't guess what she was thinking for a moment. But it does look like she was caught in a marriage scam, so she's angry and embarrassed? I don't know. Anyway, Ling Yan is a person who is not afraid of those wearing shoes even if he is barefoot. He won't cheat people out of money, but he welcomes people to cheat people out of sex. Who is afraid of who? At 6 o'clock the next evening, Ling Yan drove Su Qingyan's Civic to a villa on the beach. "I heard that tonight's cocktail party is a social event specially held for Qin Tianhao's promotion to deputy mayor of Huacheng. There is an open-air parking lot outside the villa, filled with all kinds of luxury cars, vying for attention." Suddenly seeing a Civic worth more than 100,000 yuan parked at the door, the guard naturally sneered. "Get out! Get out! No parking allowed at the door. If you don't get out of here, don't blame us for being rude." The two guards shouted loudly. Li Huai and Ling Xiyu just entered the venue. When they heard the shouting, they couldn't help but look back. "I just happened to see Ling Yun in the driver's seat. There seems to be a woman in the back seat of the car. I guess she must be his wife?" But because the front seat blocked the view, Li Huai and Ling Xiyu couldn't see each other's true faces. "Your brother is such a disgrace. Doesn't he know the rules? Only important people can park their cars right in front of the door," Li Huai complained. Only after feeling Ling Xiyu's cold gaze did he walk forward with a gloomy face. "I really shouldn't have introduced this cousin to the cocktail party. I was afraid that he would be too unsophisticated and would embarrass me. Ling Yun, please drive to the parking lot. You've worked hard." Su Qingyan comforted Ling Yun with a word and stared coldly at these ignorant guards. Dare to yell at her, Su Qingyan? Court death. Good. Ling Yun didn't mind. After all, after retiring, what kind of hard times hadn't he endured? He'd been looked down upon by everyone. Only after his car left did Su Qingyan suddenly turn around. "Su, Miss Su?" The two guards who had just shouted suddenly changed their expressions. Who the hell would have thought that the most beautiful, rich and beautiful girl in Yunqing would actually ride in a Civic? You guys are quite impressive,
Su Qingyan said indifferently.
Feeling the icy chill all over her body, the two guards immediately slapped themselves and apologized desperately.
Miss Su, we didn't know it was you.
Yes, if we knew, we wouldn't dare say that even if we had 10 times the courage.
Please forgive us.
They all knew that if Su Qingyan said a word to the Qin family, they would immediately lose this well-paid job. Fortunately, Su Qingyan didn't bother with them and just walked past them coldly. The noise at the door startled some people inside. The next moment, led by Tang Fenglu, a group of celebrities and gentry in Huaqing gathered towards Su Qingyan. In addition to some admirers, there are more entrepreneurs who want to please Su Qingyan. After all, Miss Su is the female president of a leading enterprise in Huaqing. As long as they get her approval and are rewarded with a cooperation deal, they might make a fortune or even become successful.
What's going on?
Li Huai and Ling Shiyu, who had just entered the banquet hall, were also shocked by the sudden and exaggerated commotion.
What kind of super boss has arrived with such a grand scene? Chapter 62, Don't embarrass me. Tang Lufeng, get out of my way.
Su Qingyan scolded Tang Lufeng coldly.
Compared to this playboy rich second generation, she thinks the man at home is much cuter.
At least when she fainted that night, he did not take advantage of her.
His eyes looked clear, while Tang Liufeng's eyes were full of turbidity and lust.
With so many people at the scene, Tang Lufeng didn't dare to touch Su Qingyan at all. He could only grit his teeth and swear that he would get this woman sooner or later. After Su Qingyan entered the banquet hall, more and more people gathered around her. As the most beautiful, rich and beautiful girl in Huaqing, she is always the center of attention no matter what occasion she attends.
Even the Qin family can only stand aside. Isn't that too exaggerated? Who is this person?
Ling Shiyu and Li Huai's status and position made it impossible for them to get close. They could only sigh from the outside and couldn't even see the taillights of the C-position protagonist car.
I heard it's the eldest daughter of the Su family in Huaqing. Li Huai said something. Miss Su? Ling Shiyu's mind raced, and she subconsciously guessed, could it be Ling Yun's wife? Puff. Li Huai almost burst out laughing.
Even though his wife was glaring at him angrily, he still refused to give in.
I'm just telling the truth.
What kind of person is your brother? He's not even worthy of Miss Su's hair.
Do you think he could possibly marry Miss Su? If Miss Su knew him, it would be a great honor for your Ling family. Ling Shiyu was very angry. But I also know that this is the fact.
Her cousin is an illegal immigrant who has difficulty finding a job and his family is penniless, while the eldest daughter of the Su family is at the top of the pyramid pursued by the entire upper class of Huaqing. The two are indeed worlds apart.
I was just saying it casually.
My brother's wife's last name is also Su, and they just came in. Ling Shiyu pouted and explained.
Li Huai was still relentless. Come on, Shiyu, why are you still dreaming? Didn't you see what car your brother drove here? As the eldest daughter of the Su family, would she drive a broken-down Civic to a banquet? You're both right. That's enough.
Ling Shiyu didn't want to argue with him, she felt that his words were harsh and looked down on her family. Li Huai didn't want to make things too awkward with her, but he also felt a little upset for some reason. Just at this moment, the crowd just went up to the high-rise banquet hall, and Ling Yun walked in alone.
Come over. Li Huai waved at him. Ling Yun didn't know what they were talking about just now.
When he saw his cousin, he came over to say hello.
Ling Yun, didn't you come here with your wife? Where is she? Ling Shiyu asked curiously.
Ling Yun touched his nose, looking a little embarrassed. I don't know either.
I haven't seen her since I came in. Then you better be careful.
Li Huai sneered and warned, your wife might be here to pick up a rich man.
Li Huai, that's enough.
Ling Shiyu stared at him intently. A dog can't spit out ivory, and nothing he said is nice.
Li Huai was not to be outdone. I'm just telling the truth. Ling Yun's wife is so beautiful, what's her purpose in coming to the party? Either she's after money or she's after people. Ling Yun was also having a headache.
Not wanting her cousin to quarrel with her husband, she said directly, Sister Shiyu, I'll go around and look for that woman.
You guys have fun. Etc.
Li Huai stopped him, you can look, but don't flirt with beautiful women. This party has very clear social classes.
Don't cause trouble and embarrass me, okay?
Ling Yun frowned suddenly. Just because he calls this man brother-in-law for the sake of his cousin, it doesn't mean that the other party can treat him in this way. But he didn't need to say anything. Ling Shiyu responded to Li Huai on his behalf. Don't worry about my brother, he is a better person than you should take care of yourself first. The two had another argument. Ling Yun sighed and walked away. Anyway, they were arguing about something that was all about him. If he left, they would naturally stop. This was Ling Yun's first time attending a high-class cocktail party in Huacheng, and it was indeed very high-class. The banquet hall was decorated with gorgeous chandeliers, and all kinds of exquisite food and wine were circulating everywhere. Participants in their best attire walked around the venue gracefully and confidently, happily expanding their social circles and interpersonal relationships. Of course, Ling Yun still knew his place and did not try to flirt with people everywhere. It was impossible for him to find a job in such an occasion. He came to this cocktail party not only to give face to his cousin, but also because he didn't want her and Li Huai to have too much trouble, and also because the cold-blooded girl wanted him to be her driver. Otherwise, he might not come. But since he was already here, he wouldn't be shy. Since he couldn't find the woman surnamed Su, he simply took some delicious food and sat in a corner to enjoy it quietly. Suddenly, the phone rang. Shayan, what's the matter? Brother, have you contacted Sister Huaji in the past 2 days? No, what's wrong? Ling Yun suddenly had a bad feeling. On the day of the wedding banquet, Qin Yanran came hurriedly to pull her away. It must have been related to Shen Huaji, but she didn't say it. Although he had saved Qin Yanran's life and attended Liang Bao's birthday party together, they did not exchange contact information, and Qin Yanran had never gone to Tianlong Garden to look for him. I heard that Sister Huaji, she's gone. Ling Shayan's voice still sounded a little sad. What? Ling Yun was struck by a bolt from the blue. Well, everyone in the village said today that she had a terminal illness. She hadn't been seen in the past 2 days and was in the hospital for emergency treatment. Uncle Shen just told everyone in tears that she passed away half an hour ago. Boom! Ling Yun's face turned pale in an instant. He suddenly figured it out. Shen Huaji rarely wore makeup before, let alone put on heavy makeup every day. Everyone thought that she dressed up beautifully every day after she started dating a rich boyfriend, but it turned out that she was hiding her illness. She knew he was a doctor and didn't want him to see that she was seriously ill. Brother, please accept my condolences and don't be too sad. After all, you have a sister-in-law now, you can't be too sad about your ex-girlfriend. Ling Shayan didn't know the hidden truth and hurried to persuade Ling Yun. Anyway, from her point of view, Shen Huaji's repeated rejections and humiliations of her brother are all in the past, and her brother has done nothing wrong to her. If my brother is overly sad about his ex-girlfriend, it would be unfair to my sister-in-law. After all, the elder sister-in-law is the woman who will accompany my brother throughout his life. If my brother can't let go of a woman in his heart, where does that leave his elder sister-in-law? I understand. Ling Yun trembled slightly and hung up the phone. He didn't know the truth of the matter, everything was just his guess. But no matter what the truth is, Shen Huaji passed away suddenly, and he didn't even see her for the last time. The sadness in his heart couldn't help but flow like a river. Ling Yun just sat there blankly, attracting a lot of attention in the banquet hall. Tang Fenglu was left behind by Su Qinyan and was in a depressed mood. Unexpectedly, he saw such a dazed man, and his eyes suddenly lit up with flames. Isn't that the country bumpkin who ruined his blind date with Su Qinyan that day? Why is he here? After Tang Fenglu was surprised, his eyes gradually became gloomy. That's great. I was just worried about having no place to vent my resentment. Chapter 63, that man has a powerful backer. Hey, country bumpkin. Do you still remember me? Ling Yun was still immersed in the sorrow of Shen Huaji's death when he was suddenly brought back to reality by an unfriendly voice. When I looked up, it was Tang Lufeng. Behind the second young master of the Tang family, there were 2 burly men following him this time, and they looked like they were not someone to be trifled with. I'm in a bad mood now, leave me alone. Ling Yun threw down a few words and stood up, ready to leave. Tang Fenglu was also stunned. Who does this redneck think he is? How dare you talk to him like that? The 2 followers quickly pushed Ling Yun's shoulders from the left and right to prevent him from leaving. I've only seen minions as crazy as you in novels. Tang Lufeng came in front of Ling Yun, with a cold look in his eyes and a look of superiority, saying, forget about last time, but tonight, you dare to be so arrogant to me? Su Qinyan and Su Yunqi were walking past the fence on the upper floor. When they heard the sound and looked down, they happened to see the scene in the banquet hall on the lower floor. Su Yunqi was also very surprised to see Su Qingyan suddenly stop. Following her gaze to the bottom of the fence, he was also slightly surprised. Oh, isn't that Tang Lufeng who was pestering you? Oh, who does that dandy young master want to bully this time? Tang Lufeng has always been domineering, especially when it comes to quarrels and fights with others over women, which is commonplace. Anyway, his Tang family is not short of money. No matter what happens, his parents will use money and connections to help him settle it. The premise is, don't provoke an existence that you can't afford to offend, such as the Su family, the leader of Huacheng. Su Qingyan didn't respond to her, but stared coldly down. Pop. Pop. Tang Liufeng's two men suddenly picked up the food on the table and poured it on Ling Yun. Ling Yun was suddenly covered in dirt, and his originally sad eyes suddenly became extremely gloomy. Ling Yun. At this time, Ling Shiyu also came to the banquet hall on this floor, and like everyone else, saw her brother being bullied by the second young master of the Tang family. Shiyu, are you crazy? Don't go over there. Li Huai quickly grabbed her and said softly through gritted teeth, that's the second young master of the Tang family in Huacheng. If your brother offends him, he'll die. Tell that guy to stop embarrassing me by provoking young Master Tang. I'm really afraid he'll hurt me badly. Li Huai, what are you talking about? Ling Shiyu was immediately furious. Can't you see that it was Tang who was unilaterally bullying my brother? And you're still making sarcastic remarks? Let me go. Ling Shiyu pushed him away and went over to help. At this time, Tang Fenglu had already spread his legs and coldly threatened Ling Yun, country bumpkin, don't say that I won't give you a way to live. Now pass through my crotch and I will let you go. How about it? His two men also laughed, attracting more and more onlookers to the banquet. However, no one dared to interfere in the affairs of the second young master Tang, as he was the ultimate playboy among the four major families in Huacheng. These things are commonplace for him. Ling Yun walked towards him slowly, his face looking terribly gloomy. Just when many people thought that he would succumb to the silver power of young Master Tang like those inferior people before, Ling Yun suddenly raised his fist and punched Tang Lufeng hard on the mouth. Boo! Tang Lufeng flew out, crashed heavily under a dining table, and lay down directly. Second young master. The two followers stopped laughing abruptly and hurried to help Tang Lufeng up. Tang Lufeng had two teeth knocked loose, his mouth was full of blood, and he had a lisp when he spoke. The whole audience gasped. Wow, so powerful. How dare you turn Tang Lufeng into Tang Lufeng? Su Yunqi also looked at the man with admiration, and there was a bright light in the depths of her charming eyes. On the top floor of the banquet hall, the Qin family steward who was in charge of maintaining order saw this and hurriedly took people down to maintain order. Etc. Su Qingyan called out. Miss Su, what can I do for you? The Qin family and the Su family are old friends, and the housekeeper must obey the orders of the daughter of the leading family. Tang Lufeng is a bully. Kick him out. If you don't believe me, just check the surveillance. Su Qingyan ordered coldly. The butler shuddered slightly and quickly nodded in agreement. In his opinion, there is no need to check the surveillance for this kind of thing. If Su Qingyan hadn't said this, he would have taken people to deal with Ling Yun directly, but with Miss Su's words, he had to favor the other side. No matter how powerful the Tang family is, it is not as good as the Su family. Qingyan, why are you? Su Yunqi was a little bit unbelievable. Her cold cousin would actually ask to help a man? Do you hate Tang Fenglu too much, or? Could it be? Oh my. Is that him? Is that the man Grandma has her eyes on? Su Yunqi suddenly realized and asked in surprise. Su Qingyan didn't answer her, but continued to look downstairs silently. At this moment, Tang Fenglu was furious, waving his hands and feet and ordering, "Get him! Kill him for me!" The two followers also picked up the damaged knives and forks on the table and stabbed them directly at Ling Yun. Ling Yun. Ling Shiyu was terrified. But the next moment, Ling Yun raised his legs and kicked left and right, and kicked the two men headfirst into the ground under the dining table. Hiss. The whole audience gasped again. The upper-class circle is not small, but not big either. They have never seen such a vigorous man before. Who is this person? How dare he go against Tang Fenglu? Stop. The voice of the Qin family's housekeeper was heard. When Tang Lufeng saw the old man coming with a group of people, his eyes suddenly lit up. Butler Nguyen, you've arrived just in time.
How could such a barbarian sneak into your Qin family's cocktail party? Look, he's knocked my teeth loose. You better give him a good beating.
Tang Lufeng pointed at Ling Yun and complained loudly. There was a lot of discussion around. Even Li Huai knew that the Qin family was a political and business family with a strict family tradition.
They would never let off anyone who made trouble at the Qin family's cocktail party.
Just take the last time, the troublemaker was beaten up on the spot and then sent to the police station, or he was sentenced to 2 years in prison. He was afraid of being implicated by a rough guy like Ling Yun, and was thinking about how to distance himself from him. Ling Shiyu, however, was determined to go over and plead for Ling Yun regardless of everything.
Tang Fenglu was also secretly proud, waiting to see how Ling Yun died. A country bumpkin dared to fight with him, the super young master?
Ling Yun also made the worst-case scenario plan.
He was going to die anyway, and as a man, he would never let anyone bully him. Unexpectedly, Butler Nian suddenly said, "Second young master Tang, please don't disrupt my Qin family's cocktail party. You might be drunk. Let us take you home." What? Tang Fenglu couldn't believe his ears.
The guests around were also shocked.
What's going on? The Qin family is actually protecting that unknown man? Or are they just doing their job impartially? Butler Nian didn't care about other people's expressions and directly asked someone to send Tang Lufeng away.
Ling Yun was also quite surprised.
What was going on?
Although he has never been in the upper-class circle, he still has some judgment. There must be someone behind this matter supporting him, otherwise the ending would never be like this.
Ling Yun, are you okay?
At this time, Ling Shiyu hurried over and wiped him clean carefully with a napkin. Su Qinyan, who was upstairs, watched the scene, and her eyes gradually turned cold.
You are so good, Ling Yun, you hook up with beautiful girls one after another. Chapter 64, Shin Huajia's suicide note. Click. Su Yunqi took the opportunity to film the scene downstairs, then laughed. Qinyan, that man is really popular with women.
You have to discipline him strictly, otherwise he will easily cheat.
Su Qinyan snorted coldly and turned away.
She was kind enough to help that fool, but he was flirting with other women everywhere.
Who could stand that?
Humph, I will never help that shameless man again. Su Yunqi found it very interesting to see her cousin making such a resentful expression because of a man for the first time.
She took a photo and then hurriedly followed. Ha, Grandma must like to see her expression.
Qinyan, let's send these photos to Grandma to prove that he is an unfaithful man.
Grandma will definitely agree with you kicking him out. No. Su Qinyan shook her head. This kind of photo is not enough.
Yunqi, please do me another favor and test that man to see if he is really pretending to be serious in front of me.
Okay, I love playing this kind of game the most.
Su Yunqi agreed with a smile.
Su Qinyan suddenly turned around and looked at her, a little dissatisfied. By the way, what happened with Sun Shaokang? You didn't charm him?
And he still escaped?
Su Yunqi sighed and breathed in the orchid fragrance. Qinyan, you can't blame me.
There's a traitor in our group who helped that bastard escape in advance.
A mole?
Su Qinyan had long guessed that there was a traitor, but she didn't know who it was. Su Yunqi leaned close to her ear and blew gently. The traitor must be from our Su family.
This game is quite difficult.
Su Qinyan actually guessed it, but the Su family is a huge family, so she has to cast a new net to find out who it is. At this time, Butler Nian also led his men to retreat.
Ling Yun said to Ling Shiyu, "Sister, thank you. Did you and your brother-in-law speak for me?" "No."
Ling Shiyu was slightly surprised, then suddenly snorted coldly. "Your brother-in-law was afraid of being implicated just now, so how could he dare to speak up for you?"
"Maybe it's because the Qin family's housekeeper is upright, otherwise this matter would definitely be very troublesome. But I support you, you did the right thing."
Ling Yun smiled slightly, his cousin's words were heartwarming.
Ling Yun.
At this moment, a gentle voice suddenly came from behind.
Looking back, Ling Yun understood instantly.
He was wondering who could help him out in such a situation, and it turned out to be Qin Yanran.
"Excuse me, I'll borrow him for a moment."
Qin Yanran also gave Ling Shiyu a polite smile, and hurried away holding Ling Yun's hand.
What a beautiful girl.
Ling Shiyu looked at Qin Yanran's back and praised her with a smile.
She and my cousin are quite compatible. But it's a pity that my cousin is married. Li Huai, who was standing behind him, almost bit his back teeth with jealousy when he saw this scene. Why could a country bumpkin like Ling Yun win the favor of the daughter of the Qin family? However, Ling Yun is really stupid. Instead of marrying the daughter of the Qin family, he has to marry a female liar? Miss Qin, what's going on?
Ling Yun followed Qin Yanran into a room and quickly broke free from her hand.
The woman surnamed Su is also at the party. It will be troublesome if she sees us. Ling Yun, Huaji is gone, did you know?
Qin Yanran raised her head slightly and looked at him.
The sadness deep in Ling Yun's eyes suddenly spread out again, and he nodded sadly.
That day at the wedding, I wanted to take you with me to accompany her and walk through the last part of her life.
Unfortunately, Qin Yanran couldn't continue speaking, so she sighed and turned away. She knew she couldn't blame Ling Yun, because that day was his wedding day.
Shin Huaji didn't blame him. He had been kept in the dark the whole time. There was no reason for him to abandon his bride at the wedding to accompany a woman who betrayed him.
You should have made it clear then.
Ling Yun clenched his fists, trying hard not to let the tears flow out.
I'm sorry, I didn't know how to start then. Qin Yanran apologized. She was in a very complicated mood at that time. She knew very well that it was Shin Huaji who hurt Ling Yun again and again, and suddenly told him the truth, which was really cruel to Ling Yun. What if Ling Yun's wedding banquet fails, he can't get married, and Shin Huaji leaves him? How painful would that be? Now that Shin Huaji has left, Qin Yanran dares to tell him the truth. This is the letter Huaji wrote to you before she died. She asked me to give it to you.
Qin Yanran then took out a letter and handed it to him.
She watched Shin Huaji leave this world with a smile. She is also a witness to the relationship between Ling Yun and Shin Huaji. She was very curious and looked at Ling Yun carefully, wanting to see how he would react.
Ling Yun, after hesitating for a long time, I finally decided to leave you a letter.
By the time you see it, I'm afraid I won't be here anymore.
I'm sorry, I betrayed you. I betrayed our relationship of more than 10 years.
I'm a bad woman and not worthy of your love for the rest of my life.
Although I was born in an unfortunate family, I don't regret coming to this world.
Thank God for letting me have your love. You are a man of integrity and righteousness.
I firmly believe that you will soar to great heights sooner or later.
The life you are living now is only a temporary hardship for you. You must keep going. Finally, please allow me to say it again. I love you.
I don't want you to suffer because of loving me, and I don't want you to marry a man who supports his brother.
I sincerely hope that you can find a woman you love and who loves you back. If you still care about me, please forget me and live happily with her, okay?
Shin Huaji, last words.
Ling Yun suddenly let out a long roar towards the sky, shaking the heavens and the earth. How could he forget her? How could he forget a woman he had truly loved for 10 years?
Qin Yanran was startled, but continued to stare at the man in front of her.
His sorrowful roar held an indescribable charm for her.
In this materialistic world, she has lost faith in love, so she has remained single for more than 20 years.
However, seeing Ling Yun's grief-stricken expression at this moment, she deeply felt this man's loyalty and passion for love. He loves Shin Huaji. Shin Huaji also truly loves him and hopes that he can find true happiness. Unfortunately, God played a joke on them and their love story ended in tragedy. Ling Yun, please accept my condolences. After a while, Shin Huaji slowly walked to his side. She wanted to hug him and comfort him, but she was a little shy and didn't dare. In the end, she just gently touched the back of his hand with her jade hand. So hot. This man seemed to be a man of fire. Miss Qin, thank you.
Ling Yun finally suppressed his sadness and thanked Qin Yanran. You have helped me time and time again.
I am really grateful and lucky to have a friend like you. Well, Qin Yanran didn't know what he was talking about. Could it be about delivering the letter? You're welcome. I'm glad to be your friend. She also smiled sweetly. Her life was saved by this man. Is it destined that she needs to replace Shin Huaji and continue to take care of this man? That's right. When Ling Yun turned to leave, Qin Yanran suddenly said, We're good friends, right? Can I add your contact information? Also, the wife you married probably wasn't someone you truly loved, right? Now that Huaji is gone, could you consider a divorce? At the end, she looked a little unnatural. Worried that Ling Yun would guess what she was thinking, she quickly lowered her head and stuck out her tongue a little embarrassedly. Ling Yun just smiled indifferently and didn't answer her. He added the contact information, lowered his head, and left with sadness. Did he agree?
Qin Yanran suddenly felt her heart beating faster and her cheeks getting hot.
It's strange, why should I take the initiative to remind him to get a divorce? No way? Could it be that I?
Qin Yanran shook her head and decided to sober up and think about this problem calmly.
Chapter 65, Mr. Ling, you have become more capable. Ling Yan wanted to go back, but he couldn't find Su Qinyan in the banquet hall.
He called her but she didn't answer.
He wondered what that woman was doing.
He simply went to the parking lot and waited for the woman to come find him herself.
Who would have thought that the car was gone? Your sister. What's going on?
Ling Yun was stunned.
Hello, you are Miss Su's driver, right? Miss Su has already left the car.
The security guard at the parking lot saw Ling Yun and hurried over to tell him.
Ling Yun was so angry that he was stunned. She drove away? What should I do then? How should I know that?
The security guard sneered, thinking to himself, what a shameless driver.
She's the eldest daughter of the Su family, and she really needs to take care of you? Ling Yun didn't know what the security guard was thinking. He sighed and thought about how to get a taxi back. Unexpectedly, I turned around and saw a Maserati driving towards me. Ling Yun, let me take you back.
The car window opened, and it was Qin Yanran.
Miss.
Seeing this scene, the security guard was petrified on the spot.
What's going on? Who is this man? How could he ride in the same car with the eldest daughter of the Su family to the cocktail party, and even let the eldest daughter of the Qin family send him back after the party?
This is the dream of men in Huacheng.
Well, thank you.
Ling Yun was actually a little embarrassed, but it was really difficult to get a taxi at the beach, so he had no choice but to accept Qin Yanran's favor again.
Why are you being so polite to me? You saved my life.
Qin Yanran smiled cleverly, which was beautiful beyond words.
The security guard watched Ling Yun get into Miss Qin's luxury car and drive away, feeling envious and jealous. Ling Yun, is the wife you married a woman from the Su family?
When they were almost at Tianlong Garden, Qin Yanran asked. She was too anxious that day and forgot to take a look even though it was right in front of her. She also didn't expect Ling Yun to marry a woman from the Su family.
Ling Yun nodded, got out of the car and hurried home, completely ignoring Qin Yanran. He is so angry now. That bitch Su Qinyan is too much. It was clearly she who asked him to be her driver and take her to the cocktail party. I can understand not attending with him, but what about driving away without saying a word? Looking for another fight?
Qin Yanran wanted to ask him who his wife was, but she didn't have time to ask.
Anyway, it can't be Su Qinyan, right?
Ling Yun went up to the 17th floor and was about to open the door when the phone suddenly rang. I was still imagining that it would be that cold-blooded woman calling back, but when I looked, I saw that it was the old lady calling late at night.
Xiao Yunzi, I heard that you and Qinyan attended a cocktail party together tonight? What's going on now?
The old lady had informants everywhere. Not only did she know about the conflict between Ling Yun and Tang Lufeng tonight, she also heard that her granddaughter left the table alone. The old lady was worried that her grandson-in-law would be left behind and unable to go home, so she called to show her concern.
Nothing happened, we all went home. Although Ling Yun was very angry, he still didn't have the habit of complaining behind others' backs. If there is any problem, the couple can solve it face to face. There is no need to involve the old lady. It's good to be home.
Qin Yan has a bit of a strange temper, so please bear with her.
If it really doesn't work, go back and force her. Puff. Hearing the old lady's words, Ling Yun almost vomited blood. Isn't this old lady too radical? I'm really afraid it's a scam. Grandma, I'll see to it. There's no rush for that kind of thing. Let's just leave it at that.
Ling Yun was so flustered that he stuffed his phone into his pocket before hanging up the call. When I opened the door and entered the house, I saw the woman in the hall doing a bedtime mask, looking very leisurely. Ling Yun's anger surged again, and he strode up to her.
Su Qinyan glanced at him, with a half smile. Mr. Ling, did you enjoy the party? Are you finally willing to go home? Miss Su, what do you mean?
Ling Yun didn't bother to argue with her and went straight to the point, demanding an explanation. You asked me to go to the party, I didn't force myself to go with you, but you drove back alone before it was over and left me there.
What's the point? You have to give me an explanation. That's quite reasonable.
Su Qinyan became angry when she saw him like this, and she also stood up, staring at him with cold eyes.
Ling Yun subconsciously felt a chill in his heart, wondering what was going on with this woman's eyes.
I'm having a great time watching you flirting with the pretty girl, so I don't want to disturb you.
So, why don't you stay overnight before coming back? Flirting? Ling Yun looked confused, not knowing what this woman was talking about. Su Qingyan became even more angry when she saw him like this. He still didn't want to admit it? I will beat you to death.
That short-haired beauty, about 1.7 meters tall, wearing a pure white dress, is quite elegant.
She wiped you down in public, so gentle and loving. Oh. Are you talking about her?
Ling Yun suddenly realized it, but almost laughed.
At the same time, I am also very angry. This woman has already had a wedding banquet with him, but she doesn't even recognize his closest cousin and is still jealous?
Let me make it clear in advance, I'm not jealous. I sincerely hope that you two can be a couple, so I left first.
Su Qingyan raised her hands and sneered, who is that vixen? Look at her eyes, they're full of love. Is she better than Miss Qin? Yes.
Unexpectedly, Ling Yun gave her a direct affirmative answer. Su Qingyan's smile froze instantly, and the depths of her beautiful eyes turned into frost in an instant.
Is this man so shameless?
I'm not afraid to tell you that she is one of the women I love most. Ling Yun deliberately provoked her further and provoked her.
You are shameless.
Su Qingyan was so angry that she subconsciously wanted to slap him. Ling Yun, however, held her white jade wrist tightly, so that her beating would not be in vain.
Mr. Ling. You've become so capable. You actually dared to admit in front of your wife that you love another woman the most? Su Qingyan's delicate body trembled violently.
She shook his hand off with all her strength and sneered, but don't be complacent.
Did you see the phone I put on the table?
Ling Yun then looked over and his face suddenly darkened. This woman was actually recording her to trick him.
Now that things have come to this, there's nothing more to say.
I'll send the recording to my grandmother, and she'll definitely agree to my divorce.
Su Qingyan sneered complacently.
This was what Su Yunqi taught her. She didn't expect things to go so smoothly. The man's true colors were revealed so quickly. Seeing that she wanted to leave, Ling Yun pulled her back. The force was a bit too strong, and Su Qingyan almost stuck to him again.
What are you doing? Let me go, do you want to die? Su Qingyan was angry and panicked, and threatened coldly. Wouldn't this man be so angry that he wants to do something bad to her? Miss Su, listen.
Ling Yun's cold shout actually made the eldest daughter of the Su family tremble slightly, and she couldn't help but look at his domineering eyes. Her name is Ling Xiu, and she's my cousin who's always taken care of my family.
She's not some vixen. Su Qingyan's eyes suddenly widened.
I was so embarrassed that I was picking my feet.
They caught two siblings cheating?
Ling Yun looked at her expression and found it inexplicably funny. You can divorce me if you want, but don't accuse me of any false charges.
Miss Qin and I are just good friends. Please stop slandering us.
After saying that, he let go of her hand and went into the bathroom. But when he was taking off his clothes, he suddenly felt something was wrong. When he reached out to take out his cell phone, his expression almost got out of control.
Oh my god, I was actually on the phone with the old lady. It's over. It's over. Could it be that the old lady heard the entire conversation?
Chapter 66, A Contract for Having a Child with a Large Sum of Money.
I'm so pissed. San Yang, go dig that vixen over to me right now. Madame Su is such a shrewd old lady.
She has always been curious about how the couple get along.
When will they kill someone?
She knew that Ling Yun forgot to hang up the phone, and she would definitely hear some information. Who would have thought that the young couple living together would not have a passionate romance, but would always want a divorce? They had just held their wedding banquet, and the old lady thought they were on track to having a baby. I didn't expect that these two young people could really make trouble.
Yes. Song San Yang quickly dug Su Yunqi over. What's the matter, old lady? It's already past 11 o'clock in the evening. Su Yunqi was woken up just as she fell asleep. She must be in a bad mood.
She came straight to the old lady, lay sleepily on the armrest of her sofa, and continued to doze off. The pajamas she wore were light, thin and soft, clinging to her plump curves and outlining her perfect figure. She is 1.72 meters tall, and her pair of long white legs are attractive enough. The thin straps slip off her smooth shoulders, revealing half of her snow-white and round breasts, which is simply the most deadly poison for men.
You vixen, you want to seduce an old woman like me? Get up.
The old lady slapped her on the butt and told her to sit up straight.
Humph, wasn't it you, an old woman, who raised me to be like this?
Su Yunqi pouted her natural red lips and complained. As the leader of the Tianlong group, the old lady is very capable and has many talented people under her.
Her granddaughter Su Yunqi is also the fiery rose she personally cultivated.
The two major business cases in Huacheng were both planned by the old lady herself and completed with the help of the vixen Su Yunqi. Two male businessmen fell at her feet and were willing to be acquired by Tianlong Group at a low price, further strengthening the group's strength. At this time, the old lady didn't say anything and just played the phone recording for her. After hearing this, Su Yunqi also laughed out loud, and her snow-white chest trembled.
Xin Yan was really embarrassed this time. She actually caught her cousin cheating.
Now that Grandma has been given a shot of prevention, even if she really catches evidence of that man cheating in the future, Grandma may not believe it, right?
What is this called? You end up losing the rice while trying to steal the chicken. The eldest daughter of the Su family could actually have such an embarrassing moment. Yunqi, stop laughing. Tell me what's going on. You were with Qing Yan tonight, right?
The old lady pressed for details. Although Su Yunqi was born with a coquettish look, she was the most naive one in front of the old lady.
She immediately told the old lady everything she knew.
Anyway, she is used to being a double agent.
What? Contract marriage?
When the old lady heard this, she became furious. It is true that every policy has its own countermeasure.
How dare Su Qingyan go against her like this? Yes, Grandma.
Qingyan probably thought that if she couldn't get pregnant, she would blame that man for being useless.
You won't keep him anymore, right?
Su Yunqi then fastened her shoulder straps and said with a smile.
Okay, go back to sleep.
The old lady habitually patted her elastic buttocks gently and sent the vixen away.
Then, a man fell into deep thought.
She is not very satisfied with the current progress. Song Sanyang was her personal servant and had been taking care of the old lady for 20 years. She rarely saw the old lady so troubled.
The Su family's game is really fun.
The old lady is an iron-fisted old lady. Now she is competing with Su Qingyan, a rising star, in a battle of wits and courage.
It is really uncertain who will win. No, I have to find that man alone again and put some pressure on him.
The next morning, Ling Yun prepared to return to the village to attend Xin Huaji's funeral. But just as we left Tianlong community, a car stopped us.
Song Sanyang took him to a high-end restaurant where the old lady was having breakfast tea. Old lady, are you looking for me? Ling Yun walked up to him and asked politely. The old lady was very dissatisfied and glared at him coldly. You still call me that? Well. Ling Yun was stunned for a moment, but immediately changed the subject. Grandma, is there something you want to talk to me about? That's more like it.
The old lady's expression changed in an instant, and Ling Yun was frightened just by watching her.
I knew this old lady was not an easy person to deal with. I wonder where she came from. Could he be the boss of some criminal organization? Did Qingyan force you to sign some kind of marriage agreement?
The old lady was not the type to waste time, so she went straight to the point.
Well, how did the old lady know this?
Ling Yun was stunned again, then smiled and said, It wasn't forced, but I did sign it.
Why are you so stupid?
The old lady was so angry that she felt like Ling Yun was her grandson and Su Qingyan was just her granddaughter-in-law. Ling Yun smiled slightly embarrassedly.
Okay, since you signed with her, you must sign one with me too. San Yang. Yes. When San Yang heard the order, she immediately placed a prepared contract in front of Ling Yun.
Ling Yun was completely dumbfounded.
What is going on?
I have never done business and have never signed a business contract.
Who would have thought that I would have to sign 2 contracts to get married? And the one in front of me is much more formal than Su Qingyan's.
Morong Xiaodai and Ling Yun agreed that Ling Yun would marry Su Qingyan. Ling Yun has the obligation to ensure that Su Qingyan adds a child to the Su family within 1 year even if she becomes pregnant. If the goal is achieved, Morong Xiaodai will pay Ling Yun a reward of 100 million. If the goal is not achieved, Ling Yun must pay an equivalent amount of liquidated damages. After reading the key terms, Ling Yun was petrified on the spot, staring blankly at the old lady. The old lady smiled complacently and asked Song Sanyang to put a card in front of him. Xiao Yunzi, this is a 10 million deposit.
I'll give you the balance after the deal is done.
If you give birth to more boys, I'll give you all my life savings. You won't find such generous conditions even if you search the whole world with a lantern. Ling Yun looked at the bank card in front of him again, feeling completely confused.
Family members, who understands? Is this a marriage scam? With a deposit of 10 million, it wouldn't be a loss even if he got hit in the back, right? What is going on? Also, the old lady actually had such a name, it's really unexpected. Grandma, I can't agree to this. What?
Xing Yan doesn't give you a penny, and she can sign an agreement with you to ask you not to touch her.
Old lady, I give you a deposit of 10 million, and you still refuse? Do you really think this old lady is easy to bully?
The old lady suddenly slammed the table in anger, her silver hair flying. It was terrifying. Ling Yun was a little scared of her, and just then he said, "This is not a matter of money, this is.
Anyway, I don't care."
The old lady interrupted him again, with a domineering attitude. "You've already married my granddaughter.
No returns except for quality issues. You still want to get off now? It's too late."
This. Ling Yun was full of grievances. The old lady raised her hands and threatened again, "If you don't agree to me and sign this contract, I will tell your mother right away that you married a wife but don't work, and you are still asking for a divorce every day.
If your mother wants to know the truth, you can do whatever you want. Old lady, you can't do this."
Ling Yun was really anxious.
"Hey, old lady, I'm just like this. What's the matter?"
The old lady laughed triumphantly. "You can either push my granddaughter down and give birth to a few fat babies so that your mother can enjoy her old age, or you can just piss her off to death."
Song San Yang couldn't help laughing as she watched. The old lady was so cute.
Using both soft and hard tactics, she suppressed the young man Ling Yun.
There is no way.
It's also destined to be a good thing. Ling Yun had no choice but to sign the contract while holding back his anger.
Alas, I really don't know where this pirate ship will end up. Chapter 67 I am the only fairy.
After leaving the cafe, Ling Yun happened to have some money on hand, so he bought a high-end wreath and hurried back to Yunlu Village. Yunlu Village is an organized village.
Weddings and funerals are arranged by the village chief and the village committee. Shin Huaji's funeral should not be deserted.
Ling Yun didn't expect that when his family of 3 arrived at the Shin family, they found the scene terribly deserted. Apart from the 3 members of the Shin family, there was no one else.
Zhou Qiuyan kept complaining to Shin Huaji's coffin.
"You're such a loser. You're such a loser. I've raised you for over 20 years, but you haven't earned a penny for your parents.
You deserve to die." Shin Zigui also screamed, "Damn woman.
If you want to die, don't make us die so miserably. You should have died long ago." Hearing the conversation between the mother and son, Ling Yun's anger suddenly exploded.
These two people have never thought about their own problems, but are still blaming someone who has passed away? Do they have the nerve? Damn it, it's this mother and son.
Seeing how dirty and pale the mother and son were, it was obvious that they had had a rough couple of days. But there must be something hateful about pitiful people, and they don't deserve sympathy at all.
How could this happen?
After a while, Ling Yun gritted his teeth and spoke. He felt that although Shin Zigui was disliked in the village, he was not the one who died, so there was no reason for the villagers not to come and help with the funeral.
Brother, you don't know? The Shin family is so broke they don't even have the money for cremation or funeral expenses. Didn't the Zhang family, her closest relative, quit their business and moved out of Flower City a few years ago? Now they have no relatives to borrow money from.
Ling Xiaoyan replied softly, "The village chief is collecting donations, but the money is not enough, so the funeral has been put on hold." Ling Yun's face was filled with sadness when he heard this.
It's such a tragedy that Shin Huaji was born in such a family. Hey, is someone coming?
Shin Zigui suddenly turned around and saw Ling Yun and shouted excitedly, "Brother-in-law!
Brother-in-law is here."
When Zhou Qiuyan saw the high-end wreath worth tens of thousands of yuan in Ling Yun's hand, her eyes suddenly lit up. After the wedding, everyone in Yunlu village spread the rumor that Ling Yun was doing very well and even became a multi-millionaire. Ling Yun had also heard these rumors from his sister, but he never expected that just this morning, he would actually become a multi-millionaire.
Who is your brother-in-law? Stop yelling.
Before Ling Yun could speak, Ling Xiaoyan immediately pushed him away and scolded him coldly, "My brother has a wife, it has nothing to do with you." She didn't know about Shin Huaji's affairs, and had never read the suicide note, so she was much more indifferent than Ling Yun.
Brother-in-law. You can't be so heartless and ignore me after you get rich.
Shin Zigui was so weak that he was pushed down by a woman.
But he didn't care about Ling Xiaoyan. He crawled over and hugged Ling Yun's calves tightly.
wagging his tail at his master like a dirty pug. My sister has been with you for so many years. Now she's gone. You have to take good care of me. Every word reveals his greed and selfishness. Not only did Zhou Qiuyan not blame him, she even pleaded with him, "That's right, Ling Yun. My daughter has been with you for so many years. Even if she didn't marry you, she still needs money to pay for her youth and the burial of her feelings." Ling Yun was extremely disgusted when he saw their faces. He kicked Shin Zigui away and shouted angrily, "You also know that Huaji is a member of the Shin family? But when have you ever given her the status she deserves in the family? You've always just treated her as a cash cow. Now that she's passed away, you're still blaming her in front of her spirit? Are you still human? You are worse than animals." Ling Yun felt so much pain from scolding that he put his hands on his hips and took a big sip. Zhou Qiuyan became angry as soon as she heard it. Unexpectedly, it was Shin Zigui who rushed over and pushed her, and even shamelessly stuck to her. "Brother-in-law, you're right. My mother is such a jerk. I'll definitely scold her, but look at how miserable my family is now. All our money has been scammed out of us. We don't even have money to bury my sister. Are you?" Ling Yun glared at him again, his eyes full of contempt. Shin Zigui was so frightened that he shuddered and almost fell to the ground again. "Uncle Shin, I'll transfer 500,000 yuan to you. Please arrange for Huaji to be buried with honor." Ling Yun knew that Shin Guodong was the only reliable person in the Shin family, and the money must not be transferred to the mother and son. But as soon as he finished speaking, everyone at the scene was shocked. Chen Yuding and Ling Xiaoyan also didn't he know when he became so rich? Could it be given by Su Qingyan? Many people who attended the wedding said that she was most likely a wealthy woman. Is it true? Yes, we will definitely bury my sister properly. Shin Zigui quickly expressed his gratitude on behalf of his father, nodding and bowing, almost kneeling on the ground. Anyway, he knew that if he just arranged the funeral casually, the remaining money would definitely be given to him in the end. Isn't the village chief still collecting donations? They're trying to make money from both sides. Don't take his money. Ling Yun had just transferred the money when a scornful voice came from behind him. Led by a fashionable woman, the Zhang family of 3 walked in. Both the Ling and Shin families were quite surprised. It turned out to be Shin Huaji's cousin Zhang Yameng. His father left Yunqing for business a few years ago, but he didn't expect to come back to attend the funeral at this time. Zhang Yameng walked up to Ling Yun in a cold manner, her eyes filled with anger and contempt, and she started to scold him coldly. "Ling Yun, you are such a piece of shit. No one knows better than me how much Sister Huaji loves you. I heard that you abandoned her and married another woman? Is it nice to live off a gigolo? Are you living a happy life without any shame or skin?" Only after Shin Huaji passed away did she find out everything. In short, based on her previous understanding and the current information, she unilaterally concluded that Ling Yun abandoned Shin Huaji in order to live off her. As for why Shin Huaji would look for another man, it was entirely because Ling Yun hurt her. Yes. No one knows her cousin better than her. She grew up watching her cousin and Ling Yun fall in love. "Sister Meng, things are not what you think." Ling Xiaoyan wanted to explain for her brother, but Ling Yun reached out to stop her. There is no need to argue in front of Huaji's spirit and prevent her from resting in peace. Anyway, Huaji knows the truth, that's enough. Ling Yun, you're in the wrong, aren't you? Are you ashamed? Zhang Yameng was even more aggressive, pointing at him and ordering him with the attitude of a fairy. "If you're still a man, dump your wife right now and spend the rest of your life as Sister Huaji's man, keeping vigil for her. Otherwise, I will never forgive you." Upon hearing this, Chen Yuding immediately shouted nervously, "Ling Yun, this is absolutely not possible. If Ling Yun were to do this, wouldn't his Ling family be completely cut off? There are 3 types of unfilial behavior, and the worst is to have no descendants." Ling Xiaoyan also looked at her brother, really afraid that he would agree on impulse. Even though he and Sister Huaji had a deep relationship in the past, now that he is dead, everything is in the past. She can't let down the new person who is still alive because of the old one. "I won't get a divorce." Ling Yun also responded to Zhang Yameng firmly. Indeed, his feelings for Shin Huaji are still much deeper than those for Su Qingyan, but he will never live foolishly under the words of others. In her suicide note, Shin Huaji hoped that he could find another woman and live a good life. His mother and sister hope that he and Su Qingyan will live a good life. He also needs to postpone the Ling and Shin families.
Why should he listen to the orders of this little fairy? Ridiculous. But when Zhang Yumeng saw that he didn't listen to her orders, she thought he was a traitor and shameless. Her face turned red and she pointed at him. You gigolo. Okay, you insist on being a gigolo, right? I'll grant you that. Dad, aren't you going back to Huaqing to develop your career? Let's see how capable the rich woman he marries is. Can he bankrupt her? When the time comes, I'll make this man worse than a dog. Chapter 68, The Beauty Trap Fails. Hearing Zhang Yuming's words, everyone present was stunned. So crazy. Zhang Yumeng, are you crazy? Ling Xiaoyan's face flushed with anger. Why should the whole world listen to you? How did my sister-in-law offend you? Why do you have to deal with her? She was indeed worried about her sister-in-law. I heard from my brother that she is a senior executive of a Yunqing enterprise, but Zhang Yuming's father is a company owner. I heard that he has assets of nearly 100 million yuan and is very powerful. I'm really afraid that he is really capable and will make my sister-in-law unemployed. Ha, are you scared now? Zhang Yumeng saw Ling Xiaoyan's expression and raised her hands in a haughty and overbearing manner. Sister Huaji and I have had a very good relationship since we were young. I will never allow anyone to let her down. If you want your family to have a future, your brother must do as I say. Understand? That look was as if she was the princess of Huaqing. No, it should be said that she is the princess of Dragon Kingdom and everyone has to listen to her. This. Chen Yuding turned pale immediately. She was really afraid that her son would not be able to withstand the pressure and listen to him. You better forget it. Ling Yun was too lazy to pay attention to this little fairy. He knew that Zhang Yumeng was spoiled, but her character was not bad. He didn't expect that she would become even more annoying after coming back a few years later. You. Zhang Yumeng was furious. She pointed a trembling finger at Ling Yun and said, "All right, I'm putting this out there. You're going to regret it. Zigui, give him the money back. I'm going to make him die." His eyes are extremely sharp and full of confidence. This. How could Shen Zigui bear to return it? But he didn't dare to offend his wealthy cousin, so he could only jokingly say, "I will return it, of course. But let's arrange my sister's cremation first." Wow, it's quite lively. At this time, the door opened and another woman walked in with a swaying waist. Those eyes full of affection and charm seemed to indicate that she had a love affair with everyone. She glanced at Zhang Yumeng inadvertently with her charming eyes, secretly amused. In the eyes of this rich girl, Zhang Yumeng is just an ordinary girl. How could she want to make her daughter Qingyan unemployed? TSK, this is the first time she has heard such crazy words since she was born. If Su Qingyan knew about this, I wonder how long the Zhang family would cry. You are? Shen Zigui's eyes widened for a moment. This woman is simply a cup of the most deadly poison. He would be willing to die if he could spend a night with her happily. My name is Yunqi, and I'm your sister's friend. The sexy beauty said this, then walked to Shen Huaji's spirit tablet and burned 3 incense sticks. Everyone in the audience was looking at her. Especially when she bent down, Shen Zigui's nose was almost bleeding. He had no idea that his sister had such a wicked friend. Ling Yun had never seen her before, and always felt that this woman was very strange. What he didn't expect was that after Su Yunqi lit the incense, she walked up to him with a seductive curve on her red lips, took out a woman's cigarette, and gently touched his chest with her blood-red nails. "Handsome guy, can you lend me a light?" "Sorry, I don't smoke." Ling Yun remained unmoved. Su Yunqi was slightly surprised. She and Su Qingyan had agreed at the banquet last night that she would test this man to see if he was truly a gentleman. With her natural foxy nature and years of experience in flirting with men, if someone pretends to be serious, she can find the flaw with just a slight expression. But at this moment she didn't catch any details to prove that this man was lustful. I have. On the other hand, Shen Zigui rushed over and bumped into her, adding fuel to the fire with a flattering smile on his face. "Thank you." Su Yunqi clearly thanked Shen Zigui, but she took a puff of cigarette and blew it lightly on Ling Yun's face. Any other man would have certainly enjoyed it, but Ling Yun subconsciously took a half step back. "TSK, you shameless thing. Pretending to be serious." When Zhang Yumeng saw the behavior of this couple, she became even more disgusted with Ling Yun. She concluded that he was a gigolo who relied on his looks and body to make a living and could get along with any woman. Guodong. The village is here to collect donations. At this time, the voice of the old village chief came from outside the door, and a group of villagers followed. Many men's attention was instantly attracted by Su Yunqi's exquisite figure. The foxy girl just glanced at Ling Yun and left the Shin family directly. Because of this scene, many people whispered about Ling Yun in private. Baffling. Ling Yun secretly muttered, "Who is that vixen-like woman?" However, Ling Yun didn't have time to care about her. Since she was there anyway, as a childhood sweetheart, he had to help arrange Shin Huaji's funeral. Ling Yun stayed with Shin Huaji until her body was cremated and buried before leaving the village alone to go home. His heart was still very sad. Today he even secretly wiped away tears in front of Shin Huaji's spirit several times, but everything was a foregone conclusion. Even if he had thousands of words to say, he could only keep them in his heart. When getting on the bus out of the village, Ling Yun suddenly raised his eyes subconsciously, and his body trembled. At the intersection ahead, a woman in a red slim-fitting jumpsuit was sticking to the front of the car. Her figure was relaxed and charming, with her buttocks facing Ling Yun. Her round and soft curves and suggestive posture could easily cause a myocardial infarction in men with insufficient self-control. This apartment is absolutely amazing. Ling Yun couldn't help but sigh, but he didn't want to look at anything inappropriate, so he secretly shifted his gaze and prepared to leave without seeing anything. "Appa, my car broke down, can you help me fix it?" Su Yunqi suddenly turned around and winked at Ling Yun, who was passing by, begging. Ling Yun frowned immediately, feeling that this woman had some ill intentions. But he has always been eager to help others, so he came over to help her. It turned out to be just a minor fault in the transmission system, and he fixed it with just a few simple steps. "Appa, you are so awesome. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what I would do." Su Yunqi took the initiative to hug his arm and whispered in his ear, "Why don't you go to my bachelor apartment and sit there? I'm alone with a group of people at night, it's very empty, lonely, and cold." She believed that any man who could resist her gentleness was probably still underdeveloped. Ling Yun pushed her hand away and said coldly, "No need. Just leave. What does this woman of unknown origin, loneliness, and coldness have to do with him?" Su Yunqi was stunned and stomped her feet in anger for a long time. Is this man a eunuch? He actually. Humph, this makes me so angry. Su Yunqi quickly returned to Tianlong Group and complained bitterly in Su Qingyan's office. "My beauty trap has never failed. That man is just a piece of wood, he doesn't understand romance at all. It's a waste of his time to beat him." Su Qingyan looked at her angry expression and felt inexplicably funny. Indeed, it was the first time she saw this vixen's beauty trap fail. But that man happened to be her legal husband, and she still felt a strange sense of accomplishment. After all, she had seen that man show that kind of interest in her. "Oh, there are two more things I want to tell you." After Su Yunqi calmed down a little, she told her other things. Su Qingyan was dismissive of Zhang Yuming's fairy-like words. After all, a lion would never pay attention to a dog just because it was barking. What she was interested in was what Grandma wanted to do with that idiot in the morning. The old lady is very anxious. You and that idiot have already had your wedding banquet. She must have forced that man to push you down tonight and execute you on the spot. Su Yunqi teased proudly. He dares? Su Qingyan immediately clenched her fists, gritted her teeth and said coldly, "If he makes any rash moves, I will definitely cut him off." Chapter 69, A Cry of Mom Can Scare a Person to Death. When Su Qingyan returned to Tianlong community after get-off work, she was still thinking about her grandmother's appointment with that idiot in the morning. Suddenly, the driver Xiao Wang received a call. "What? Okay. I'll be there right away." When Su Qingyan heard him talking on the phone, she came back to reality from her thoughts. "Mr. Su, I'm so sorry. My wife is having postpartum bleeding and is in surgery." Xiao Wang is naturally afraid of the cold female president. He was also afraid that if he abandoned the female president halfway, he would lose this lucrative job. But his wife is undergoing surgery. Unexpectedly, Su Qingyan said sympathetically, "Okay. You drive over, I can just take a taxi home." "Boss Su, this." Xiao Wang was immediately grateful. President Su not only agreed to let him go to the hospital, but also let him drive her car there. Such a boss is worth his life. Don't be so pretentious. A man should take good care of his wife. Su Qingyan threw down a sentence and got out of the Bentley. At this time, it was 6:30 in the afternoon and the late summer sky was still bright.
Su Qingyan was thinking about asking other drivers to come and pick her up, but suddenly she saw a familiar face across the street.
Isn't that Erlangzi's mother? What is she doing here right after get off work? Su Qingyan was a little puzzled.
Over there, Chen Yuding hurried to a BMW 8 Series with a rag and a bucket. He smiled apologetically at Huang Shi, who was standing by, and said, "Sorry, there was a traffic jam.
I'm a little late." Huang Shi looked impatient, but still said calmly, "Auntie, aren't you making money washing cars for others now? I worked so hard to find this job for you, you have to do a good job."
Yes, thank you.
Chen Yuding is a simple-minded person.
She is very grateful to her nephew for introducing her to a part-time job to make money.
This is my boss's car. He's having dinner right now. Please clean it for him. I'll give you 200 yuan. If he asks about it later, don't tell him I told you to clean it."
Huang Shi left a word and hurried away. Chen Yuding had no idea why he made such a request, and she was still grateful to him behind her. After all, earning 200 yuan by washing a car is a good job. Su Qingyan frowned slightly as she watched, feeling that things were not that simple.
Huang Shi's expression and words did not seem like a kind person. This mother-in-law and the fool in the family both seem to have simple minds.
Sure enough, Chen Yuding was washing the car diligently. When she wiped the rear of the car clean, she suddenly found an obvious scratch on the back. She was stunned for a moment, but didn't care and continued washing. But not long after, a well-dressed middle-aged man came up to her.
"Auntie, what do you do?" "Ah. You are the owner of the car, right?"
"I'm here to help you wash your car."
Chen Yuding smiled at the other person. "Who told you to wash it?" The middle-aged man is the boss of Huang Shi.
He has been discussing cooperation with clients all day and his car is parked in this parking space.
Didn't he expect that someone would wash his car without his consent? What's going on? "Boss, I'm washing cars part-time to make money. I volunteered to help wash them."
Chen Yuding was also honest and answered according to Huang Shi's instructions.
She had already received the money anyway. Immediately, the man saw the scratch on the car and said angrily, "Auntie, did you do this?"
Chen Yuding was startled and hurriedly explained, "No, I just saw it too."
"Just saw it?"
The middle-aged man didn't believe it at all.
"When he drove here in the morning, the car was fine. Who else could have done it if not her?" "Yeah, that's right. Maybe you accidentally touched it, boss?" Chen Yuding said tremblingly.
Huang Shi is her nephew, so of course she would not say that Huang Shi did it, nor would she think that Huang Shi deliberately harmed her.
"I certainly didn't see it before I wiped the car clean." "Okay, you don't have to tell me. Pay me. The total cost of repairs and lost wages is 2,000. "Well, what?" Chen Yuding was shocked. She only made 200 yuan from washing cars, but she had to pay 2,000 yuan in compensation? Is this a scam?
Even though she suspected it was a scam, she still didn't expect that it was her nephew who was defrauding her. At this time, Huang Shi was already driving home and talking on the phone with Chen Fingyi on the way.
"Xiao Shi, did your aunt take the blame for you?"
"Well, I gave her 200, and I won't take care of anything else afterwards."
Huang Shi answered with a gloomy look in his eyes.
In fact, he secretly took the spare key of the car that his boss left at the company at noon and drove out secretly. He knew that his boss had a meeting all day, so he drove his boss's car, pretended to be his boss, secretly took a private job outside, and then secretly filled the tank with gas back to the original level afterward. But I never thought that man proposes, God disposes. When I was driving back, I got distracted and accidentally scratched the rear end of the car. If it is discovered that someone has driven his car, the matter will definitely be investigated thoroughly. When the matter is investigated thoroughly, he will not only lose his job, but may even be sued. Then he had an idea and thought of finding a scapegoat. Anyway, Chen Yuding took the blame and would lose some money at most, but if it was found out that he did it, the consequences would be 100 times more serious.
"If you don't pay, you'll be detained and have to explain yourself to the police." At this time, the man picked up the phone and was about to make a call. Chen Yuding didn't understand either. She was so scared that she was at a loss. Why was it so difficult to make money? "Boss Young."
At the critical moment, a sudden shout interrupted the middle-aged man's process of calling the police. When he took a closer look, he was so scared that he almost dropped his phone on the ground.
"Oh my God, isn't this Su Qingyan, the female president of Tianlong Group?" Before he could say anything, Su Qingyan had already walked up to Chen Yuding and asked him, "Do you want my mother to pay you? Do you want me to pay you?" What?
Mr. Yang was so frightened that his face turned pale. He looked at Su Qingyan from time to time and then at Chen Yuding.
What is going on? This is indeed the genuine cold-blooded female president of Tianlong Group. She actually called a car washer mom? How much is it? Do you want me to transfer it to you, or deduct it from your company's payment? Whatever. Su Qingyan said coldly again. Mr. Yang finally reacted, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and waved his hands repeatedly. "Miss Su, it's a misunderstanding. It's just a misunderstanding. I just accidentally scratched it, you don't have to pay for it."
Although she didn't know what was going on, Chen Yuding breathed a sigh of relief after hearing what Mr. Yang said.
"Fortunately, I met my daughter-in-law here. No need to pay? Are you sure?" Su Qingyan's eyes turned cold.
Mr. Yang immediately changed his tone. "Compensation, compensation, it's me who should compensate this old lady.
You worked so hard washing the car, 2,000 yuan is for you." This. Chen Yuding was a little confused. Honestly, she waved her hand and said, "But Huansher has already given me 200? Mr. Yang suddenly wondered what this had to do with Huansher.
Su Qingyan didn't care what Huangsher was selling, she just advised, "Mom, they give you money, just accept it, you deserve it."
"Well, okay. Thank you, boss."
Chen Yuding had long regarded her daughter-in-law as her treasured possession. Since Su Qingyan asked for it, she could only accept the 2,000 with a smile.
"Mom, let me ask someone to take you home. You don't have to do these things anymore." At this time, the arranged driver also arrived, and Su Qingyan helped Chen Yuding leave. Looking at the backs of the two people, Mr. Yang looked disheveled. How could the dignified Tianlong Mr. Su call a car wash woman mom? Chapter 70, Just Try to Be Mean to Your Wife.
Su Qingyan returned home and found that the idiot was not in the hall. She deliberately walked past the kitchen.
She was a little hungry and wanted to see what the man would cook tonight. But I found that this man was absent-minded and I didn't know what he was thinking about? Ahem. Su Qingyan faked coughing twice. As for why, she didn't know. Could it be that she wanted to eat earlier? "Miss Su, are you back?"
Ling and slowly turned his head back, a hint of sadness still hidden in the depths of his eyes. After attending Shen Huaji's funeral today, he couldn't help but feel sad when recalling the past. If he hadn't gotten married, he would definitely have stayed in the village to keep vigil for his childhood sweetheart.
But doing so would be unfair to Su Qingyan.
He also knew in his heart that Shen Huaji did not want him to be like that, as the suicide note made it clear.
"Oh, you're thinking about your ex-girlfriend?
Seeing you look like you're possessed by the spirit of bad luck, I don't have much hope for your food tonight."
Su Qingyan smiled coldly. "Miss Su, she's gone."
Ling Yan thought she didn't know, so he made it clear, hoping that she would not bother with a dead woman in the future.
"If you're gone, then you're gone. Everyone is mortal. You're not one of those idiots who thinks the living can never compare to the dead, right?" Su Qingyan asked casually.
Ling Yun was inexplicably angry. "Miss Su, please be respectful. She is my childhood sweetheart, and she..."
"What's the matter with her?"
Seeing that he dared to yell at her because of Shen Huaji, Su Qingyan immediately interrupted him angrily.
"Whatever her purpose was, she's already dumped you. You're still yelling at me for her? Why should I bear the sorrow she brought you?"
As the eldest daughter of the Su family, she is not a considerate, gentle, and virtuous wife.
If this man treats her well, then everyone will live a good life.
He couldn't let go of Shen Huaji all day long and wanted her to cater to his moods every day, but she couldn't do that.
Besides, if he doesn't treat her as his wife and spends every day reminiscing about his deceased childhood sweetheart, why should she treat him as her husband? Unreasonable. Ling Yun also held his breath. Humans are not plants or trees, so who can be heartless? Shen Huaji loved her with her life, and now that she is dead, can't I be sad for her for a while? Just as the couple was about to quarrel again, the phone in Ling Yun's pocket rang. "Hey, Mom, what's up?" "Ling Yun, has Qingyan returned home?" Back."
Ling Yun felt very strange.
Why would his mother suddenly call him and care about such an issue?
"Well, you have to take good care of her. If it weren't for her today, Mom would be in great trouble." Chen Yuding quickly told her son what happened that evening.
Ling Yun looked at Su Qingyan, shocked and surprised. This cold-hearted woman actually took the initiative to help his mother solve the problem? My favorability increased inexplicably, and the anger in my heart immediately subsided a lot. This woman is really not as cold-blooded and heartless as she appears to be? Mom, he has a high social status and is rich, why does he need me to take care of him? Ling Yan still said something angrily. What are you talking about? Chen Yuding immediately became angry. I'm warning you, if you dare to treat my wife badly, I will never forgive you. Ling Yan frowned when he heard this, and could only respond submissively, Mom, I understand. After hanging up the phone, he found that the cold-hearted woman was smugly raising her hands and looking at him with a smile. Ling Yan curled his lips and said directly, I won't argue with you, just tidy up first, I'll prepare dinner and call you. Humph, that's more like it. Su Qingyan turned and left like a victorious general. The couple didn't continue arguing, but Ling Yan's mood didn't improve at all. When I think of Xinhuaji, sadness can't help but spread. After a quick dinner, he packed up casually, called Qin Pingan to make an appointment for a barbecue and a drink, and then turned around and left. That idiot. So annoying. Su Qingyan had just come out of the shower and felt unhappy when she knew that he was going out to drink to drown his sorrows. What wife would be happy knowing that her husband is drinking to drown his sorrows for another woman? I will never forgive him when I come back. Su Qingyan hates men who reek of alcohol the most. If she wants to drink him to death outside, then so be it. But if he dares to come back reeking of alcohol, she will throw him out to sleep on the street. But until 11 o'clock, the man still hadn't come back. Su Qingyan was really angry. She not only has misophobia, but also obsessive-compulsive disorder. She hates it most when people disturb her rest after 11 o'clock at night. She is afraid that the idiot will come back late at night and act drunk and crazy, so she must take precautions in advance. At this time, Ling Yan was already in front of a barbecue stall, eating skewers and drinking with Chen Pingan and an old high school classmate. Chen Pingan and Zhang Fan were eating skewers, talking and laughing, while Ling Yan was drinking. When the two men saw him drink a dozen beers by himself, they realized that something was wrong. Ling Yan, what's wrong with you? Did you have a fight with your wife? Chen Pingan didn't know about Xinhuaji, and this was all he could think of. Ling Yan just smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. Hey, Ling Yan, although I'm not familiar with you, listen to what my brother has to say. As the saying goes, if you don't hit a woman, she'll tear the roof off the house. Zhang Fan patted his chest proudly, you can't spoil this woman. You should scold her and beat her when necessary. Only in this way can the marriage be harmonious and long-lasting. He didn't know that across the street, Su Qingyan couldn't stand it any longer, so she put on a coat and went out to find Ling Yan, and happened to hear what he said. I was suddenly filled with anger. How dare that idiot touch a hair on her? She would definitely call 100 people to kill him immediately. Ling Yan just sneered. Although he drank more than the two of them, his mind was indeed clearer than the two of them. Chen Pingan also echoed, Zhang Fan is right. Although I am not married yet, my girlfriend and I are in a relationship where the man is the main man and the woman is the servant. My status is very high. Let me give you an example. If I don't bring the food to the table, that woman won't dare to pick up her chopsticks. When Ling Yan heard this, he suddenly found it a little funny. He also knew that Chen Pingan might be trying to make him happy on purpose. Zhang Fan also laughed out loud, brother, you are not as good as me. I have a higher status at home. Every night I sleep on the bed and my wife sleeps on the sofa. Chen Pingan's eyes widened when he heard this, oh, Zhang Fan, you're awesome. Cheers. Zhang Fan also drank a cup proudly, and then said, of course, after 5 minutes, I felt sorry for her, so we switched. Phew. Behind the three men, Su Qingyan was amused by two shameless and boastful men. Your family status is so low, and you still have the nerve to brag about it? What kind of friends does this idiot have? At this moment, a woman appeared behind Zhang Fan, pinched his ear hard, and scolded him coldly, Zhang Fan, you were so high-ranking, right? I want to see whether it is higher to kneel on the washboard or on the durian. It's so late and you still don't come home? Oh, honey. I was wrong. Zhang Fan apologized profusely, made a gesture of let's make an appointment next time to Ling Yan and the other man, and then obediently followed his wife away. The next moment, Chen Pingan's phone rang. You should go back too. Ling Yan knew that Chen Pingan had just started dating a girlfriend and didn't want him to accompany her and neglect his girlfriend. Chen Pingan didn't want to leave at first, but he suddenly looked up and saw Su Qingyan standing in front of him, so he quickly said, sister-in-law is here. Then I'll leave first.
Ling Yun was stunned for a moment, looking at the cold-hearted woman standing in front of the barbecue stall with wide eyes, a little surprised.
Chapter 71, The Truth Comes Out After Drinking. Chen Pingan left.
Su Qingyan slowly walked over, looked at the wooden chairs at the roadside stall with disdain, took out a tissue from the table and wiped it again and again, then frowned slightly and sat down.
Why are you here?
Ling Yun blushed slightly as he looked at his wife.
Su Qingyan snorted coldly, said nothing, and turned away.
Ling Yun smiled bitterly.
This woman is really arrogant.
Seeing that he was still drinking, Su Qingyan finally couldn't help but ask, "How long are you going to drink?"
Do you really think your family status is so high? Do you think you can do whatever you want? Really, why don't you learn from those two guys just now? How afraid of his wife he is. But he treats his wife as transparent.
Ling Yun looked at her, his smile gradually becoming a little self-deprecating.
What kind of family status do I have?
Chen Ping'an and Zhang Fan are afraid of their wives and girlfriends, but their wives and girlfriends will at least follow them home to meet their parents.
But what about me? My family laughs at me for marrying an invisible person.
Su Qingyan pouted her lips and rolled her eyes.
This man actually wants to take me home. What is he thinking? Do you really think you are his wife? Are you blaming me? If you treat me as your wife, why would you go out and get drunk because of another woman? Then what do you think of me?
After hearing the woman's angry words, Ling Yun slowly put down his wine glass and looked at her in a slightly drunken state.
Are you jealous? Oh, who's jealous? Why don't you look in the mirror? Are you worthy of making me jealous?
Su Qingyan turned her face away again, her anger clearly visible.
Sorry.
Ling Yun took the initiative to apologize. He didn't know why he should apologize. Anyway, when he saw the woman was angry, he subconsciously apologized.
After all, she was his legal wife. Miss Su, I'm so sorry. I can't help but feel sad, and I can't forget Huaji. She did this on purpose for my own good. She didn't want to burden me.
She was doing this for my own good until her death.
She truly wanted me to be happy. How could I not feel sad for her? It's my fault that I didn't inherit my father's medical skills. Otherwise, I would definitely be able to cure her. Hearing this, Su Qingyan also sighed secretly.
Hearing this, Shin Huaji is indeed a great woman. No wonder I felt that the woman was different from the other people in the Shin family when I first saw her.
This idiot is quite loyal.
He is not like those ungrateful scumbags who fall in love with every woman they meet. Even though Su Yunqi, such a sexy woman, deliberately seduced him, he remained unmoved. It seems that being his woman would be quite reassuring.
Bah! What are you thinking? Su Qingyan quickly shook her head, wondering why she had such a dangerous idea. Miss Su, I'm sorry.
I promised you before that I wouldn't think about her anymore.
You're really no match for her, but I just can't control myself. Click. After Ling Yun finished speaking, he drank another bottle of beer, and his movements were a little heavy when he put the bottle down. This sound inadvertently attracted the attention of a man sitting at a table not far away. They looked over subconsciously. Then, I couldn't look away. This is so beautiful. Su Qingyan is elegant and extraordinary, with an ethereal aura and beautiful eyes that make people dream about her.
The eldest of several men, known as Brother Wolf. The moment he saw Su Qingyan, his heart suddenly started beating violently. He felt like he had rediscovered the feeling of his first love. This feeling is simply indescribable. You may not believe it if I tell you. Brother Wolf looked at Su Qingyan infatuatedly, and said to his companions with a smile, I've been rich these years, and I've had countless beauties with them. I've also met many models and tried all kinds of things, but I've never felt as excited as I do now. His companions fully understood his feelings. Because they feel the same way. The next moment, Brother Wolf stood up, walked to the chair next to Ling Yun and Su Qingyan, and sat down without permission. Although he is a lustful hooligan, he is not acting like a hooligan at this moment. He felt that if he acted rudely towards such a beauty, he would appear to be an extremely rude person, so he wanted to use other means to win her over. Brother Wolf shook his wrist deliberately to make sure that Su Qingyan saw his 138,000 green submariner watch, then he reached into his pocket, took out his Mercedes-Benz key and slammed it on the table. Ling Yun frowned slightly. Su Qingyan had no expression on her face and was secretly amused. Beautiful lady, you should be graduating now, right? College students are not as strict with their temperament as you are. Brother Wolf strikes up a conversation without restraint.
Su Qingyan was not like the beauties he had approached before, pretending to be aloof and saying things like, "Who are you? I don't know you, why are you approaching me?" She actually responded frankly, "Yeah, I'm working."
The eldest daughter of the Su family, who had been hit on by men since she was a child, felt that if these men did not flirt with her, they would be short-sighted or too timid.
"Sister, can you tell me what job you are doing now?" Brother Wolf thought there was hope. Su Qingyan sneered, "Isn't that necessary?"
She didn't even tell her husband about her job, so how could she tell a stranger like this? Seeing that she didn't say anything, Brother Wolf didn't care, but laughed even more proudly.
"Ha, that's true. The position is too low and the salary is too little. There's really no need to tell everyone about it."
Beautiful lady, society is so realistic. You may be beautiful, but if you rely on your talent and work seriously, you will never be able to get ahead in your life.
If you want to take shortcuts, you'll easily be tricked by some beastly bosses.
They will cheat you out of your body, then break their promises and even fire you. The younger brothers around him secretly praised Brother Wolf's way of picking up girls.
First, chat about family matters, touch the other person's sore spot, and then take advantage of the opportunity. Hi. It's really high.
Seeing that Su Qingyan didn't respond, Brother Wolf thought she was lamenting her fate in life, and a dirty hand began to reach out towards her jade hand restlessly.
Bang!
Ling Yun's wine bottle suddenly came crashing down.
"Oh, you!" Brother Wolf was caught off guard and jumped up with a weird scream.
If he had reacted a little slower, his hand would have been smashed off. Several of his younger brothers also stood up immediately, looking very aggressive. Ling Yun was half drunk and lying on the table.
Su Qingyan looked at this idiot. Even after drinking so much, he still didn't forget to protect his wife?
Everyone, peace is the most important thing, peace is the most important thing. The stall owner was a middle-aged woman. Seeing this, she quickly came over with an apologetic smile, fearing that a fight would break out between the two sides.
Didn't the news report a hot event before?
A few men failed to strike up a conversation, and out of anger, they beat up the women badly. She didn't want this to happen at her stall, so she quickly persuaded Su Qingyan, "Beauty, take your man away quickly, I won't take your money."
Su Qingyan remained indifferent. Are you kidding? If Ling Yun doesn't stand up by herself, how can she lead this drunk buffalo? Brother Wolf sat down again and looked at Su Qingyan in disbelief. "Is this your man?" Su Qingyan thought about it and nodded. "Fuck!" Brother Wolf suddenly shouted.
Several of his younger brothers also stared with wide eyes, looking envious and jealous.
"What a fucking waste of flowers stuck in cow dung. Beauty, I can't let you go." Brother Wolf sat down again, patted the Mercedes-Benz key, and said proudly, "Look at this man. He doesn't have a single valuable thing on him. He must be a poor guy, right?
You're so beautiful, there's really no need for you to live a hard life with him. Come with me now, and my Mercedes-Benz will be yours from now on."
How about that? Seeing him feeling good about himself, Su Qingyan couldn't help but chuckle. Benz?
There are more than a dozen cars in her garage.
Chapter 72, The Fool Feels Quite Safe. Beauty, please don't be fooled. The proprietress, standing behind Su Qingyan, didn't see her expression and quickly tried to persuade her, "This is just a trick they use to trick you into bed. If you go with them, you'll probably end up losing both your money and your life." "Shut the fuck up." Brother Wolf immediately knocked the proprietress down with one punch.
Several of his men also rushed over, punched and kicked her, and then stomped on this ungrateful woman. Ling Yun then shook his head and looked up. Seeing that this group of people were bullying others in such a way, a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes.
"Beauty, what do you think?"
"If you're afraid I'll cheat you, take the car keys first."
Brother Wolf simply didn't bother to pay attention to Ling Yun. After all, how capable could a country bumpkin like him be? He picked up the key and was about to put it into Su Qingyan's hand. This trick has always worked for him. In this day and age, which woman doesn't worship money?
You can earn a Mercedes-Benz by sleeping with him for one night, and countless women are lining up to sleep with him. But Su Qingyan moved her hand away to prevent his dirty key from touching it.
"But my man hasn't agreed yet," Su Qingyan said with a smile again. Brother Wolf glared at Ling Yun fiercely and threatened him coldly, "You little bastard, do you want to die?" In no mood.
Ling Yun shook his head to sober up.
"If you don't want to, then just stay still and don't move." Clang. Brother Wolf suddenly smashed a beer bottle and pressed it against Ling Yun's neck. But I haven't moved yet.
Ling Yun still looked indifferent. Brother Wolf didn't look at him, thinking that the man had given in.
He smiled smugly at Su Qingyan and said, "So? I'm domineering, right?"
Su Qingyan nodded and smiled slightly, but this kind of arrogance will either end up in jail or die on the roadside.
Brother Wolf's smile froze instantly, and he turned into anger. "Stop the bullshit. I'm just asking you one question, do you want to come with me?
I'm rich and powerful, much more powerful than that poor toad next to you."
Su Qingyan smiled and said, "But my man hasn't agreed yet."
Brother Wolf.
Damn, after talking for so long, we are still back to the starting point.
One of the younger brothers couldn't help but remind him, "Brother Wolf, she obviously looks down on you and is deliberately playing tricks on you."
"Oh, you've been noticed?" Su Qingyan's lips curled slightly. "Your companions seem to be a bit smarter than you. I really don't look down on you at all. Damn it, if you don't drink my toast, you'll have to drink the penalty drink." Brother Wolf was completely enraged.
He was feeling so good about himself the whole night, but he didn't know that others looked down on him and treated him like a clown.
His beer bottle is about to ruin this woman's appearance. Let's see how she can be proud in the future.
But when he tried to wave his hands, he couldn't move at all. Looking back, Ling Yun was holding his wrist with one hand, his eyes becoming more and more murderous.
"Dare to touch my wife? Have you paid for Social Security and life insurance?" Boom!
Ling Yun punched Brother Wolf in the face, and 2 teeth flew out immediately.
At this moment, Su Qingyan actually saw a domineering aura in this man that Wolf Brother and others did not have. "Wife, let's go back."
Ling Yun let go of his hand, and Brother Wolf collapsed completely. Su Qingyan nodded and stood up, her expression still calm.
"I knew this idiot would protect her. With brute force, I feel safe. Damn it, kill him."
Several men rushed forward immediately. Ling Yun sighed and threw 2 punches. He knew that there were laws in the city, and he really didn't want to fight, but for his wife, he had to fight tonight.
The 2 men fell down again. There was only one man left, shivering while holding the bottle of wine. Ling Yun was so fierce, but he didn't know whether to go up or not. "Ling Yun, stop it."
At this time, Su Qingyan's voice came from behind. The man immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The fairy was not only beautiful, but also had a kind heart. She must have sympathized with them. Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head.
Bang!
The man turned around drowsily and saw Su Qingyan still holding half a bottle of wine in her hand. Her beautiful eyes looked at him with indifference.
Your sister."
The man fell down, unable to believe that such a beautiful and elegant woman could be so violent. Ling Yun was also scared. The level of shock was no less than that of these men.
He hadn't expected Su Qingyan to be so fierce.
She told him to stop, but it turned out she wanted to do it herself.
"It seems that I should not easily provoke this woman in the future. Boss lady, are you okay?" Su Qingyan threw the broken wine bottle away and looked at the middle-aged woman who got up. "No, it's okay."
Compared to the men lying on the ground, she felt that she was really fine.
"Who are this man and woman? This is too violent."
"Well, please deal with the scene and call the police if necessary." Su Qingyan casually transferred 200,000 yuan to the boss's wife. Although she didn't help much just now, her kindness deserved the reward. If she didn't have to pretend to be poor in front of Ling Yun, she would definitely give more than this amount. Even so, everyone in the audience was shocked and shocked. Brother Wolf, who had lost several teeth, felt that he was a clown.
It was so embarrassing to pretend to be rich in front of the goddess. "Let's go."
After doing all this, Su Qingyan walked past Ling Yun and slowly walked towards Tianlong Garden. It took Ling Yun a while to recover from his shock, and he quickly caught up with him.
"How rich is this woman? Just throw away 200,000? Is her annual salary tens of millions?"
Before entering the house, Su Qingyan turned back to look at him and coldly warned. "I hate it most when people reek of alcohol and disturb my rest after 11 o'clock. For Xinhuaji's sake, I'll forgive you this time tonight. But remember, this won't happen again." Ling Yun was slightly stunned. When she turned around, he suddenly grabbed her wrist.
"What? Want to?"
Before he could threaten to kill himself, Ling Yun sincerely thanked him. "Ms. Su, thank you." Su Qingyan trembled slightly, and stared at the man with her beautiful eyes. Ling Yun let go of her hand, scratched his head and said, "For some reason, I'm not that sad."
You're not as heartless as I thought. Su Qingyan's lips curled up subconsciously.
The next moment, he deliberately snorted coldly, "Then you are wrong.
If you make me unhappy again, you will be dead."
After saying that, he shook off the man, turned coldly and went into the house. Ling Yun was a little stunned. This woman really changed so quickly.
Could it be that the tenderness he felt tonight was just an illusion? That should be it. How could that woman be nice to him?
She was just worried that he would come home late and affect her. However, for Shin Huaji's last words and his mother, he will continue to live with her as long as that woman does not file for divorce.
Huaji, don't worry. I will definitely live a good life. Ling Yun sighed deeply and went into the house.
Because I drank too much, I still felt groggy when I woke up the next morning.
Seeing Su Qingyan already sitting in the living room, he quickly said, "Miss Su, I'm sorry. I'll go make breakfast for you now."
"No, I happen to have an appointment today, so I'll eat outside." Su Qingyan was already ready for work, so she just picked up her bag and left. But when he walked to the door and opened it, the beautiful woman suddenly turned around and looked at Ling Yun. Ling Yun was slightly stunned.
Erlangzi, do you remember what you said last night?" Well, Ling Yun had an even worse headache.
He endured the splitting pain in his head and tried hard to recall the past. "Okay, I was thinking of agreeing to it this Saturday when I was free, but since you don't remember, forget it." Su Qingyan deliberately smiled beautifully, turned around, and walked out.
Bang!
Ling Yun seemed to be able to teleport, and he excitedly stepped over and grabbed her wrist.
He remembered it. Chapter 73, Celebrating Mom's Birthday on Saturday. I remember now.
Ling Yun said loudly, "I said I would take you home and let my family meet you."
So, did you agree?
Su Qingyan actually hadn't made up her mind yet, but when she saw how pitiful he looked last night, she felt a little soft-hearted. Now seeing how excited he is, I suddenly feel like I am very important in his heart.
Why are you so happy? Su Qingyan asked back in a deliberately cold tone. Of course I'm happy.
Ling Yun was not as good at hiding things as she was, and said frankly, "You are my wife. What man wouldn't be excited to bring his wife home to see his family?"
Hearing Erlangzi's words, Su Qingyan felt a strange feeling deep in her heart. Sweet, and a little sour and numb. This idiot, does he really think of himself as his wife? Has she surpassed Shin Huaji?
Tisk, just a reminder, we're just a contract couple, don't get too involved. Su Qingyan poured another basin of cold water on him. Seeing Ling Yun's expression gradually cooling down, she pursed her lips slightly. "I'm busy during work hours, let's see if I have time on Saturday and Sunday." Ling Yun was really angry about her way of giving him a slap and then a candy.
But, a real man should tolerate this bad woman. It happens to be my mother's birthday this Saturday. Can I take you back to celebrate her birthday?
After Ling Yun finished speaking, he actually felt his heartbeat.
He was actually a little nervous?
Su Qingyan thought for 3 seconds before nodding slightly. "Okay, if you don't have any social engagements that day, I'll walk around with you, but you'd better not get too excited."
Just leave after saying that.
Ling Yun breathed a sigh of relief.
With the wife's promise, he would have an explanation if his family asked about it.
On the other side, Xin Yanran also woke up. Instead of getting up to exercise as usual, she picked up the tablet beside the bed and started reading Shin Huaji's diary again. After Shin Huaji's death, she seemed to be possessed and was very interested in her past relationship history with Ling Yun. Every little bit of their past intoxicated her. It turns out that falling in love with that man is such a wonderful thing. Steady, safe, and most importantly, good looks and figure, and good physical strength.
Oh my, what was I thinking?
Xin Yanran suddenly felt her face getting hot. She quickly patted her forehead and sat up from the bed, but suddenly saw another message.
So Saturday is Ling Yun's mother's birthday?
Xin Yanran subconsciously hugged the tablet to her chest again, muttering to herself, "Now that Huaji is gone, it should be okay for me to celebrate Ling Yun's mother's birthday on her behalf, right?
Otherwise, should I call Ling Yun first?"
After hesitating for a while, she called.
The other party is on the phone.
At this time, Ling Yun had already packed up and was about to walk out of Tianlong Garden when the phone suddenly rang.
Seeing the caller ID, I couldn't help but frown slightly. Mom? What's wrong? Ling Yun, Mom saw Qing Yin yesterday and missed her even more.
Chen Yuding's tone was quite enthusiastic. "I told Xiaoyan and Shiyu about what happened yesterday.
They are also looking forward to seeing her. When will she be free to meet us? Ling Yun had a bitter smile on his face and replied, that woman, no, Xing Yan said she might find time to go back with me on Saturday to celebrate your birthday. Really? Although Ling Yun couldn't see Chen Yuding's current appearance, he could imagine that his mother must be jumping for joy. Okay, I'll definitely prepare well this year and invite all our relatives and friends over so they can take another good look at our daughter-in-law. Hearing his mother's words, Ling Yun was inexplicably looking forward to it. It seemed that his mother really liked Su Qingyan, that woman. After hanging up the phone and walking out the door, I saw Brother Ji nodding and bowing and calling out, "Good morning, Grandpa." Ling Yun was speechless about this guy, who was a bit shameless. Seeing that he didn't respond, Brother Ji was not bored and prepared to continue filming and uploading the rap video. I was just worrying about what subject to shoot today when I suddenly saw 2 cars parked hastily at the door. The next moment, 4 or 5 big men rushed out of the car, some waving sticks and rushing over. Fuck. Brother G was shocked and wondered if he had taken a video at KTV last week and posted it online, and there happened to be a couple being intimate behind him, and now they were taking revenge? But the next moment, he realized that these people were heading towards Ling Yun. After a sigh of relief, Brother G excitedly sang rap and filmed the video. Yo, the weather is nice today, someone fucked my grandpa is very good, he can easily attract dragons and phoenixes. Brother G, cheer him on. Come on. Damn it. Winning and going to jail is better than losing and going to the factory for repairs. Across the street from the gate, there were quite a few people watching. In a Maybach, Tang Fenglu was chewing gum, holding a young girl in a deep V silk dress in his arms, looking at the scene proudly. Country bumpkin, can't I kill you today? After the cocktail party that night, he hired a private detective to find out that the country bumpkin Ling Yun also lived in Tianlong Garden and even lived with Su Qingyan. He almost broke apart when he heard the news. Could it be that the goddess he had been licking for several years was someone else's second-hand property? But the private detective was quite professional. Based on Su Qingyan's walking posture and the closeness between her and Ling Yun, he quickly made a judgment. The two are not in a romantic relationship, and it is even more impossible for them to have had physical contact. In short, Su Qingyan is still a virgin. Tang Lufeng finally breathed a sigh of relief and immediately arranged for someone to deal with this country bumpkin. Just as Brother Ji sang, Ling Yun was sent to the hospital after winning the fight and was sent to jail. Let us see what this country bumpkin can do? Ling Yun didn't understand the situation at first, but when he found out that these people were determined to kill him, he had to fight back. Stop! At the critical moment, Chen Pinggan's stern shout came from behind. The next moment, this best friend wearing auxiliary police uniform helped Ling Yun and knocked several thugs to the ground. What's going on? Tang Fenglu was a little dumbfounded. Firstly, although he knew that Ling Yun, the country bumpkin, had some skills, he didn't expect that he was even more powerful than he imagined. Secondly, he used the dashcam to keep filming the door, thinking that even if he couldn't cripple the country bumpkin, he could post the video online, hire internet trolls to hype it up, characterize it as a fight, and get the country bumpkin detained. But now that a policeman suddenly shows up, things might get difficult. Yeah, singing and dancing rap to kill monsters, isn't my grandpa awesome? After being stunned for a moment, Brother Ji wiped his nose and started singing excitedly. No wonder Miss Su would fall for this kind of man, it turns out he has some special skills. Ling Yun, what's going on? Chen Pinggan then walked up to Ling Yun and asked. He was actually worried that Ling Yun drank too much last night, so he came to check on him this morning, but he never expected to see this scene. Ling Yun didn't have time to answer him, but walked straight towards the road in front of the door. Seeing his eyes, the second young master of the Tang family was subconsciously a little panicked and prepared to flee. The beautiful woman in a deep V dress next to him was also extremely surprised. She had never seen young Master Tang be so cowardly. But before Tang Lufeng could start the car, Ling Yun quickly crossed the road railing, rushed over, reached through the open car window, grabbed his collar and pulled him out of the window. That's amazing. Ling Yun's skills not only stunned the deep V beauty in the car, but also a man wearing brand-name trendy clothes in front of Tianlong Garden, his eyes widened. How come there is such a weirdo in the community where Su Qingyan lives? Chapter 74, Happy to help the infatuated man. What do you want to do? Tang Lufeng looked at Ling Yun and subconsciously trembled all over. Why is this country bumpkin so scary? When he is angry, he looks like a Shura from hell, with mountains of corpses and seas of blood behind him. You bastard again. What do I want you to do to behave yourself? Ling Yun looked impatient. Hearing him say this, Tang Lufeng laughed out loud. Behave yourself? You country bumpkin dared to ruin my blind date and even pushed me down. I will never let you go. Then I'll kill you. Ling Yan suddenly roared and raised his hand. Tang Lufeng was so frightened that he hugged his legs with his hands and his legs were shaking. In fact, he didn't want to be afraid of this country bumpkin. After all, it would be embarrassing if the second young master of the Tang family was scared like this by a country bumpkin. But there was no way. This country bumpkin had an extremely strong aura, and he really couldn't bear it. Ling Yun, don't be impulsive. At the critical moment, Chen Pingan rushed over and stopped Ling Yun. Although he didn't know Tang Fengliu's identity, he knew that anyone driving a Maybach must be a top young master in Huacheng. His dashcam was facing them, and if he threw a punch, there would be endless consequences. Tang Lufeng opened his eyes and saw the scene before him. He immediately laughed triumphantly. Ah, the guy next to you is quite sensible. You just punched me, and you'll have to spend the rest of your life in jail. Did you know that? Ling Yan glared at him again, staring Tang Lufeng so much that he shut up immediately. Why is this country bumpkins look so scary? Ling Yan thought about it and knew the consequences of being an illegal resident in the police station, so he gave him a gentle push and let him go. That's right. Tang Lufeng sat up, straightened his collar, and sneered smugly. We rich people have a million ways to kill a country bumpkin like you, but if you touch a hair on my head, you'll spend the rest of your life in jail. Let's see how you play this game. Seeing his arrogant face, it was Qin Pingan's turn to raise his hand and want to beat him up so that he couldn't take care of himself. It was Ling Yan's turn to hold him back. Seeing this, Tang Lufeng was even more arrogant. Come on, give me a punch in the face and try it. I will definitely make you lose everything and become a beggar, and then send you to work on a sewing machine. Qin Pingan was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. He didn't know why Ling Yun was so cowardly this time. This is not his style. The man who had been guarding Tianlong Garden couldn't help but look at Ling Yun. Although it was the first time he met Ling Yun, he felt that this man was extraordinary. Judging from his ability to deal with 5 people with ease, he was definitely a ruthless man. Who would have thought that he wouldn't dare to do anything to a mere Tang Lufeng? Oh! Just as Tang Lufeng was about to roll up the car window, start the car and leave, a black shadow flew past him. Before he could react to what it was, he felt a sharp pain in his eyes. Chen Pingan didn't know what was going on. He was walking beside Ling Yun, and suddenly he saw him waving his arm, but he didn't see him throwing anything out, and then the scene in front of him happened. Tang Lufeng covered his left eye, blood was flowing out. The deep beauty next to him was frightened to death. So cruel. The man at the gate of the community was also secretly amazed. This man can make swords out of flying flowers and leaves. Asshole, how dare you plot against me? I will never let you go. Tang Lufeng stared at Ling Yun with one eye. He said the cruelest words but did the most cowardly things, with one foot even on the accelerator, ready to drive away at any time. He was also afraid that Ling Yun would kill him. Which eye of yours saw me plotting against you? Where's the evidence? Ling Yunfeng shrugged calmly. Hasn't this guy been talking to them about the law? The law requires evidence for everything. That's right, don't talk nonsense without evidence or we'll sue you for defamation. Qin Pingan suddenly felt relieved from the breath he had been holding in his heart. I know that best friends are tough and don't talk much. TSK, blinding someone's eye is much more cruel than beating him up. You guys. Just wait for me. I will definitely find the witness and kill you. Tang Fenglu was so angry that his face turned red. He never thought that his house would be burglarized when he was not prepared and turned away the camera. The next moment, he also discovered the trendy guy in Tianlong Garden. He was just about to shout at the other person excitedly and ask him to be a witness. Unexpectedly, the fashionable man laughed in advance and said, Tang Fenglu, I didn't see anything, you don't have to think about it. Is it you? Tang Lufeng then saw clearly who the other person was and immediately stopped talking. This man is 10 times more difficult to deal with than Ling Yun. If you don't want to be a one-eyed dragon, go to the hospital. Ling Yun reminded coldly. Tang Lufeng snorted coldly and drove away with a lot of resentment. Ling Yun then looked at the fashionable man. He is actually quite tall and good-looking, but his face is a little pale and he looks a little frail. Hello, brother. My name is Lu Leiluo. The trendy man took the initiative to walk over and extended his hand to Ling Yun, which was quite friendly. Without waiting for Ling Yun to respond, Qin Pingan pointed at the man and exclaimed, Lu Leiluo? You are the almighty and heroic Lu of the Lotus Pond? The eldest son of the Lu family, Lu Lei Luo? Although Ling Yun had never heard of this title, it sounded like he was a celebrity in Huacheng. Exactly. Nice to meet you.
Lu Lei Luo smiled again and reached out to Ling Yun. His smile is indeed sunny and worthy of the word heroic, but it is incompatible with his underlying morbidity.
What an impressive man. Ling Yun.
Ling Yun also introduced himself and shook hands with him. Just as he was still wondering why the other party took the initiative to strike up a conversation with him, Lu Lei Luo took the initiative to ask, "Brother, do you live in Tianlong Garden?"
Ling Yun nodded. Could you please deliver a letter for me?
Lu Lei Luo smiled slightly and then took out a letter from his pocket. It's red and has a heart on it, so you can tell it's a love letter at first glance. Then, like magic, a red rose suddenly appeared in his hand.
Chen Pingon was stunned.
The rumors were indeed true. Young Master Lu, one of the four beauties in Huacheng, could indeed perform magic.
Ling Yun cared more about the words on the envelope.
The handwriting is so powerful that it can be seen through the back of the paper. Very good.
The handwriting can reflect a person's character to some extent.
Because of these beautiful words, Ling Yun decided to take the envelope and help him.
Who is it for? Why don't you deliver it in person?
Give me the dream girl of 10 years, and you can just drop the letter and flowers into the mailbox in her community. Lu Lei Luo handed the rose to Ling Yun, and there was a number on it, which was the inbox of her dream lover. Ling Yun also knew that there were some letter and express delivery lockers in the community, but he had never used them and didn't know which locker number corresponded to his house.
It's just a small favor, so why not give it a hand?
After all, there aren't many infatuated men these days.
Thank you, brother. I'll take my leave now.
Lu Lei Luo spoke in a rather literary manner and bowed before leaving. Ling Yun didn't care and went straight into the community, delivered the letter and roses, and then walked out again. Seeing that Qin Pingyun was still waiting for him at the door, he asked, "What do you want to talk to me about today?"
Chapter 75, The Little Fairy's Excellent Logic.
It's nothing serious, I'm just worried that your wife might be angry because you drank so much last night. As Qin Pingyun spoke, he suddenly moved closer to Ling Yun and reminded him sincerely, "Sister-in-law is really rare, you must cherish her while you are here." Ling Yun suddenly smiled bitterly. Of course he knew that the woman was incredibly beautiful, but she was only his wife in name. How could he cherish her?
What's with that expression on your face? Is your sister-in-law really angry? Chen Pingon looked nervous.
Although his wife is not his, he would definitely feel very sad if Ling Yun broke up with his sister-in-law.
I'm angry, but it's okay. You don't have to worry.
Ling Yun is very grateful to this best friend.
It is a great pleasure to have such a brother in life. That's all right. I'll go to work then. Chen Pingon patted Ling Yun's shoulder and suddenly patted his head. Haven't you found a job yet? We're looking for some auxiliary police officers. You can come back with me and try. A high school degree or above is enough.
Ling Yun was still a little hesitant.
Let's go. It won't hurt to try anyway. What if it works?
Qin Pingyun didn't know that Ling Yun was now a multi-millionaire and his wife gave him 100,000 yuan in food expenses every month. He was worried that his best friend had no job and no income, so he took him away.
Ling Yun had no choice. A man couldn't just live off his wife. He had to find a job and have an income, right?
So, I was dragged away. As soon as Chen Pingyun got on the motorcycle, his cell phone rang.
Qinghui Road is seriously congested? Okay, I'll deal with it right away. Chen Pingon put down the phone, drove his motorcycle, and rushed to Qinghui Road with Ling Yun.
When we arrived at the scene, we found that there was a huge traffic jam with cars coming and going. The sounds of horns, complaints, and discussions around us continued. It turned out that an Audi women's car was parked randomly, blocking the one-way street and causing serious congestion. Qin Pingyun was wearing the uniform of an auxiliary police officer. When the people around him saw him coming to handle the situation, they all directed their resentment at him.
What kind of uncultured driver is this? The road belongs to her, right? Why is she parking there randomly?
That's right, we've been stuck in traffic for an hour and that guy still hasn't returned.
Do you have any sense of public morality?
Comrade police officer, you must tow her car away, revoke her driver's license, and teach her a lesson. Chen Pingon smiled bitterly and nodded, then quickly checked around the Audi and found that the owner had not left any contact number. Because the weather was hot and there were so many people around, Shin Pingon was sweating all over after going back and forth, and looked very tired. Not only that, the people around were also very angry and took out their anger on Shin Pingon.
Hurry up! How do you manage to be a police officer? We're almost being steamed. If you don't handle it properly, we will file a complaint against you. The public is outraged.
Ling Yun also felt sorry for his best friend. It seemed that being an auxiliary police officer was not easy.
He has to pay for someone else's mistake.
Just as Shin Pingon was about to ask someone to tow the car away, a proud voice suddenly came.
Hey, you guys, do you still have any sense of public morality? You're honking your horns, it's so noisy.
Ling Yun was not an auxiliary police officer and had nothing to do with this matter, but when he heard the voice, he immediately frowned. I was wondering who was so uncultured. It turned out to be Zhang Yumeng. Hearing her voice, everyone quieted down a little. Indeed, honking your horn will disturb other people, and it's useless for them to honk randomly. But who would have thought that the next moment, Zhang Yumeng brought two fashionable men to the Audi and said coldly to Shin Pingon, "What are you doing?
There's no parking sign on this street. How dare you give me a ticket?"
Look at her causing serious traffic jams, yet she is still so arrogant. The people around her are also shocked.
The anger is boiling up. Ling Yun also sighed secretly.
Zhang Yumeng has had princess syndrome since she was a child. Unexpectedly, the older she gets, the worse her temper becomes.
Miss, this is a one-way street. If you park your car randomly, it will cause a traffic jam. Don't you understand this common sense?
Shin Pingon was gentle and tried to reason with her. But the nicer he was, the more angry Zhang Yumeng became. She put her hands on her hips and said, "I can't find a parking space and I need to get out. Where else can I park if not here?" Stop talking nonsense with her, Mr. Policeman, just tow her car away.
The people around here can no longer tolerate it.
They actually managed to meet such a fairy, wasting so many people's precious time, and still acting so self-righteously.
It really makes people angry. Shin Pingon still wanted to handle the matter normally.
After all, calling a tow truck would only cause more traffic and it would be difficult for the tow truck to get in, so he warned, "Miss, this time I will just give you a fine and warning, please drive your car away immediately." Unexpectedly, Zhang Yumeng suddenly became furious. Seeing Ling Yun behind Shin Pingon, he suddenly shouted, "Okay, you are with Ling Yun, right?
You are here to mess with me on purpose?"
Ling Yun was also speechless. The little fairy had reversed the cause and effect so well.
"Miss, please stop making trouble.
It was you who blocked the traffic that caused us to be notified and come here to deal with it.
Don't reverse the order,"
Shin Pingon still patiently explained.
But Zhang Yumeng refused to listen.
She put her hands on her hips and said, "I'm not going to drive away."
"What can you do?"
"I didn't say you're not allowed to park." The people around were so angry that they wanted to beat her up. But Zhang Yumeng was followed by two trendy tattooed men who looked difficult to deal with. "Miss, if you don't drive away, I will not only ticket you, but also tow your car away."
Shin Pingon could only follow the rules. "Drag. Just try to drag one. I have people in my traffic team."
Zhang Yumeng was also very angry, and her face turned red. From childhood to adulthood, no one has ever dared to bully her like this. Shin Pingon had no choice but to take out his phone and dial a number. "Hello, there is a car parked illegally on Qinghui Road, blocking traffic. Send a car to tow it away immediately."
You really dare?"
Zhang Yumeng pointed at Shin Pingon angrily, as if the other party had done something extremely treasonous and insubordinate.
Shin Pingon was too lazy to pay attention to her.
Zhang Yumeng felt even more humiliated and slapped him in the face.
Bang!
The whole world suddenly became quiet.
Everyone was stunned.
Ling Yun's anger was also rising.
This woman was too much. Shin Pingon couldn't stand it any longer and pointed at her and warned, "You are obstructing law enforcement and assaulting police officers. You will be detained." "Detention? Would I be afraid of you?" Zhang Yumeng was also very angry and slapped Shin Pingon again and again.
Although Shin Pingon was not a master, he was more than capable of dealing with a little fairy, and he twisted her around with his backhand. Everyone was about to cheer loudly when the two trendy guys behind Zhang Yumeng saw what was happening and immediately rushed over, punching and kicking Shin Pingon. Zhang Yumeng is their goddess. The people around were stunned.
They finally saw the arrogant men and women in real life that they had only seen on the internet. Fortunately, Ling Yan jumped out the next moment and kicked the two tattooed men to the ground with 2 kicks. He pointed at them coldly and said, "Dare to touch my brothers? I will kill you." Chen Pingon finally breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, luckily I brought Ling Yan out to enforce the law today, otherwise if I met such arrogant men and women, I would be beaten to a bloody pulp. The next moment, he also threw Zhang Yumeng to the ground with his backhand. Revenge. Seeing this scene, not only did no one present sympathize with Zhang Yumeng, the beautiful little fairy, but many people even spontaneously applauded. The applause is getting louder and louder. Zhang Yumeng was so angry that she was trembling all over. She didn't look at Chen Pingon, but pointed at Ling Yun, gritting her teeth. You bastard, you let my cousin down, and now you want to bully me?" She was convinced that if Ling Yun had not taken action, who would Chen Pingon be? Chapter 76, Who Sends Love Letters to His Wife? If you insist on thinking this way, I can't help it. Ling Yun spread his hands, his eyes indifferent. Zhang Yumeng is Shin Huaji's cousin, so of course he hopes the best for her. Unfortunately, she is so unreasonable, and he won't indulge her. Shin Huaji didn't think that he had let her down, and even hoped that his marriage could last. Why did this little fairy say that? It's as if he owes her something, it's simply bandit logic. You bastard. Wait. I won't be a human being if I don't kill you. Zhang Yumeng stared at Ling Yun and cursed. In her opinion, what happened today was that Ling Yun deliberately called the auxiliary police over to retaliate against her, just to bully others. Wasn't it just that she had scolded him last time at the Shin family, and even said she would deal with his wife? Unexpectedly, before she even made a move, this bastard resorted to underhanded tactics. Zhang Yumeng left some harsh words and wanted to leave. But how could it be that easy? Chen Pingon immediately stopped her and said righteously, "I gave you a chance just now, but you didn't drive the car away. Now I've called a tow truck, and your car can't leave." When the people around heard this, they applauded again and were as happy as if it were New Year's Day. This kind of little fairy should be taught a lesson to let her know that the earth does not revolve around her. You. Zhang Yumeng was so angry that her face turned red. She felt that Ling Yun and Chen Pingon had teamed up with bad people all over the world to bully her. "Okay, I don't want the car anymore. Do whatever you want with me. I'm not short of money. Just wait and see." After saying that, he abandoned the car and fled. He even ignored the 2 companions lying on the ground, revealing his ruthless and selfish face. But the 2 tattooed trendy guys still got up and ran after her. Chen Pingon felt soft-hearted and thought he had taught her a lesson, so he didn't insist on taking her back to the police station. After the matter was settled, Ling Yun followed Chen Pingon back to the police station. Unfortunately, if you want to be an auxiliary police officer, you still need to have a household registration file. Ling Yun didn't want to be found out as an illegal resident, so he gave up. I went home alone in the afternoon and received a call from Ling Shiyu. "Ling Yun, have you found a job?" "No, but several companies have expressed interest in me." "You don't have to worry about me, cousin." Ling Yun could tell that Ling Shiyu cared about him very much, so in order not to make his cousin worry, he told a white lie. "That's good." Ling Shiyu breathed a sigh of relief and continued, "Your brother-in-law is such a jerk. I asked him to recommend a job for you, but you refused. If your cousin hadn't just resigned, she would definitely recommend you to work at our company." "Cousin, you resigned?" Ling Yun was very puzzled. His sister had a good position and a high salary, so why did she suddenly quit? "Well, I'm pregnant, and the due date is around the Lunar New Year." "Congratulations." When Ling Yun heard this, he was sincerely happy for his cousin. Ling Shiyu's tone revealed a complex mood. "What's there to congratulate? I'm out of work, so I've lost my source of income. I'm afraid I won't be able to help your family for the time being. You must strive to be better and don't let that Li Huai look down on you." Ling Yun was deeply touched, and could clearly feel that his cousin's heart was still with the Ling family. "I will fight for my honor. From now on, I will take care of you." "Ha, I feel very comfortable hearing what you said," Ling Shiyu said with a smile. She has always been optimistic about Ling Yun since she was a child, but the world is so unfair. Her cousin is handsome, has excellent physical fitness, is a decent person, and knows a lot of medical skills, but why is he always frustrated? But she believed that as long as her cousin didn't give up, he would be able to make a name for himself sooner or later. "By the way, your mother's 54th birthday is in a couple of days. Will your wife go home with you? She said she'd come back with me when she's free. There shouldn't be any problems, right? Ling Yun's answer made Ling Shiyu overjoyed. That's great. I don't have a job anyway, so I'll go to your house tomorrow and help your mom decorate. My cousin has made up her mind, and Ling Yun doesn't want to persuade her. He was worried that his cousin would be too concerned about the Ling family, and Li Huai would have a problem with it sooner or later. That man always felt that the Ling family was a burden to his family. After hanging up the phone, Ling Yun went home to prepare dinner and waited for Su Qingyan to come home. But that woman is later than before. He didn't know that Su Qingyan had returned to the community 20 minutes ago. When I passed by the express box, I found that the indicator light of my inbox was on. What's going on? Su Qingyan frowned slightly. Could it be that someone knew that she had moved into this community? When I walked over and opened it, her pretty face was even colder than ice. What's going on? All the love letters and roses from Lu Leiluo have been bombarded here? 10 years ago, the nerd from the Lu family began to pursue her, and even wrote some literary poems and letters to her every day. Su Qingyan was not interested in these things and ignored them at first. Later, when she received so many, she felt annoyed and disgusted when she saw them and refused to accept them directly. Lu Leiluo, however, enjoyed it very much and even sent love letters to the Su family every day. Later, he guessed that Su Qingyan might find him boring, so he learned a lot of magic tricks. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't win the heart of the beauty. Su Qingyan even blocked all his contact information and instructed the servants not to accept any more letters from Lu Leiluo and to reject them directly when they saw any. Who would have thought that a year later, this boring and disgusting love letter bomb would come again? Is it ever going to end? A minute later, Uncle De, the community security captain, ran up to Su Qingyan with sweat on his forehead. Uncle De, what's going on? Su Qingyan asked coldly, forget about others, but how could you not know my instructions? Uncle De used to be the security guard at the Su family manor. Later he was assigned to be the security captain at Tianlong Garden. Of course he knew the eldest lady's temper. Miss, please calm down. I will call the security guards to question them immediately to see who did this. Just 10 minutes later, the security guards online and offline said in unison that they had not delivered anything to her express box, nor did they see who delivered it. That's weird. Uncle De was sweating profusely as he couldn't find the murderer. Miss, this young master of the Lu family is truly powerful. But don't worry, this kind of thing will never happen again. Su Qingyan then tore up the love letter, asked Uncle De to throw it in the trash can, and turned around to go home coldly. Compared to the cheesy love letter read at Ling Yun's wedding banquet, this kind of flowery and boring stuff made her feel even more uncomfortable. In comparison, although Ling Yun is a bit stupid, he can still give her a sense of security and freshness. On the other hand, she can't think of any other adjective to describe Lu Leiluo except the word boring. Why are you so late tonight? The food is cold. Ling Yun saw that she was finally back and couldn't help but frown and asked. How dare this man talk to her in such an attitude? Although Su Qingyan was angry, she was not disgusted. Compared to Lu Leiluo, who only had a flattering and fawning expression towards her, the fool in front of her looked more like a man. Nothing, I'm just in a bad mood. I'm skipping dinner. Su Qingyan said something casually and went straight back to her room. Ling Yun was suddenly a little furious. Why didn't you tell me in advance if you didn't want to eat? I put in a lot of thought and waited for you all night, and you're just going to let me go with just a word? That's definitely not possible. Ling Yun quickly chased after him. Chapter 77 Jubeji in Xiaolongnu. Etc. Ling Yun walked over quickly and grabbed Su Qingyan's white jade wrist. Su Qingyan was slightly startled, then turned around and gave him a cold look. If it were an executive of Tianlong Group, seeing this look in her eyes, he would definitely be scared to the point of his legs going weak, or even peeing and shitting, but unfortunately, this trick is ineffective against her Langzi. Don't look at me like that. You probably haven't had dinner yet, right? You didn't tell me not to prepare it in advance, so if I prepare it, you have to eat it. Besides, skipping dinner is bad for your health. Ling Yun was very strong and both sides' positions were clearly stated. Su Qingyan was a little angry. From childhood to adulthood, if she says she doesn't want to eat, who dares to force her to eat? Even an old lady wouldn't do that. This man, who is he to her? Su Qingyan shook off his hand and said with a bit of annoyance, I have no appetite today, and I'm not in a good mood either. I can't eat.
Just as she was about to turn around again, Ling Yan said directly, "It's okay if you can't eat, I'll make you some dessert."
Su Qingyan's eyes suddenly lit up. "Oh? You can also make desserts."
I really didn't expect that this is not an ordinary idiot.
Has he also learned cooking? Is this the skill you learned to cheat rich women? Of course I will.
Pudding, cake, mung bean paste, pick one and I'll make it for you, but I'll charge the money from that card.
Ling Yan's serious words made Su Qingyan laugh again. She is the eldest daughter of the Su family, and she still cares about this little money? Okay, you can have one each, Su Qingyan said casually. But Ling Yan refused to do it again, frowning. Can you finish it? When we are in the army, we are absolutely not allowed to waste food. This stupid man. Su Qingyan was so angry.
Just now, he offered to make dessert to coax her, and she was a little happy. But she never thought that he would say such unromantic words.
Okay, if you can't finish it, I'll pack it up and bring it back to the office for my colleagues tomorrow. That should be okay, right? That includes all the dinners you made.
No need for dinner, I can eat it, so it's settled.
Ling Yan left a word and went into the kitchen to start working. Su Qingyan subconsciously glanced at the 3 dishes and 1 soup on the table.
She didn't believe that the idiot could really finish so many dishes by himself.
Is he the reincarnation of Zhu Beiji?
As soon as she finished her shower and came out feeling refreshed, she saw that the fool had set up half a table full of desserts.
You can eat now.
Ling Yan turned around subconsciously. Su Qingyan was a little caught off guard and quickly stuffed the clothes in her hands into the bag. But Ling Yan had good eyesight and saw that her underwear was stained with blood.
Are you hurt?
Ling Yan looked her up and down, but didn't find any injuries.
Su Qingyan really wanted to use her size 37 shoes to hit his stupid 21-centimeter face. He is the reincarnation of Zhu Beiji. Unexpectedly, the next second, Ling Yan immediately changed his words. If you don't know how to wash clothes, can I help you?
Su Qingyan's eyes widened immediately, and after a while she smiled coldly. You are ugly, but you think you have beautiful thoughts.
I don't want to bother to wash my clothes. Can't I just throw them away?
Unexpectedly, Ling Yan suddenly frowned and scolded her like an older brother.
Miss Su, is this your tutor? Waste is shameful. You haven't worn those clothes many times, have you? Just wash them and they'll be as good as new. Why throw them away?
It doesn't matter if it's for others, but he can't stand seeing his own wife being extravagant.
Su Qingyan was stunned by his scolding.
She threw her clothes into the corner and went back to her room in a huff. Ling Yan ignored her. But seeing that she didn't seem to plan to come out, he walked over and knocked gently on her door.
Hey, wife, the desserts are ready, come out and have some. If you don't want to eat, get out. Hearing her angry voice, Ling Yan also got angry. Isn't this woman joking? He made so much, but she didn't eat any of it? Who was she kidding? If you don't eat, I'll call your grandma.
Ling Yan had no choice but to complain to his elders to find out who taught this woman to be so extravagant.
Click.
Just as he was about to pick up his phone, the door opened.
Su Qingyan's eyes were like a flash of lightning.
She wanted to split this fool in half to see if he was made of stone.
How could he be so hard? Ling Yan didn't care about her.
Seeing her come out, he sat down at the dinner table and finished his 3 dishes, 1 soup and several bowls of white rice. Seeing that he had such a good appetite, Su Qingyan was both angry and happy.
Why? She was so angry at this man that she lost her appetite, but this man was eating with relish? Then she can't suffer any loss.
I sat at the table and took a sip of the mung bean soup.
I thought it was okay.
I cut a small piece of pudding with my knife and fork, it tasted pretty good. Afterwards, she ate to her heart's content. After all, in front of this pig-like man, no matter how she ate, she would be elegant. Seeing that she finally ate, Ling Yan's mouth curled up, and he felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. Su Qingyan saw him smile, but she pouted and stared at him coldly.
What are you laughing at? What's so funny? Ling Yan didn't care.
Seeing that the woman was in the mood to make an expression, he also said, after eating dessert, you feel much better, right?
My mom and cousin know that you are going back with me on Sunday, and they are very happy.
I hope you won't give me a sour face when the time comes.
Su Qingyan rolled her eyes at him and remained silent. What? Can we confirm the itinerary?
Ling Yan also wanted to finalize it as soon as possible to avoid any further complications. You can ask me not to be sour-faced, but you have to help me solve a problem. Su Qingyan said, I don't know who has been randomly delivering things to my express box recently.
You have to help me find him. If I find him out, will you be in a good mood to go home with me? It's hard to say I'm in a good mood, but I promise to go back, okay? Su Qingyan rolled her eyes at him again.
In fact, in addition to Ling Yun, the old lady also knew that Chen Yuding's birthday was this weekend, and she put pressure on her to celebrate her mother-in-law's birthday.
Otherwise, what will others think if the newlywed daughter-in-law is not present? Su Qingyan had no choice.
She had to go anyway, so she just added some more conditions to make herself feel better.
Okay, no problem.
Ling Yun didn't know much and thought that every time he asked this woman to act, he had to do something for her.
But this is fair, after all, it's a contract marriage. No one takes advantage of anyone.
After finishing the conversation, Ling Yun's appetite improved, and he actually finished all the food in no time.
Oh, it really is the reincarnation of Zhu Beiji.
Su Qingyan was a little stunned, and finally understood that it was not easy for Chen Yuding to raise this cow. She didn't know how much food it consumed.
You are the reincarnation of little dragon girl, and you are not interested in worldly things? Su Qingyan looked at him strangely, and he looked at Su Qingyan even weirder. It's normal to grow by eating.
But she can grow so big without eating.
It defies scientific principles and breaks the law of conservation of energy. I'm not a pig. I'm full. Please pack it for me and I'll bring it back to the company tomorrow. Su Qingyan stood up and left. Ling Yun really has no way to deal with this woman.
She is full after eating so little.
She is too easy to feed. No wonder her family seems so rich. Maybe she saves money from food expenses?
Su Qingyan went back to her room to take care of some things and was about to go into the bathroom to wash up before going to bed, but she found Ling Yun washing clothes there.
Are you serious?
Seeing him eating something with his mouth and rubbing his white panties with his hands, Su Qingyan was immediately defeated.
Oh my god. Let Fa Hai come and capture this monster. He's a grown man, but he washes a woman's underwear? That's perverted. Chapter 78, The Biggest Pig's Hoof in the World. Miss Su, you haven't gone to bed yet? Just in time. I've scrubbed your clothes clean for you. Look. There's no dirt at all.
Ling Yun was actually a little proud and spread out her underwear.
There are only two types of men who can do such a thing. 1. Super pervert. Second, a straight man with no distractions between men and women.
Su Qingyan was so angry that her face turned red and she couldn't say a word for a while.
Family members, who understands? The feeling of living with a crazy man is just terrible. Okay, I'll hang it up for you. Once it's dry, you can wear it next time. Don't waste it.
Ling Yun gave another serious instruction. He has been in the army for 6 years and washed his clothes by hand every day. He has even washed field combat uniforms that are 10 times dirtier than Su Qingyan's new pants.
What's the big deal about washing clothes like this?
Seeing him walking past her as if nothing had happened, Su Qingyan was so angry that she couldn't vent it for a moment. She thinks others are dirty, and others think she is wasteful. The problem is, the man's eyes were really calm, and she couldn't figure him out at all. Seeing Ling Yun forcefully throwing her panties away and hanging them on the rack, Su Qingyan's face felt hot.
She rushed straight into the bathroom and took a deep breath to relax. She was really afraid that if she wasn't careful, she would be angered to death by that man again. The next morning, Su Qingyan walked out of Tianlong Community as usual, got into a Bentley and left.
But he didn't notice that there was a black Mercedes parked across the street.
The car windows are one-way visible. In the back seat of the Mercedes-Benz, a noble lady in a black cheongsam said to the beautiful young woman beside her, "Did you see that? Su Qingyan is already living with a man. She might want to snatch him away to be the heir." The young beauty stared at the Bentley as it drove away, then her gaze turned towards the gate of Tianlong Garden again. "I'm actually very curious, what kind of man can tame a woman like Su Qingyan?"
The young beauty said while biting her red lips.
The noble lady in the black cheongsam also laughed and said, "I'm curious too. I wonder how many days that man can survive with Su Qingyan. I'm only worried now that if he really manages to get Su Qingyan pregnant, the right to inherit the tens of billions of assets of the Tianlong Group will be completely out of our reach." This is also what young beauties fear the most. Why is it that although everyone has the surname Su, her order of inheritance is far behind Su Qingyan? This is not fair.
Not long after, Ling Yun also came out for a morning run. Although he left the army, he never missed a day of exercise, and it became a daily habit. His eyesight was good, and he quickly spotted the black Mercedes. The Mercedes-Benz suddenly drove away as if it was guilty of something.
Brother Ling Yun.
At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind.
Brother Lei Luo, it's you again?
Ling Yun turned around, looking a little surprised. Lu Leiluo unexpectedly handed him another love letter and roses, and begged, Brother Ling Yun, as usual, please.
Ling Yun laughed, Brother, aren't you tired of writing a love letter every day?
Ha, when you truly fall in love with a woman, you'll find that no matter what you do for her, you won't feel tired. Lu Leiluo smiled with great pride. Ling Yun also laughed, thinking that there might be some truth in this. Suddenly I remembered that I cooked for that woman every day and helped her wash clothes yesterday.
I really didn't feel tired.
Wait. Ling Yun suddenly discovered a very serious problem.
Did he get too caught up in the role and really treat that woman as his wife? This is a very dangerous thing. Brother Ling Yun, what's wrong with you?
Lu Leiluo saw that he was suddenly distracted and patted him on the shoulder gently.
No. Nothing, I'll deliver the stuff for you.
Ah, thanks. I'll definitely repay you for this favor later.
Lu Leiluo was very happy.
After Su Qingyan received his love letter yesterday, she actually asked someone to tell him not to send him anymore. It has been more than a year since the goddess contacted him again.
You're welcome, it's just a small favor.
After Ling Yun received the letter, he quickly finished his breakfast and morning run, and quickly came to the express box for the owners of Tianlong Garden.
After taking a look, I felt relieved. Luckily, no one has delivered anything today.
Ling Yun casually put Lu Leiluo's love letter and roses into the designated box and began to wait. As long as we catch the guy who delivers the express parcels randomly, the woman will go home with him. This mission is very important. But even though he gave up going home for lunch and waited until 6 in the afternoon, he didn't catch a single courier. Seeing that it was time to go home and cook, Ling Yun had no choice but to walk to the security booth.
Ah, chicken. Oh, it's Grandpa? What do you want me to do?
Brother Ji walked up to Ling Yun with a flattering smile on his face.
Could you please keep an eye on the delivery box for me?
If you see someone delivering a package, tell me immediately.
Okay. If other owners had given the order, Brother Ji wouldn't have bothered to do it.
But Ling Yun is a man who can roll around with the eldest daughter of the Su family in the underground parking lot, so he must spare no effort to please her. Who knows, this man might be able to make him rich in the future.
Ling Yun also went home to cook.
At about 7:30, Su Qingyan hurried back home in anger. Anyone who sees that expression will be scared.
What's wrong? Who messed with you again?
Ling Yun was also a little scared.
This woman's eyes seem to be dissatisfied with him? Didn't you promise to help me catch the guy who made the random deliveries? Why did I receive some disgusting stuff again today?
As expected, Su Qingyan started her speech coldly. Ling Yun shuddered slightly, frowning, that shouldn't be the case.
I've been waiting all day and didn't see anything. Could it be that it happened after 6 o'clock? Ah, Ji didn't tell me? Ling Yun quickly called Brother Ji. Grandpa, no. No one has been here since 6 o'clock.
I swear on my future wife's reputation that if I'm lying, she's an ugly freak. Hearing Brother Ji's harsh oath, Ling Yun was even more puzzled. Oh, Mr. Ling, your ability to handle affairs is really questionable.
Su Qingyan smiled coldly.
Ling Yun was also anxious. The murderer had not been caught, and if this woman didn't go home with him, he would not be able to give an explanation to his mother and cousin.
But what happened? He clearly didn't see anyone delivering it. Is it really haunted?
Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed through his mind, and he suddenly slapped his thigh.
Bang! Su Qingyan was also startled by the sudden action of this fool. What's wrong with this idiot again? Miss Su, what you received was not a love letter and a rose, was it? Ling Yun couldn't help but ask loudly.
It's just this disgusting stuff.
Su Qingyan then casually threw the things on the table. Ouch!
Ling Yun slapped his thigh again and said in frustration, Miss Su, this thing.
Oops. I actually invested in it. You voted? Su Qingyan was so surprised that her eyes froze. So it was you yesterday too?
Ling Yun nodded.
Su Qingyan didn't know whether to be angry or amused.
It's really the biggest pig-ass trotter in the world.
What do you mean? There are men in this world who help other men to seduce their wives. Mr. Ling, if you don't want to live with me, why don't we just go to the Civil Affairs Bureau directly? Is there any need to go through so much trouble?
No, Miss Su, please listen to my explanation. Ling Yan became really anxious when he heard her say that.
Oh my god, I was really stupid this time. How could he not have thought that Lu Leiloa's goddess was his own cold-blooded wife? Chapter 79, Ling Yan's wife is a liar? You talk, I'm listening. Su Qingyan looked at his panic and felt inexplicably proud. She crossed her hands and looked cold. This man doesn't even look down on Su Yunqi. How high is his vision? Why am I so nervous about her? Doesn't that mean she's very attractive?
This feeling is much more three-dimensional than other men directly sending flowers, writing love letters, and saying that you are the most beautiful woman in the world.
It's like this. Lu Leiluo didn't tell me who this love letter was for. If I knew it was for you, I definitely wouldn't help him.
Ling Yan quickly stated his position.
So boring. I thought you wanted to send me out, and I was secretly happy for a while.
Su Qingyan still pretended to be aloof and sat down at the table to eat after she finished speaking.
For some reason I have a much better appetite tonight than last night. Miss Su, how could I bear to send you away? Ling Yan also quickly sat down and spoke seriously.
Seeing him say such corny words so naturally, Su Qingyan was secretly surprised, but also knew that this idiot must not have thought much in his mind.
A typical single-celled animal.
Sure enough, Ling Yan continued, I used to be my mother's favorite, but now you are her favorite.
If we break up, she will definitely not be able to bear it. So, you are using your mother to threaten me now? Su Qingyan immediately asked back. In fact, in her heart, wasn't her grandmother the same?
It seemed as if this man was her grandson and she was the grandson's wife.
No.
Ling Yan quickly confessed, Miss Su, if you want to divorce me, I will never say such words, but I really don't want that day to come. Seeing his sincerity, Su Qingyan snorted coldly, but she felt a strange feeling in her heart.
Suddenly, she was not so eager to divorce this man. It seems that this marriage is not as bad as imagined.
By the way, Miss Su, even though I'm a little clueless, I did help you find the sender.
You have to keep your promise and attend my mother's birthday party.
Ling Yan said seriously again.
Cicada. Su Qingyan didn't even raise her head.
When she met such an idiot, she was sometimes speechless and wanted to laugh at the same time.
Well, there are some rules in our village.
When a daughter-in-law celebrates her mother-in-law's birthday for the first time, she has to buy some peaches. I'll buy them tomorrow and put them in the trunk of your car.
You can just bring them inside when the time comes.
Ling Yan quickly explained it clearly. He also knew that this woman was spoiled and it would be difficult to ask her to buy peaches. He simply let her do the work herself and she would just do the present work.
Cicada.
Su Qingyan was still nonchalant, just thinking about going through the motions when the time came.
Wedding banquets can be carried out casually, isn't this easy? At most, you can secretly give a few big red envelopes.
2 days passed in the blink of an eye and Saturday arrived quickly. Ling Yan returned home early in the morning and helped his mother with his sister.
The Ling family's house is an old 1.5-story bungalow with an open-air second floor.
In fact, Ling Shiyu came to help make a lot of things yesterday, and the scene was quite neat and festive.
Chen Yuting is an honest woman.
She feels that 54 is not a big birthday and she is afraid that people will laugh at her if she makes such a big fuss. But thinking that it was the first time for the daughter-in-law to return to the Ling family, he had to make it lively no matter what, otherwise he was afraid that she would look down on her in-laws. Soon, Ling Shiyu and Li Huai arrived. The Huansher family, who had not been to the scene for the past 10 years, arrived early this time. Not only that, other villagers and some relatives who had to look up their family tree for 10 generations to be related also came.
There were dozens of people gathered together. Seeing this scene, Chen Yuting was a little dumbfounded. When has she ever been so proud?
But everyone in the Ling family knew that this was all thanks to Su Qingyan.
Many people come to birthday parties for 2 reasons.
1. It is rumored that Ling Yun's wife is very beautiful.
2. It is rumored that Ling Yun's wife's origins are unknown.
Combining the 2 conditions, everyone came to a conclusion that was similar to Li Huai's inference. Ling Yun's wife was a liar who cheated on her husband.
As for what Tu Ling Yun wants, to be investigated. Ling Yun, quickly put 2 bottles of good wine on that table and have a good chat with your brother-in-law and the others.
After everyone was seated, Chen Yuting stuffed 2 bottles of mutai into Ling Yun's hands and gave him instructions. The people at Li Huai's table were all the more capable relatives or elders of the Ling family. Huang Shi and his son were also at that table. They talked about business, commerce, trends, and the like. Shen Yuding also wanted her son to share in the benefits and learn how others make money.
Good. Ling Yun didn't think too much about it and walked over with 2 bottles of mutai.
He bought this specifically to entertain guests.
Cousin, where's your wife? Why haven't I seen her yet? Huang Shi asked without hesitation. He came here today either to celebrate a birthday or to see a beautiful woman.
Otherwise, he would not have come to waste his time. But it's already afternoon and the banquet is almost time, and Ling Yun's wife hasn't shown up yet.
Yes, Ling Yun, everyone thinks there's something wrong with your wife, you have to be careful. Huang Shi's father immediately agreed.
Ling Yun was fine, but Ling Shiyu, who was sitting next to Li Huai, felt it was extremely irritating. I couldn't help but speak up for my cousin. Uncle, you guys are talking nonsense without any evidence, affecting the relationship between the couple, is that really okay?
Unexpectedly, Li Huai beside her not only did not help her, but instead called her, Shiyu, what do you know as a woman? You are harming your brother by doing this.
By the time he finds out he's been cheated, it will be too late.
Didn't you see that the Shin family has been cheated of all their property? Ling Yun immediately felt unhappy.
His cousin was his Achilles heel, and he couldn't let her suffer for him. Unexpectedly, Huang Shi also chimed in, Cousin, it's not that I'm jealous of you, but such a beautiful woman, what on earth does she want from you? If you were as successful as your cousin's husband, earning $1 million a year, it would be fine, but you are a no-job person, a vagrant.
Everyone nodded.
Li Huai pushed his glasses up and looked at Ling Yun with a condescending tone. Ling Yun, it's not that your brother-in-law looks down on you.
Don't be too ambitious with your conditions. You will end up in a miserable situation. Don't you know Shin Huaji's experience best? Isn't it better to just find an ordinary girl in the village?
These words offended many people in the village, and many people found them offensive.
Bang!
Ling Shiyu couldn't stand it any longer and slammed the table in anger. She could tolerate what others said, but what Li Huai said made her extremely angry.
Li Huai, what's going on with you guys? You just think you're superior and look down on my brother.
If you have evidence to prove that my sister-in-law is a liar, I have nothing to say, but you are spreading rumors here without any basis.
Isn't that too unethical?
The loud commotion here completely attracted the attention of the entire room. Li Huai was so angry that his face turned red. Huang Shi also disliked Ling Shiyu. He and Li Huai were indeed the best performing people present, and objectively speaking, they were superior to everyone else.
Cousin, stop fighting over me. Ling Yun quickly called out to them. This was his mother's birthday party, and an argument between the two of them would ruin the atmosphere. My wife isn't a liar, she should be here soon.
As soon as these words were spoken, Li Huai and others were temporarily silenced. But Ling Yun was not very confident.
It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon, why hadn't the woman arrived yet? Although she seems very heartless, she won't go back on her word, right? Chapter 80 Su Qingyan is back home.
After putting down the wine, Ling Yun did not sit down. He could still feel that both Li Huai and Huang Shi looked down on him and acted superior to him.
He had nothing to say to them. Chen Yuding and Ling Xiaoyan were also anxiously standing by.
They knew very well that today's heroine was not Chen Yuding, but Su Qingyan.
Why hasn't the heroine arrived yet?
Fortunately, a horn sounded outside the door soon after.
Su Qingyan honked the horn desperately as if to vent her anger. That idiot really has a problem with his brain.
He actually put 2 big baskets of peaches in the trunk of the car.
How could she get it in?
What a brainless idiot, he must be a straight man who has never been in love.
Coincidentally, old Mrs. Su also came to attend her mother-in-law's birthday party at this time.
In order not to expose their wealth, they parked their Bentley at the entrance of the village and walked over.
I didn't expect to see Su Qingyan as soon as I reached the door.
Song Sanyang rubbed her eyes in disbelief. But even if she rubbed her eyes, she found that the beauty standing behind the Civic was the eldest lady.
What's going on?
The eldest daughter personally brought 2 baskets of peaches to celebrate the birthday.
Can you believe this scene?
If I take a photo of this and post it on WeChat Moments, it will definitely shock the entire Huacheng business community.
Such an outrageous thing just happened.
Even old Mrs. Su was stunned for a moment before she smiled happily. The granddaughter whom she couldn't do anything about was finally starting to change.
Good thing. Good thing. Miss Su, you are finally here.
At this time, Ling Yan rushed out of the house and looked directly in the direction where the horn sound came from, completely ignoring old Mrs. Su on the other side.
Su Qingyan also stared at him intently, wishing she could eat him alive. Are you a pig? Why don't you come and help me carry it? Su Qingyan's arms were so sore. This basket of peaches weighs at least 30 or 40 kilograms. When has a rich lady like her ever lifted such a heavy thing? No way. Seeing how hard she was struggling, Ling Yun refused outright. This is our custom. The first time a daughter-in-law celebrates her mother-in-law's birthday, she must personally deliver the peaches into the house. What? Su Qingyan widened her beautiful eyes and could hardly believe her ears. What kind of weird custom is this? Son Sanyang couldn't bear to watch it anymore and hurried over to help.
But old lady Su stopped her. A woman should follow her husband wherever he goes.
A woman should have a sense of belonging. Son Sanyang could only sigh and give up. The eldest lady would have to suffer a little this time. Hey, Ling Yun, what's going on?
Fortunately, at this time, Chen Yuding and Ling Xiaoyan also ran out of the house. Seeing Su Qingyan carrying dozens of kilograms of peaches, Chen Yuding quickly scolded her son. How could you let Qingyan do such a thing?
Quick! Go help her carry it. But, Mom, isn't this the custom? How can customs be more important than a wife? Will you compensate me for exhausting Qingyan?
Ling Yun was stunned by his mother's scolding.
He could only pout and walk over to help. But in his heart, he was thinking, will I die of exhaustion just by carrying 2 baskets for more than 10 meters? I have carried hundreds of kilograms of things before. Su Qingyan finally felt better. After all, her mother-in-law was a human being. But her husband was simply stupid. Go away, I don't want your help. Su Qingyan, who was almost dying just now, is now trying to save face. With so many people watching, she chose to take the peaches into the house by herself. Come and see. The Ling family's daughter-in-law is back home.
Someone shouted, and everyone rushed to the door to watch.
Su Qingyan was so embarrassed. Why did she feel like a female monkey in the zoo?
It's really beautiful.
A fairy. A fairy. How can there be such a pretty girl? Oh, she's so pretty. The relatives and villagers around finally got what they wanted. Even those extremely picky nitpickers couldn't find any fault with Su Qingyan's appearance and figure. Huanshe once again gnashed his back teeth with jealousy. How could a woman like this be willing to marry into such a poor family? Ling Yun quickly put the peaches away.
After Chen Yuding quickly instructed Ling Yun, she warmly shook her daughter-in-law's hand and said with a smile, Qingyan, I've been looking forward to seeing you for so long.
Are you very busy with work? Fine. Su Qingyan's response was a bit cold, but in fact she was already giving Chen Yuding a lot of face. Mom, my in-laws are here too. Please go and greet them.
I'll take care of my sister-in-law. Ling Xiaoyan was not willing to be outdone this time. She also wanted to get closer to her sister-in-law. After much difficulty, he finally snatched Su Qingyan from Chun Ailin's hands.
Su Qingyan couldn't stand the Ling family's enthusiasm. No one has ever dared to do this to her. But, strangely, she didn't feel disgusted at all.
Ling Shiyu ignored her pregnancy and tried her best to squeeze out of the crowd. She also wants to be close to her sister-in-law.
Hey, are you crazy?
Li Huai is a businessman and is very concerned about his reputation.
It is impossible for him to squeeze with these poor villagers to see women, but if his pregnant wife wants to squeeze through, he has to protect her. Finally seeing Su Qingyan, Li Huai felt as if he was under a spell. How is that possible? How could it be her? Did I recognize the wrong person? No. If it weren't for her, there would be no such aura. Li Huai's mind was instantly confused.
Ling Shiyu ignored him and finally squeezed next to Su Qingyan. Ling Xiaoyan and Su Qingyan stood on both sides, protecting them and returning to Ling Yun's original room. Although Su Qingyan was used to being the center of attention, those business people knew her identity and did not dare to get too close to her, let alone touch her.
The people here today are more enthusiastic and simple.
Fortunately, everyone was well-mannered.
After Su Qingyan entered Ling Yun's room, no one dared to come and watch. Sister-in-law, please be alone for a while. We'll go out and greet the guests.
After Ling Xiaoyan and Ling Shiyu chatted for a while, they stopped sticking to Su Qingyan.
In fact, they could also feel that Su Qingyan had the aura of a superior, which was fundamentally different from them. Su Qingyan breathed a sigh of relief only after the two left. Today's occasion is even more difficult to deal with than a wedding banquet. Fortunately, none of Ling Yun's relatives or friends know her.
Just as she was thinking this, a man sneaked into the room. Su Qingyan frowned and glanced back, staring the other person so much that his whole body trembled.
Miss Su. Miss Su. Is it really you?
Li Huai just thought he was seeing things, but now he risked his life to come in and take a look. It was really the icy female president of Tianlong Group, Su Qingyan.
Who are you? How dare you know me?
Su Qingyan's beautiful eyes emitted a chill that could completely freeze the person in front of her.
Li Huai, who always looked superior to everyone today, nodded and said with a smile, Boss Su, my name is Li Huai, I'm the CEO of White Technology, and one of Tianlong Technology's partners.
Oh.
Su Qingyan just responded coldly. In fact, she had never heard of White Technology, nor did she know which fake company it was. What is your relationship with Ling Yun? Report to Mr. Su, I am his cousin's husband.
Li Huai smiled again ingratiatingly.
Su Qingyan suddenly felt a little regretful.
She had a good impression of Ling Shiyu, but her husband didn't look like a good person.
Okay, get out. If you don't want the company to go bankrupt, don't expose my identity. Yes. Yes.
Li Huai nodded quickly like a chick pecking at rice. After knowing the true identity of Ling Yun's wife, even if he had 100 guts, he would not dare to say that she was a marriage fraud. At the same time, no matter how much he tried, he couldn't understand why the most beautiful, rich and beautiful girl in Huacheng would marry a loser like Ling Yun. This is totally illogical. Chapter 81. He actually showed off his wealth in front of the richest man. Huangshi also wants to get close to his cousin's wife. He also felt that he had an advantage over Li Huai, which was that he was young and unmarried. But Li Huai went in first. He didn't dare to rush in rashly, and was wondering what the man wanted to do.
You don't think Ling Yun is too inferior, so you are attracted to other people's wives and want to poach them, right? Who would have thought that the next moment Li Huai would walk out hurriedly with a pale face, looking very panicked? Could it be an attempted crime? Cousin-in-law, what's wrong?
Huangshi walked over and asked with a smile, a hint of mockery in his eyes.
Nothing, please don't come in unless you have to. I advise you not to go in. Li Huai also gave a reminder.
But the more he said this, the more Huangshi wanted to go in.
Why?
Everyone can go in and see his cousin's wife alone, and he also tries to get close to her.
Who can say anything to him?
Seeing that he was about to go in, Li Huai's lips twitched slightly, he snorted, and stood outside the door waiting to watch the show.
Let's see how this dishonest man will run into a wall in front of President Su. Cousin-in-law. Huangshi greeted with a smile. Su Qingyan glanced at him out of the corner of her eye.
With her eyesight as the president of Tianlong Group, she could tell at a glance that Huangshi didn't look like a good person. He didn't have the righteousness of the fool at home at all. Especially since she also knew that this man had tried to trick Chen Yuding before. But for the sake of her Langzi, she nodded slightly and then lowered her head to play with her phone.
Cousin, where do you work now?
Huangshi began to get close to him. If my cousin's wife decides to marry him again, he will definitely take over.
Su Qingyan was a little impatient and did not respond, with a cold aura emanating from her whole body.
Huangshi was a little annoyed, but for a woman so beautiful, she must be used to being hit on by men, so it was normal for her to be a little arrogant. When dealing with a woman like this, he knew he had to get straight to the point. So, he seemed to accidentally put the Lexus car keys in his pocket on the table, attracting Su Qingyan's attention.
Cousin, I remember my cousin didn't have a car. Did you take a taxi or drive here? Do you need me to take you home later? Su Qingyan finally looked at him, but still did not respond. She secretly sent a message to Song Sanyang with her fingers. It happened that Sanyang brought her some things from the Su family villa today. Of course she knew what this man wanted to do. Show off your wealth. Huangshi thought that the woman was finally moved.
That's right, compared to his poor cousin, he drives a car worth nearly 400,000 yuan, which is of course attractive, especially since he is younger than his cousin and his appearance is not bad either. Little did he know that Li Huai was laughing outside the door. How dare he show off a 400,000 yuan car in front of a 30 billion yuan lady? What is this called?
Showing off your sword in front of Guangdong? Or is it just showing off one's skills in front of an expert? Neither of them seems quite appropriate, or is it better for an ant to show off its strength in front of an elephant?
How about this, after the banquet is over, my cousin will definitely have to stay home to take care of things, so I'll take you home.
Huangshi still felt good, and even snuck up to Su Qingyan and whispered, "Maybe you're interested in visiting my sea view room? I spent over 100W to renovate it." Su Qingyan finally smiled coldly. However, he still did not respond. Huangshi didn't know what she meant? Could it be that a car worth hundreds of thousands and a house worth millions cannot make this woman look at him with a higher regard? Even a polite compliment would be fine. "Qingyan, I gave you your key from home." At this time, Song Sanyang walked in and put an LV bag in front of Su Qingyan. Huangshi's eyes widened suddenly. What kind of key needs such a big bag to hold it? Song Sanyang smiled politely at Huangshi, then turned and left. Su Qingyan opened her bag and the car keys fell out like waste. There are BMW, Audi, Maserati, Lamborghini, even Ferrari and Bugatti. Damn. Everything you could want. This is too fake, right? Huangshi was stunned. Is my cousin's wife really a liar? Otherwise how, what? Cousin, right? Su Qingyan casually threw a Bentley key into Huangshi's hand. Huangshi was even more surprised. This doesn't feel like a fake. Since you're so kind, why not help my grandma with her Bentley? It's right at the entrance to the village. After Su Qingyan finished speaking, she raised her red lips and her eyes were full of mockery. This. Huangshi's face suddenly changed, and he was so embarrassed that he dug out 3 bedrooms and 2 rooms on the spot. This Bentley model must be facing upwards. His car, worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, is so shabby that it can be thrown away for human destruction. Puff. Li Huai was watching outside the door and found it so funny that he couldn't hold it in anymore. Huangshi then turned around and saw Li Huai's expression. How could he not think of something? It turns out that the guy turned pale just now because he knew that this woman was super white, rich and beautiful, and kicked the stone slab? So bad. He even stood at the door on purpose to make fun of himself. Little brother, if you don't want to go, forget it. I'll let someone else go. After Su Qingyan finished speaking, she looked at Li Huai. Li Huai immediately walked in with his back bent, took the key respectfully, turned around and left. Little brother, is there anything else? Su Qingyan looked at Huangshi and smiled coldly. No more. Huangshi quickly turned around and left embarrassedly. If we were to ask who was richer than him here today, it would be Li Huai. However, even Li Huai fawned over this woman like a lapdog. Who was she? How could a poor fellow like my cousin marry a woman like this? It's unscientific. Miss Su, are you just going to sit in your room and play with your phone? At this time, Ling Yan finally walked in. Su Qingyan quickly put away her bag, turned around to look at him, but couldn't help laughing. This idiot, was he just killing a chicken? He's covered in chicken feathers. If you don't want me to sit in the room, do you want me to help you greet the guests? Or help you catch the chicken feet and kill the chicken? No, even if you don't help, you will. Before Ling Yan could finish his words, someone pinched his waist hard from behind. Ling Yan turned around and saw that it was Chun Yuting and old Madame Su who walked in. It hurts. Mom, why are you pinching me? If I don't pinch you, who else should I pinch? Xin Yan is very tired after going home. She needs to have a good rest. You can't let her work. Mom, this. Ling Yan was speechless. He didn't plan to let this woman work in the kitchen, but if the daughter-in-law sat in the room playing with her cell phone during her mother-in-law's birthday party, people would gossip about her. Besides, this woman is tired just by going home? If she does some work, will she die? Xin Yan, don't worry about Ling Yun. If he dares to treat you badly, just tell Mom and I will definitely deal with him. Chen Yuting didn't care about her son's expression. She gently held her daughter-in-law's hand, as if she was afraid that the hand would melt if she held it in her mouth. Seeing Ling Yan's bullied look, Su Qingyan felt secretly proud in her heart, thinking that she had found a way to definitely control this fool. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Mrs. Su also came over, took Chen Yuting's hand and said, "Mother-in-law, you are wrong. Household affairs must be shared by both husband and wife, otherwise this marriage will be difficult to sustain." This. Chen Yuting couldn't argue with the old lady. Xin Yan, hurry up. Go to the kitchen with Ling Yun to help. What? Su Qingyan couldn't believe her ears. The same thing happened to Song Sanyang. The old lady actually let the eldest daughter into the kitchen? Could it be that the huge sum of money she spent on seeking a child was fake, and the real purpose was to give her granddaughter a baby? Chapter 82, Little Fairy in White, Rich and Beautiful. The dignified female president of Tianlong Group finally had to succumb to the old lady's power and entered the kitchen. Ling Yun was not happy for more than a few seconds, as he soon discovered that this woman had simply changed her safe haven. When she came to the kitchen, she was nominally helping out, but in reality she was still playing with her phone. On the contrary, there is no one else watching, so I can relax and enjoy myself. Ling Yun also let her do what she wanted. At least she didn't have to play with her cell phone in front of the guests, as if this family had nothing to do with her. After much difficulty, the several rounds of banquets for the birthday party were finally arranged. After wishing Chen Yuding a happy birthday, everyone left. Su Qingyan walked fast too. She has never liked crowds since she was a child, and she especially dislikes being watched. After the meal, she immediately uses the excuse that she is busy with work and has to go back to work overtime on the weekend. Then Ling Yun, you send Xingyan home. Remember to take good care of her when you go back. Do you understand? Chen Yuding and Ling Xiaoyan saw the couple out. Li Huai also followed Ling Shiyu out to watch. Ling Shiyu also found it very strange. Ever since Su Qingyan arrived, her husband seemed to have never dared to say a word about marriage fraud. Could it be that he realized that he was wrong? Mom, I know. Ling Yun was a little impatient. He had already taken care of all the housework in Tianlong community. If this was not considered taking good care of her, did he have to become this woman's slave? Mom, then you guys should go back too. Su Qingyan was quite satisfied with her mother-in-law Chen Yuding and took the initiative to talk to her. Well, we still have other guests to attend to, so we won't see you off. Be careful on your way. Chen Yuding patted the back of her daughter-in-law's hand reluctantly. All she could see was her daughter-in-law, not her son. God is really strange. How could he let his son marry such a beautiful wife? Ling Xiaoyan was afraid that her mother would continue like this and would not be able to let go of her sister-in-law's hand until 10 o'clock in the evening, so she quickly pulled her back. Ling Shiyu and Li Huai also want to leave. Unexpectedly, a proud voice suddenly came from the front of the Civic. Ling Yun, you cruelly abandoned my cousin just for this woman? Ling Yun, who was about to get on the car, looked up and frowned immediately. It's Zhang Yameng again. And there is Shin Ziguwei. Seeing that Chen Yuding's birthday party was very lively, the two couldn't help but come over to see what was going on, and happened to see Ling Yun and Su Qingyan. To be honest, Shin Ziguwei also thinks that Su Qingyan is prettier than his sister. If he were to choose, he would make the same choice as Ling Yun. Zhang Yameng, please stop talking nonsense. Ling Yun responded politely and wanted to get in the car. As for Su Qingyan, she was dismissive of Zhang Yameng from beginning to end. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yameng suddenly took out something raw from her bag and threw it at Su Qingyan. The whole audience was shocked. Especially Li Huai. Did he think that woman was trying to kill herself? How dare you do this to President Tianlong Nu? Su Qingyan's beautiful eyes froze. She never expected this woman to do this. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Ling Yun acted quickly and used his body to block everything for Su Qingyan. He was also worried about whether it was concentrated sulfuric acid. Su Qingyan immediately discovered that it was just makeup remover. But at the critical moment, Erlangzi's performance still made her satisfied. Humph, Ling Yun, what are you blocking? Zhang Yameng wasn't afraid at all. Instead, she put her hands on her hips and sneered, "Are you afraid that your woman's true face will be revealed and you'll be laughed at?" Ling Yun laughed angrily. Facing such a childish woman, he really didn't know what to say. It's not good not to teach her a lesson, but it's not scientific to beat her up directly. Instead, Su Qingyan stood up and sneered at her. Eyes are a good thing, but unfortunately you don't have them. Can't you tell if I rely on makeup? Ling Shiyu and Li Huai behind him also thought that Zhang Yameng was mentally retarded. Su Qingyan was naturally beautiful, so why was she being so unreasonable? Zhang Yameng didn't care. She tilted her head back, her nose pointed upwards. If you don't rely on makeup, why are you afraid of me throwing makeup remover on you? Just take it. Su Qingyan also laughed in anger. Too lazy to continue arguing with the idiot, she suddenly ordered, Ling Yun, slap her twice. She is not as good-tempered as Ling Yun. Anyone who messes with her will suffer the consequences. Ha, how dare this poor guy like him? Ziguwei. Zhang Yameng also thought that there was a man by her side. But Ling Yun's murderous look frightened Shin Ziguwei so much that he trembled and dared not go forward.
Ling Yun knew that if he didn't teach Zhang Yumeng a lesson, this little fairy would never realize her mistakes, and would never satisfy his wife. But hitting women is definitely not his style. So the next moment, he swept his hand and snatched the remaining half bottle of makeup remover from Zhang Yumeng's hand and handed it to Su Qingyan. Su Qingyan was not polite at all and splashed it directly on Zhang Yumeng's face. Ah! Zhang Yumeng screamed and looked so shocked. It was as if the other party had done something extremely treasonous and insubordinate. You woman, you dare to splash me? Do you know who I am? If you dare, tell me your name and the company you work for, and I will let my father take care of you. Zhang Yumeng wiped her face and clothes dry as hard as she could. Everyone was stunned after hearing these words. It seems that it is natural for her to splash water on others, but it is considered treasonous if others splash water on her? Once her makeup was ruined, not only Ling Yun and others, even Shin Zigui felt that there was a huge difference between her cousin before and after makeup. Oh, no wonder you like to splash makeup remover on people, you're a masked man. Su Qingyan sneered coldly, then asked, who is your father? He seems very powerful? Of course I'm awesome. My dad's name is Zhang Weijie, the boss of Qingyun Technology. Got it? Zhang Yumeng shouted proudly. Puff! Hearing this name, Li Huai behind him couldn't help but sneer. He knew Zhang Weijie, who was at most at the same level as him. How dare his daughter shout at him in front of the eldest daughter of the Su family? Saying she is mentally retarded is worrying that mentally retarded people all over the world will have opinions. I haven't heard of it. I don't know it. Su Qingyan was hoping to hear the name of a big shot, which would have been fun. But when she heard it was just a nobody, she immediately lost interest and got in the car. I'm warning you, stop making trouble. Ling Yun also left a cold remark before getting in the car and leaving. You damned adulterer, silver woman, a gigolo, a man who seduced my cousin, and you're still so righteous? Just wait, I'll kill you all. Zhang Yumeng was so angry that she stomped her feet, blaming herself for not coming prepared today, and now she was at a big disadvantage. When I get back, I must use my father's financial resources and connections to formulate a comprehensive plan and report all the hatred back. Hey, cousin, wait for me. Shin Zigui, however, persisted in pestering her. Although this cousin has an unbearable temper, she is the richest relative in his Shin family, so he must do everything he can to get some benefits from her. Stupid woman. Li Huai couldn't help but curse at Zhang Yumeng's back. Ling Shiyu felt that her husband was a little strange, but she couldn't guess the reason for a moment. Su Qingyan returned to Tianlong Garden. Since she was free anyway, she sent a message to Han Yun, asking her to find out who the hell Zhang Weijie was. His daughter is even more proud than the royal princess. Why? Soon, Han Yun sent her detailed information. Chapter 83, Domestic flowers are not as fragrant as wildflowers. Zhang Weijie, the boss of Qingyun Technology, has an estimated asset of 12.03 million. After a quick glance, Su Qingyan passed the message over, feeling that it was simply out of character to pay attention to such pleasure. On the other side, in Yunlu village, the guests who came to celebrate the birthday had dispersed. On the contrary, Li Huai and Huangshi, who are usually extremely rare, still hold on to the end. There was no other reason. One reason was that he knew Su Qingyan's identity and wanted to repair his relationship with Ling Yun's family. One is that I still want to find out what Su Qingyan's identity is. Huangshi had just met old lady Su and felt that she looked familiar. He always felt that he was just a little bit away from completely figuring out Su Qingyan's identity. It was just the last layer of gauze that blocked it, making it impossible for him to guess. This is the most depressing thing. As Chen Yuding's younger sister, Chen Fingyi felt a little jealous when she saw her sister holding such a large birthday party. She had never seen Su Qingyan's car keys, nor did she know Su Qingyan's identity. Before leaving, she deliberately reminded Chen Yuding. Sister, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you're too vain. Look at your family, what kind of house do you still live in? You haven't even bought a car, have you? And you're spending so much money on weddings and birthday banquets? How much money can I get back after spending so much? Your wife is really something. She only gave me 2 baskets of peaches. How shabby. Chen Yuding felt very uncomfortable after hearing what her sister said. Anyway, she is satisfied that her daughter-in-law can come, so why does she need any expensive gifts? Ling Xiaoyan also found it irritating, and she pouted and muttered behind her, as my mother's biological sister, you didn't even give me any nice gifts. Chen Fingyi was furious when she heard this. I gave your mother a red envelope worth 1,000 yuan.
How can you talk like that? Are 2 baskets of peaches worth 1,000 yuan? Who else can give more than me?
In fact, she just felt that Chen Yuding made such a big fuss because she was afraid of being laughed at for being stingy, so she gave her sister a red envelope of 1,000 yuan as soon as she entered the door.
But I later found out that everyone else gave a red envelope of 200 yuan to attend the banquet. Even my daughter-in-law only had 2 baskets of peaches.
She felt that she had suffered a great loss, so she said this on purpose. She had to save some face in front of her relatives. But as soon as she finished speaking, Ling Shiyu exclaimed, Auntie, there's a big red envelope under the peach frame.
Everyone looked around.
Ling Shiyu took out the money from inside, scaring everyone on the spot. It turned out to be a stack of 10,000 yuan. Ling Xiaoyan also hurried over to help open the peach, and there were 8 red envelopes inside.
Chen Fengyi's expression became increasingly ugly.
She just kept saying that her daughter-in-law's gift was shabby, and thought that she was very rich with her 1,000 yuan red envelope.
Now what? How are you now? The rest this basket too.
Ling Shiyu and Ling Xiaoyan took out 8 more red envelopes from another basket, and when they were laid out they formed a mountain of small money.
Chen Fengyi's face turned pale and he couldn't utter another word. Instead, Chen Yuding panicked, no way. How could Qin Yan give such an expensive gift? I didn't even know about it. I didn't even give her a gift in return. Oh, that's so rude.
This heartfelt sigh sounded so pretentious to the Huangshe mother and son. They really don't know what kind of woman Su Qingyan is.
Didn't He Li Huai say that she was a marriage fraud? Come and cheat his family.
Li Huai was completely silent. Giving such a small amount of money was nothing to the female president of Tianlong.
I can only sigh that Ling Yun is so damn lucky.
Ling Shiyu also began to doubt Su Qingyan's identity, but like Huangshe, she had limited realm and must have never seen anyone from the Su family before. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a luxury car suddenly stopped at the door. A gentle and beautiful woman came down and walked towards Chen Yuding with a smile on her face.
Excuse me, are you Ling Yun's mother? I'm. Chen Yuding was a little flattered. She didn't know such a socialite.
The others were also surprised.
They did recognize that this wasn't the wedding day, so who was trying to snatch the groom away? Why are you here again?
Happy birthday! Qin Yanran clapped her hands, and the driver brought the birthday gift to her. The noble and elegant daughter of the Qin family handed it to Chen Yuding personally.
Huangshe and Li Huai's eyes bulged out. That is a top-grade Hutian jade bracelet. The market valuation is at least hundreds of thousands.
Chen Yuding was so flattered that she didn't dare to make any unnecessary movements for a moment.
Chen Fengyi's face was burning.
She had just mocked her sister for not receiving the generous gift, and now her face was almost swollen and broken.
She really didn't understand.
Was it because of the smoke in the Ling family's ancestral grave that Ling Yan married such a gorgeous, rich and beautiful woman, and now there were other gorgeous, rich and beautiful women coming to her door?
Her son is so outstanding, why isn't there a beautiful, rich woman who is willing to pay him forward? What a world this is. Mom, please answer it. Don't be rude. Ling Xiaoyan quickly reminded Chen Yuding.
Chen Yuding waved her hands repeatedly. Miss, I don't accept gifts without merit. I dare not accept such a precious birthday gift.
Qin Yanran smiled cleverly. As expected, like mother, like son. She and Ling Yun are both honest people. Auntie, my name is Qin Yanran, and I'm Ling Yun's good friend. He saved my life, so it's only natural that I give you a gift. Come, I'll put it on for you. Qin Yanran was very gentle and put the jade bracelet on Chen Yuding in public. Then thank you.
Chen Yuding was still a little embarrassed, with a complicated expression.
What if such a beautiful woman also likes my son?
She used to worry that no one wanted her son, but now she is worried that someone will snatch him away.
After all, one woman is enough for a man. Too many will definitely cause problems.
On the other side, in Tianlong community, Su Qingyan, a girl with obsessive-compulsive disorder, returned home and took a bath as soon as possible.
When I walked out of the bathroom, I accidentally heard Ling Yun talking on the phone. What? Miss Qin gave such a valuable gift? Even more valuable than Qingyan's? Hearing this, Su Qingyan raised her eyebrows immediately. What exactly is Qin Yanran's intention? Okay, I'll thank her very much.
She helped me out at the last banquet, and I haven't repaid her yet. Ling Yun was cleaning and talking on the phone, and a hint of a smile inadvertently appeared on his face. He was indeed very happy today. Not only did Mrs. Su come home with him to celebrate his birthday, but everyone also gave his mother face, allowing her to have the happiest birthday. But he didn't know that Su Qingyan behind him was furious. At the last banquet, it was clearly her who helped this idiot, so why did he have to repay Qingyan Ran? It turns out that domestic flowers just aren't as fragrant as wildflowers, right? Ling Yan put down the phone and was about to continue mopping the floor when he suddenly felt a chill coming from behind him and quickly looked back.
I was shocked. Su, Miss Su, what's wrong with you? Su Qingyan's face was frosty, as if she had eaten dynamite. Who offended her again?
Mr. Ling, Miss Qin has been so kind to you and your family.
How do you plan to repay her? Will you marry her? Su Qingyan sneered frivolously. Miss Su, please speak respectfully.
Ling Yan responded sternly, Miss Qin and I are just friends.
To be honest, the 300,000 yuan I used for my wedding banquet was given to me by her.
And last time at the banquet, she also blocked Tang Lufeng for me.
Now she is sincerely wishing my mother a happy birthday. Is there anything wrong with me being grateful to her? Hearing this idiot say this, Su Qingyan became even more angry and gritted her teeth. If he hadn't married Su Qingyan, with only 300,000 yuan, did he think he could hold a wedding banquet at the Tianlong Hotel? It was she who helped him out last time. What does it have to do with Qingyan Ran? She spent so much time and effort today to celebrate his mother's birthday, but he never thought of being grateful to her, but instead wanted to thank Qingyan Ran openly? What does this man think of her, Su Qingyan? Go ahead. It's best if you get married soon, and then we can get divorced. Chapter 84, Cold War Between Husband and Wife. Su Qingyan said this coldly, turned around and went back to her room. Lock it.
Ling Yan was also stunned.
What's going on? Can't he have friends of the opposite sex? He couldn't be grateful to someone who helped him? Just because she was a woman?
Ling Yun does housework and cooks at home, just because she thinks that the lives of a couple should complement each other.
Mrs. Su has money but can't do housework.
He can do housework but has no money, so they can live together.
But that doesn't mean he has to indulge her weird temper all the time. This will only make her more and more unreasonable.
The next morning, Ling Yan prepared breakfast as usual, but found that Su Qingyan had no intention of eating with him, so he immediately stood up and asked.
Miss Su, aren't you going to have breakfast today?
Su Qingyan glanced at him, snorted coldly, turned around and walked out.
Ling Yun frowned. Is this woman still angry? Are you sick?
There was no choice but to clean up both breakfasts by himself.
Not long after, the phone rang. Miss Qin, is there something wrong? Ling Yun, can you do me a favor? Qingyan ran over there spoke hesitantly. Certainly.
Ling Yun was just worrying about how to repay Qingyan Ran, so he agreed readily.
Well, let's meet at table 8 at the Maple Leaf Club tomorrow at 4 p.m. Qingyan Ran didn't say anything specific, just made an appointment.
Since Ling Yun agreed to help, he would not break his promise.
The next day at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, we showed up at the Maple Leaf Club on time. Across the street was the Tianlong Group building. There are 3 people sitting at table number 8.
In addition to Qingyan Ran, there was another woman who looked like a noble lady.
Her actual age could not be told at all, but it was clear that she was definitely older than Qingyan Ran. Moreover, they seemed to be somewhat similar. Could it be my sister? Hey, handsome, here.
What Ling Yun didn't expect was that the noble lady warmly invited him over.
On the other hand, Qingyan Ran pretended not to know him. What's going on? Ling Yun walked over in a daze. Because there were only 4 chairs, Ling Yun could only sit next to the strange man. He didn't know what Qingyan Ran was up to and whether she needed his help. Yan Ran, these are the 2 blind dates I introduced to you. They're all here. The lady introduced Qingyan Ran to him like a matchmaker. This is Mr. Zhu Tai. This is Mr. Ling Yun. Okay, you're free to date. Blind date? Hearing these 2 words, Ling Yun was completely stunned. What's going on? Didn't Qingyan Ran ask him to come for help? How did it become a blind date? Do you want to be a shield yourself? On the other hand, Zhu Tai glanced at Ling Yun with hostility and spoke first. Miss Qin, you are so beautiful. Since this is a blind date, let's not waste time and tell us your requirements for a partner.
Qingyan Ran nodded obediently, tucked her hair behind her ears, and mustered up the courage to speak. Although I only make 3,000 a month, I hope my partner can make 100,000 a month, or 1 million a year.
As soon as he opened his mouth, the two men opposite him sat up straight and stared. Ling Yan didn't know why Zhu Tai sat up straight. The reason he glared was because he knew Qin Yanran's conditions. How could the daughter of the Qin family possibly earn 3,000 yuan a month?
I'm 1.67 meters tall, but I hope my partner is over 1.92 meters tall.
Qin Yanran continued to speak, and Zhu Tai's eyes widened even more. Oh poof. Isn't this request too high?
Then he must own a house and a car. The house must be over 500 square meters, paid in full, and the property must be registered in my name.
After we got married, I didn't allow him to have any contact with the opposite sex, and... Wait.
Zhu Tai couldn't sit still anymore after hearing this, so he quickly raised his hand to interrupt.
Miss Qin, you are an ordinary girl, right?
You only earn 3,000 a month, why do you have such high demands?
Are your parents very powerful?
Well, my parents are both retired workers and have no income, so I require my partner to be rich.
Is that wrong? Qin Yanran blinked her innocent eyes and answered. Zhu Tai suddenly. Qin Yanran smiled apologetically. Mr. Zhu, if you don't meet the requirements, then let's forget it, okay?
Zhu Tai was so angry that he slammed the table and stood up. Damn it, I actually met a Puxan girl today.
With your conditions, you will never get married. What a waste of time. After Zhu Tai left, the lady smiled and said to Ling Yun, Mr. Ling, what about you?
Ling Yun was still a little puzzled, and said with a wry smile, then Miss Qin, I don't meet the requirements either.
I'm only 1.83 meters tall. But I like those who are 1.83 meters tall. They are neither too tall nor too short, and they suit me very well.
Qin Yanran suddenly changed her words.
Zhu Tai, who was halfway there, was also stunned. Damn, you only require me to be 1.92 meters tall, but you lower your standards for others?
Although I'm less than 1.80 meters tall, your double standard is too obvious.
But Miss Qin, I don't have an annual salary of 1 million.
Ling Yun continued to laugh.
It doesn't matter, you don't have it, but I do.
Qin Yanran said with a smile.
This. Ling Yun found it even funnier. What the hell is this Miss Qin doing?
Zhu Tai was so angry that he ran back and shouted, Miss Qin, why do you have such high expectations of me, but say this to him. Qin Yanran lowered her head, her pretty face slightly red, and she was embarrassed to answer. The lady immediately waved her hand at Zhu Tai with a look of disdain. Oh, you still have to ask this?
You are different in appearance, so of course your requirements are different. Boom.
Zhu Tai suddenly felt like he had suffered 1,000,000 points of damage. Ling Yun also laughed, but Miss Qin, I don't have a car or a house.
I have it. I have it all. Qin Yanran walked over boldly, took Ling Yun's arm and said with a smile, you meet my requirements. Why don't we go to another place to talk?
This. Although Ling Yun was a little surprised, he guessed something, so he nodded and followed Qin Yanran.
Your sister. Isn't this obviously bullying?
Zhu Tai looked at the two men's backs and cried out with a sad face, wow, I really want to beat that couple to death.
Especially the hypocritical woman. This is so fun. Qin Yanran held Ling Yun's arm intimately and walked out of the Maple Leaf Club.
When they reached the street, she smiled happily.
Miss Qin, is this what you asked me to do for you? Were you forced to go on a blind date and have me serve as a shield? Ling Yun asked immediately.
Qin Yanran was slightly stunned and looked at him in surprise, her eyes full of admiration.
Ling Yun, you're so smart. You guessed this? That's right, the person next door is actually my mother.
I've never had a partner, and she's been forcing me to go on blind dates all day.
I have no choice but to do this. Thank you for reacting so quickly and helping me out. In this way, my mother will definitely let me go for the next period of time. Qin Yanran said proudly with just a glance.
Ling Yun then smiled and signaled that she could let go of the hand that she was holding on to him. Little did he know that the Tianlong Group building was just across the street, and Su Qingyan just happened to be walking out of the door, staring intently at the scene opposite. Han Yun, who was following behind, noticed that there was something wrong in President Su's eyes. When she looked at the opposite side, she was also shocked. Oh my god, who would have thought that the idiot in Mr. Su's family would come out and cheat so soon? Moreover, did the two of them come to the front of Tianlong building specifically to demonstrate? Su Qingyan clenched her fists tightly, bit her teeth after a while, and pretended nothing had happened before getting into the car and leaving.
Chapter 85 The Cold War escalates. Lingyun, I'm sorry. Qin Yan ran then quickly let go of Lingyun's arm. She is actually very conflicted in her heart. She knew Lingyun was married, but she also knew that it was a fake marriage. She wanted to fight for it, but it seemed a bit immoral. She didn't know what to do. It would be great if Lingyun also liked her. It doesn't matter. Lingyun looked calm and his eyes were clear, and it was obvious that there was no love between men and women in his heart. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Ha? So fast? Qin Yanran was obviously a little surprised. She had finally found a reason to be with this man, but he was so impatient? Was she not attractive at all? Yeah, I should go back and cook for the woman at home. Lingyun said frankly. Can't she do it herself? Qin Yanran was a little angry. The women of the Su family were indeed spoiled. Even after getting married, they still wanted their husbands to serve them. That's too much. Well, no, by then. Lingyun waved his hand and was about to leave. Qin Yanran could only wave to him and look at his back, feeling a little reluctant to leave. Hey, what are you doing? You finally asked your boyfriend out, why are you letting him go? Not long after Lingyun left, the noble lady came to Qin Yanran. Her name is Lu Feier. Mom, he doesn't seem interested in me. Don't you say that if a girl chases a boy, it's easy to get him? Qin Yanran looked a little aggrieved. Although she is not a stunning beauty who would bring disaster to the country, she is still a beauty and the object of admiration of many men. How come she has no appeal at all in front of that man? Hey, my dear daughter, is this what you call chasing? Look at yourself, what are you wearing? Lu Feier looked angry and pulled her clothes hard. Not showing your butt and breasts is fine, I can tolerate not showing your back and legs, but even your arms are covered tightly. How do you want to attract that man's attention? Even animals have to have some skills when courting. Qin Yanran pursed her lips then. Are all men just attracted by women's bodies? But when she read Shin Huaji's diary, she felt that Lingyun was not that kind of man. Today's efforts were wasted. It was a waste of my mother's time to hire someone to help you act. I even chose this location on purpose to see if the women from the Su family would see us. If you want to win over a guy, remember to wear less clothes next time and be more proactive. Got it? Lu Feier is a very open-minded woman, or rather, she is a very principled woman. The biggest principle is, your 3 views follow your 5 senses. Lingyun's appearance and physique were exactly what she wanted. That sharp face and muscular body, wow. She really wanted to recruit him as her son-in-law, he would be a nice sight to have at home. I understand. Mom, I'll have to ask you for help next time. Qin Yanran and Lu Feier also have a very good relationship. She immediately held her mother's arm tightly and smiled. She was very happy that her mother supported her in pursuing Lingyun, even though she knew that he was a married man. On the other side, when Lingyun returned home, he found that Su Qingyan had already returned home. Miss Su, why are you getting off work so early today? Lingyun is still quite proactive. However, when he saw Su Qingyan's eyes that could freeze people to death, he trembled slightly. What's going on? Is this woman still angry about what happened last night? No, it seems even scarier than last night. Seeing that Su Qingyan didn't respond, he quickly squeezed out a stiff arc, then, I'll cook quickly. No. Su Qingyan finally spoke coldly, her face as frosty as ice. Mr. Ling, why don't you explain which woman you went on a date with today? Lingyun shuddered slightly, and after a while he asked, what do you mean? Oh, still pretending? Su Qingyan walked towards him with her hands raised, her eyes full of contempt and anger, and threw her cell phone at him. Lingyun quickly caught it. His brows were furrowed, but when he saw the photo on the phone screen, he was stunned on the spot. After a while, his eyes flashed with anger. Miss Su, you sent someone to follow me? Heh, following you? Is it necessary? Su Qingyan's expression grew colder and colder. You and the guy surnamed Shin both deliberately showed off your affection in front of me, and now you're accusing me of stalking you? Do you still have any shame? Since it wasn't stalking, Lingyun wasn't angry. Instead, he asked, Miss Su, are you angry? Didn't you say you wouldn't object to me finding other women? You. Su Qingyan didn't expect that this man would be so shameless. I was speechless for a moment. But Lingyun still had to explain clearly, Miss Su, the relationship between Miss Qin and I is not what you think. Oh, at this point, is there still any need for explanation? Su Qingyan said coldly, divorce her, go and live with her. Boom! Ling Yun's heart seemed to be hit violently. He was speechless for a long time, not knowing why he felt so uncomfortable. I knew from the beginning that this marriage was fake. I also knew that one day the relationship would end and we would part ways, but when that day came, my heart was so broken. What? You still want to have your cake and eat it too? Are you feeling unhappy because you didn't get my money? Su Qingyan sneered triumphantly. Ling Yan shook his head. Miss Su, divorce is fine, and I won't take a penny from your Su family. But I must tell you clearly that I have not betrayed this marriage, and I have never cheated on you. Miss Qin and I are innocent. You. Su Qingyan really didn't expect that this man was still pretending in front of her. What she didn't expect was that the next moment Ling Yan handed 2 bank cards to her. This one was given to me by your grandma. I didn't spend a penny of the 10 million deposit. The other one you gave me is 100,000 yuan. I only spent a little on food and cooking. Take it all back. His eyes were filled with sadness, but he still said with a calm voice, "Thank you for acting with me. My mother really likes you. Unfortunately, I know that this play will eventually end and everyone will go their separate ways." Su Qingyan looked at his expression and couldn't help but tremble. After a while, she lost her temper, slapped the 2 bank cards away, and ran out of the door. She really didn't understand why this man continued to act like this. He is not here for money, nor for his downfall, so why on earth did he come? Miss Su. Ling Yan watched her run out and sighed deeply. Han Yun, come out and drink with me. After Su Qingyan made a phone call, she came to the Lark Bar alone. Han Yun hurried to the bar and was immediately shocked. President Su was so delicate, how could she come to a place like this to drink alone? What's more, she didn't even use the VIP box, but drank directly at the lobby booth. How much stimulation did she feel? Boss Su. Han Yun quickly sat down and tried to persuade him. How could you drink so much? What happened? Tell me, I'll help you out. Su Qingyan glanced at her and gritted her teeth. Han Yun, are all men so shameless? Are all men so ungrateful? I've helped him and his family time and time again. How can he be so confident in repaying another woman and act so open and honest in front of me? After hearing this, Han Yun didn't know whether to be angry or laugh. Or shock. Mr. Su, a dignified man, actually wants to get drunk late at night for a man? If this matter were to be made public, it would definitely be the headline news in Flower City. Could it be that President Su has fallen in love with that man? No, would you? Chapter 86 Su Qingyan's Man. Han Yun quickly shook her head to stop thinking about it. Even if the earth explodes, President Su will not fall in love with men. What is she thinking? He must be just angry. Boss Su, all men are pigs. Let's not be unhappy for them. Come, I'll have a drink with you. Han Yun just wanted to make Su Qingyan feel better. Who would have thought that with someone to drink with her, Su Qingyan drank herself to death? For the first time in her life, she felt a little blocked in her heart, and she didn't know why. No matter what happened before, I never had this kind of uncomfortable feeling. It seemed that only crazy drinking could relieve it. Boss Su, you can't drink anymore, Boss Su. No matter how Han Yun tried to persuade him, it was useless. Seeing that Mr. Su was about to lose consciousness, and she was drunk and couldn't drive, she had no choice but to pick up the phone and call Xiao Wang to come and take Mr. Su home. Etc. Han Yun suddenly remembered something. President Su had to hide her identity and pretend to be poor in front of that man. Although President Su had a lot of opinions about that man, she had not divorced him after all. Who knows if they will ever reconcile? Besides, Xiao Wang's wife just gave birth, so it's inconvenient to ask him to come over at night. Forget it, let us just ask that big pig-ass hoof who likes to make President Su angry. What? Drunk? Okay, I'll be right over. In Tianlong community, after Ling Yan received the call, he quickly drove his electric car to the bar. Seriously, what on earth is this cold-blooded woman doing? He has explained everything and Qin Yanran is innocent, so why doesn't that woman believe him? After notifying Ling Yun, Han Yun also helped Su Qingyan stand up and walked out of the bar to wait for the big pig's hoof. At this time, at the door of the bar, several men were escorting a sexy woman in a silver long dress in. The sexy woman subconsciously glanced at Su Qingyan and was stunned. How come there's a beauty who's as beautiful and charming as her at the Lark Bar today? And she's even drunk like this. Isn't that the eldest lady of the Su family? The men behind her exclaimed.
It turned out to be the eldest daughter of the Su family. The sexy woman secretly clicked her tongue. She was the goddess at the top of Huacheng, much more advanced than a prostitute like her. The man in the lead, wearing a black jacket, suddenly looked malicious when he saw Su Qingyan so drunk. But before he could act, his men quickly whispered in his ear, "This is a woman from the Su family, we can't mess with her." Although their Black Bird Club is a major force in Huacheng and is the local boss of the Lark Bar, it is still not worth mentioning compared to the richest family in Huacheng. The man in the black jacket gritted his teeth and said, "I know, I just want to do young Master Tang a favor." The Lark Bar happens to be an industry invested by the Tang family. The man in the black jacket has a good relationship with the second young Master Tang, and he must know that the second young Master Tang's goddess is Su Qingyan. Han Yun ignored everyone. It was not easy for her to walk out of the bar with the drunk President Su. That idiot, who the hell is he? I asked for a divorce, and he accepted it so calmly. Shouldn't she be crying and begging me not to divorce her? What is he pretending for? Damn it! Su Qingyan's drunken words made Han Yun feel a little amused and helpless. Even the dignified Miss Su, the most charming and irresistible beauty in Huacheng, had a day when she suffered a setback in her love life. I have to say, is Ling Yin that idiot really a straight man? How could he have the heart to hurt such a beautiful woman like President Su? At this moment, a Maybach rushed to the scene. Xin Yan. Is it really you? Xin Yan. Tang Lufeng jumped out of the car. He had just been doing something with a woman, so he rushed over without caring that his clothes were a little disheveled. Seeing Su Qingyan drunk with a blue light in his eyes completely proves that humans evolved from XX. Tang, second young Master Tang, why are you here? What do you want to do? Han Yun quickly helped Su Qingyan back away. Tang Lufeng is funny too. Also asked him what he wanted to do? Of course I want to do the things I love with the goddess I spend every day with. Assistant Han, are you waiting for a car to take Qingyan home? Why don't you let me do it? Tang Lufeng was not a fool, and he immediately found a plausible excuse. But Han Yun is not a fool, how could she not know the evil intentions of this guy? If Mr. Su wants to send him home, he will probably be torn to pieces tonight. No need, I've already asked Mr. Su's man to come over and take her home. Han Yun's words were so harsh to Tang Lufeng. Su Qingyan's man? Could it be that country bumpkin? How is that possible? Is Su Qingyan blind? Why choose a country bumpkin over a rich young man? What's so good about a country bumpkin? Is it just physical strength? Bitch. Inside the Lark, the sexy woman was still looking through the window, curious about the scene outside. She also just found out that the eldest daughter of the Su family already has a man? Which man is so lucky? Assistant Han, Lark is my Tang family's property, Qingyan is my best friend, she got drunk here, I have an obligation to take her back. Tang Lufeng was so angry that he wanted to use force to snatch the person away. Han Yun was shocked and had a conflict with him. What was even more unexpected was that Han Yun, who had learned women's self-defense skills, actually knocked Tang Lufeng down. Second young master. Damn it! Who dares to use violence against the second young master? The man in the black jacket immediately rushed out with a group of big men and surrounded Han Yun. Han Yun suddenly panicked. Fuck you! Tang Lufeng was so angry that he kicked Han Yun in the abdomen, knocking her to the ground. The pain made her forehead covered with cold sweat. You guys, send her back. I'll take Qingyan back. Only then did young Master Tang walk towards Su Qingyan, who was lying drunk on the ground. Wow, the goddess is wearing high-end OL clothes, and her long legs wrapped in black stockings are straight and elastic. Just looking at them makes me want to touch them. Tang Fenglu had long wanted to feel what was wrapped under the white shirt. Lift up her skirt in a moment, wow, the feeling of finally getting what you want will surely make you feel so excited instantly, right? Just thinking about it made Tang Lufeng tense up, as if he was full of strength. This is a feeling that no other woman can give him. The sexy woman in the window couldn't help but shake her head slightly. As the eldest daughter of the Su family, is she bound to become Tang Lufeng's plaything tonight? What a pity! But at this moment, a second-hand 5-star diamond leopard worth $12.99 came speeding. Majestic! Like a general who arrives at the battlefield in time. The man above saw Han Yun and his wife lying on the ground, so he immediately stepped on the brakes and jumped down. The movements are graceful, clean and done in one go. The whole audience was stunned. The sexy woman's eyes, which were painted with eyeshadow, couldn't help but slightly tighten.
What the hell? Could this be Su Qingyan's man? She's not bad looking, but this carriage, this outfit. My god, this world has gone crazy. Qingyan. Ling Yan didn't care about other people's eyes, he ran over and helped Su Qingyan up with one hand. You country bumpkin. Tang Lufeng had already developed a shadow over Ling Yan, so how could he dare to compete with this man for the woman? He quickly retreated behind the man in the black jacket like a mouse seeing a cat. Seeing this scene, the sexy woman became even more puzzled. What's going on? As the second young master of the Tang family, is he still afraid of that man in such an occasion? Chapter 87. The goddess is drunk and crazy. Quick! Take this guy down for me. After Tang Fenglu gave the order to the man in the black jacket, he quickly hid behind. Okay. The man in the black jacket rubbed his hands and walked slowly towards Ling Yun. He is very happy to serve the second young master. For example, in the past, he helped the second young master deal with many rich second generations. He just beat them up, but who of those people dared to retaliate? Moreover, you can get a generous reward from young Master Tang, so why not do it? His 7 or 8 men also slowly approached Ling Yun, with smug smiles on their faces, as if Ling Yun was a lucky cat that could make gold coins appear with just a punch. Han Yun, who was lying on the ground, panicked and wanted to use her cell phone to call the police, but someone stepped on her wrist. Ah! Han Yun screamed. Ling Yun clenched his fists even tighter. These people are looking for death. Kid, have you bought both life insurance and medical insurance? How about giving you a few minutes to get them done? The man in the black jacket cracked his knuckles and grinned smugly. No need, you guys come together, I'm in a hurry. Ling Yun responded coldly. Damn! The whole audience was shocked. Even when death is imminent, this guy is still quite crazy. Damn it, you country bumpkin, why don't you ask? Our boss is a well-known figure in the gray area of Flower City. He is ranked in the top 50 ruthless people in the industry. Do you understand? Boo! Behind the man in the black jacket, a younger brother wanted to show off his power on behalf of his older brother. Who would have thought that before he could finish his words, Ling Yun punched him directly, knocking the man in the black jacket back. He fell heavily to the ground and fainted. The whole audience was shocked again. Your sister! Isn't this too fierce? The sexy woman among the larks also opened her sexy little mouth and smiled after a while. I see. How could the eldest daughter of the Su family fall for this man? He looks quite cool at the moment. I told you to come together, and you're still talking nonsense. Ling Yan said this coldly, and helped Su Qingyan walk forward. The guys in black jackets actually gave way to both sides, and their smug expressions instantly turned into panic. Who the hell dares to provoke such a ruthless person? Miss Han, are you okay? Ling Yun helped Han Yun up. Because Han Yun's character at the wedding banquet was Su Qingyan's good friend, he assumed that the woman was in a bad mood and followed his example by finding her friends to go out for drinks. I'm fine. You take Su Zi. No, you take Qingyan home first. Han Yun said while enduring the pain. She also thought that it was quite handsome for this big pig to be a hero and save the beauty tonight. The only pity is that Tang Lufeng ran away early. You go first, I'll cover your rear. Ling Yun was still very careful, worried that if he left first, these people would dare to do something bad to Han Yun. Han Yun also nodded and left in her car so as not to disturb Mr. Su and his wife from cultivating their relationship. Ling Yun directly moved the battery into the trunk of the Civic and drove the woman home. Su Qingyan was obviously drunk and lay in the car all the way without any movement. Yo, isn't that Grandpa and Miss Su's car? Brother G happened to be on duty in the underground parking lot. When he saw the Civic, he hurried over to say hello. Ling Yan backed the car into the garage neatly, got out, and prepared to take the woman home. Unexpectedly, this woman was quite allergic to men. As soon as he touched her slim waist, her eyes suddenly widened. This look secretly scared Ling Yun. Who are you? Don't touch me. Su Qingyan slapped Ling Yun in the face. Bang! Ling Yun was caught off guard and was slapped in the face, and immediately retreated with a burning sensation. Your sister. This woman has no drinking manners. She beats people up when she is drunk? Hearing the slap, Brother G also stopped. Wow! So exciting! What do a man and a woman want to do in an underground parking lot? The woman lay in the car and refused to get out, and she slapped the man? Could it be that the attempt to force the woman failed? Stop looking, go away. Ling Yun also noticed Brother Ji's presence and wanted to call him away. After all, family disgrace should not be made public, and they are still husband and wife before they get divorced. Brother Ji left tactically, but after taking a few steps he changed direction and came back. How could he not secretly watch such an explosive scene? Seeing that he was not filming, Ling Yun let him do as he pleased. He bent down and entered the car again, wanting to force the woman out of the car. Don't touch me. You're a scumbag who falls in love with every woman he meets. Go find your Miss Chin. Didn't you say she helped you? She gave you 300,000 yuan, but what my Su family gave you wasn't money. You ungrateful wolf. Su Qingyan lost her temper and kicked him in the stomach again. Your sister. Fortunately, Ling Yun reacted quickly, otherwise her random kick would not have hit his lower abdomen. This woman is wearing 3 cm high heels. If he doesn't dodge, she will be scrapped. In anger, Ling Yun simply took off her shoes and threw them to the ground. Here it comes, here it comes. Brother Ji thinks this is too exciting. Are the couple going to roll around in the underground parking lot again? Take her off. The enemy is embarrassed, I'm going to take off her clothes. Brother Ji secretly encouraged Ling Yun, but if asked to take out his mobile phone to take pictures, he wouldn't dare to do it even if he had 100 guts. The heroine is the eldest daughter of the Su family. Let me go. You bastard, you scumbag. Su Qingyan felt Ling Yun trying to hold her up by force, and she clapped her hands wildly. This is what is meant by having sex after drinking. The woman, who usually looked like an ice sculpture, when drunk, her brain was excited and her hands and feet were a little out of control. She just hit and slapped around randomly, treating Ling Yun as a punching bag to vent her anger. No, sandbags weren't as satisfying as they are now. It was this man who made her unhappy. However, Ling Yun was just tickling her. Without his high heels, what else could this woman do to him? Oh! Ling Yun suddenly screamed. Fortunately, he has a strong willpower, otherwise he would have thrown the woman in his arms to the ground and smashed her to death. Wrong. This woman has bitten his chest, why is he still protecting her? Are you born in the year of the dog? Ling Yun still put her down and cursed. When I looked at his chest, I saw blood seeping through his shirt. The more I watched, the more excited I became. This fight between a man and a woman was so exciting. It was even better than any Hollywood special effects movie. Seeing Su Qingyan staggering and about to fall down again, Ling Yun sighed, unable to bear it, he walked over and hugged her. You idiot! You scumbag! You bastard! Su Qingyan slapped him hard again, treating Ling Yun as the murderer of her father. Ling Yun was also angry. What had he done to provoke this woman? Was she so jealous? With such a broad mind, he even said shamelessly before, Mr. Ling, please try your best to have an affair. Women, they say one thing and mean another. Ling Yun didn't care about her fancy moves and forcefully picked her up. After all, it was not difficult to hold such a slender woman. Brother Ji watched Ling Yunshan carrying Miss Su into the elevator, his eyes widened, and he was so envious that he almost bit his back teeth. Oh, it's a perfect night for love, a dark and windy night. Tonight is another night of love, worth 1,000 gold. So cool. So cool. After a few impromptu raps, he subconsciously rolled up his sleeves, then sighed and left. I really wonder how much energy that lucky water delivery worker will waste on Miss Su tonight? Chapter 88: The Devil's Body. Let me go. You bastard. Su Qingyan continued to slap Ling Yun's chest and kept yelling. How dare you hug me, Su Qingyan? Do you know who I am? I'm going to fire you. Listening to the woman in his arms going crazy while drunk, Ling Yun was a little amused and helpless. After finally carrying her home and throwing her on the sofa, he grumbled to himself, is this an occupational disease? Is being a company executive really that satisfying? You fire people at the drop of a hat. He thought that this woman must be used to firing her subordinates, so when she got angry, she said she wanted a divorce. For her, divorce means firing her husband. I can't stand this kind of woman. Ling Yun said that he couldn't stand it, but he was still considerate enough to make her a cup of hangover tea. Originally it was intended for himself, but he didn't expect this woman to learn how to drink from him and become so drunk. Come on, drink it. Ling Yun wanted to help Su Qingyan up. Unexpectedly, the woman's cheeks suddenly puffed up.
He was stunned and had a bad feeling in his heart.
Vomit. Su Qingyan fell down and vomited into his chest.
Your sister.
Ling Yun was speechless. It's so dirty.
But it was dirty anyway, and I couldn't let her dirty the floor. I could only turn my face away and force her to vomit on my chest, and then I used the edge of my clothes to catch the vomit of this woman.
Anyway, this shirt is ruined.
After Su Qingyan finished vomiting, she felt much more comfortable. Her little mouth was pressed against Ling Yun's chest, as if she had fallen asleep. You know what, feeling the woman's soft red lips feels a bit itchy and comfortable. Ling Yun waited until she stopped moving before putting her back on the sofa and hurried into the bathroom to wash up.
Because I didn't bring any clothes, I came out of the shower wearing a bathrobe.
Just then, I saw Su Qingyan trying to turn over and about to fall to the ground.
Hey, bitch.
Ling Yun was startled and quickly ran over.
Click.
Su Qingyan fell on him and fell asleep on him. Ling Yun covered the back of his head in pain and really wanted to slap the woman's butt to vent his anger. She couldn't drink but still drank so much.
Wasn't she looking for death?
Just when he was about to help the woman up, a pair of restless hands suddenly reached into his bathrobe and touched his chest.
What is this?
After the fall, Su Qingyan had begun to regain some consciousness. When she touched this warm and soft thing, she felt very strange.
Why does it feel strange when I touch it?
Then I touched down again, and it looked like the character king.
What did you touch? Potholes? Character carving? Tiger?
Seeing that the woman was about to touch him subconsciously, Ling Yun was immediately frightened.
He quickly grabbed her wrist and shouted, "Hey, have you touched enough?" After hearing this, Su Qingyan woke up completely.
When she looked up, her whole body froze.
What's going on? Why am I lying on this idiot? Su Qingyan's cheeks turned red.
A woman's sense of self-preservation made her sit up suddenly, staring coldly at Ling Yun and scolding him.
Where am I? What you up to? Be careful or I'll kill you.
Seeing his fierce eyes, Ling Yun was speechless.
We're at home.
You were drunk and almost fell down. I kindly caught you, but you groped me.
Now you're complaining first? After hearing this, Su Qingyan's cheeks felt even hotter.
It took a while before he chose to be tactically half believing and half doubting, covering his chest. In the end, she sneered, "Don't give me that.
You must have seen me drunk and wanted to do something bad to me, right?" Ling Yun was completely enraged by this woman.
He suddenly approached her and pulled off his nightgown.
What do you want to do? Su Qingyan trembled all over.
The icy female president was trembling like a little rabbit at this moment, afraid that the big bad wolf would eat her.
Ling Yun didn't do anything to her, but pointed at his chest and said, "See? You bit me. Do you want to compare the teeth marks? It's still bleeding." Su Qingyan was even more embarrassed, and a strange feeling kept rising in her heart. Oh my God. She actually bit a man? Is she such a woman?
But this doesn't prove that I have bad intentions towards you, Pa.
I mean, this doesn't prove that you don't have bad intentions towards me. Su Qingyan was already weak, but she still did not forget to complain first.
Ling Yun stood up with a frank look on his face. "If I wanted to do something bad to you, would you still be dressed so tightly?
Besides, I'm your husband. Even if I did do something bad to you, what can you do? This bastard." Su Qingyan was annoyed by his rigorous logic.
She looked at herself again and saw that she was still dressed properly, so she breathed a sigh of relief.
Then, I felt something was wrong. She is the goddess that countless people dream of.
How come with such a great opportunity, this man has no thoughts about her at all? Ling Yun didn't know she was worried about gains and losses, so he turned around and said, "Since you're awake, go to bed early."
Su Qingyan subconsciously raised her eyes and saw the man's back. Her mouth opened slightly and she was stunned. What has this man been through? Why are there scars all over your body? If you look closely, there appear to be burns, scars, and even gunshot wounds. Oh my God. Was he a bandit before? Out of curiosity and a little bit of fear, Su Qingyan suddenly stood up and pulled his pajamas.
Ling Yun was stunned.
Is this woman crazy? He has nothing on underneath. Are you still drunken and mad?
Ling Yun turned around angrily like a boiling kettle. Only after he turned around did Su Qingyan cover her mouth with both hands. The last time he took a shower without closing the door, because of the fog in the bathroom and his wrong focus, he didn't notice the scar on his chest. Now that I look at it up close, I realize that this man's body is almost completely covered in injuries.
Demonic body.
Four big words suddenly popped up in Su Qingyan's mind.
She raised her eyes and stared at him intently. You, who are you? Why do you have so many scars?
Ling Yan quickly put on his nightgown and rolled his eyes, saying, thanks to you, I've gained a new type of scar.
He left without answering her question. This bastard.
Su Qingyan clenched her fist lightly, really wanting to kick this idiot hard.
What else can you do day after day except making yourself angry?
Su Qingyan snorted coldly, then rubbed her temples and walked into the bathroom. She smelled the odor of alcohol and discovered the clothes that the idiot had thrown into the laundry basket.
Seeing the vomit on her clothes, the face of the dignified female CEO on ice turned red again. It turns out that I really vomited all over him. For some reason, the words that idiot had just said suddenly came to her mind. So what if the husband has bad intentions towards his wife? Damn it, does that man like Qin Yanran or me?
The spirit of not wanting to admit defeat suddenly surged up in Su Qingyan's heart for no reason.
If Qin Yanran took her man away, what would others say when they found out?
She is the eldest daughter of the Su family and represents the Su family. How could she lose to a woman from the Qin family?
Chapter 89, Secret Photography Incident.
The next day, Ling Yan made breakfast for two as usual. Anyway, as long as they go their separate ways with the Civil Affairs Bureau, he will do his job conscientiously. This is also the willpower he has honed during his 6 years in the army.
He will never give up until the battle is over. To his surprise, the Su family's wife actually took the initiative to sit at the table today, quietly finished the breakfast he made, and then went to work without making any noise. What's going on?
Ling Yun was a little puzzled. Seeing that the two bank cards were still on the table, he wondered if the marriage was still going to end in divorce.
Forget it, stay the same in the face of ever-changing circumstances. Ling Yun didn't care. Anyway, the initiative was given to the woman. It was her who decided whether to divorce or not. In order not to hurt his mother's feelings, he would never initiate a divorce. After breakfast, Ling Yun went out to look for a job.
As soon as I got on the bus, I received a message from Ling Shiyu. Ling Yun, I took some photos on your mother's birthday and sent them to you.
Not long after, WeChat received several photos.
Seeing the photos, Ling Yun recalled the happiness of 2 days ago.
How happy the mother looked when she saw her daughter-in-law.
Su Qingyan's presence that day also earned her mother a lot of face. Thinking of this, he felt that the woman was still very humane and not as cold as she seemed. Thinking of this, he quickly saved the photos, especially the solo photo of Su Qingyan taken by his cousin. After looking at her again and again, I still think this woman is prettier than Xin Huaji and even Qin Yanran.
How could such a beautiful woman be unwanted? And her grandmother forced her on him? The more I think about it, the more incredible it becomes.
At this moment, the bus suddenly stopped and a woman in a fairy-like flowing dress got on the bus, attracting the attention of many people on the bus. The little fairy raised her head proudly, as if she was the only focus of the Milky Way. She brushed her long hair and walked into the car. Ling Yan also subconsciously raised his eyes and was stunned.
It's you!
When the little fairy saw Ling Yan, she was also slightly stunned, pointing at him and gritted her teeth.
Isn't it because of this man that she wants to take the bus?
It was he who brought his auxiliary police friend to tow her car away on purpose, leaving her without a car to drive now. Ling Yun ignored her and continued looking at the photos. Zhang Yumling was so angry, but she had no way to deal with this guy for the moment, so she can only continue walking inside.
Suddenly I thought, something is wrong. It seemed like the camera of his phone was pointed at himself just now. Is it because I'm wearing something too fresh, with a hint of cleavage, that he wants to film it and fantasize about it? Or even do something bad in secret? Dirty.
Thinking of this, Zhang Yumling suddenly turned around, pointed at Ling Yun and yelled, "You, why are you taking pictures of me?"
Oh my god. Ling Yun was immediately confused. What was wrong with this little fairy? The passengers around were instantly in an uproar. Everyone looked towards the two of them. How can there be such a filthy man? Do you still have any shame to take secret photos of others? What would you do if your mother, your sister, or any of the women in your family were bullied like this when they went out? You are insulting women and bullying the vulnerable.
Zhang Yumling is quite good at boxing, and she immediately stirred up the emotions of many people in the car, especially some heroic men.
Whose family doesn't he have a few women? How can a man remain indifferent when a woman is bullied? Isn't this too dirty? Quickly delete the photo and apologize to them. All of a sudden, several men gathered around and stood up for Zhang Yumeng. After all, putting the facts aside, Zhang Yumeng's appearance and figure, especially her fairy-like dress, can still attract many men. They now think she is a victim, so of course they have to stand up and help her. Not only men, but also several elderly people with a strong sense of justice were verbally educating Ling Yun, asking him to mend his ways as soon as possible. I didn't take a sneak shot of her, Ling Yun explained loudly. Still making excuses? Zhang Yumeng pointed at him and said aggressively, I clearly saw you still looking at the photos, and you still say you weren't peeking at me? Ling Yun was also amused. Where did this woman get such confidence? And where did she get such a big face? If you don't delete the photos and kneel down to apologize to me, I will call the police. Zhang Yumeng smiled coldly. Everyone in the carriage was on her side anyway. She was determined to get this man today. Sure enough, several men around her and the elderly men and women who were unaware of the truth were giving her verbal support. That's not you, that's a picture of my wife. Why should I delete it? Ling Yun argued with reason and spoke clearly in a hurry. Oh, your wife? Zhang Yumeng was even more amused. She spread her hands and said to the people around her, look here. How could there be such a shameless person? He secretly took a photo of me and said I was his wife? He didn't even look in the mirror. It's disgusting. Right. Since you said you didn't take any secret photos, why don't you just take out your phone and let everyone see it? We are always watching you, don't try to do it secretly. Several men with a strong sense of justice pointed at Ling Yun and shouted. I didn't do such a thing, no need to prove myself. Ling Yun spoke righteously and eloquently. He is not ignorant of the law. Why should he produce a photo of his wife to prove his point when the other party slanders him without any evidence? Ah, look at this. This pervert is so shameless. I'm going to expose his true face online so that sisters across the country can be careful and not let this pervert take advantage of us. Zhang Yumeng had already taken out her cell phone and was recording the video while talking. Ling Yun was really angry and shouted, don't take pictures, you're infringing my copyright. I can sue you. You pervert, you're still stubborn. Come on. Sue me. Let's see who's afraid of who. Zhang Yumeng didn't stop and insisted that Ling Yun was a pervert. If you continue to make trouble like this, I will have no choice but to drive the car to the police station. At this time, the bus driver also shouted a warning. When the police intervene, one side will definitely be in trouble. In fact, Ling Yun was not afraid, but he did not want to waste his own time, nor did he want to waste the time of everyone in the car. His sense of responsibility as a soldier made him not choose to be selfish, but to take out his mobile phone to prove his innocence. Seeing that there were no photos or videos of herself on his phone, Zhang Yumeng panicked and immediately stopped recording the video. Many otakus were also laughing secretly. It turned out that the wife this man was talking about was actually Huaqing's top beauty Su Qingyan. That is also the wife in their hearts. Therefore, Ling Yun's behavior did not arouse their disgust. Instead, people kept apologizing to Ling Yun. Ms. Zhang, you also owe me an apology. Since Ling Yun has chosen to prove his innocence, he must make this little fairy admit her mistake. Zhang Yumeng's whole body softened, but she remained stubborn. Why should I apologize to you? You just delayed me on purpose, didn't you just secretly delete the photos and destroy the evidence? Humph, just wait and see. After saying that, get off the car quickly. As a lovely little fairy, she never plays a game when she is at a disadvantage. Now everyone in the car is clearly on Ling Yun's side, so of course she has to leave. Although Ling Yun was very angry, he was not a petty man. He was in a hurry to go to the interview and didn't bother to argue with a little fairy. But he never expected that what happened today would bring a horrible nightmare to his family. Chapter 90, Encountering the Dark Horse Prince at the Company. Thank you, cousin. I'm here at the Mingyue Group building now. I'll work hard. After Ling Yun got off the bus, he talked to Ling Shiyu on the phone. His cousin introduced him to the interview, saying that the director of the Human Resources Department was her classmate and that the rigid requirements could be relaxed a bit for him. Ling Yun still had great hopes. After all, he had not had a decent job since retiring from the army. Now he has only one goal, which is to earn money to provide for his mother in her old age and to support his sister to finish college. The money given by the Su family is theirs after all. Once divorced, there will be nothing left. He knew that this shortcut was not reliable. Are you Ling Yun?
In the interview room of Mingyue Group, a middle-aged woman with short hair and glasses pushed her black-framed glasses hard, frowned and asked Ling Yun.
Yes. Ling Yun nodded. Out of curiosity, he couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Are you my cousin's classmate, Yang Mei?" It was because the woman in front of him looked much older than his cousin, and seemed to be in her 40s, so he was a little unsure. "Don't try to get close to me, it's useless." Yang Mei raised the corner of her mouth and her eyes revealed her contempt for Ling Yun. In fact, she did give Ling Shiyu some face by letting her cousin come for the interview, but after reading Ling Yun's resume, she felt that with such academic qualifications, he was not qualified to be a security guard in their company. Ling Yun smiled casually, "I'm just asking, I don't mean to get close to you." After he said that, Yang Mei was dissatisfied again. Why did these words sound so harsh? "You look down on me, the supervisor? Do you think this supervisor has no power in this company? How about this, your cousin said you're very strong, and our administration department is looking for 2 movers, so why don't you try to move that locker to the administration department?" Ling Yun looked in the direction she pointed and was also a little surprised. That locker is filled with documents, more than 2 meters high and weighs at least several hundred kilograms. It's not easy. If you are not capable or satisfied, please find another job. After saying that, Yang Mei stood up and went to the tea room to pour a cup of coffee. Ling Shiyu spoke to her, and she was embarrassed to say that she didn't give him face, but after reading Ling Yun's information, she knew that this man was actually an illegal immigrant. How could she dare to recruit such a person? It's not good to say it directly, this is the only way to make Ling Yun give up. At this moment, when she passed by the tea room, she suddenly saw the proprietress Lu Fair and was startled on the spot. Who's that charming lady next to the boss lady? She looks familiar. Ah, it's the eldest lady. Yang Mei also heard that the eldest lady had just returned from studying abroad a while ago and took the initiative to apply to start from the grassroots level. Could it be that she was here to start work today? "Hello, Madam Boss, hello, Miss Jean." Yang Mei didn't dare to think too much and quickly nodded and bowed to the 2 of them. Xin Yanran nodded to her politely, but Lu Fair ignored her and continued talking to her daughter about the company's situation. Ah, that's. Xin Yanran had been listening to her mother's explanation very carefully, but when she suddenly saw a man carrying a cabinet weighing several hundred pounds, her attention was immediately attracted. Lu Fair was also shocked. How come there is such a strong man in the company? This height, these muscles, wow. She licked her tongue quietly, but when she took a closer look, the white, fleshy body trembled and she giggled, "Yanran, isn't that your dark horse prince?" Xin Yanran's snow-white face turned red instantly. It was indeed him. Why is he here? Why, you can't move when you see a handsome guy? Lu Fair gently pinched her daughter's little buttocks and teased her shamelessly. Where is it? Xin Yanran also knew that she had lost her composure. When did she fall in love with this man? From when he saved himself? Or when he saved Liang Bauer? No, it should be after reading Shen Huaji's diary. The mother and daughter still had to go to the chairman's office and had no time to chat with Ling Yun for the time being. Yang Mei didn't see this. When she came back from getting coffee, she was shocked and asked, "Where's the cabinet, the cabinet?" Ling Yun was sweating all over. He wiped his forehead and smiled, "It has been moved." "Manager Yang, can I start work now?" What? Are they really moving there?" Yang Mei couldn't believe it and quickly ran to the administrative department, where the locker was indeed placed in the office. Not only that, the colleagues in the administration department were staring at her with unfriendly eyes. "Is that all right?" Ling Yun asked again deliberately. In fact, he knew from the reaction of the administrative staff that the cabinet did not need to be moved here at all. Yang Mei just wanted him to give up. But he really needs a decent job. Even if he knows that others are teasing him, he will conquer them with his strength. "Okay, but can you move the cabinet back?" Yang Mei said again tremblingly. "I can start working if I move back, right?" "Sure." Ling Yun quickly picked him up again and left. That strength and muscles attracted the attention of many women around. Monster! Manager Yang, what's going on? Manager Wang from the administration department came out and asked. Manager Wang, I'm sorry. I just wanted to get rid of the unqualified interviewee. I didn't know he actually. Yang Mei apologized repeatedly. She was so shocked that she could hardly finish her words. Ling Yun could actually hear it from outside, and he couldn't help feeling sad, but he also smiled. This society is so cruel. To get a job, you are being played like a monkey and you have to pretend you don't know. Then, go back and wait for news. Yang Mei came over quickly and wanted to send Ling Yun away with just one sentence. Good.
Ling Yun also knew that the chances were slim, but things had come to this point. Taking the initiative to break up would not only cause unpleasantness but also reduce the chances to zero.
It would be completely useless. He could only turn around and leave. Humph, you only have a high school diploma and are a big illegal resident and you still want to work in our company? What the hell are you dreaming of? What a waste of my time. After Ling Yun left, Yang Mei complained to herself.
But the next second, Qin Yanran walked in with cold eyes, which scared her so much that she quickly shut up and stood up.
Miss. Well, don't call me miss in the company. I'm just a small employee in the company's planning department. Call me Xiao Qin, or Miss Qin. Although Qin Yanran was very angry when she heard what she said, she was kind and well-behaved, and still spoke politely. Ah, yes. Miss Qin, what's the matter? Yang Mei was still trembling. After all, Qin Yanran's identity was there. Living with the emperor was like living with a tiger. Where's Ling Yun? Miss Qin, what do you want to do with him? Yang Mei became even more frightened. Could it be that the man and the young lady had some unknown relationship? My dad promised to find me a driver. Can you ask him if he's willing? As for the monthly salary, it depends on how much he wants. Please. Qin Yanran is a princess here, but she speaks very politely. Yang Mei was a little flattered and nodded quickly. No, Miss Qin, I will definitely help you hire him. Well, thanks.
After Qin Yanran thanked him and prepared to leave, she suddenly turned back and asked, "It seems that there is a problem with his household registration.
Can he be hired?" Yes. It must be possible. I will help you find a way, I guarantee it will be no problem.
Yang Mei's attitude changed 180 degrees, and she wanted to slap herself a few times.
Even a fool could see that the young lady was very interested in that man, so how could she secretly say bad things about him just now? Chapter 91, Tough and Sexy Beauty. At the Tianlong Group building, Su Qingyan left work early at 5 o'clock this afternoon.
Firstly, because I was drunk last night, I have been feeling dizzy all day and not in the right state to work. Secondly, she wanted to do some private business and vomited on the man's clothes, so she had to compensate him.
She, Su Qingyan, never owes anyone a favor. What? You want to go shopping with me?
Su Yunqi was very shocked when Su Qingyan found her.
If you don't want to go, I'll let Han Yun go. After Su Qingyan finished speaking, she turned and left. Who said I don't want to go? The CEO asked me to go shopping, I'm just a little flattered.
Su Yunqi rushed over and held Su Qingyan's hand tightly. But Su Qingyan didn't tea like this, and one look made her let go quickly.
Really? You don't like intimacy between us two sisters? What man in the world can touch you? Su Yunqi couldn't help but complain. Su Qingyan couldn't help but think of the bad man at home. Why is it that no man can touch her? Hit her against the wall. Carry her like a princess.
He even made her lie on top of him and bite his chest. If those men can't touch her, it's because they are incompetent.
Why should she let an incompetent man touch her? What's wrong? Are you feeling aroused?
Seeing that she was distracted, Su Yunqi couldn't help but come over and tease her, pressing her chest against her unreasonably. Su Qingyan quickly pressed her face with one hand and pushed her away a little.
Seriously, just because you have a good figure, you can bully people like this? Do you still have any martial ethics? Soon, the two sisters of the Su family got in a Bentley and headed to the nearby Hualong Plaza.
This is one of the most upscale shopping malls in Huacheng, with many high-end brand stores.
Usually, many vain young people, especially women, like to come here. Even if they can't afford anything, they just feel that they are high-end. Today, Ling Xiaoyan also came here.
In fact, she didn't come here on her own initiative. In order to earn tuition and living expenses, she found a part-time job in a bar a few days ago.
The women she knew liked to hang out there.
A colleague asked her to join them today, and she didn't want to appear out of place, so she came along.
Wow, look! Maybach.
Several women came here not to shop, but to stare at the luxury cars and handsome men. At this moment, when they saw a Maybach 62S parked at the entrance of the mall, their eyes lit up.
The next moment, Tang Fenglu stepped out of the car, and there was rarely any woman beside him. Then, that's young Master Tang, right? Oh my god, I actually ran into a famous person in Huacheng.
I heard he changes girlfriends every day.
I wonder if I have a chance to be his girlfriend for one night?
Ling Xiaoyan was very disgusted when she saw the woman next to her posing coquettishly to attract Tang Fengliu's attention. But everyone has their own aspirations, and they are just colleagues who have known each other for a few days.
She can't say anything to them, so she can only hide at the back. Tang Fengliu always accepts any woman who tries to flirt with him.
One raised his chin, the other patted his butt.
To put it nicely, it's romantic. To put it bluntly, it's vulgar. Coincidentally, a Bentley also followed and stopped behind.
Seeing the Maybach in front of her and Tang Fengliu's wretched and mean look, Su Qingyan was furious. When she returned to the company today, Han Yun had already told her.
Last night when she was drunk, Tang Fengliu not only had bad intentions towards her, but also kicked Han Yun hard.
Later, Ling Yun arrived and took care of the others, but let this bastard get away.
Today is a narrow day for us. Yinchi, help me go down and teach Tang Lufeng a lesson. Su Qingyan gave the order directly and coldly. Okay. Although Su Yinchi didn't know the details of last night, she also hated Tang Liufeng's mean behavior and was very happy to serve.
Hey, this little sister is very pure. After Tang Lufeng and a few women laughed and cursed for a while, he suddenly noticed Ling Xiaoyan and reached out to touch her chin.
Don't touch me.
Ling Xiaoyan quickly slapped his hand away and took 2 steps back. Seeing Tang Fengliu's angry look, she was extremely scared. She knew that the other party was a wealthy and powerful young man, and she was just a poor girl from the lower class. If the other party wanted to settle accounts with her, she would definitely not be able to handle it. The women around her looked at her with disdain. They were trying every possible way to please Tang Lufeng, but Ling Xiaoyan was pretending to be innocent.
Don't you just want to sell it at a good price? Clang.
At this moment, the sound of glass breaking diverted everyone's attention and also saved Ling Xiaoyan.
Tang Lufeng looked back and felt terrible. The women around him also covered their mouths in surprise. What's going on? Where did this fierce beauty come from?
She actually took off her high heels and smashed the rearview mirror of Mr. Tang's multi-million-dollar luxury car. A large crowd quickly gathered around the mall. Unexpectedly, under such circumstances, Su Yinchi stepped to the other side, raised her hand and smashed it down again.
Bang! Now, both rearview mirrors are gone.
Your sister.
Tang Fengliu couldn't believe it and rushed over and roared in anger. Su Yinchi, you vixen, are you crazy? Yeah, what's the matter?
Su Yinchi put a pair of high heels in her hands, put her hands behind her waist, smiled, and responded to Tang Lufeng with confidence.
You.
Tang Lufeng raised his hand, wanting to slap her hard, but he didn't dare to slap her.
Come on, there are so many people here, try to hit me.
Let's see how much money your Tang family can afford to settle the matter.
I'm also very good at female boxing. Would you like to learn from me?
Su Yinchi was not afraid at all, and stared at Tang Fengliu with a smug look. She's not some grassroots girl like Ling Xiaoyan, she's backed by the leading Huacheng family.
Tang Fengliu was indeed scared.
He knew that Su Yinchi was a vixen who was not easy to deal with. Countless men had died at her hands.
It was just a smashed car, and he could afford to fix it. Never mind.
Just as he was thinking this, Su Yinchi slammed her high heels hard on his windshield.
Your sister. Tang Fengliu was completely furious. Was this woman actually taking advantage of him? Unexpectedly, this is not over yet.
Su Yinchi raised her long legs again and kicked his rearview mirror, causing it to fall off with a snap.
Then, he raised his hand and smashed the window again. It's so exciting, I can't stop.
In full view of the crowd, her series of actions shocked hundreds of people at the scene.
What a tough life, no explanation needed.
Especially Su Yinchi, who has a hot body and sexy looks, and there is a little bonus when she lifts her legs, which actually attracted cheers from everyone around.
Are you going to file an insurance claim? Or are you going to file a police report? Su Yinchi asked Tang Lufeng with a provocative look on her face.
Tang Liufeng's face turned pale and he stared at her, but he had no idea what to do. Su Qingyan watched the scene in the Bentley and couldn't help but curl up her red lips.
Su Yinchi, this vixen, is really good at dealing with men. Quite satisfying. Come on, little sister. I'm tired. Can you help me smash a few times? How about I pay you for it? Su Yinchi didn't recognize Ling Xiaoyan. She just saw her almost being bullied by Tang Fenglu and wanted her to join in bullying Tang Lufeng. Aye.
Although Ling Xiaoyan really wanted to smash the broken car, she was still a little afraid.
Hey, don't be afraid. Bad guys are meant to be bullied by us beauties, right? Come on. I'll teach you.
Su Yunqi pulled Ling Xiaoyan over and taught her step by step. She took her high heels and smashed them hard at Tang Liufeng's luxury car in front of his face.
Bang. Cool. It feels so good to bully bad guys. Ling Xiaoyan's mouth curled up inexplicably. Tang Fengliu's face turned completely blue. Chapter 92, The Same Shirt.
Tang Lufeng, if you're upset, the car behind me is the one I'm riding in.
Why don't you try to smash it?
After smashing the car, Su Yunqi clapped her hands and pointed at the Bentley behind her in a very provocative manner.
How dare Tang Lufeng?
That Su Qingyan's car, President Su's driver and bodyguard, they are very powerful.
The people around were all excited.
The woman who had just been flattering Tang Lufeng suddenly felt that young Master Tang was so frustrated.
Is he completely helpless against the bullying he's receiving? He doesn't even dare to fight back?
The building I admired collapsed. Ling Xiaoyan felt that they were even more frustrated than Tang Lufeng. After all, they had just used their bodies to actively please this scumbag.
If you don't smash it, we'll leave. Do you want to file an insurance claim, or do you want to call the police and ask me to pay for it? It's up to you.
Su Yunqi left with a swagger. When she opened the car door, Ling Xiaoyan looked inside inadvertently and was stunned.
The person in the back seat of the Bentley seems to be my sister-in-law?
Ling Xiaoyan rubbed her eyes, and when she opened them again, a Bentley drove into the parking lot. There were too many people at the scene, and Su Qingyan didn't want to be watched, so she chose to take the elevator from the underground parking lot to the mall.
Is it my sister-in-law? Could it be that my sister-in-law saw me being bullied and sent someone to stand up for me?
Ling Xiaoyan felt inexplicably moved. Su Qingyan did see Ling Xiaoyan, but her original intention was not to stand up for her, she just did it by chance. After the car parked in the parking lot, she and Su Yunqi took the elevator directly to the clothing floor.
Su Yunqi was very clear about Su Qingyan's clothing buying style. It was not feminine at all.
She was not like her, who liked to go into the store and pick and choose, and even try on different sizes. She always goes straight into the store and has someone pack the items she likes outside the window.
Look, here it comes again. Su Qingyan took a look outside and walked directly into a men's clothing brand store. Welcome. Ah, it's President Su. Welcome, President Su.
Seeing that it was Su Qingyan, the store manager quickly led all the employees over to line up to welcome her.
This is a super VIP customer of their Roman brand. I want your new style shirt. It's white. I'm 183 centimeters tall and weigh 78 kilograms. Su Qingyan said this and turned and left.
Ling Yun showed her the physical examination report, and she still remembered the specific numbers clearly. The store manager and the clerk were still standing there in a daze. After a while, the store manager quickly agreed, "Yes, Miss Su, we will pack it for you right away."
A group of women never dreamed that the most beautiful CEO of Huacheng would actually come to buy men's clothing? Which man is so capable? Su Yunqi was also surprised. She didn't know that Su Qingyan took her shopping to buy men's clothing. Could it be that she bought it for that unromantic stone in her house? Then please take me to the parking lot. Su Yunqi swiped the card for Su Qingyan and left with a charming smile.
Not long after the two young masters of the Su family left, the store manager was about to take the clothes away himself, but unexpectedly, another elegant beauty walked in.
Ah, it's Miss Qin.
The store manager quickly greeted them, wondering what day it was today and why so many daughters of the wealthy families of Huacheng were here.
Manager, can you give me one of your new trending shirts? I want a white one.
The store manager was even more puzzled. Why did they all like that model?
Miss Qin, what size do you need? Well, that man is about 1.8 meters tall, neither fat nor thin, probably a standard size, right?
Qin Yanran poked her chin with her finger and said while thinking about Ling Yun.
She was not so accurate about Ling Yun's figure. Then Miss Qin, I'll pack you a size 180, right?
We only have one of each size for this new model, and the size 185 just happened to be sold out.
Yeah, that's fine. A slim-fitting shirt for men should show off their figure better, right? Qin Yanran also bought it readily. Tomorrow is Ling Yun's starting day. I wonder how handsome he will look in this shirt. Thinking about it, her cheeks actually felt a little hot. Wait, am I a nymphomaniac? Downstairs, Su Qingyan quickly received the packaged shirt and went straight back to Tianlong Garden. When I entered the house, I saw that idiot with a very happy face, as if he was in a good mood. Miss Su, you're back? It's time to eat. I made 2 new dishes today. Come and try them. Looking at him like this, Su Qingyan had already forgotten about the divorce and was almost infected by this idiot's happy mood. What? A happy occasion? Su Qingyan also asked curiously. Yes. I found a job, with a monthly salary of 10,000. Ling Yun is usually a quiet type, but at this moment he was in a good mood and took the initiative to talk to Su Qingyan about what happened today. Isn't it strange? I went to a job interview today, and they asked me to carry a cabinet weighing several hundred kilograms back and forth. In the end, they hired me as a full-time driver, and the salary is so good. Oh. Su Qingyan couldn't help laughing. The happiness of a fool is simple. Can a job with a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan make him so happy? She gave him 100,000 yuan a month for food expenses, but he didn't seem excited at all, and even returned it to her without hesitation. Strange, could it be that Su Qingyan's money is not attractive enough? Miss Su, have some soup. I made black chicken for you today to nourish your skin. Ling Yun is indeed very enthusiastic today. Considering his good attitude, Su Qingyan gave him some face and drank it. It's strange. She has eaten all kinds of delicacies, so why does she feel that today's soup is particularly sweet? At this moment, she no longer doubted that this idiot liked Qin Yanran more than herself. Alright, I saw a promotion at the mall today where you get a free shirt with any purchase. I've got it back anyway, so why don't you go and see if it fits? If you don't like it, I'll throw it away. Su Qingyan said deliberately indifferently. Nonsense. Could she tell this idiot that she had specially picked out the shirt at the mall? That would make him so happy. Oh, okay. Ling Yun thought that there was nothing special about the clothes given as gifts during promotions, as he often wore such clothes. But when he opened it, he suddenly felt that his IQ was insulted. Miss Su, are you sure this dress is a promotional gift? I said it is what I said, are you annoying? Su Qingyan responded with feigned impatience. Then what did you buy as a gift? This clothing brand is priced at over 8,000. Ling Yun walked over and showed the price tag in front of her. Oh, damn. Su Qingyan secretly sighed that she was careless and forgot to ask someone to take down the sign. Do you want it or not? Anyway, I've already compensated you for the clothes you vomited on yesterday. Su Qingyan had a cold expression on her face. Okay, then I won't ask anymore. This shirt looks better than anything I've worn before. Thank you, Miss Su. Ling Yun was sincerely grateful. No matter where the clothes came from, they were the first pieces of clothing his wife bought for him. Snort. Su Qingyan snorted tactically as a response to his gratitude. The next morning, Ling Yun put on the new shirt given by Su Qingyan and went to Mingyue Company to start work. Unexpectedly, manager Yang, who interviewed him yesterday, suddenly came over and handed him a bag. Ling Yun, this is the uniform your boss gave you. Your beautiful boss is obsessed with looks, so remember to dress neatly every day. Okay, Manager Yang. Ling Yun also smiled and thanked him. The boss, whom he had never met before, was quite generous. But when he opened the package, he was stunned. What's going on? It's the same style he is wearing now. Is this really a promotional shirt? Chapter 93, Cyber Violence is Coming. The key to this project lies in funding. Our current mission is... Miss Qin? Yanran? What's wrong with you? In the general manager's office, Zhao Yanming was explaining some of the company's projects to Qin Yanran, and suddenly found that Qin Yanran was a little absent-minded. Ah, Mr. Zhao. Sorry. I was a little distracted. Qin Yanran stuck out her tongue repeatedly and bowed her head to apologize to Zhao Yanming. The other 2 employees in the office were secretly shocked. The general manager was explaining the project to his subordinates, and only she, the chairman's daughter, would dare to be so distracted. What if it were them? Just pack up and go to other companies for interviews in the afternoon. Qin Yanran also felt very embarrassed, but she couldn't help but imagine in her mind what Ling Yun would look like wearing the shirt she bought. He should be more handsome than a model, right? It's okay, maybe I've been talking for too long. Yanran, would you like to take a break first?
Zhao Yanming pushed up the frame of his glasses and said this, showing a very gentle and elegant side. The other two female subordinates in the office knew very well that although Mr. Zhao had a good personality, he was very harsh and strict in his work. Only Qin Yanran had privileges in front of him.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Zhao. Qin Yanran quickly blushed, lowered her head and slipped out.
She knew that she lacked experience in business, so she took the initiative to ask her father to start from the grassroots level. She didn't expect that it would be so difficult at the grassroots level. If she didn't have this identity, she would definitely be in trouble if she secretly thought about men during work hours. Never mind, since she had made an embarrassing mistake, she still had to secretly take a look at her full-time driver, otherwise it would be too much of a loss.
I wonder if he will wear the shirt I gave him.
At this time, Ling Yun was also very idle in the company. Today his full-time boss didn't need the car, so he had nothing to do, so he just strolled around the company to familiarize himself with the environment. But unexpectedly, when he walked into the tea room, he suddenly found someone pointing at him from behind. But as soon as she caught his gaze, she quickly turned and left. Ling Yun was a little puzzled.
On his first day at work, had he attracted any attention? It shouldn't be.
The clothes I was wearing were on sale and there was nothing dirty about them, so there was nothing eye-catching about them.
Ling Yun looked left and right, not knowing what was going on.
It was not until the next moment that he noticed that the two female colleagues in the tea room covered their skirts and chests as soon as they saw him, as if they were on guard against him. Ling Yun frowned immediately.
What was going on? Oh my, why would our company hire such a pervert?
Taking secret photos of women on the bus is so disgusting. He looks quite decent, but you can't tell what he's really like by his appearance.
Disgusting.
The words and behavior of the two female colleagues left Ling Yun completely stunned.
Taking secret photos of women?
Although Ling Yun was called a fool by Su Qingyan, his brain was definitely not slow and he guessed something immediately. Just as he took out his cell phone and was about to check something, the phone rang.
Hey, Ling Yun, what's going on?
Someone posted videos on Bilibili, Weibo, and Douyin simultaneously, bashing you, calling you a pervert and a scumbag. Ling Shiyu's voice was very anxious. This thing spread so quickly.
She accidentally saw this video while watching videos this morning.
It originally had only 3-digit views, but now it has exceeded 100,000 views.
If this continues, within 2 days, everyone in Huachang will believe that her cousin is a bus wolf.
It must be Zhang Yameng.
Ling Yun gritted his teeth and said, "Cousin, don't worry about it for now, and don't worry about me. The innocent will be innocent.
If she plays like this, she will definitely be the one who will be embarrassed in the end.
Then be careful. Cyberbullying is no joke these days. If things really get out of hand, call the police."
After giving her instructions, Ling Shiyu hung up the phone. Ling Yun then discovered that he had received over 99 messages on his phone. When he opened them, he found that almost all of them were cursing him.
Some are acquaintances. Most of them are strangers in the group.
Not only that, the next moment he received a strange call on his phone. Ling Yun quickly answered the call, and the strange man on the other end started swearing, "Fuck you, you're taking pictures of our Meng Meng secretly, you shameless bastard, if you dare to expose the location, I'll go fuck XXX."
Ling Yun sneered and hung up the phone. It's just that the other party's curses were so harsh and loud that all the colleagues around the tea room heard it. There was even a group of people pointing and talking at Ling Yun's back. Qin Yanran finally found this place. She was in a good mood when she saw Ling Yun looking so handsome in the shirt she gave him. But I never dreamed that I would hear everyone discussing Ling Yun's right and wrong in this way.
Some even slandered him as a habitual offender, saying he often installed cameras in shoes, umbrella hooks and other places to secretly take pictures of women wearing skirts, and that he would thrust his buttocks against some women when they were in crowded places on buses and subways.
The more you talk, the worse it gets. Shut up.
Qin Yanran couldn't bear it any longer, so she suddenly stood up and shouted coldly.
The surrounding employees were shocked.
If it were someone else, they would definitely scold her as well, but this is the boss's daughter, the princess of Mingyue Group. They could only disperse quickly, but continued to discuss it privately.
Ling Yun, there must be some misunderstanding here. If anyone dares to continue to slander you in the company, I will never forgive him. Qin Yanran walked over and said indignantly, "Miss Qin, it's you."
When Ling Yun saw Qin Yanran, he didn't rush to talk about the matter.
Instead, he immediately understood why he was hired.
It turned out that Qin Yanran was helping him again.
Well, I believe you, you are definitely not that kind of person. Qin Yanran continued excitedly.
She was the one who had read all of Shin Huaji's private diaries, and she had also been with Ling Yun.
Doesn't she know what kind of man Ling Yun is better than anyone else? Miss Qin, thank you. But I'm fine. The innocent will be cleared.
Ling Yun thanked him and turned to leave.
First of all, he was in a bad mood.
Secondly, Su Qingyan had proposed divorce to him because of Qin Yanran. Although he was grateful to Qin Yanran, he subconsciously wanted to keep his distance and did not want to affect her because of his own affairs.
Seeing his back, Qin Yanran was also anxious, but she didn't know what to do for a moment.
On the other hand, Su Qingyan has been handling matters at the branch office today. Han Yun always seemed to have something to tell her in advance, but because Su Qingyan had business, she didn't say it several times.
Su Qingyan was free until almost the end of the day. As she got off the elevator, she took the initiative to ask, Han Yun, do you have anything you want to tell me? Yes, Mr. Su.
Han Yun pushed her glasses up and asked cautiously, this is about your personal matter.
Are you sure I can tell you about it in the company?
Before Su Qingyan could respond to her, the elevator door opened and she saw Qin Yuding, who was cleaning the room, standing by with a mop, talking on the phone with a frown on her face.
Ling Yun, how could this happen? How could they slander you like that?
I was scolded by a bunch of strangers today, saying I raised a beast of a son. Upon hearing these words, Su Qingyan frowned slightly and a cold light flashed in her eyes.
If Chen Yuding's son is a beast? Then what is she?
Seeing her expression at the moment, Han Yun was so frightened that she trembled and subconsciously covered her chest.
It's over. Mr. Su is really angry. It seems that she doesn't need to say too much and can slowly tell President Su what is happening on the internet. Chapter 94, let us see who kneels down and begs for mercy.
When Su Qingyan returned home, she discovered that the man at home had still prepared dinner for her as usual.
Don't you know what's happening on the internet?
Of course Su Qingyan didn't believe that Ling Yun didn't know, but the way this idiot acted made it seem like he really didn't know.
His mother was so anxious that she cried, but he was too calm, wasn't he? Can you skip the meal if you know that? Ling Yun asked back with amusement.
Instead, the question left Su Qingyan speechless. Although this idiot doesn't talk much, he often leaves her speechless.
Who did it?
Su Qingyan only heard Chen Yuding talking on the phone, and she couldn't ask her directly at the branch office, so she didn't know the whole story.
Zhang Yameng.
The little fairy who splashed makeup remover on you that day. Ling Yun was calm and collected as he spoke while picking up some food and eating. This kind of cyber violence is indeed deadly for ordinary people, but for a man who has been on real battlefields countless times, it is actually nothing.
It's that woman again. It seems like she won't learn her lesson unless she's taught a lesson. Su Qingyan bit her teeth lightly, looking angry.
Ling Yun looked at her in surprise.
What? That look, is there something on my face?
Su Qingyan felt a little uncomfortable and asked coldly.
No, Miss Su, why are you so protective of me? Ling Yun asked seriously. I'm not protecting you. Su Qingyan quickly snorted coldly, we haven't divorced yet. We are just husband and wife. We are in the same boat. We rise and fall together.
Ling Yun suddenly felt that his wife was a bit like a little girl, and was too concerned about face. Alas, I clearly have good intentions, but it feels like I'll die if I say something kind. At this time, Ling Yun's cell phone rang. I thought it was another cyberbullying call, but luckily I checked the caller ID and it was actually my sister calling.
Brother, are you okay? What's going on? You're everywhere in the negative news.
Even my phone often receives messages and harassing calls, saying that my brother is a scumbag, extremely lustful, and forgets the old for the new.
He abandoned sister Huaji to live off her. Su Qingyan also heard what Ling Xiaoyan said. Ling Yun was also very angry.
Zhang Yuming is getting more and more outrageous.
He thought it was just an issue with the bus, and that the woman was narrow-minded and couldn't let it go, but he didn't expect that the little fairy wanted to kill him completely. Xiaoyan, don't worry, brother won't be defeated that easily.
Ling Yun quickly replied to his sister, I'm so sorry for causing you to be cyberbullied. It must be Zhang Yumeng who published your phone numbers.
You should change your numbers first. I will definitely calm things down as soon as possible. Brother, that Zhang Yumeng is going too far. I'm going to confront her.
Ling Xiaoyan was very angry.
How can it be that easy to change your number? She must not let that kind of villain go. Xiaoyan, there's no need.
Hey! Ling Yun failed to persuade his sister. Ling Yun is the person who knows Ling Xiaoyan best. Although his sister looks delicate, she has a hot temper.
She cannot stand being wronged and must fight for justice. But would that kind of little fairy reason with her sister? As soon as he put down his phone, Su Qingyan asked, "What are you going to do?" Ling Yun let out a long breath and stood up.
If this matter only involved me personally, I could have avoided confronting Zhang, but now she has seriously affected my family's life and reputation.
I will not let her go. Su Qingyan sneered.
As the president of a large group, what she wanted to hear was not some emotional words, but effective solutions. Fortunately, this idiot was not as stupid as she imagined.
Ling Yun immediately added, "That bus has surveillance footage. The passengers around me were on my side during the incident. As long as we expose the footage, the truth will come out. Then we'll see who will be embarrassed." Su Qingyan's smile finally turned beautiful.
She nodded and said, "Okay, then go and keep your sister under control and tell her not to act rashly. I'll help you with the bus surveillance.
I happen to know some people in the relevant departments."
Ling Yun was a little flattered and looked at the woman.
"What? Are you looking at me like that again? Don't you believe in my ability?"
No, I've always known that although Miss Su's life skills are poor, her other abilities must be top-notch. I was just surprised that Miss Su would support me so much this time.
Ling Yun also told the truth. Su Qingyan snorted and turned away coldly. "Who said my life skills are lame?
I'm just focusing my energy on other more important things.
Also, don't be moved.
I told you, helping you is helping myself."
Ling Yun smiled again.
This woman has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. On the other side, Ling Xiaoyan quickly found Zhang Yuming's home. In fact, it's not far from where she works part-time.
It's a large garden villa in the country garden area.
I heard that it was put up for rent a while ago.
"Zhang Yumeng, come out. Come out here. I know you're home."
Ling Xiaoyan is now very indignant. This woman wants to ruin her brother's life. Soon, the iron gate of Zhang's front yard opened.
In addition to Zhang Yumeng, there were two men dressed very fashionably.
They were the two who were taught a lesson by Ling Yun last time.
"It's Xiaoyan. How come you have time to visit me? Come in and have a seat." Zhang Yumeng acted pretentiously.
She and Ling Xiaoyan had no grudge against each other, and they had even played together before, so she didn't provoke her right away. Ling Xiaoyan didn't have time to play along and said coldly, "Zhang Yumeng, how could you be so vicious? How could my brother secretly take pictures of you? He's not that kind of person." The video Zhang Yuming posted on the website is the first half of the video she recorded on the bus. At that time, the words of the bus passengers were still on her side. She exaggerated the situation and said how pitiful she was, and that because of her sweet looks, she was often secretly photographed by creepy men when she went out. Then, they put a close-up of Ling Yun on the video, hired some internet trolls to stir up the buzz, and the incident instantly became a hit. This incident brought her huge traffic, and many people even gave her rewards out of sympathy, making her likely to become a new internet celebrity. She struck while the iron was hot and, based on her own imagination, revealed the affair between Ling Yun and Shen Huaji and hyped it up completely. Not only can you kill your enemies, but you can also make a fortune. It's like killing two birds with one stone. Hearing Ling Xiaoyan say this, she sneered, "Xiaoyan, that's because you don't understand. Your brother is a hypocritical beast. You'd better be careful when you take a bath at home. Be careful that he doesn't secretly take pictures of you taking a bath. You farted." Ling Xiaoyan became anxious and raised her hand to slap her. But before the fight even started, Zhang Yumling exclaimed, "Ah, look everyone. That bastard Ling Yun's dirty deeds have been exposed, and he didn't dare to come here himself, so he sent his own sister to beat me up." Only then did Ling Xiaoyan realize that the two men behind Zhang Yumling were helping her record a video. If she really slapped someone just now and it was maliciously tampered with and published, she would never be able to wash herself clean even if she jumped into the Yellow River tomorrow. What a sinister woman. Zhang Yumling was a little disappointed when she saw that she didn't slap her. She felt that her explosive performance just now was all in vain. "Zhang Yumling, what exactly do you want me to do to let my brother go?" Ling Xiaoyan knew very well that violence could not solve this problem, so she could only grit her teeth and ask her. "Ha, you want me to let your brother go?" "Of course, as long as you make him kneel down in front of me and kowtow and admit his guilt, admitting that he's shameless and abandoned my cousin as a gigolo, and even took dirty photos of me. Zhang Yumeng raised her hands, spread her legs, and said with a sneer, looking confident of victory and condescending.
Chapter 95, No Worries with a Fairy Wife at Home. That's too much.
Ling Xiaoyan raised her hand again.
She was so angry. Is there anything more disgusting than the woman in front of me?
She totally disregards the truth and how much harm it may cause to others. She lives in her own world, acting high and mighty, thinking she is the queen who dominates everything, and trampling on the reputation of others at will.
Hey, little beauty, you want to do something, right?
This time, the two men stood over, one on the left and one on the right, protecting Zhang Yumeng, rubbing their hands ready to fight. For them, helping to film a video of Ling Xiaoyan beating someone up is not as exciting as having a real-life PK with a pure beauty. At that time, even if they rolled around with her in their arms, slapped and scratched her, it would just be a fight between a man and a woman.
If you want to fight, I'll be there for you.
At this moment, Ling Yun's voice came from behind. The two men who were showing off in front of Ling Xiaoyan were suddenly frightened and jumped back, trembling and hiding behind Zhang Yumeng. One of them was so frightened that his legs went weak and he fell down.
Coward.
Ling Xiaoyan really despises such men.
They only dare to bully women.
When they meet a tough guy, they hide behind a woman's butt.
They are more cowardly than anyone else. Haha, Ling Yun, are you here to beg for mercy? Zhang Yumeng is not afraid of Ling Yun. How dare a grown man like him hit a woman?
If he dares to touch her, she will definitely kill him through cyber violence.
I just told your sister that if you want me to spare you, you can.
Now you're kneeling in front of me like a dog, begging for mercy, admitting that you're dirty and shameless.
Have you finished imagining?
Ling Yun interrupted directly, causing Zhang Yumeng, who was feeling good, to almost bite her tongue.
I'm just here to pick up my sister.
If you insist on playing this game, let's see who kneels down and begs for mercy in the end. After Ling Yun finished speaking, he took his sister and left. It's a waste of time to say any more words to this self-righteous little fairy.
You wait.
Zhang Yumeng was so angry that she pointed at Ling Yun's back and yelled.
You are still so arrogant, aren't you?
I see that your poor family has nothing to fight against a rich man like me.
When you die of crying, I will make sure your entire family dies miserably.
Ling Xiaoyan gritted her teeth when she heard this. It was such bad luck to be entangled by such an unreasonable woman. Ling Yun remained calm and comforted her. Xiaoyan, don't worry about me.
I will take care of it.
Ling Xiaoyan was still worried, but brother, you don't even have a computer, and you're not good at social warfare.
How are you going to deal with this? Call the police?
In order not to worry his sister, Ling Yun gently supported her shoulders and said with a smile, don't we still have your sister-in-law?
She will help me take care of it.
Hearing the name of her sister-in-law, Ling Xiaoyan immediately quieted down. She didn't have much contact with Su Qingyan, but her sister-in-law's eyes were always so confident.
My sister-in-law is definitely better than her.
Then brother, since my sister-in-law is here to help you, Sister Shiyu and I will stay out of this for now.
If you can't handle it, call the police. Okay, I'm sorry to have wronged you. Brother promises that this matter will be settled as soon as possible.
After Ling Yun brushed his sister's head, he also returned to Tianlong Garden. When I got home, I found my grumpy wife sitting on the sofa playing with her cell phone, looking very relaxed.
Didn't you say you would help me get the surveillance video? Ling Yun asked in surprise, thinking that this woman was not teasing him just now, right? I got it. As soon as Su Qingyan opened her mouth, Ling Yun was stunned. This woman managed to get things done without leaving the house? Come over. Su Qingyan hooked her finger at him and gave him instructions in return.
Ling Yun had no choice but to walk over and find that the video playing on her phone was the surveillance video of the bus that day.
Ling Yun's expression suddenly brightened, and he looked at Su Qingyan in disbelief.
Su Qingyan looked at his expression and felt an inexplicable sense of pride, which was even more satisfying than earning 100 million for the group and the company.
What do you mean by that expression?
As if getting a surveillance video is that difficult.
Su Qingyan was still young and acted proudly. Miss Su, thank you so much. If it weren't for your help, I might not have been able to get this video. Ling Yun thanked him sincerely.
Su Qingyan felt inexplicably more comfortable.
This time, this idiot wouldn't push all his credit onto that woman Qingyan, right? Wrong. Su Qingyan felt like she was going in the wrong direction.
Why did she care so much about what this idiot thought?
As the CEO of Tianlong Group, did she still need his affirmation? Miss Su, can you lend me your laptop? Ling Yun saw that she didn't say anything for a while, and didn't know what she was distracted about, so he took the opportunity to make a request. What do you want to do? Su Qingyan frowned slightly. How could she lend her personal belongings to others casually? There are some private photos of her life stored on it. Although she was wearing clothes, she had a cold personality and didn't want others to see her private side, even her closest people. I want to post a video to clarify the whole thing. As soon as Ling Yun opened his mouth, Su Qingyan smiled. Miss Su, what are you laughing at? Where are you going to post it? How many followers do you have on your social media accounts? Will it generate traffic? Su Qingyan asked 3 heart-piercing questions, which made Ling Yun confused. He is indeed a fool with no brains. Su Qingyan saw his expression and knew he couldn't handle it, so she said casually, I'll help you, just let the bullets fly for a while. The more trouble Zhang makes now, the more miserable his death will be. Ling Yun suddenly discovered that there was a chilling coldness in his wife's eyes, which made him shudder. This woman is definitely much scarier than Zhang Yumeng. Fortunately, she is on his side this time. Miss Su, thank you. Snort. Su Qingyan snorted coldly, stood up quickly, and went back to her room to rest. It's already past 11 o'clock in the evening. If she wasn't waiting for the idiot to come home, she would have gone to bed long ago. On the other hand, Zhang Yumeng also asked her dog to spend a few hours processing the video shot tonight. The filthy man came to my house and threatened to delete the video, and then instigated my sister to beat someone up. After seeing the video title and the edited video footage, Zhang Yumeng nodded with satisfaction. Okay, Zhang Wei, since you've put so much effort into making this video for me, I'll let you wash my feet tonight. After you've washed my feet, you can leave. Really? Thank you, Meng Meng. The man named Zhang Wei is one of the dogs around her. Zhang Yumeng has always been showing off her wealth in front of them, making them think that she is really a rich lady, and they only want to marry her, a beautiful, rich woman. Usually they are only qualified to help her carry bags and do some hard and dirty work. Today he can finally help the little fairy wash her feet. Of course he is excited. At the same time, he also felt that another bootlicker Zhou Qi couldn't make videos, so how could he compete with him, a new generation of people? While enjoying Zhang Wei washing her feet, Zhang Yumeng watched the video that had just been posted online. It immediately received over 10,000 hits, and the number of comments is increasing every minute. Haha, Ling Yun, I can't kill you this time? I wonder if your pretentious wife will dump you. Isn't she very powerful? Doesn't she pretend to be a rich lady? See if she can help you settle things? Ugh. Chapter 96, Live Broadcast of the Fight. The next morning, Zhang Yumeng got up in a happy mood. Because it was Saturday, her parents didn't have to go to work and stayed at home to rest. Good morning, Dad. Zhang Yumeng came down from the room upstairs and walked obediently to her father. In front of others, she is the queen who is high above everyone else and looks down on everyone. But in front of her father, she is a well-behaved little princess, lovable. It's because she knows very well that it is her father, a multi-millionaire, who has given her a rich material life and a superior status as a daughter. Well, Meng Meng, hasn't that scumbag come to you and kneel down to apologize yet? Zhang Weijie was watching the news on TV. Seeing his daughter sitting next to him, he gently stroked her back and asked. Not yet. But it will be soon. Thanks, Dad, for giving me the money to hire these trolls. Now the incident has gone viral and everyone is trying to get justice for me. Look. Zhang Yumeng proudly opened her phone, opened the video page, and scrolled through the comments to show her father. At the beginning, everyone was scolding Ling Yun for being dirty and shameless, but everyone felt sorry for Zhang Yumeng and cheered for her. Zhang Weijie also smiled proudly and stroked his mustache. But suddenly, his smile froze. Zhang Yumeng was also stunned. What's going on? The trend of comments later on actually changed a bit. I'm an eyewitness. Mr. Ling has proven his innocence at the time. He didn't secretly take photos of Ms. Zhang. He was looking at photos of the most beautiful woman in Huacheng. After reading a recent comment, Zhang Yumeng suddenly gritted her teeth, completely different from the well-behaved image she had just a second ago. She was still a little worried about what her father would say to her. Unexpectedly, Zhang Weijie directly comforted her, don't be afraid. Comments like these that distort the truth will be deleted. Meng Meng, if you still need money to buy traffic and online influencers, just tell Daddy. Daddy will definitely use the money to help you crush the other party. Wow. Thanks, Dad. You're so handsome. Zhang Yumeng quickly kissed Zhang Weijie on the cheek, looking extremely proud. No matter how Ling Yun's country bumpkin family struggles, it's useless. Who made her have a rich father? She made an appointment for a live broadcast last night, and now there are already tens of thousands of people waiting 30 minutes before the show starts. She not only has technical personnel, but also funds. I really don't know how Ling Yun will fight her. Thinking about it, I feel a little sympathy for that poor guy, hee hee. On the other side, Ling Yun's phone continued to ring. Chun Yuding called again, extremely anxious and crying. Ling Yun, what should we do now? What happened online has fermented so much that the whole village is now saying bad things about you, especially Shen Zigui and his mother. Their mouths are so stinky. Although Ling Yun did not return to Yunlu village, he could imagine the scene. In order not to let his mother worry for too long, he could only sigh and say, "Mom, I have found the surveillance video of that day. I will go online to clarify it now. The matter will be settled soon." After hanging up the phone, Ling Yun quickly called his wife. At this time, Su Qingyan was still in the president's office of Tianlong Group. On Saturdays, she would go back to the company to deal with some things. When she saw the call from her son at home, she answered the call nonchalantly. "What's wrong?" "Miss Su, you said you would help me upload the video and clarify the truth. Why haven't you done anything yet?" That woman Zhang Yumeng is about to start a live stream, further spreading the rumors. "My mom just called and she's crying." Ling Yun was also a little anxious. After all, his family was under too much pressure, and he couldn't help but care about his family. "Okay, just stay home and watch the live broadcast. I'll help you right away." Su Qingyan didn't take this as a big deal at all, but when she heard that the little fairy Zhang Yumeng was going to do a live broadcast, she was a little curious to see how ugly that woman would look when she cried. "Han Yun. Is everything arranged?" "Boss Su, I'll do the job, don't worry." Hearing Su Qingyan's call, Han Yun immediately walked over with confidence and made an OK gesture. Video upload complete. The Navy is ready. We've contacted the owners of all the major social media and live streaming platforms. Everything just awaits the decision from you, the Director General, Mr. Su. Han Yun was also a little looking forward to it. After all, doing this kind of thing was much more interesting than doing official business. She had even conducted a full investigation, and Zhang Weijie even tweeted on his social account, saying domineeringly that he must make Ling Yun kneel down and apologize to his daughter, otherwise he would crush Ling Yun's family to death. Funny. He is really like a monkey pushing Mount Tai, overestimating his own abilities. He doesn't even know who Ling Yun's wife is? Then let's get started. Su Qingyan gave the order and leaned back in her chair, holding a cup of coffee and stirring it slowly with her jade fingers, ready to watch a reality show movie. At this time, Zhang Yumeng also started live streaming on the platform. "Hello everyone, I'm Meng Meng. A few days ago, I was riding the bus alone and was secretly photographed by a dirty guy. I've been feeling really down these past few days. Girls are truly a vulnerable group in society. When you go out, you must protect yourself well. Thank you all for your encouragement, brothers and sisters. Now I can slowly come out of the shadows." The pitiful opening remarks made Su Qingyan feel sick. What despicable acting! But the audience on the live broadcast platform didn't know whether they were human or ghosts, and they left messages to support her, and some even gave her rewards. "Thank you, brother." Zhang Yumeng bent down to express her gratitude intentionally or unintentionally, and her milky white career line was facing the camera, which undoubtedly increased her popularity again. Ling Yun at home was really restless. Looking at the screen filled with words attacking him and his family, and the mobile phone constantly receiving cyberbullying messages, I wonder what Su Qingyan is doing. At this moment, someone in Zhang Yumeng's live broadcast room suddenly started sending messages frantically. Ling Yun's wife is live streaming. She is clarifying the truth over there. Everyone, hurry up and check out the homepage. Ling Yun quickly switched the screen to the homepage and found that there was indeed an account called Ling Yun's wife who was also broadcasting live on this topic. The popularity is quite high. Zhang Yumeng was so angry that she stomped her feet and cursed when she saw people constantly jumping over to watch her live broadcast. Damn it! Are you trying to ride on the popularity of this fairy? You wish. Without popularity and traffic, I don't care what you can say. Zhang Yumeng quickly sent a message to Zhang Wei and Zhou Qi, asking them to get to work quickly. In an instant,
all the accounts that left messages in her live broadcast room were banned. There were also many netizens who frantically posted comments saying they supported her and instantly whitewashed her.
In this case, how can you gain popularity?
After Zhang Yumeng saw that her live broadcast room was clean, she proudly switched off the homepage and stood there with her hands up, wanting to see if Ling Yun's wife's account had been shut down. But when she saw the heat, she was so scared that her eyes almost popped out.
What's going on? Number 1 in real-time popularity, hundreds of thousands of people are watching simultaneously, millions of views?
Zhang Yumeng's face was pale, and her expression was as confused as it could be.
Why? How can an account that piggybacks on the popularity of her live broadcast room be ranked first in real-time popularity? Meng, go check it out.
Ling Yun's wife is playing the surveillance video of the bus that day.
Everyone knows the truth now.
At this time, Zhang Wei quickly sent her a message.
Chapter 97, A Violent Counterattack. Is that so? Zhang Yumeng started to panic, but not much. There is too much false information on the internet these days.
As long as 3 people make a tiger, it is easy to call a horse a zebra. She just couldn't believe that she, the eldest daughter of the Zhang family and whose father was a multi-millionaire, couldn't beat Ling Yun and a poor couple. Her wife is just a working-class person who drives a Civic. How capable can she be? As soon as she thought of this, she quickly started to fight back. On the other side, Su Qingyan also crossed her arms, watching Han Yun in her office, helping her take care of everything.
She also found it quite funny when she saw Zhang Yumeng's sudden change from complacency to panic. It was boring to beat the weaklings by herself, but helping her Langzi beat the weaklings actually felt satisfying? What is going on?
The next moment, she saw a large number of water armies suddenly appear in the live broadcast room of Ling Yun's wife.
The video is fake. It's synthetic. Ling Yun's wife is a liar. Shameless.
The husband secretly takes photos of beautiful women, and the wife has to fake it to cover up for him.
Typical adulterer and adulteress.
Seeing these comments from the internet trolls, Su Qingyan frowned slightly.
She then realized that she was not just a spectator of this online drama, but one of the heroines?
In that case, with her strong personality, she will definitely be running for Best Actress.
Han Yun. Boss Su, I know what to do.
The next moment, all the water army accounts in Ling Yun's wife's live broadcast room were banned. On the other hand, Zhang Yumeng was elated when she saw Ling Yun's wife's live broadcast room being destroyed by the internet trolls.
An account that's riding on the popularity of others, and you still want to rise to the top? Just wait for the scolding.
Who would have thought that those comments from the internet trolls would suddenly disappear, and the entire live broadcast room was filled with people scolding Zhang Yumeng for being shameless?
I hate these little fairies the most. They think they are so beautiful all day long and that all men in the world like them.
In my opinion, without makeup, she must be uglier than a ghost.
This is the typical ordinary girl, ordinary but confident, disgusting. Does she listen to Fish Leon's courage every day?
Otherwise, how could she have such courage with such talent? Looking at these comments, Zhang Yumeng was completely defeated.
This lady is a common believer? I am a rich lady, okay. If you want to scold Pu Xinnu, you should also scold Ling Yun's wife.
At this time, her phone rang again. Zhang Yumeng left the live camera in a rage and went backstage to answer the phone.
Meng, this is bad.
All of our water army accounts have been permanently blocked by the platform.
Zhang Wei said in panic. What? How could this happen? Are you guys trash? Zhang Yumeng was completely panicked.
Zhang Wei had no idea why this happened. He had been in this business for a long time, and this was the first time this had happened.
And at the critical moment,
Zhang Yumeng suddenly found that a warning message popped up on her computer.
She quickly ran back to take a look and was completely stunned.
It has been verified that you spread false information in your live broadcast room. Please confess the truth immediately, otherwise you will bear the consequences.
What is going on?
Zhang Yumeng's expression was completely frozen. She even forgot that she was still live streaming, and almost burst into tears.
Why? Why is the live broadcast so biased towards the other party? Mr. Su, look at that woman Zhang Yumeng's expression, it's so funny. I guess she still can't figure out what's going on.
Han Yun couldn't help laughing when she saw Zhang Yumeng's expression. That kind of little fairy feels good about herself and has a strong sense of superiority in her heart, but she doesn't know that in front of a real white, rich and beautiful girl, she is just a complete clown. Now it was like she was performing in front of the public with her bare bottom.
Bell. Zhang Yumeng's cell phone suddenly rang.
She thought Zhang Wei had a solution, and didn't realize it was an unfamiliar number, so she answered it directly.
Zhang Yumeng, right? Are you a cheap woman? Slandering others for secretly photographing you? Are you good looking? No one takes pictures of you even when you're naked, okay? You even caused a family to be exposed online. Ordinary women like you will die a miserable death. You can't give birth to a child.
Zhang Yumeng was caught off guard and was stunned for a moment by the scolding.
After she realized what was happening, she angrily cursed back, "Go to hell. Who are you? Go back to your mother's belly and get reformed."
She was still broadcasting live, and her ugly and ferocious face was clearly revealed to the public. Now, more people know that her previous pitiful appearance was just an act. Two-faced person, so disgusting. After Zhang Yumeng hung up the phone, she remembered that she was still live streaming, but before she could take the next step, the harassing call came again. She didn't pay attention, but the message and WeChat icons both reminded her of 99 plus messages. When I clicked on it, I saw that she was completely messed up.
Ha, Mr. Su, this is a good way to treat someone in their own way, right? Look at that woman, she's dying.
Han Yan smiled and said, "I will follow President Su's instructions and return 10 times the amount to her and her family."
Well done. Su Qingyan just smiled casually and closed the live broadcast software on her computer.
She no longer had the heart to pay attention to Zhang Yumeng.
It's enough to just have some fun dealing with an opponent of this weight.
In contrast, Zhang Yumeng was slumped in her chair and powerlessly turned off the live broadcast.
4 words, total defeat. 4 more words, frost-bitten eggplant. She didn't even know why she lost so completely? Is the truth really that important? Can the truth defeat her, the daughter of a multi-millionaire? It's unscientific. When did the world become so just? Mang Mang. Mang Mang. What's going on?
At this time, Zhang Weijie also rushed into his daughter's room angrily. Seeing his daughter sitting there like Guyu, he was also stunned.
"Dad, I was bullied and cried." Zhang Yumeng didn't care what Zhang Weijie wanted to talk to her about.
She started crying first and threw herself into her father's arms, crying loudly.
Well. Zhang Weijie sighed and patted his daughter on the back. "Okay, stop crying. Tell me what's going on.
Why are your mom and dad suddenly receiving so many harassing calls?"
Zhang Yumeng quickly told him everything in tears. After hearing this, Zhang Weijie was furious. Ling Yun's wife is capable of this? Fine. I will definitely find out who she is and give her a good beating. Let's see how arrogant she can be. Thank you, Dad. Zhang Yumeng came back to life and quickly kissed Zhang Weijie on the cheek.
After all, putting the facts aside, with the support of her multi-millionaire father, I don't believe she can lose this battle. On the other side, Ling Yan watched the entire live broadcast and finally breathed a sigh of relief. His wife was quite capable.
She had reversed the public opinion in an instant.
Now those who called him either apologized or encouraged him.
The internet is full of support for him. As for Shin Huaji's matter, almost no one mentioned it.
After all, that was an extended incident. The truth of the secret filming incident was clarified, and everyone believed that Zhang Yumeng was a female boxer who confuses right and wrong. Naturally, they would not believe her other lies.
Suddenly I feel that I am quite happy to marry such a wife.
Let's make a big meal tonight to reward that woman. Little did he know that the one who was happier than him was old Mrs. Su, who was hiding in the Su family villa and watching the fun.
Ha, good. That's great.
Xing Yan has begun to understand how to protect her man, proving that he is definitely in her heart.
This is a good start. If things continue like this, my Su family will soon have a male heir.
The old lady's excitement and every word she said soon reached the ears of the mother and daughter in the other villa.
Mom, what should I do now?
If Su Qingyan really gave birth to a boy for the Su family, she would definitely be the heir to the Su family's tens of billions of assets.
Chapter 98, The Vision is not too bad. Fengwu, what's the point of you being so anxious now?
The noblewoman in the black cheongsam scolded her daughter. You've always been a little bit inferior to Qingyan in every aspect since you were a child. I reminded you a long time ago that you should get married and have a child as soon as possible to make a comeback, but you just wouldn't listen.
Mom, this is not a good idea.
Su Fengwu stamped her feet lightly.
As the third daughter of the Su family, can I just marry any man? If I marry into a wealthy family, will they allow my child to have the surname Su? Besides, it doesn't necessarily have to be a boy. Look at how many daughters you have. Have any of you given birth to a boy?
The lady in the black cheongsam also sighed, knowing that it was useless to talk about this with her daughter now. Before, they expected Sun Xiaokong to destroy the Tianlong technology branch, or at least create a big mess, so that he could use the excuse of poor performance to pull Su Qingyan down from the position of president. I didn't expect that Su Qingyan would discover Sun Xiaokong's problem so quickly, and she had made arrangements in advance, but in the end, there was no trouble at all.
Since the normal approach is no longer effective, we can only take an unconventional approach.
A cold light suddenly flashed in the eyes of the noble lady in the black cheongsam. Su Fingwu didn't know what her mother would do, but her mother taught her since she was a child that if a woman is not ruthless, her status will not be stable. In order to secure her position in the Su family, she must learn to be as ruthless as her mother. On the other hand, Chen Yuding finally breathed a sigh of relief after knowing that the matter had calmed down. Unexpectedly, in the afternoon, Huang Shi suddenly brought Chen Fengyi to visit her home. Of course, Chen Yuding is even happier. For some reason, it seemed that after her son got married, her relationship with her sister became much closer. She feels that blood is thicker than water. They just didn't keep in touch before, but now everyone is interacting with each other, so of course the sisterhood will become closer and closer.
Aunt, didn't my cousin and sister-in-law come home on the weekend? Huang Shi asked as he entered the room.
He was very disappointed when he saw that only Chen Yuding was at home. Every time he saw Su Qingyan, he would be obsessed with her and even lose his appetite. He had never seen such a beautiful woman in his life.
Moreover, the feeling of being struck by excitement as soon as you see it is completely uncontrollable.
His mother soon discovered the problem. It seemed that her son was suffering from unrequited love. When I asked carefully, I was even more shocked.
My son actually fell in love with his cousin's wife. This is inappropriate and others will laugh at him if they know.
She tried to persuade her son that there are plenty of fish in the sea, so why did he have to steal someone else's girl? But Huang Shi just wouldn't listen.
How could any other woman be compared to a hair of his sister-in-law?
He thought again and again about the background of his cousin's wife, but he was just a little bit off and couldn't figure it out, so he simply gave up thinking about it. He believed that if he interacted with his sister-in-law a few more times, he would be able to find out her identity.
Yeah, Xingyan said today that she was helping Ling Yun clarify the secret filming incident, so she didn't have time to come back. After all, we don't even have an internet cable at home, hee.
Chen Yuding's smile was a little awkward. It was extremely rare for her family to be as poor these days.
Huang Shi certainly knew about this. He didn't expect Su Qingyan to be so capable. Zhang Yuming's family was said to be very rich, but they couldn't beat her. Aunt, it's like this. Isn't my birthday next week? I want to invite your family to attend. Huang Shi solemnly handed a red invitation to Chen Yuding. Chen Yuding's face is full of differences. Huang Shi is only 26 years old and her family has never been invited to her birthday party before. What happened this year? But since her nephew came specially to deliver the invitation, of course she was happy to accept it. Aunt, we are waiting for your family. Remember to ask your cousin to bring his wife along. Huang Shi gave repeated instructions before leaving with his mother.
Chen Yuding quickly called her son to tell him about this. Ling Yun was preparing a sumptuous dinner at home and was surprised to hear his mother say this.
Mom, let me talk to that woman.
She has a bad temper and is busy with work, so she might not be willing to show me her favor.
When Ling Yun said this, he didn't know that Su Qingyan had just opened the door and was going home. Ling Yun, what are you talking about? If you say that to Qingyan again, Mom will be angry. Chen Yuding rarely threatens her son. What do you mean by bitch?
She's your wife. If you don't call her wife, you have to call her Qingyan. And Mom doesn't think her temper is weird.
This daughter-in-law is a good one. Well.
Ling Yun also realized that there was something wrong with his words and quickly responded, Mom, I get it.
Qingyan's temper isn't her fault, it's me who's the problem, okay?
Hearing Erlangzi being forced to say this, Su Qingyan behind him suddenly laughed triumphantly.
Dare you say that I have a weird temper? Got dealt with. After a while, Ling Yun put down the phone and turned back, trembling slightly. Miss Su, you're back?
Su Qingyan snorted coldly, deliberately ignored him, walked past him and went straight to the dining table.
You do so much, but you raise pigs? Su Qingyan asked with a frown.
Although this idiot can finish 5 servings of food by himself, this table is for at least 10 people.
If you can't finish it, you can take it back to your colleagues in the company.
Ling and smiled and said, "This is to thank you for solving the problem for my family."
Thank you, Miss Su. Su Qingyan raised her eyes again and snorted proudly. Now you know that I am much more fragrant than your Miss Qin, right?
As the eldest daughter of the Su family, she was often compared with the eldest daughter of the Qin family.
How could she lose to Qin? You can't let the other person take your husband away. Ling Yun responded seriously, Miss Su, you are wrong, right? What do you mean by my Miss Qin? Miss Qin is my friend and boss. If you want to say who belongs to me, you are my wife. Su Qingyan's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. There are two reasons. Qin Yanran actually used the name of work to seduce her nominal husband. Is that woman determined to steal her man? Secondly, this man actually said that she was his? So, does he like me more than Qin Yanran?
Humph, this man is bad at everything except his vision.
However, Su Qingyan's mouth was still sharp. Mr. Ling, don't get too involved in the drama. We still have an agreement. I'm not your real wife.
I told you, helping you this time is actually helping myself. I don't want this to escalate and let the media find out that I'm your wife. Ling Yan smiled bitterly. Although he didn't dare to treat Su Qingyan as his wife, his heart still hurt when she stabbed him like that. The two of them quickly sat down to eat. Su Qingyan discovered that whatever dishes this man cooked were delicious, and she didn't know how he learned this skill. A few days ago, she brought the sweet soup he made back to the company for Han Yun and Su Yunqi. The expressions of the two women were more exaggerated than each other, and they kept praising the taste of the sugar water. This time I will pack up this dish and take it back for them to try. I wonder what new words those two women will invent to describe it. Thinking about it, she actually felt a little bit excited. Wrong. Su Qingyan quickly realized something was wrong. Was she proud of being a fool? Miss Su, what's wrong with you? Ling Yun noticed that her expression suddenly changed, and he couldn't help but frown and asked.
What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? I'm just eating quietly.
Your skills in chatting up men are really weird.
Su Qingyan was tactically cool to avoid the other party's suspicion. By the way, we can't finish the food. Since you said we shouldn't waste it, pack it up for me.
After Su Qingyan gave the instructions, she stood up and went back to her room. Ling Yan shrugged and did as he was told, but he found that the packing box at home was gone, so he had to go downstairs to buy some. But unexpectedly, as soon as the door opened, I saw several pairs of cold eyes. There is murderous intent.
Chapter 99, Crazy Dragon Protecting His Wife. Mom, do you think this is a good idea? In a private villa, Su Fingwu was a little uneasy.
Although she decided to be a ruthless woman, there would definitely be risks if this thing failed. If Su Qingyan finds out everything, she and her mother will be finished. Don't worry, the security strength of Tianlong Garden is less than 1/10 of that of the Su family villa.
The assassins dispatched this time are elites in the industry.
They will definitely be able to kill Su Qingyan.
Moreover, we are assassins contacted by other forces, so they won't be able to trace us back. As long as Su Qingyan dies, who in the Su family can compete with us for the inheritance? The position of CEO of Tianlong Group will be yours sooner or later. The lady's eyes were fierce, and there was hatred deep inside. Su Fingwu's eyes were full of greed. At this time, Tianlong Garden. Ling Yun asked the four men at the door, "Who are you looking for?" The four men in front of him looked very ordinary, but they were people Ling Yun had never seen since he moved into Tianlong Garden. The four men locked eyes for a moment. Then, a man leading the group said with a smile, "Isn't Mr. Zhou on the 18th floor? Why can't we find him?" Ling Yun frowned slightly and told them directly, "This is the 17th floor." "Oh, thank you. Let's go upstairs then." Several men hurried to the stairwell. Ling Yun seemed to be thinking about something, but still walked into the elevator and went downstairs to buy things. As soon as the elevator door closed, the four men turned back. After another tacit eye contact, a man immediately took out tools and opened the door of 1701. What's going on? At this time, Su Qingyan had changed into yoga clothes and was preparing for evening exercise. She heard a strange sound from the door lock, and she couldn't help but frown. Did the fool forget to bring his keys when he went out? So knocking on the door is the right way, no need for such sneaky methods, right? Subconsciously I feel something is wrong. The next moment, the door was kicked open. Su Qingyan was shocked. As soon as she looked at the door, she found a gun pointed at her. Bang! The bullet flew out and headed straight towards Su Qingyan. There is none of the routine plot of the kind in TV dramas and novels where there are long dialogues before assassinations. A true killer will never talk nonsense. If Su Qingyan had not been alert and fallen to the ground subconsciously in advance, this shot would have taken her life. Ah! Su Qingyan fell to the ground unexpectedly and sprained her ankle. Although it was not serious, the huge pressure of death made her break out in a cold sweat. Who on earth would hire a killer to kill himself? Many figures flashed through her mind rapidly. This was the first assassination attempt she had ever encountered in her life. She had never expected that the world was so dangerous. She couldn't even guess who the murderer was at this moment. Seeing that the shot missed the target, the leading murderer calmly stepped into the house. Her husband had just gone downstairs, and there was only one woman left in the house, so it would be easy to kill her. The only thing they need to consider now is how to clean up the traces after killing someone to avoid being tracked down by those annoying detectives. Just when he was sure of victory, there was a sudden loud noise behind him. Boo! Boo! When the leading killer looked back in panic, his two companions had already been knocked down. The third companion was also grabbed by Ling Yan's neck with one hand and lifted up. Hearing the noise, Su Qingyan also tried her best to stick her head out to see what was going on. Then, her beautiful eyes sparkled, and she was in disbelief for a moment. It's Erlangzi who has returned. In a flash, he used professional fighting skills to knock down the three killers. How is this possible? The leading killer's eyes were also filled with surprise. His companions are all professional killers. Although the four people had different responsibilities, some were responsible for fetching water, some were responsible for unlocking the door, and some were responsible for cleaning up the scene. But there is no doubt that they have all received professional fighting training, and their skills are far beyond the reach of ordinary people, but they were knocked down by a man in the blink of an eye. What kind of devil is this man? Bang! The leading killer shot directly at Ling Yun. Careful! Su Qingyan exclaimed subconsciously, even though she knew her reminder was useless. At this moment, her heart was in suspense. Ling Yun is her hope of survival. After the killer fired the gun, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. No matter how good your martial arts skills are, you would be afraid of a kitchen knife, let alone a bullet? Just a moment later, his face was filled with panic. When he wanted to fire another shot, his wrist was already tightly grasped by someone. Ling Yun twisted the killer's wrist hard and broke it. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream seemed to shake the entire building. Su Qingyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't have time to be surprised by Ling Yu's godlike performance. She quickly took out her cell phone and called Uncle De. You, who are you? The killer knew he was doomed. In fact, when he saw Ling Yun for the first time, he felt that this man was not an ordinary person, so he chose to avoid him before taking any action. Who would have thought that he would come back again, and his martial arts skills were ridiculously high? I am the man of this house. After Ling Yun answered coldly, he drew his sword and struck the killer hard on the back of the head. In less than a minute, the four killers with clear division of labor and extremely professionalism all fell to the ground. Su Qingyan put down the phone and looked at the scene in front of her, her expression of disbelief showing again. I knew the old lady in my family had a sharp eye, but I didn't expect she would find such a husband for me. Who is he? This was the first time Su Qingyan had this thought, and she felt that the idiot in front of her was definitely not an ordinary idiot. Miss Su, are you okay? Ling Yun slowly walked over after confirming that the four killers had lost consciousness. I'm fine. Didn't you just go down? Why did you suddenly come back? Su Qingyan was not stupid either. Ling Yun had clearly launched a sneak attack just now, which was why he achieved such an amazing effect. Otherwise, if four people shot at him, even if he was a god, he would not be able to escape, right? I sensed murderous intent from them and was worried about your safety, so I turned back immediately. Ling Yun explained. In fact, when he saw the four people for the first time, he knew where they came from. He had seen too many professional killers before. The murderous aura in front of him could not be hidden at all. Su Qingyan pursed her lips and uttered a long, thank you. If it weren't for this man, she would have died tonight. You're my wife before we get divorced. Isn't it a husband's job to protect his wife? Ling Yun smiled casually. Not long after, there was a sound of hurried footsteps at the door. Miss Su. Are you okay? Uncle De led his men to the door,
and only after finding that Su Qingyan was still safe and sound did he dare to breathe a sigh of relief. If Miss Su died in Tianlong Garden, he would have no way to explain to old Madame Su. Brother Ji looked at the killer lying on the ground with a look of astonishment on his face. He knew that his grandfather was no ordinary person, otherwise how could he marry Miss Su? Su Qingyan's eyes were filled with ice as she stared at Uncle D and questioned, why were these people allowed to enter Tianlong Garden so easily? You must be held responsible for what happened tonight. Yes. Miss Su, it's my responsibility. I'll help you deal with the matter right away and call the police to investigate everything. Uncle De, with a big head, said in panic, I promise that I will strengthen my vigilance in the future and this kind of thing will never happen again. Please forgive me, Miss Su, for once. Ling Yan looked at his extremely terrified expression and was also very curious about who Su Qingyan was. It goes against common sense that the security captain would be so frightened simply because of dereliction of duty. Chapter 100, Can this be considered fair? Several criminals were quickly taken away by people arranged by Uncle D. Su Qingyan only needs an investigation result, as for the rest, she has no time to care. Miss Su, who did you offend? The couple was left, and Ling Yan continued to care. To hire a killer to kill you, it must be because of a huge hatred or huge interests involved, right? So, you're scared? Of course Su Qingyan couldn't tell him the information, otherwise this idiot would know that she was the president of Tianlong Group. Although her feelings towards this idiot have increased, she has not yet decided to spend her life with him. Before I make this determination, I must never let him know my identity. What am I afraid of? They're not here to kill me. Ling Yan laughed, if I was afraid, I wouldn't have come back to save you. It would have been better for me to just leave. Su Qingyan snorted coldly, I owe you this time, I will definitely repay you. Miss Su, are you going to hold this against me? Ling Yan found it amusing. As a man, he was destined not to be so petty with Su Qingyan. Besides, Miss Su helped me clarify the truth and taught Zhang Yumwen a lesson. We are even now, right? Can this kind of thing be settled like this? Su Qingyan couldn't help but give him a blank look and turned to take a shower. You help me and I help you, is that even? But it was through this kind of tug-of-war that this fool slowly integrated into her life. Idiots are idiots, they always say idiotic quotes. Ling Yan still felt that this woman had a weird temper. They were having a good chat, but she suddenly stopped talking. On Monday morning, Ling Yan prepared breakfast as usual. Su Qingyan got up, walked out of the room, and stretched lazily. Miss Su, are you up? Ling Yan took the opportunity to look over. The slender and well-proportioned body of the Su family's wife was like a graceful lily, exuding charming charm. The white and smooth waist muscles revealed by the thin pajamas seemed to glow. It is true that a woman's waist is a murderous knife. He almost got mesmerized by it again. It was not until the woman looked at him that he quickly turned his head away awkwardly. Su Qingyan walked straight towards him, as if staring at him. Ling Yan thought he was caught peeking at her and felt very embarrassed. Who would have thought that the next moment the woman would actually smile and compliment him, you look really good in this dress. I was worried that it was too big and your body wouldn't be able to support it. Well. Ling Yan was even more embarrassed. This piece is actually size 180 that Qin Yanran bought for him, so it is of course slim-fitting when worn. If this woman knew about this, she would probably get jealous again. Why aren't you talking? You're so strange so early in the morning. Su Qingyan suddenly narrowed her eyes. Ling Yan, who had a fine tradition of being guilty of a crime, quickly and tactfully changed the subject. Oh, by the way. Miss Su, my cousin Huang Shi is having a birthday in 2 days, and he specially invited us to attend. That kind of guy? Su Qingyan's frown deepened. Why should she give face to such a villain? Why, Miss Su doesn't want to go? Why, do you really want me to go? Su Qingyan asked back. Ling Yan nodded frankly, of course I do. This way, my mother can see you again. Seeing you in good spirits is better than any medicine. Su Qingyan smiled subconsciously, but then subconsciously stopped, and responded coldly, just watch, go when you have time. This answer is equivalent to not answering at all. Ling Yan didn't know how to reply to his mother, so he just said that he didn't explicitly refuse. Su Qingyan went out first again. Ling Yan was afraid that when he came back at night, Su Qingyan would find out that the shirt he was wearing was not bought by her, so he quietly changed into the one she gave him. As long as you pass the first review, you won't have to worry so much in the future, right? Afterwards, he also drove out to work, but he was stopped as soon as he left the community gate.
Brother Lingyun, I finally caught you today. Lu Leiluo was in high spirits. Lingyun frowned.
In fact, he has been deliberately avoiding this guy in the past few days to prevent him from sending love letters to his wife himself.
Isn't that a scam?
Sure enough, Lu Leiluo was not vague and put another love letter and roses in his hand.
Seeing Lingyun's expression was not right, he also asked curiously, Brother Lingyun, what's the difficulty? Or are you not happy without any reward? I can give you. No.
Lingyun quickly waved his hands and couldn't help but ask, Brother Leiluo, you've been writing love letters to that woman.
Does she pay any attention to you? To be honest, my goddess is very cold and aloof. She really hasn't responded to me yet. Lu Leiluo also confessed, but I don't care.
As long as she knows my feelings and understands that I still love her, then my love letter will have meaning.
Lingyun. I don't know if this is the highest level of dog licking. But, it's quite touching.
Lingyun really couldn't feel any hostility towards him, even though the woman he wanted to pursue was his wife.
Brother Leiluo, have you ever thought that she is already married? Impossible.
Lu Leiluo said firmly, I know her personality very well.
She even disdains me.
There is absolutely no man in the world who can impress her. Lingyun didn't object to him saying that. In fact, he also felt that no man could impress that cold woman. However, Lingyun still had to ask responsibly, if one day you found out that she already has a husband, what would you do?
Impossible.
The eldest son of the Lu family, who usually looks gentle and elegant, suddenly turned dark-faced and looked quite scary. If anyone takes my Qing Yan away, I will fight him to the death.
There's no way I can lose. Well.
Lingyun was a little depressed.
To be honest, he didn't think that Lu Leiluo was a bad guy like Tang Lufeng. He even thought that he had the elegant demeanor of a scholar. How come there is also a nerdy side to him?
Okay, I'll help you vote when I get back from get off work.
Lingyun sighed.
Seeing that he was about to be late for work, he didn't have time to talk to this nerd.
Thank you, Brother Lingyun. I will definitely repay you in the future. Lu Leiluo was very happy to meet such a brother.
After all, before he looked for Lingyun, he also looked for other people, but those people did not have the spirit of helping others, which made him very disappointed. Lingyun was not very happy. He knew this nerd and thought, it's fine to be brothers with him, but don't chase my wife. It was really depressing to hear that he wanted to fight to the death and not be able to tell him the truth. What was even more frustrating was that when he arrived at the gate of Mingyue Company, the old security guard on duty today refused to let him in and even pointed at him and cursed.
You are Lingyun, right? A scumbag who secretly photographs women on the bus. Who hired someone like you into the company?
If you have any shame, get out of here and stop bringing shame to our company. Lingyun was also depressed.
Everything had been clarified. Was it because the old man's village still didn't have internet access?
Seeing that the time was almost up, Lingyun had no time to explain to him and went upstairs to punch in. Unexpectedly, Uncle Ke picked up the coffee in his hand and threw it at him, cursing him very badly. You scumbag, you're wearing a shirt like that. I'll make you lose face.